fire is laid. Aho. The phoenix will rise again from the ashes. Where will you be? By Jai Orgo Series Hayton A Phoenix Journal. Forward. Rec number 1 Hayton. Thursday, December 28, 1989, 7:15 a.m. Year 3, Day 134. Thursday, December 28, 1989. You have asked and asked for an explanation of the ancient prophecies, and where are we today? You want to play in John's Revelations and Nostradamus prophecies. We shall deal a bit with those things in this book in order that you see that it is the unfolding of those very prophecies which are going on about you this day. Today. Exactly as projected. God, please allow that you read and understand, for the trap is set and the fire is laid. Aho. The phoenix will rise again from the ashes. Where will you be? I request that you sit down and really read this journal. Please do not hop, skip and jump through the writings until you have carefully read the document. Then go back and reread until the facts are engraved into your mind. As you are exposed to some quotations of one such as Jesse Helms, you may be misled into believing he is not of the lie. This is to mislead. He is a high-ranking member of the elite and out to destroy you. Be most cautious. Take note, however, that a lot of these elitists are so frail that they will hop on either side of the fence that appears the better advantage. Utilize well that knowledge. Before you can have the birth of the phoenix, you must have the ashes. However, truth and justice can only rise from a foundation of knowledge and truth. This journal is written in America for Americans, but it is total truth for your world, for the plan year 2000 is intended for the entire planet and all systems are go. Get this word to Asia, the Orient, Europe, anywhere in this world that you have contact or can direct these journals. It is a world due for the closing, not just America, the whole planet. The plan has been well documented and well published. It is the intent of the world elite to have and control a world order, a one world government based on Soviet-type socialism. It will have only two classes: the controllers with great wealth and the laborers, you who do the will of the elite, for the elite is already chosen. It is intended to be fully operational by the year 2000. This does not give you very long to tend of your business. It is intended that you have no defense system and a world police state. The last half of this journal explains the plan in detail. If it sounds like the ravings of an insane mind, so be it. It is the fact in action, of a handful of insane minds, but it is all but finished in fact. The groundwork has been laid beginning over a century ago. Wars have been set up and executed for a century while you, the public, were the dupes, pawns, and gun fodder. The evil rulers have already taken over your government and your religious institutions, your schools, and your very freedoms. No matter who you are, the facts herein are threads in the tapestry of your future, your very existence. Life and death decisions have been made for you by people you have never heard of and with full intent of enslavement of you. This information may shock you, but perhaps it shall be the alarm bell that completely reorders your reality. Truth gives opening to the eyes and ears and understanding unto the mind. The plan is unfolding around you on every part of the globe. Do not blame God. This is not God's plan for his creations. This is the plan of Satan in its vilest format. It is God's plan that you come back into truth and balance with him to see this planet through her rebirthing. It was never intended that Satan win in the ultimate game, so be it. After you have read this journal and some of the backup documents which will confirm every statement, you will wonder what you can do. Well, there most certainly are things that you can do. You can refuse to allow it go further. There is tremendous power, solace, and victory in refusing to be further deceived. Each of you must go within and look at that which you are, the talents which you have, and begin to take action. Do something positive, if it only is to speak out and get the word scattered to the four corners of your world. It is only through truth that there is hope. Support one such as John Stockwell, former director of operations in the CIA, who speaks daily of how it is for his soul could bear no more of the lies. There are many now who dare and face the killers every day of their lives to bring you forth the truth before it is too late. This one man has several publications. Demand at your bookstores. Get these reference books and get them to the public. Knowledge is your sword. If you know one such as Ted Turner, insist he study all this material now. If you don't know him, send him the journals anyway. Try the ones on the TBN, Paul Crouch, and bombard him with the journals. These are the ones with the independent networks who can actually do something. Try C-SPAN. Try anyone you know or can think of. You do not need to know them. Oberly, place addresses for these ones at the bottom of this forward, please. Send copies to Robert Redford. He just got an award for his ecological works. Paul Newman, Martin Sheen, Chris Christopherson, Steven Spielberg, Ron Howard, M.R. Spock, Star Trek. I cannot name them all, so be creative. Dennis Weaver, John Denver at Windstar Project. Barrage them and demand action from them. You are their public demand, they respond. Write the publisher, Phoenix Source Publishers Incorporated, for they risk more than you can imagine on your behalf. Write the scribes and editors and printers of these journals through the publisher that they can realize they are reaching through. It is a most fearful and lonely journey indeed, and ask again, within self, what can I do, and do it? There are some names in this journal which, of necessity, are pseudonyms. I.E. Viktor Suvorov, he is under sentence of death for his defection. You must protect your brothers. Will it be the birth cry of the phoenix that shall be heard throughout your lands, or is it the death rattle of freedom? It is ultimately your choice, and you have less than 10 years to regain your control, for the world order has rewritten your constitution, are selling your country by treaties and executive orders, and you sleep on while your children die in the conjured up wars and escapades set up as distractors to gain more control. Get sick, get angry, and get busy. You must get your truth in order. You must get your survival shelters in place and stocked. Only you can stop being a person of the lie, only you. God will most surely help those willing to help themselves and ask - ye must ask. Jai Orgo Series Hayton. Chapter 1. Rec number 1 Atten. Monday, December 11th, 1989, 8:30 a.m., Year 3, Day 117. Monday, December 11th, 1989. The third virtue that escapes your memory is that in which you excel, Kilawawi Sintanka fortitude. You have just forgotten. These things must be told and put unto the press that my people can be in the remembering. I am Grandfather Atten to speak to you. Your mind shall be kept veiled in your consciousness, for man is not yet ready to hear it all, and man's tongue is attached so solidly to his consciousness that it spills over as prompted by his ego. Ye shall simply clear of all dark clouds from your space and write that which we bring to you, just as you have been doing these months past. If my words bring embarrassment or a swish of guilt upon ones who are in the receiving, then it is time that they pay attention. No thing more and no thing less. You walk the road of light, and the messages are not always for you to decipher, much the less for you to project in your interpretation. You shall be given to understand the difference. You shall seek wisdom, which is the first virtue, first in all things, and the rest shall be added in properness. You shall persist in Wahidika, which is bravery, for you know the best and the worst, and from the worst shall rise the best. You shall also continue to put my truth to the pages, lest you fail your last test, that of Wakantognika generosity. As truth is given forth, and ones who receive clutch it and hide it in the darkness, or sell it for earthly worth, greed, or putrid ego satisfaction, the virtue of generosity is lost, for unless you give it forth you cannot receive of the abundance back into the beingness which is truly you within. Wisdom comes from the errors committed and not repeated. So be it. With wisdom comes the knowledge that all things are binded together by the strands of each, bound together as the cohesive whole. Wisdom is the recognition and reverence, not worship, of the seen and the unseen, the known and the unknown, working together and interacting in such a way as to bring balance unto that which is the creation of that one from which you come. But simply to be in the knowing does not bring wholeness, for unless there is the act of generosity and sharing action, the fourth virtue is failed. Heed well the remindings of the ancient teachers who have willingly come forth again to point the directions. 2,000 years past, in the traditions of those you label today, the Hopi, came a warning which men ignore, and yet has been repeated again and again from your great wise men sages. When you see a gourd of ashes in the sky, you will know that the great purification is at hand. Whether you wish to realize it or not makes no difference whatsoever. And 2,000 years ago the truth was again brought by one who represented truth, and you were again told, there will be wars and rumors of wars, earthquakes, famines, pestilence, men fainting with fear and with foreboding of what is coming on the world, for the powers of the heavens will be shaken. You have been told before that ages of newness would be filled with chemical pollution. You have been told that there would come severe floods upon the lands and severe droughts, volcanoes will erupt, and you will be plagued by earthquakes, massive erosion, and vast inundations. There will be great and drastic activities, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, bizarre weather patterns, and these will especially be prevalent in what you call the Ring of Fires, stretching from the south of the Sea of Peace and Japan to the western mountain chains of North and South America. Ah yes, Kila, 'tis not only in your placement, for it shall engulf the totality of the Earth Mother. But you are given that which is in your realm of attention and existence. You shall be given those things about your world so that they can be integrated for all peoples. There are others who shall be given those insights. There is no point in focusing upon these things - they are but the cleansing and the renewal and the casting off of the old. They are but the clues to the timing sequence that man can understand his slothful ways and quicken his attention. As Little Crow suggests, quit looking into the reflection glass, for that is not who you are. Look within to the truth of self and see who you might be hiding within that cumbersome machinery. 'Tis the journey within that is ultimate, not the reflection from a looking glass, for the glass stops your vision just beyond your nose, and vision must flow throughout infinity beyond man's puny limits. There is only brotherhood within the vision quest of ones who come from the Thunder Peoples and the Sky Brothers. These ones were labeled the bird tribes, for when they were labeled thusly only birds flew within the consciousness of experience. Oh yes, Kila, I can explain these things unto you, and I shall do so in many ways, through carefully chosen receivers and transmitters, that they can be written in a way in which each individual entity can be made to understand. You must place into perspective that which has occurred upon your globe of manifested experience. You watch man unearth another man from apparently another time, a skeleton, a bowl of primitive clay fragments, pieces of stone and sharp glass like flint tools. You look and you marvel at the findings while you overlook the grandest discoveries of the cycles of time. These places are unearthed because they represent the beginning, not the ending. When the old continents are again thrust up from the eons of cleansing under the seas, life shall need begin again, and man always insists on starting over. His destructive and evil nature comes forth and destroys, and the mother is forced to again cleanse, so she rolls over in her bed and washes away that which is evil and without purity, and that which is man created is lost again into its elemental forms, but that which was remaining of the elemental species is left for the next generation of modern man to find and exploit. For man must always come into the truth of it. There is nothing more and nothing less. All he can gather are his experiences and his growth in recognition of the vast infinity of the creation where he exists forever. As the old comes forth, all that is brought back is the basic beginnings of what appears to be life. A few fragments of geographical locations are always left to remain, that there might be continuation of a species. Man was always man, man was never a fish nor an ape, man was always man. It is always the ones of the ancients who remain with the Earth Mother to nurture and hold to the old, that again a civilization of human might be rebirthed and given opportunity to experience and grow through his virtues and repeat or renew. It is his choice, always. The livingness of the mother is brought into her radiance and those with her which have come into truth. Those who must be taught in the lower grades are placed appropriately that they can continue in their lessons. When a planet closes its magnificent and ultimate cycle, new lands raise from the ocean and, without the waters, the living plants and animal species perish or in some instances, adapt. However, as the old is brought for cleansing beneath the waters of the great seas, that which man has corrupted poisons the remaining oceans and the new oceans beneath which the pollution lies sunken. Some survive, for it is intended to be that way. If the ending of a planet or life base is truly annihilated, it becomes a massive asteroid belt and / or an encapsulated energy form to be remolded into whatever the creator so thinks. It matters not to you, for you will have lost your consciousness and would again be without knowingness. Again, the ancient teachers from the universal realms are there to begin the lessons again, the first to come, the last to go, only relieved by brief periods of lift off to ensure recommence of the mighty cycle. You ones in this consciousness are in the final fragments of the mighty cycle before and while the old passes and the new begins. 'Tis a wondrous gift indeed to be the selected few, for the false betrayers stand to the left and right and all about you to push you from your path. I am the mother hen for all of you, my little fledglings who cling unto my feathers, for I know the path and I hold the lamp to light the way. You need no rituals to reach out and take mine hand, for you have never been disconnected from me. To renew the bond is but a thought, to sever is also but a thought, and even then I shall not leave of thee as you are allowed your lessons. Age of Chaos. You as man, are in the age of Kali, the age of chaos. Your wondrous earth stands assaulted in this age of Kali, the helpmate of evil. Forsaken are the virtues, there is no truthfulness, self-discipline, purity of body and mind, and compassion, nor is there liberality. The people are wretched and engaged only in filling their bellies, which are swollen and distorted in the lands of the famines. Those in the lands of plenty are engaged only in puny, greedy gluttony and indulgence of self. 'Tis grand and wondrous to use and hold and share the abundance of the creation/creator, but 'tis sad to see the intent of greed and self-orientation. Those who pose as saints are constantly engaged in preaching false doctrines. Those who have apparently renounced the world are rich in worldly possessions, and have become united in families and procreate for the pleasure of the act and not for the new life form created. There are few remaining true bonds between husband and wife, and one sheds himself of the other at a moment's whim, leaving the children to grow among the weeds of wreckage. All spiritual discipline stands consumed by the wildfire. The teachers sell their knowledge of the sacred truth, and men and women turn unto prostitution of selves to hold their unholy treasures. The path of righteous discipline and union with God have all but vanished from the face of your earth in the wash of chaos. In this age the righteous men remain dejected and the unrighteous feel overjoyed indeed. The learned spiritual leaders bless and indulge in sexual commerce with their wives and partners like buffaloes who know not other. They become expert in all manner of methods of procreating and are not at all clever in achieving freedom, liberation, fulfillment, and self-discipline. The substance of life has disappeared everywhere. Day following day, righteousness, veracity, purity, forgiveness, compassion, length of life, bodily strength, and keenness of memory will spiral into decline. The four virtues will be all but forgotten except for the few. Wealth alone will represent the measuring scale and will be the criterion of pedigree, morality, and merit. What is chosen by those of wealth shall be voted into acceptance by the whole. It has already happened. Brute force and power will be the only factor determining righteousness and fairness. Trickery alone will be the motive force in business dealings. Capability of affording sexual delight will be the only criterion of masculine or feminine excellence. Both will torment and destroy their very vehicles of body to achieve that false security of physical beauty, for sexuality to draw the helpless moth to the destructive flame of destruction. Justice will have every chance of being debased in moral basis because of one's inability to gratify those administering it. Want of riches will be the sole test of impiety, and hypocrisy will be the only touchstone of goodness. Digression from accepted traditions of moral ethics shall be the accepted sign of outward beauty. Skill will consist in supporting one's family and self for self-gratification and facade. Virtuous deeds will be performed only with the object of gaining fame and ego satisfaction, and when in this way the terrestrial globe will be overrun by wicked and evil people, the person who would prove to be the most powerful amongst all will become the ruler thereof. Robbed of their wealth, for it is already happening, and their women by greedy and merciless politicians and soldiers, behaving like robbers, people will resort to mountains and forests and subsist on leaves, roots, meat, honey, fruits, flowers, and seeds. Already oppressed by famine and heavy taxation, people will perish through drought, excessive cold, storms, scorching sunshine, heavy rain, snowfall, and mutual conflict. In this age of Kali, men will be tormented by hunger and thirst, plagues, ailments, and mental worry without bounds. When through the evil effects of this chaos the bodies of mankind get reduced in size and emaciated, the righteous course chalked out by the true scriptures as brought in spiritual guidance gets lost, when religion is replaced by heresy to a large extent and rulers mostly turn out to be thieves, when men take to various pursuits like theft, dishonesty, wanton destruction of life, and so on, annual plants get stunted in growth and trees are mostly reduced in size to that of a small tree, and dwellings will become desolate for want of hospitality, love, and trust. In the age of chaos, a quarter alone of the 4 feet of Dharma, righteousness, divine law, or virtue, remains. Nay, due to the feet of unrighteousness gaining ground, that, too, steadily declines and ultimately disappears altogether. People in the age of chaos turn out to be greedy, immoral, and merciless, enter into hostility without cause, and are unlucky and extremely covetous. When duplicity, mendacity, drowsiness, excessive sleep, violence, dejection, grief, infatuation, fear, and wretchedness prevail, that is recognized as the age of Kali, characterized by the predominance of sloth, impurity, and indolence, as a result of which people become dull-witted, unable to judge things in their proper perspective, and are voracious, lascivious, and destitute. 'Tis not just the male who will fall prey for the female, too, will turn out to be extravagant, self-indulgent, and unchanged est. Countries are infested with robbers, the spiritual bringers of truth stand condemned by heretics, rulers exploit the people, and the priests remain devoted to the gratification of sexual desires, acquisition of wealth, ego-strutting, and intent on gluttony and self-indulgence. Householders will need take to begging, and low-minded traders will carry on business transactions and practice fraud. Even when they are not in distress, people will favor pursuits which are condemned. Employees will leave their employers when reduced to penury, though superior in every other respect, and employers, too, will discharge their employee when incapacitated for service through ailment, etc., even though his whole family may have served the employer for generations. Those who have no true spiritual knowledge will occupy high seats and preach religion. Oppressed by famine and heavy taxation, land being divested of food grains, and stricken with fear of droughts, people in the age of chaos will ever remain perturbed in mind. Destitute of clothes and ornaments, nay, even food and drink, bed, and sexual enjoyment, they will go even without a bath and put on the appearance of a madman. Quarreling even for a very small sum of money, having cast all goodwill to the winds, people in the time of chaos will kill even their own people and part with their own dear life. Mean-minded fellows will concern themselves only with the gratification of their lust and satisfaction of their hunger, and fail to maintain even their aged parents and elders, while parents will disown their children, though clever in all matters. With their mind perverted by heretics, mortals will mostly stop giving reverence to an immortal Lord, the once highest object of adoration for the whole universe. In this way, when the age of chaos, whose career is so severe to the people, is well nigh past, the Lord will appear in his divine form, consisting of purity alone, for the protection of virtue. So be it, and heed well my words, for it will come to pass in your time upon this place you are dwelling in the beginnings of the final age of Kali, chaos. Another view from the mountain. And he spoke unto the people who would listen unto the words of truth, but few listened nor heeded his speech. Take heed that no one leads you astray. Many will come in my name, saying I am he, and will lead many astray. And you will hear of wars and rumors of wars. Do not be alarmed, for these must take place, but the end is not yet. For nation will rise against nation, and kingdom against kingdom, and there will be famine and earthquakes and pestilences in various places, and there will be terrors and great signs from heaven. But before all this and all during it they will lay their hands on you and persecute you, and put you to death for my name's sake. And then many will fall away, and betray one another and hate one another. You will be delivered up even by parents and brothers and kinsmen and friends. This will be a time for you to bear testimony, and the word must first be taught to all nations. And many false prophets will arise and lead many astray. And because wickedness is multiplied, most men's love will grow cold. But he who endures to the end will be saved. But when you see the desolating sacrilege set up where it ought not to be, then flee to the mountains, for these are days of vengeance, to fulfill all that is written. Alas for those who are with child, and for those who give suck in those days. For great distress shall be upon the earth, there will be such tribulation as has not been from the beginning of the creation which God created until now, and never will be. And if the Lord had not shortened the days, no living thing would be saved, but for the sake of the elect those days will be shortened, for false Christs and false prophets will arise and show signs and wonders, to lead astray, if possible, even the elect do not believe them. For as the lightning comes from the east and shines as far as the west, so will be the coming of the Son of Man. And there will be signs in the sun and moon and stars, the sun will be darkened, and the moon will not give its light, and the stars will be falling from heaven, and upon the earth distress of nations in perplexity at the roaring of the sea and the waves, men fainting with fear and with foreboding of what is coming on the world, for the powers of the heavens shall be shaken. And then they will see the sign of the Son of Man in heaven, and then all the tribes of the earth will mourn, and they will see the Son of Man coming in a cloud with power and great glory. And he will send out the angels, and gather his elect from the four winds, from the ends of the earth to the ends of heaven. Now when these things begin to take place, look up and raise your heads, because your redemption is drawing near. When you see these things taking place, you know that the kingdom of God is near. Truly, I say to you, this generation which sees these signs will not pass away till all has taken place. Heaven and earth will pass away, but my words shall not pass away. But take heed to yourselves, lest your hearts be weighed down with dissipation and drunkenness and cares of this life, and that day comes upon you suddenly like a snare, for it will come upon all who dwell upon the face of the whole earth. But watch at all times, praying that you may have strength to escape all these things that will take place, and to stand before the Son of Man. As were the days of Noah, so will be the coming of the Son of Man. For as in those days before the flood they were eating and drinking, marrying and giving in marriage, until the day when Noah entered the ark, and they did not know until the flood came and swept them all away, so will be the coming of the Son of Man. Watch, therefore, for you do not know on what day your Lord is coming, for the Son of Man is coming at an hour you do not expect. Dharma, we are going to look at these prophecies very carefully, that man might have his perspective focused on the truth of it. It is only in the eating that the pudding can be tested. We are going to sample the pudding and see if the cooking is perfected. You will go now, little sparrow, for we still have great work to do before you can take up thy time in vacation and recreation. 'Tis for this you have come, Dharma, you and my beloved and faithful company of daring bringers of light and truth unto mankind. Yes, You shall be given the strength and persistence of the fourth virtue, Lauisentanka fortitude, little Chalice, for it is your mission. So be it, and I hold you close within my wings of sunlight, for I am. Aten. Chapter 2. Rec number 1 Haton. Tuesday, December 12, 1989, 8 a.m., Year 3, Day 118. Tuesday, December 12, 1989. Aho, Dharma, Haton present and in service to truth regarding our presence and your plight. Record straightening. I apologize to you, Dharma, for you work long hours to produce the journals and it is most difficult to interrupt your work and receiving to change topics. It is not so difficult for you simply receive that which is poured forth, but it is most confusing for those ones in placing into order the writings to present to the readers. It has become evident that we must have two simultaneously running documents. One dealing with the new subject matter, i.e., first there must be ashes, then the phoenix rises. Secondly, a running news document to respond to the myriad of questions flowing back onto us dealing with everything from monetary systems to exactly where did Master Jesus make his transition. There will simply have to be interruptions to respond, and the responses should be kept separate and frequently compiled and made available. I will need use much of the good, clear information as already coming forth on your placement and discount that which is false and drivel. This will, however, be a method for certain ones who are undecided about me and our space brotherhood to come into confirmation of truth of that which we bring forth in the journals. Thank you for the opportunity of this introduction. The Secret Government, by Milton William Cooper. This seems to be creating a considerable rift and separation among ones who find Mr. Cooper's work total integrity. I, too, find most of Mr. Cooper's work total integrity on his part. There is a great difference in presenting truth and presenting a lie foisted off on you ones in the name of research. I honor Mr. Cooper. I caution one, Neil Armstrong, a wondrous astronaut, that he be most cautious in that which he presents unto the public. Mr. Cooper threatened a lawsuit to the original publishers of Spacegate, a Phoenix journal, for utilizing his material. Nay, we did not use his material, although most of the research portion is exceptionally good. There are errors, however, perpetrated not by him, necessarily just errors, and his conclusions that you will be enslaved by little gray men from space school is totally without merit and absurd beyond my ability to give credit in any manner. I do respect him greatly for taking on the slings and arrows and, but for these errors which perpetuate the desired lie, he would be quite physically dead at the hands of the police crew. Reference, President Eisenhower met with the aliens and a formal treaty between the alien nation and the United States of America was signed. We then received our first alien ambassador from outer space. His name and title was His Omnipotent Highness Krill, pronounced Krill. In the American tradition of disdain for royal titles, he was secretly called Original Hostage Krill. You should know that the alien flag is known as the trilateral insignia. It is displayed on their craft and worn on their uniforms. Both of these landings and the second meeting were filmed. The films exist today. Alien Ambassador. His Omnipotent Highness Krill. Pronounced Krill and Original Hostage Krill is a complete fabrication. So be it, and I further request that the ones who birthed Mr. Krill let the information leak to someone who can verify this too. Our publisher, please, thank you. Never does the real thing use such stupid labels. However, be most kind to ones who present what they believe is good information and research material, for their intention is good. I would further check out the Jason Society and the Jason Scholars as being recruitment authority from members of Skull and Bones and / or the Scroll and Key Societies of Harvard and Yale. This secret society still remains so secret that it must be totally obscure for the most part. Do you see, however, that simply by having a few points of incorrect information, entirely wrong conclusions can be drawn from a thesis? Original authors put this type of information forward to see who is taking their information. However, in these instances the information cannot be hoarded because man must come into truth. I further suggest that you not spend too much time trying to catch Haton or Ashta because our resource noses are well trained. So be it. Further, if a man meets me and introduces himself as John Doe or Jesus, I will henceforth call him John or Jesus. I will know the difference. It is simply none of my business what foolish games you Earthians wish to play. When you are ready to correct the information to truth, then I shall be most pleased to accept that also. Ones bringing forth incorrect and deliberate lies unto the public regarding these most life and death matters, are considered to be working, albeit blindly, in the service of the evil coalition. I honor the original authors who place distractors in their work if it is not presented as non-fiction and for the betterment of the brotherhood of man. Usually it is presented as a whim because the original authors did not recognize the importance of total truth in the original writings. This does not mean that as I try to give you resources to confirm truth that you will not also find these repetitions projected in these journals. We are efforting at moving beyond the trust me on faith to believe me and check it out for yourself. I request that this information be funneled immediately through Gabriel to Mr. Cooper that he can possibly revise his conclusions, for he has great service to give unto his brothers, for his intent is pure and we would be most pleased to work with him personally. Enough of that. I believe I have probably made my point quite clearly and pointedly. I hope that I have done so without antagonism, for we have no more time for antagonism. If you believe the lie you will project the lie, no more and no less. So be it, and God sent blessings upon those who see, recognize, and alter their words and path into truth, for theirs is the kingdom of the heavens. Project Eden Return. Another point which I would like to clear up at this writing is the misconception that spacecraft detonated an atomic bomb over Tunguska, Russia, at 7:17 a.m. on 30 June 1908. Big B word. That was another of your man-made crackpot ideas gone crazy. The plot was intentional, the execution of the madman scheme backfired and was most stupid indeed. Oh, you think you didn't have the capability of such technology in 1908? Look again. What has been hidden from you for just these past 34 years? Oh yes, you once had the capability right out of Germany in secret venture with Russia. Pole shift? I am going to work backwards so I don't lose your interest by cluttering your mind with facts and historical data, prophecies, etc. As a matter of fact, this document might do very well as a chapter integrated into the current journal under preparation as well as a response document. It is going to absolutely churn with prophecy. True and ethical research proves that pole shift and the Earth's magnetic field reversal does occur. Both events have and do happen to your very own planet at various intervals of time. This ancient, secret knowledge has been partially known in the West since at least the time of the Crusades, if not prior to that. The Egyptians and Babylonians had pretty fair partial knowledge taken from Tibet, India. The very name Tibet comes from one of the most ancient names for the sun god, Aten, Ti, and Bet, H, which means house or home of. Thus, Tibet was the home of the complete, original knowledge of not only pole shifts and magnetic field reversals, but of atomic power systems and human psychic enhancement as well as other knowledge treasures. Why do you think the master you call Jesus spent so much time in Tibet? Oh, you didn't know that little fact? For shame on your education. The Christ would go where the truth of the one God Aten was brought forth for his instructions and awakening after passing into your density and piercing of the veil of forgetfulness which descends upon each and every earth-birthed human. From their conquest of India and other sources, the British in particular were well aware of this knowledge treasure in Tibet. At the turn of the century they pushed very hard politically, but to no avail, for an open-door policy in Tibet against the crumbling Manchu rulers of China. The British then launched a military mission into Tibet, headed by Colonel Younghusband, look it up, Chellis, and captured Lhasa in 1904. By means of cunning, torture and bribes they obtained the sought-after knowledge. This argument would have been advanced in the innermost councils of secret societies and power elites, that if nature is going to cause a pole shift anyway at some unknown time, why not cause the shift and reversal at a selected time and be able to select the survivors of their own choosing? So be it. At 7:17 a.m. on 30 June 1908 an atomic bomb of nearly 300 megatons, 2.8 x 10 to the 23rd ergs, was balloon carried and detonated over Tunguska, Russia. Using British data from Tibet, a group of German scientists from the same secret societies, which were merged in Germany under Bismarck, had constructed the bomb and launched it. Project Eden Return was stupid in respect to technical precautions to ensure the survival of the selected people, who were not shock-padded in restraint units and the necessary 2 years' food supply had not been stored. Well, it was so stupid in so many ways that I can't even count the ways, so let us pass on. Luckily for you, however, the real stupidity came in that the device was detonated at the wrong time to cause the pole shift. IT wouldn't have worked anyway, but it does point up the unlimited lengths to which the elite will go to get their way against you unsuspecting world citizens. Tunguska is in fact, the approximate new geographical location of what you call the North Pole, or, magnetic South Pole, after the coming pole shift, so the target was well deciphered and chosen. The purpose of the blast was supposedly to push in, flatten, at Tunguska and push out at the anti-pole, trans-Earth near Antarctica below South America. The vastly off-center, at 96 degrees east, land/ice mass of Antarctica was to accomplish the pole shift, just as nature will pretty much arrange it eventually. In order to cause the desired pole shift, the bomb should have been detonated between December 21st and 30 around about your sunset. Well, wrong again, for it is not intended that you rearrange those poles, and we have been ordered into your sector to prevent exactly that sort of devastation. With a pole shift of any planet or star system, you have chaos created in the universal spaces around it. Space Command has been holding you as steady as possible since long before that incident. The Earth shift will happen exactly when Creator plans it, and orders are withdrawal of stabilization you are already slipping for. Even with our massive ability to beam immobilize with ever-correcting electromagnetic systems, you continue to move. Well, back to the story of stupidity. So, due to whatever cause of intervention, the detonation was timed backward for any shift of this type. They simply forgot to correct the data for reversed Earth rotation sunrise in the east rather than in the west as provided for in the Tibet data. You cannot use the time data used to sink Atlantis to shift the other way. Stealing knowledge is easy. Understanding it is much more difficult. Wisdom is lacking in either instance. Another problem which was quite overlooked in all respects is the geophysical problem of the eastern/western extremes of Tibet itself, where the Himalayas dead northward pointing directly to Tunguska, will hold back the upward shift of Antarctica. This earth pressure damming effect of the Himalayas was the reason why Tibet was the storehouse of this knowledge in the first place back in ancient times. In modern times, all of the underground nuclear tests are aimed at weakening these two Himalayan dent areas, thus allowing the needed slippage to the north when the selected time comes due. The recent massive earthquake in the Nepal area, Eastern Himalayan Dent Weak Point, triggered by the atomic underground tests in Nevada, yes, that is exactly what I said, Nevada, U.S.A, is a visible example of that process. And you thought, well, what exactly did you think? New Dawn. Hold your breath, brothers. The new project of insanity, for pole shift, is called New Dawn, meaning the return of sunrise to the west. The point is to instantly eliminate all of the world's problems of pollution and overpopulation via a planned pole shift. Not more than 10 to 25 of your highest hidden masters behind layer upon layer of the power elite know of this project. This time the technical details are very well planned and could be quite workable indeed. The preparations are all set and in place for removing to safety the elite group who have decided they are the ones to be saved. They have a dandy place all prepared at your expense to wait out the high tide. Are you about ready to open your eyes and ears and see, and here you are about to be tossed overboard, little Chellis? Can it work? Oh yes, if the time is appropriate it most surely will work. It will not be as they plan it, but it can most surely work. They are not too good at planning such things, and this time a stupid error can blow you to kingdom come again. You can toss your little home right out of orbit, and at that point poles shifting will be a most moot point indeed. Well, why didn't someone tell you about this? Where were you, Haton, when we needed you? Well, how many of you who read my work really listen to me, or do you still seek and search and pound and pray to discount and discredit Haton? You have been told most critically and truthfully right from ones on your place, and you have not paid attention. Such drivel, you have said, comes from the devil, and my preacher told me not to listen to any of that evil stuff. The 1908 Tunguska explosion is well documented. There are several Russian books on the tragedy as well as other information having surfaced finally in your own languages. The Young Husband military mission to Tibet in 1904 has always been noted with much intrigue. Further, it is quite interesting to further note that Colonel Young Husband, on return from Tibet, resigned from the British Army and for the remainder of his life lived in seclusion as a confused mystic. He wrote several books on mysticism. Wouldn't you think something pretty drastic happened to convert a hardened career officer in the British Army into a recluse? Now you ask, well, will it happen, Haton? The shift, yes, by your own hands, no, but you can cause devastation beyond your control that is vastly more catastrophic than a mere little pole shift and magnetic reversal. You see, you are talking of some 13-degree shift. I am talking about a complete out of control tumbling out of orbit and into total chaos. You play with toys of which you have no understanding. Right or wrong conclusions? Now I am going back to some data as presented by an outstanding editor of a most reputable news publication, A.C.S. I protect his safety and thank him for his daring efforts at projecting most dangerous material. He has published an article entitled, "The End is Near. How about a pole shift in 2007 A.D." And I shall simply quote most of it, as if our world doesn't have enough problems with tracking a stumbling Goliath in the Soviet Union, the skull and bones elitist influence at home, the majestic 12 extraterrestrial being report, and so on. We now have another. The possibility of coming catastrophe from natural factors has an ardent following, but a change of mind by one prominent catastrophist suggests this is the time to present the story to PL readers. There has been a school of thought for some decades that claims coming global disaster because of a shift in the Earth's poles, North Pole becomes South Pole and vice versa. If this happens, the world will presumably tumble end over end for a while. Another version has the North Pole shifting a few hundred miles to Hudson Bay in Canada or Tunguska in Siberia. So does the South Pole shift to South America? This pole shift would generate earthquakes, land mass shifts, volcanic eruptions, and, presumably, California slides into the sea. There are three sources for this disturbing concept. 1. Ancient prophecy, including the Bible and American Indian, Hopi legend. 2. Scientists, including Albert Einstein, Immanuel Velikovsky, Peter Warlow, a British physicist, and Charles Hapgood in the Earth's shifting crust. 3. Psychics, contemporary, such as Edgar Cayce. Our good friend, John White, wrote a book some years ago, now in its third printing, entitled Pole Shift, which predicted a catastrophe for Earth in a few decades. You can order the book from ARE, P.O. Box 595, Virginia Beach, Virginia 23451. The evidence in pole shift comes from geology, astronomy, archaeology, and physics, but is capable of varying interpretations. Here's how John White assessed the evidence some years ago. It includes frozen mammoths in Siberia and Alaska, including the famous Berezovka mammoth, which was found with undigested summer vegetables in its mouth and stomach. The evidence also includes coral reefs in Alaska, fossils of jellyfish and raindrops, well-preserved trees, thousands of years old frozen under a treeless Arctic tundra, some with fruit and leaves still on them, glacial striation in rocks near the equator that show a movement towards the poles, sudden reversals of the Earth's magnetic field, animal extinction correlated with ice ages, and ancient maps of Antarctica showing it free of ice, which were drawn hundreds of years before it was officially discovered in 1820. This was John White's position about 10 years ago and is reflected in pole shift. His current position is different, and we'll get to that later. Two academic authors, Professors Charles H. Hapgood and J. H. Campbell, wrote a similar book, The Earth's Shifting Crust. Their argument tied together pole shift, the ice ages, and continental drift to make a case for potential disaster. The Earth is a giant rotating sphere with a velocity of 1,000 miles per hour at the equator and 0 miles per hour at the poles. The land and ice masses at the poles are not in balance. The lopsided mass at Antarctica, at 96 degrees east and 12 degrees off center of Earth rotation, is pulling the north axial pole towards Tunguska in Siberia and south axial pole into South America. The coming pole shift into balance will stop the Earth's rotation and force rotation to reverse. The sun will then rise in the west and magnetic poles reverse. This is bad enough, but another writer has an even more startling view. Physicist Dr. Richard Leffers Clark of San Diego has explored the possibility that a secret elite could shift the poles deliberately at some pre-planned time to solve earthly problems. Here is Dr. Clark's argument, almost in its entirety, as he sent it to me. Over the last several years there have been numerous books and articles written about pole shift and the Earth's magnetic field reversal. The best research in these subjects proves that both events do happen to the planet at various intervals of time. Here I am going to depart from the text, for I have already commented on the subject matter partially included within the document. I will move on to the closing comments. All is not lost. A re-examination of the evidence. Since the original publications in the 1970s, controversy and counter-evidence has flowed and the overall conclusion can be modified. For example, without belaboring the other dozens of evidential disputes, the idea that ancient maps showed no ice in Antarctica can be explained on grounds of the way maps were designed and drawn in the earlier times. And so on. As John White wrote recently in Is a Disastrous Pole Shift Inevitable, in Venture Inward, October, 1989. In summary, from the scientific perspective, the question of previous pole shifts appears resolved in favor of a non-capsizing planet with stationary poles. Velikovsky's case has been demolished. The evidence he offers for recent catastrophes can be explained by non-catastrophic processes. So with these refutations of major categories of evidence for the pole shift concept, the case for pole shifts is now virtually non-existent. This is a brave conclusion for John White. Sales of his best-selling pole shift will probably plummet now that he has demolished his own earlier argument. However, that is what true science is all about: integrity and honesty. Finally, we are still concerned about one aspect. There is no question that the land mass at the poles is off-center. Theoretically, this must have some effect on axial rotation at some point, in some manner. So be it. Another thought or two before we leave: scientific evidence of former worlds. Besides the rediscovery of that which was known as Noah's Ark, which in and of itself should be enough physical evidence of the Great Flood and the fact that there have been catastrophic earth changes in the past that have swept away old worlds and brought in new ones, is there any other scientific evidence to support the natives' legend of 3 previous worlds? Oh yes, indeed. Your own scientific journals and publications, such as the International Geophysical Year, abound with information that points conclusively to the existence of previous worlds and to their destruction. For example, scientific data has shown that the world's oceans rose dramatically in excess of 200 feet 7,000 years ago, the time of Noah's flood. Data includes shells, marine fossils, and salt deposits from seawater that have been found atop the highest mountains in the world, the Himalayas, as well as other mountain chains right in your good old US of A. What about Utah? Which proves at least 2 evolutions, one with ancient land fossils and the other with ocean and sea fossils. How quaint. Further, archaeologists have unearthed massive grave sites where the fossilized remains of literally millions of animals, both tropical and arctic, including bison, mastodon, horses, etc., have all been deposited in one place, along with huge uprooted trees. Examples of this phenomena can be seen in the United Kingdom, Europe, Dinosaur National Park, parts of Texas, and stream valleys near Fairbanks, Alaska. The fossilized remains of whales have also been found several hundreds of feet above sea level, hundreds of miles inland, in several parts of North America. Plus, archaeologists and geologists state that they have uncovered what seems to be evidence of successive cycles of human civilizations in excavations in the Middle East. Digging deep in the earth, the excavations reveal civilization after civilization, each with a layer of sedimentary rock and mud sometimes several feet thick separating it from the previous one, as if each old civilization was buried before the new one could emerge. The powerful Earth-watching radar carried aboard your little space shuttle Columbia in the very early 1980s added further evidence for the above statements. For a little research information for you confirmationists, in Science magazine published in the early 80s, the results of a study conducted by scientists from the U.S. Geological Survey in Flagstaff, Arizona, the University of Arizona, the Egyptian Geological Survey and Mining Authority in Cairo, and the Jet Propulsion Lab of Pasadena, California were made available to the public. The report states, in part, that the super-powerful radar revealed ancient buried riverbeds in what is now the driest part of Egypt. Evidence points to human occupation of the area dating back 200,000 years or more. The discovery of the buried stream channels, riverbeds with broad floodplains, etc., was a surprise to the scientists, as the area is today one of the most barren, featureless expanses of desert land on Earth. Its discovery may help explain some of the legends about the area, which was supposed to have been the breadbasket of the world at one time. How could the Earth be changed so dramatically so quickly? Many scientists believe that a major shift in the poles could account for the drastic changes. Good deduction. One explanation was put forth that the Earth could have been struck by a giant asteroid or meteorite, perhaps like the one in Nebuchadnezzar's dream that hit the political beast on its feet, causing it to crash to pieces. Not a bad deduction. How about wormwood? This, they deducted, might have shifted Earth on its axis and caused dramatic floods and other upheavals in nature. Evidence for pole shifting as a result of some giant asteroid colliding with the Earth abounds and has given scientists new theories on how the Earth's present continents were formed, as well as explanations for the sudden demise of the dinosaurs on Earth. Still, someone told Noah to build that confounded elusive ark. Earth deductions. I will herein give you a smattering of deductions which are partially concluded by Earth scientists and see if any ring into the realm of possibility. At any rate, you will find them interesting at the least. Klaus J. Schultz of Washington University stated that he has found evidence of a 1,700-mile wide crater beneath the forests and lakes of central Canada. He and other scientists believe that the crater was formed when a giant asteroid the size of the state of Delaware smashed into the Earth eons ago, setting off volcanic activity, earthquakes, and other natural upheavals which helped to form the continents of today. Other scientific researchers have found an underground layer of exotic metal iridium in eastern Montana. The metal is extremely rare in the Earth's crust, but is found in abundance in matter from outer space. The discovery of the underground layer of iridium supports the theory that a giant meteorite or asteroid, with an estimated diameter of 2 miles and weight of at least 50 billion tons, hit the Earth some 65 million years ago, thus transporting large amounts of rare metal to the Earth. The deposits of the metal have been found in layers of the Earth's crust that date back to the time of the dinosaur extinctions. Let's see now, Montana. Could this be the stuff of 2-mile-sized crystals? Could the projected crystals form lovely little valleys and deserts as they plow in? Just a thought or two to see if you are awake. The discovery of underground iridium supports the theory that a giant meteorite or asteroid or something with an estimated diameter of the 2 miles and weight of at least 50 billion tons, yeah, a good big crystal with metal fire bursts would weigh about that much. Oh well, let us move onward. Alongside the iridium deposits are vast deposits of now extinct, 1-celled marine animals and 1 to 10 billion tons of tektites. Tektites are formed by cooled droplets of rock that were melted by the shock of a great and forceful impact of some sort or another. The impact could have sent up a cloud of dust that could affect temperatures dramatically and block out sunlight for months, thereby killing off the vast amounts of vegetation the dinosaurs needed in order to survive. The impact also could have caused the Earth to shift on its axis. Proof of this theory abounds, too. For example, in the frozen lands of northeastern Siberia, as well as in other areas encircling the North Pole, quick frozen or freeze-dried bodies of mammoth herds have been found along with vast amounts of vegetation, much of it of a tropical variety. Some of the mammoths actually had buttercups still in their mouths. Fossil trees and coral reefs similar to those found in warm tropical areas today have been found only 8 degrees 15 minutes from the cold North Pole. And in one of the ancient tombs of Egypt, the constellations and zodiac of the night sky are shown completely reversed. Another very quaint happenstance. Perhaps those Egyptians were dyslexic or utilized ancient mirror tricks. This does, however, correlate to ancient writings of various cultures and religions that state that the sun used to rise in the west and set in the east. Even more quaint a concept. Even today the Earth is being continually pounded by meteorites, although most are too small to cause much damage. However, scientists are concerned about the possibility of another giant meteorite or asteroid striking the Earth. In the past, the vast majority of these meteorites were burned up in the Earth's atmosphere before hitting the Earth, but because of the depletion of the ozone layer due to man's pollutions, more and more are smashing into the Earth's surface. An example of this was seen near Gallup, New Mexico, where authorities reported the discovery of a massive, smoldering crater believed to have been produced by a giant meteorite. Reports indicated that a big green ball of fire followed by at least 6 sonic booms rocked a 200-mile-wide area. Scientists believe that the booms, etc., were caused by a meteor shower. Concern that a giant asteroid or meteorite may one day strike the Earth again as it did ages ago are so great that in 1968, NASA set up an asteroid watch called Project Icarus. And if you believe that, dear little brothers, you are worse off than I expected. By the way, about that ozone hole. It's time you quit kicking that old dead horse they have sold you. They are fighting the ozone hole because, dear friends, hold to your seats, the new communications and higher consciousness is flowing through the ozone windows and they are terrified they will not get their safety equipment workable before you sleeping babies wake up. Will it work? It is strictly up to you. Dear Edgar Cayce stated that mankind has reached its present technological and spiritual levels many times, only to ignore the teachings of God, thereby failing to enter the age of spiritual purity and committing mass suicide through warfare, ecological disaster resulting from man-made pollutions, etc. Many times has the evolution of the Earth reached the stage of development as it has today and then sank again, to rise again in the next development. Excellent food for the thinking mind. Cayce points to the island continents of Atlantis in the Atlantic and Lemuria in the Pacific as examples of advanced civilizations that were destroyed because they had become corrupt. Atlanteans, in particular, stand out as a people who had evolved great mental and intuitive abilities as well as being very technologically advanced. Cayce said that they understood spiritual laws better than you do today, and worshipped the one God, Aten. But the society was destroyed from within by those who served the dark forces. The forces of ego, repression, anger, hatred, and division. Any of this sound familiar? The destruction of Atlantis was foretold by its prophets well in advance of the actual event, so there was ample time to prepare for it. Thus the important documents and records of Atlantis were gathered together and put in the Hall of Records in Egypt. The Atlanteans knew that the very existence of their culture and civilization would be unknown for centuries, but they also knew that eventually in this age their records would be rediscovered and all things would be revealed. Just, dear ones, as these records shall someday eons from this time be discovered and your legacy to history will complete its cycle. Aho. Indeed, recent discoveries in the Atlantic supports claims of the previous existence of the continent of Atlantis. The reader, herewith, must know that a portion of the submerged Atlantean continent has resurfaced near the Bimini Islands, and underwater divers have brought back pictures of a massive symmetrical sea wall that was obviously made by human hands and probably was one of the walls surrounding the ancient continent or parts thereof. There are several portions of the original lands of Lemuria which still stand unsubmerged today and those will remain above water level in the new configuration. Survivors from Lemuria and Atlantis were scattered east and west depending on the fortunes of the winds and the seas. At least this is what historians wish to believe, and it makes for a good fable. In fact, I should tell you the fable so you can enjoy what happens when facts are absent. Many of those survivors are said to have gone to Egypt, conquering the native peoples there, and ushering in the golden age of Egypt, where the arts and sciences, philosophy and religion, and even beautiful architecture such as the Sphinx were greatly emphasized. The commingling of the Atlanteans caused a quantum leap in the evolution of the Egyptians, both materially and spiritually. Other survivors from the two continents, which by the way, were some thousands of years separated, are said to have landed on the shores of the Americas. This theory is supported by the American Indians, whose legends say that they are the descendants of the survivors of the now lost Red Land of Palm, which was broken up, destroyed and covered over by the waters of the Great Seas. It is also reported that those Atlanteans who were the most spiritual and, therefore, the most highly evolved, transformed themselves into dolphins to escape the cataclysm that engulfed Atlantis. This would help to explain why the ancient Greeks considered it murder to kill a dolphin, and also helps to explain why the Hindu scriptures state that dolphins are so spiritual and highly evolved. Well, Hayton is not here to confirm or deny legends or counter myths. Always remember, however, that if you have a handed down legend, there is usually basis for the story to have begun. It is often not the whole truth and nothing but the truth, however. It is simply a means of connecting what is evidence in manifested form before you and allowing some measure of conceptual acceptance of a circumstance. Edgar Cayce, The Experience of Atlantis, then, is a lesson to this generation in the evolution of the earth, and man's capacity for making a total shambles of his sojourn here. For not only has this happened to the Atlantean civilization, it has happened to many before it. You remember a single deluge only, states the Egyptian priest, in Plato's Republic. There have been, and will be again, many destructions of mankind arising out of many causes. You remember a single deluge, only, but there were many previous ones. Dharma, it has been a most long session, so please let us leave this now. I am most grateful for this opportunity of getting on with something you all have been awaiting. Yes, I think most surely that this portion should be placed within the current journal. Thank you for your attention and service. I am now moving to standby and clearing circuits. I am Hayton. Chapter 3. Rec number 1, Hayton. Wednesday, December 13th, 1989, 6:30 a.m. Year 3, Day 119. Wednesday, December 13th, 1989. And when it is finished, the sun shall rise in the west and set in the east, and few shall have eyes to see. Their ears shall be deafened, and the cry of the bird shall be silenced, for it shall have come to pass that which was spoken unto you, and death shall be thy comforter. For those who remain to peer across the desolation, it shall be as a sea of destruction, and those of that generation shall remember and mourn that which is lost, for they will be given to know and remember that they can say unto the new generations that which shall be forgotten. I am Sananda. Hayton present to block this vision from thy mind, for we must continue with our work. Blessings, Kila, for the mind cannot carry of the load for all of mankind, so be it. We have counseled and have some selections to offer. It is too unwieldy to continue writing in this manner. The bombardment will become even worse as one's clamor for answers and updates. I do not want this information to be scattered helter-skelter in disorder just so that one can receive before another. We must continue in an orderly manner from a central source. It appears that we can integrate current data into our discussions regarding prophecies, etc. Therefore, the document becomes more than a dissertation regarding that which has been projected and that which is occurring. You must realize, you who put these pages together, that as ones are coming into the truth of it, the questions and petitions flow as water from a tidal wave for more and current integration. This scribe, however, has a most pressing life outside of this duty, and until she is totally relieved of daily tasks, I cannot ask that she carry an even heavier load. This task seems simple to ones who witness and await information. She just somehow sits and presses keys. Nay, we consume her mind and utilize it as one would use a computer, and it is most debilitating indeed. We do not utilize her energy as such, but it is as if she must function in totally separate locations. She has more and more difficulty returning to your state of illusion from this recording of reality, and with her go the visions of the chaos and crumbling of that which surrounds her. Ones on your place ask much, and it is always our desire to give unto you the information which is mandatory for wise use, but, until her load is reduced on an earthly level, we shall continue to do that which we can in grateful acceptance and pray for your understanding. Listen within, for the answers are being put forth unto you if you will but listen. So be it, for I do not wish to dwell on the matter. I thank you for your impatience, for impatience proves life. Skull and Bones. The can of worms has been opened, and objections and cries of heresy and impropriety are flung back at us, and the books have not yet even been distributed formally. Well, I honor you ones who received of them early on in manuscript. I am sorry, dear readers, but you must open up thine eyes and ears, for I only tell you of that which can be proven, so that my scribe is not noted as a heretic prophet or fortune teller of lies. There are now clues and proof that your own President Bush is linked to ones who practice satanic actions and games. If you wish further reference, see America's Secret Establishment, Liberty House Press. Further, there is a definite link between Skull and Bones and Nazism. We will outline some sources of more information, and I urge you to get informed and bring it to the attention of your brothers. Help the ones who dare to face the scorpions, for 'tis the masses of mankind which must come into knowledge. There is a flurry of articles on Skull and Bones in establishment media. Ones of stature and acceptance are beginning to investigate. Louisville Courier Journal, Magazine Section, Sunday, October 8, 1989, The Bonesmen's Bond with the subtitle Presidents, Poets, Pundits, and Pinkos have sworn allegiance to Skull and Bones, Yale's rich and powerful secret society, and the most exclusive college club of all. So what's all that Nazi stuff doing in the clubhouse? Written by Stephen M. L. Aronson. Aronson charges that a room in the Bones Temple is a little Nazi shrine inside. One room on the second floor has a bunch of swastikas, kind of an SS macho Nazi iconography. Aronson does somehow forget to mention that President Bush is, and his father was, in Skull and Bones. How about, the New Haven Advocate? New Haven is the hometown of Yale and Skull and Bones. The front page article in the October 19, 1989 issue is headed, Bones of Contention, Skullduggery at Yale, by Howard Altman. American Indians pay attention and the rest of you get angry. This is an extraordinary story. The Skull and Bones Temple at Yale is illegally holding the skull of Apache Chief Geronimo stolen from the grave by Senator Prescott Bush, the father of President Bush, and other Bonesmen. The Apaches want the skull back, and under Connecticut law, Section 53 to 334 of Offenses Against Public Policy and Title 45 to 253 of the state probate law, the holding of human remains is illegal. New Haven lawyers are reluctant to sue or press for a civil or criminal complaint because of the power of Skull and Bones. Oh, I thought this is your United States of America, where truth and law are upheld at all costs, where freedoms are rampant and justice beyond reproach. What has happened to your America? The local prosecutor has a duty to prosecute if the evidence is credible. After all, you do live under the rule of law, and that includes presidents, doesn't it? If Mr. Bush is accessory to a criminal offense, apparently compounded by Satanism, he has to be brought to the bar of justice. In this case, George Herbert Walker Bush is apparently not implicated directly, except that he would have knowledge of illegal actions, which is indeed an offense. Why don't you look up a book on the history of Skull and Bones, which was written in 1933, entitled The Continuation of the History of Our Order for the Century Celebration? This was compiled by F. O. Mathieson, and there are others, one of which is simply labeled Skull and Bones. By the way, Mr. Mathieson was a prominent Marxist and a link between the old-line communists of the 1930s and the new progressives of the 1960s. Anyone who can locate a copy of that book, get the information to Anthony C. Sutton, Phoenix Letter, Suite 216C, 1517, 14th Street, West Billings, Montana, 59102. No, this is not a connection with the Phoenix Journals, just another major coincidence of life. Mr. Sutton, however, will arrange for reprinting of the book. I believe you were told that Satanism is alive and thriving in your US of A right at the top of the heap. Let me repeat a few of Mr. Bush's policy initiatives, which would seem to speak for themselves and give some perspective on the direction of your administration, and America. The Bush administration has, just a few excerpts. 1. Given America gun control by executive order, example the banning of semi-automatic weapon imports, and helped precipitate the accelerating leftist anti-gun onslaught. It has increased production and sales of non-imported weapons and other weaponry. However, he is ready now to sign into law stringent gun control legislation, i.e., registration and, eventually, confiscation. 2. Betrayed the anti-communist Nicaraguan freedom fighters by joining the Liberal Democrats in Congress in a final ban of arms to the Contras, as well as the disbanding of that resistance. Compromise and conciliation with the Sandinista communists is the new policy. 3. Gutted the Star Wars program by joining the Liberal Congress of funding cuts and has no plans for deployment of SDI, which for all practical purposes is dead. Dear ones, the purpose has been served. They now have your prison surrounded by the beast, and the banking world system of spying and control is in place. There was never any intention of having a defense system. Oh, why didn't someone tell you that? They did over and over and over again, and you slept on. 4. Greatly expanded U.S. aid and trade to the People's Republic of China, even in the wake of the June Tiananmen Square massacre and the ongoing bloody purge and executions. Bush and Baker have opposed congressional sanctions against the PRC and are pushing for GATT membership, expanded World Bank loans, sale of commercial and military aircraft, and other weapon systems, etc. The Bush team resumed business as usual within 60 days of the massacre. Actually, they never ceased business as usual. 5. And negotiating a disarmament treaty with the Soviets, which will ultimately reduce America's strategic forces by up to 50%, based on Soviet promises to do the same. Russia's strategic forces currently outnumber America's by 3 to 1, and the gap keeps growing, as you disarm, and they arm. I shall have more to say about this later in this document. 6. Committed America to helping the Gorbachev reforms succeed by massive economic aid, loans, and high technology. This commitment, in the face of the worst debt and failure of foreign governments in the history of mankind, a perfect plan, well orchestrated, and the ultimate fulfillment of the gray men to control the world. See spiral to economic disaster and privacy in a fishbowl. You have been most carefully set up, and now comes the big knockout. 7. Sold most of America's stockpiled butter surpluses, i.e., over 75,000 tons, or 110 million pounds, to Russia. Well, who needs all that butter? Well, further, dear friends, what do you pay for a pound of your own butter? So Mr. Bush is giving it to the Russians at 73.3 cents a pound. The U.S. government bought the butter at $1.32 per pound and is giving Gorbachev a 59 cents per pound U.S. taxpayer-funded subsidy to help get Russian consumers off his back. It won't be paid for anyway, so no big deal, I suppose. What of wheat and technology? Wake up and smell the coffee, except that he is giving that away, too. 8. Move to pump massive U.S. economic aid into Poland and Hungary and Czechoslovakia and to prop up their failing economies, bail out the big US banks who are owed billions. Example, total Polish foreign debt is already over $39 billion, and take the Soviets off the economic hook for their support. 9. Greatly increased high-tech sales to the Soviet Union and its allies, including computers, PCs and large mainframes, super-precise machine tools, and milling machines with aerospace applications, optical fiber cable, side-scan sonars used in new anti-submarine systems, anti-friction bearings used in intershield navigation systems for missiles of many kinds, and a host of other super high-tech items. 10. Been seeking open skies with the Soviets to allow Soviet surveillance flights all across America in what Bush calls a mutual friendship that knows no season of suspicion, no chill of distrust. 11. Proposed the sharing of U.S/Soviet intelligence data especially related to terrorism and greater cooperation between the KGB and CIA- who have already begun to meet together. 12. Openly states that it seeks the integration of the Soviet Union into the community of nations, into the New World Order, and calls the Soviet Union America's new partner in peacekeeping. I remind you that I told you long ago that you have been allies with Russia for a long time. Only you citizens didn't know. 13. Has begun to give U.S. military assistance to at least 3 pro-Soviet Marxist regimes: Uganda, Tanzania, and the Seychelles. 14. Yielded to congressional pressure to cut the U.S. Trident missile submarine force and stealth bomber production in order to adapt to expected provisions of a strategic arms treaty. The stealth bomber program will have most, if not all, of its planes cancelled. Their purpose, too, is over. 15. A damage control plan to minimize the public outcry in America when the inevitable Gorbachev crackdown against dissent in the Soviet republics commences, similar to what they did after the Red Chinese Tiananmen Square massacre. 16. Proposed, secretly, a mass program of discounting and discrediting alien visitors and mounted a tremendous fear campaign among the people regarding alien presence. 17. Completed a totally new monetary system on very short notice under the guise of drug war tactics. 18. Well, this could go on for pages and pages, so let me just summarize a few TID bits. The economic, domestic, and foreign policies of the Bush administration are accelerating. America's plunge to the left becomes more visible and obvious. Courtesy of the Bush team, gun control is coming, a near total elimination of citizens' rights to financial privacy is in the works, foreign bank accounts will be closely scrutinized and probably outlawed for individuals, not corporations, and hundreds of controls over virtually every aspect of your lives are being established. A truly socialist America will emerge under the Bush reign between now and the mid-90s. None of the above includes the horrendous lack of assistance to your own country in disasters of natural causes, etc. The above refers only to policies already underway and being pushed in every way possible. The rest will come, count on it. Last financial bastion falls. One of the last bastions of financial freedom is the international wire transfer, a market mechanism through which tens of billions of dollars are traded daily. No IRS records are kept. But that is about to change. Salvatore Martok, Assistant Secretary of Enforcement, said the Treasury will spy on all wire transfers. Banks and money managers will gather the information and submit it on magnetic tape to the government. Since 1987, banks have been encouraged to file their reports by tape, but they have found the new technology too costly. In a few months, however, the Treasury will order the banks to file their cash transaction reports, CTRS, by tape, and wire transfers will be part of that process. Already the government tracks the license numbers of cars entering and leaving the country, numbers which are linked to your individual dossiers through SS numbers. Just as they want to track the movement of cars, so they want to track the movement of cash and will do so. Brush up on information in survival ULL needed? You ones in the free world are confusing appearance with reality in this old world. Soviet client states are moving right ahead strongly, much to your disadvantage, and worse, you are weakening unto breaking your own economy. Your faulty perception has encouraged a massive outward flow of funds which you do not have. You must remember as you drift into the twilight zone that you have been set up for the takeover, and there are some little items you overlook in your exuberance over the swing of Soviet-controlled nations into freedom. Freedom and democracy do not have the same meaning in Russia as they do to you who live in this twilight zone. Far from disarming, Soviet military leaders are calling for immediate qualitative improvements. Soviets are pouring arms into Afghanistan, $300 to $400 million a month. What are you pouring in, at a faster rate than ever before? Soviet arms for Nicaragua are now going through Cuba. Soviet arms for Cambodia are also flowing at a higher rate than ever before. The Soviets are actively acquiring new strategic bases, Tartus, Syria, for example. Soviet activities abroad continue much as they did under Brezhnev. What do you suppose is coming down here? Let us ponder a bit. How have you always solved your economic problems? You start a war and boom, times come. The big boys have already won, so now a war can be nicely orchestrated and at the same time reduce population even further beyond the plague, famine and pestilence. Remember wars and rumors of wars? You had better get your shelter system functional, little sleepyheads. Did anyone listen to Soviet Defense Minister Dmitry Yazov when he visited your wondrous country? In early October, General Yazov visited and met with President Bush and Defense Secretary Richard Cheney. Do any of you remember? Just before leaving on a 6-day tour of U.S. bases. At various press meetings, Yazov was more than a match for gullible news reporters. If Yazov didn't wish to answer, he simply pleaded ignorance and asked the questioning reporter what he thought the answer should be. Further, He always got the answer, as reporters always like to share their opinions and few ever ask. No one caught the glaring inconsistencies between Yazov pleading for abandoning weapon systems, as SDI, the B-2 Stealth, and Yazov's statements early this year inside the Soviet Union for domestic consumption, that means Russians. In the US, for example, Yazov pleaded for peace and trust. In his Pravda writings he argued fervently for Soviet industry to improve weapons qualitatively. In the US, Yazov feigned ignorance of SDI. Could you answer the question I would like to pose to you, what SDI actually is? Can you explain it to me? What it actually is? Was the Yazov line touted by every media reporter. Yet in Yazov's Pravda writings he is extremely knowledgeable about every facet of SDI and all its systems. How remarkable. Watch the moving ball. Oh yes, even if you have missed the announcements, there have been an abundance of unconfirmed reports that a nuclear attack in some form was a possibility even in this current year of 1989, and some good buddies have even invested in air raid shelters, just as we plead with the rest of you to do. An extremely reliable European source has projected the following to you once. I shall protect his identity, it is most valid information he brings. Nuclear terrorism. It is a fact, as we have long forecast, that a powerful terrorist movement based in Lebanon will shortly acquire nuclear devices. They have. This is being financed by Islamic interests with Russian acquiescence. They can be flown, without restriction, to any East European country. Thereafter they can be transported into Western Europe by tier trucks without inspection. Once placed in any empty garage or room in any city, a disaster of enormous proportions can occur. Only by total destruction of such terrorist bases and by a direct warning to Russia of retaliation can these approaching occurrences be avoided. You must choose between the merits of theoretic détente and the certainty of a catastrophe in several big cities as soon as preparations are complete and it suits those concerned. That is for you to figure out. You are into the time of chaos. Don't mistake the signs for the hourglass. Is all but useless. Well, when we clear up the drugs. There are no intentions of clearing up the drug problem that will be handled in a much more efficient manner than this planned and touted drug war, and you are not going to like it one bit. Ah yes, the Bush anti-drug program. From the man who smuggled drugs into your country in the good old days. The Bush administration has a plan to spend $5 billion or so to eliminate drug use. The plan is doomed to failure. I knew you knew that. Another $5 billion, yours, boondoggle. What is wrong with the plan? What in the world is right with the plan, is a far better question. Cutting off supply instead of beginning with the problem of demand has the following cycle of effects. Street dealers will simply substitute domestic manufactured synthetic drugs, ICE, for imported cocaine. Until this new pipeline fills and becomes operational in a steady manner, remember, people are addicted and will do anything to keep the supply pouring forth. There will be violence rampant in the streets and communities. The violence is already underway. Government officials make haste to protect themselves but nobody else. Drug Policy Coordinator William Bennett and Attorney General Richard Thornburg have armor-plated $100,000 limousines, and you can be sure that other security measures equally as expensive are already in place. What about you average citizens who have to walk in the street with increased chances of violent attack as supply dwindles? Unprotected. Dear ones, until the demand is removed, the use of drugs will continue, with media and administration huffing and puffing and blowing nothing except your money. The administration will be spending some $5 billion to do nothing but sucker you into the trap. Oh, you ask, how do you tackle the demand side? Well, don't expect an answer to that question, for there has not yet been even murmured an approach to that problem. Proponents of the war hardly understand the psychological and sociological issues involved. Besides, face it, a large majority of your own congressional members use illegal drugs or abuse legal prescription drugs. Have you heard? By the way, guess what I heard on the way to the forum? Perhaps you haven't yet heard. Members of your Congress not only receive their current salary of $89,500, but they also get a generous office expense budget, free medical care, free prescriptions, newspapers, magazines, mailings, taxi fare, parking, health club membership, travel and expenses, access to radio and television production services, a $3,000 housing tax deduction, and a pension plan that allows a retired representative more money annually than he or she made while in office. Now those poor dears really need you good old boys to give them a bigger raise. Don't you know it takes money to kill you off? By the way, during the recent 10:1 devaluation of their currency, the Soviet citizens were given one week to exchange their rubles to foreign currency. How much time do you think you will be given to exchange your old money? What about that new money and the latest hogwash? I am simply going to take the liberty of quoting from John Lycan. Please, Chelis, try to remember Hayton's lectures. December 1989, Gold and Reflections on the Currency Changes. The current surge in the price of gold, back over $400 an ounce, and silver, very near $6 an ounce, has been such a surprise after many months of stagnation that none of the newsletters we subscribe to have yet to form an explanation. Yes, one or two recommended that silver and gold were bargains on sale this fall, and we hoped you grabbed some bargain. Metal silver has now risen over 14% since September, but why? With the relaxation of communistic authority and President Bush's improving relations with Gorbachev, one would think that world tension is decreasing and typically the metals drop in price. The Soviets have just devalued their ruble by a factor of 10, 1 ruble equals $0.16, aligning it with the more realistic black market there, and are now talking of backing the ruble with gold. All are signs of international stability. The jitters from October 13th's stock market dive have recovered and the domestic problems of the earthquake and hurricane have drifted off the front pages. These signs of domestic instability are now old news and still the metals, including platinum, are going up. Is it because of their increased scarcity, or is there something else to worry about? Are the rumors of a U.S. currency reform affecting the market? Not likely. Our recent interviews with Mr. Troy Coggins, spokesman of the Bureau of Engraving and Printing, and Mr. John Ryan of the Subcommittee of Consumer Affairs and Coinage, which has oversight of the BEP, have confirmed the changes we have outlined in our special report. Mr. Coggins says there is no schedule for the introduction. I find that very difficult to believe. Businesses constantly prescribe goals for their employees to assure accountability and timeliness. The simulated circulation tests on 500,000 new bills began October 16 and haven't been successful enough to go into production, according to Troy. It is still being tested, and before it would ever be circulated it would be announced in advance, and there will be some kind of a commercial program set up to make it go down better. Anytime you mess with money, the public gets upset. We don't want to just spring it on them. Most of them don't trust the government, anyway. I asked if there were any other changes being planned, color changes, etc., and he went away for over a full minute and came back saying, "There's only the 2 recommendations." He wanted to know more about what I knew than divulge any new information. He said the Secretary-Treasurer has absolute control of when the changes are introduced. With no schedule, it could happen any time. The Treasury is hopeful that the changes will go into circulation in 1990. Mr. Ryan, speaking for Chairman Representative Richard Lehman of California, replacing Frank Annunzio, was more familiar with the coining issues. The House Rule 1068, now in his committee proposing a new dollar coin, is now under study by the General Accounting Office, and he expects them to report back in May 1990. They want to avoid another Susan B. Anthony mistake. There was no mention of the new coin replacing the paper dollar. During both interviews I felt I had to pull the information out of them. If they are truthfully reporting all the changes we are to expect for the near future, then I do not see this being the new money we still anticipate. These changes being tested are so difficult to detect, it would be impossible for the average merchant to detect a counterfeit bill, especially when the old design is still legal tender. This may be only the public warm-up phase coming next year, with the phase 2 recall coming later, or the big change could still hit US anytime. The last emphasis by Hayton. One more quote, Dharma, and I'll let you have a respite. Barcodes proposed in currency by Burnett Anderson. Barcodes, familiar symbols in the checkout line at the supermarket, may find a place on Federal Reserve notes as a weapon in the war on drugs, following approval of an initiative by the U.S. Senate October 3. According to the sponsor of the legislation, Senator John Kerry, D-Mass, application of the latest optical scanning technology could make U.S. paper money more traceable to drug dealers and money launderers. It provides a mechanism by which our government, our law enforcement agencies, our financial institutions, and foreign institutions as well, can efficiently track U.S. currency bill by bill without any undue administrative burdens. These machines can count and track barcoded currency as quickly as they currently count and check for counterfeit currency, Kerry told his Senate colleagues. The senator pointed out that all Federal Reserve notes already carry an individual serial number. The problem is that serial numbers do not get used much by law enforcement, because the compilation and reading of numbers is time-consuming and has had to be done manually, he declared. While there are computers which could theoretically be able to read and compare the green ink serial numbers now used on U.S. paper money, the equipment costs hundreds of thousands of dollars per unit, he added. Kerry described the process he envisions as follows. The Federal Reserve Bank now sorts through currency when it receives dollars from banks. An additional step would be inserted into the Fed's operation, in which the serial number of each bill would be scanned from the barcode. The numbers read would be speedily and conveniently compared with the numbers of the bills which have entered the system during undercover drug operations. The Fed would then report any match to law enforcement officials, who would then be able to trace the drug money to a particular bank. The approved legislation would require the Secretary of the Treasury to appoint a task force to study and report on all aspects of the proposal, methods of printing the code on the notes, costs, and the time needed to install the system. Kerry reported that Federal Reserve officials had told him they had no concerns over adding barcoded serial numbers to the currency. The Treasury also had no objection to undertaking the study, he said, although it was not ready at this time to approve legislation that would require installation of such a system by a given date. Kerry's provision is part of a major drug enforcement bill, which now goes to the U.S. House of Representatives for action by that body. This bill empowers the Treasury to decide how best to use optical scanning technology to trace cash in denominations of $10 or more. Said Kerry, the Senate's vote now brings us closer to being able to use the latest technologies to track the flow of drug money. In addition to barcodes, the Treasury wants to develop an embedded magnetic strip so that each bill can be electronically marked with the bank and the individual using it. This is necessary, says Kerry, because money laundering is not isolated to drug use. God have mercy on you, precious people of the lie. Look around you now. It is most insidious indeed. Have any of you taken note to what is happening in your large markets, warehouses, etc.? It has just become mandatory that these large markets install a vacuum system whereby every checkout clerk getting a $100 in cash, one or numerous sales, must notify the supervisor, who in turn sends the cash on the vacuum system to a central port. All hundreds and fifties have already been set aside and checked. Further, it is now a law that all large markets, etc. Install barcode checkers with variations of prices monitored within the computer system. Take a look around the next time you visit your friendly Costco or Price Club where the tubes stick right out in sight. Worse, the individual chain managers may or may not even know the purpose central operations is mandated to top secret. So be it. Go, Dharma, as it has been far too lengthy a session without a break. There is such a pile of information to cover, Keela, please be patient. Hayton to move to standby. Salut. Hayton to clear frequency. Chapter 4. Rec number 2 Hayton. Thursday, December 14th, 1989, 11 a.m. Year 3, Day 120. Thursday, December 14th, 1989. Hayton present that we might work on the journal while we await Little Crow's arrival. Oberly, please request of someone who will have access to out-of-town papers to get today's New York Times. You will need it for reference. They are already releasing 45-year-old cover-up. Your government and military sent your soldiers into the area of atomic testing under full knowledge of the dangers and proceeded to continue the practice so as not to slow testing. Now you know this and I know you know this, but finally there have been some confirming documents gouged away from the government secret files and should be noted as confirmation for our disbelievers. You will want the article in your file somewhere for later reference for those who claim Dharma is but a nut. Pension funds alert. Alright, get ready to listen and act if you can. You are in pension plan red alert. Private pension funds are insured by the Pension Benefit Guaranty Corporation, a quasi-private insurance fund guaranteed by the federal government. It posted a $1.5 billion deficit in 1988 and that is only the beginning. Many pension funds have invested your money in junk bonds whose real value is not reflected on the balance sheet. Fraud, mismanagement, and malinvestment will wipe out the retirement pensions of millions of American workers and the taxpayer will be forced to fund another multi-billion-dollar bailout except there won't be enough able to pay taxes to bail it out at any rate. Furthermore, the SNLS will be in deeper trouble along with the banks and more bailout into the billions will be required there also again. The Labor Department Inspector General's office has already predicted that the pension bailout will exceed the cost of the SNLS. I have been nudging you about this for months, Chelis. Private pension plans claim to represent $2 trillion in savings, but in reality the figure is lower. Higher or lower, however, much of it is secured by what you should laughingly call the full faith and credit of the US government. So far their full faith and credit has been somewhat less than perfection. The crisis is going to hit during the next recession when equity prices skid, junk bonds disintegrate, government revenues plummet, and the deficit moves into an ever higher orbit. Congressional investigation of this pending crisis will give you only more government snooping and less privacy, and do nothing to prevent the crisis that awaits this industry. The SNLS, Farm Credit, HUD, pensions. What is next? How about the entire insurance industry? On more is to come. Government-sponsored enterprises, GSE, guarantee $800 billion in off-budget loans. Such agencies include the Federal National Mortgage Association, Fannie Mae, the Federal Home Loan Mortgage Corporation, Freddie Mac, the Farm Credit System, the Federal Home Loan Bank System, and the Student Loan Marketing Association, Sallie Mae. My, you once complain about Hayton's English you speak in ever-increasing riddles that make Nostradamus shudder. So be it. Beloved brothers, you who are able in whatever capacity get your money out of your pension plan even if you have to take what you consider a loss. You are headed for losing more than a little deduction in amounts owed. As the business world moves into chaos and industries close you will lose it anyway. Defunct company will pay no pensions and further, there will be no funds remaining from which to pay from even those companies which survive for a while longer. Watch your Fannie Mae. This is just a bunch of disjointed items to share with you ones. It was not enough that your government worked to deliberately spread AIDS into the unsuspecting expendable class of your fellow men but, dear ones, you better watch your rear. Needlin is a new form of terrorism which has struck New York City street, and is rapidly moving westward. The game is to strike out against anyone who is felt to be better or classier than self. In this instance it began as a totally black gang game but is now a tool of retaliation against anyone. The point of the game is to move around among the crowds. Christmas shoppers are a great opportunity. Watch carefully for affluent above it alls and walk up behind or beside an unsuspecting person and stick them with a hypodermic needle, preferably one previously used by one or more AIDS-infected persons. This terrorism began in the black community and therefore was not mentioned in the New York papers until the candidate of choice, Mayor David Dinkins, was safely elected. Even then, little blind mice, it was most low-key and originally carried no race reference at all. I am sorry to note this, but you ones have become a land of most bigoted people against the whites. Further, for you ones who feel safe and secure in your Oriental or Native American minority groups, the BBB does not like you either. They really don't like the Hispanics. Washington, D.C. It is a most sad situation which has arisen in your capital city. Whether considered justified or not, there is great discrimination against all other than blacks in that city of your central government. It is truly dangerous to simply ride a taxi within the city, blacks or other. You are very apt to be set upon and your goods taken, your physical self badly abused and often murdered. Someone had better take notice, for you can become hostage within your own governmental city. I do not condone any type of racist behavior. Certainly I would be most pitted of all were I to be caught and ended in the hands of any of your groups, but this is what chaos is all about. I have news for you who don't pay attention. The black community refers to Washington, D.C. as the New Jerusalem. If you once do not begin to look beyond the obvious, you are going to have a much harder time of it than you can understand. These journals go beyond groups of color or creed-conscious humans. You had better begin to work with your brother, for your time is most short indeed. Your legal system is putrid indeed, and recourse is all but absent, so keep yourselves out of the clutches of those who can impale you. Let me example, please. The Backer bunk. Yes, Mr. Backer did a most ungracious thing in hoodwinking and defrauding his TV congregation through fractional reserve hoteling and got 45 years and millions of dollars in fines. But the government allows fractional reserve banking, which destroys you all and nobody even notices. Further, although the financial shenanigans of Mr. Backer were wrong, it should have been handled with civil suits and not federal intervention. Read your Constitution. And why would they place this little helpless man in full extremity shackles? Where was he going and what could he do when he got there? Look carefully, those of you who think the religious zealots and frauds deserved it. It is an open and blatant attack on your religious freedom, nothing less. Further, it was a federal attack. Well, Mr. Backer was sentenced to jail for 45 years. His crime was that he took trust fund money for general fund purposes, probably over $100 million, although he claimed it only temporary and a related use of funds. This year your Congress of the U.S. is scheduled to take approximately $147 billion of trust fund money for general fund purposes. How many congressmen do you think will be going to jail for that little indiscretion? Well, it would seem to Hayton that the fraud and scandals that exist in your Washington, D.C. halls of law and justice deserves a lot more attention and higher penalties than any little Jimmy Backer. So be it. A bit of AIDS discussion before I go. While we wait for the ones who will deal with the AIDS remedy devices to stop their squabbling and dickering so that we might move on, let me relate some interesting TID bits for you to chew upon. Some brave ones are speaking out fearlessly despite the organized power of the gay lobby, and I do mean with great courage. I have no discount against ones who are so-called gay. I have great discount with those who practice physical gay behavior, for it will kill you by this new and dandy disease thrust upon your societies. AIDS was originally known as GRIDS, gay-related immune deficiency syndrome. For political reasons it was arbitrarily changed to AIDS, which of course is far more accurate at any rate. A whole political movement has been created and sustained on a single notion: homosexual sodomy. Brothers, I don't care what your fellow man decrees, it is most unwise to practice such behavior, and it will get you in the end, no pun intended. At any rate, the above was a quote from a well-known congressman. He went on, the average homosexual has 1,000 or more partners in a lifetime, and the average homosexual has only one sexual encounter per partner and never sees the person again after that encounter. The pathology of homosexuality will not settle for personal privacy. It must seek approbation. So therein lies the dilemma. Mr. Congressman goes on to say, we are all aware of the National Endowment for the Arts funding for the ranch of the late Robert Mapplethorpe, who managed to contract AIDS in between his pursuit of child pornography and determining the distance certain objects can be inserted in the human body. I can also point to a U.S. Postal Service cancellation celebrating civil disobedience at a homosexual bar back in 1969. Or to the $15 million federal sex study to be interpreted by a homophile who approved of pedophilia. Or how about the $500,000 used by the National Research Council to instruct clergy, who believe homosexuality is a sin, to change their views? Or how about your Defense Department study that says homosexuals make better soldiers? Or the HHS report that tells you society is to blame for the suicides of kids who have been led into the pit of homosexual despair? It is extremely hard not to be cynical about a government that would sponsor such antisocial proposals. We are not talking about a political philosophy. We are talking about sodomy. You are also talking about the destruction of a species by a little plague called AIDS. You ones had better stop picking over the carcass of your brother and get on with your work. AIDS is not a homosexual disease. Further, there is no worse assault committed upon your placement as is the evil of defiling a child. Know it, for there will come the day of accounting for you ones who think God jests. Your Surgeon General. As with all puppets, the strings are pulled from someone higher up the line. However, what has been perpetrated upon the public by the last protector of your health is quite distressing indeed. Oh yes, there was the all-out effort to stop tobacco smoking, but no one ever attempted to end the ridiculous agricultural subsidies to tobacco farmers. They might have even been encouraged to change their crops to food. Then there was the attack on private property rights and the real public health by urging that civil rights laws be applied to carriers of the fatal, highly communicable disease called AIDS. Further, parents who worried about sending their healthy kids to school with AIDS victims were sorely condemned. Federal scientists, part of whose job it is to pull the wool over your eyes on the issue, readily admit that AIDS blood kills, and since skinned knees and elbows, not to speak of fighting and biting, are normal in any schoolyard, why shouldn't parents worry? Mr. Coop loudly criticized doctors who worried about the dangers of operating on AIDS patients. Although surgeons can get doused in blood, their gloves and skin are often punctured, and the Hippocratic Oath is not a suicide pact, after all. Furthermore, the AIDS virus is so microscopic that it can easily flow to and through a condom in its manufactured standard. What think you of surgical gloves? This fact, in addition to the high contamination of blood, is truly a most sensible concern. Well, a lot of your so-called pork barrel spending is being put forth on the wrong and misleading approach to the cure of AIDS, so be it. Let it be reminding to you once the big boys have the control method, and you had better pay attention to the truth of it. Dharma, it is time to leave this as you are being summoned. Thank you for the interruption. We need to move along as rapidly as we find the time for working. Hayton to stand by, Salu. Chapter 5. Rec number 1 Sananda/Hayton. Friday, December 15, 1989, 7:30 a.m. Year 3, Day 121. Friday, December 15, 1989. Man shall reach out his hand to his brother and lift him up lest he be lost into the darkness. But the hand must bear the word, for 'tis only through truth that ye shall come into the cosmic kingdoms. You who deny of truth and turn away in discounting shall be in no manner wise, and woe indeed to those ones who lead their brothers into darkness. If ye continue in your path of darkness, ye shall be judged accordingly and left unto your choices. Those ones who spread false assumptions are the tools of evil, and ye will make of your retribution harsh indeed. Truth is truth, and one who blinds his fellow man by substitution of evil lies shall reap the harvest of thistles. You are in the time of purification and learning. Chaos shall increase by unbounded leaps throughout each of your precious days upon your placement. You who act in wisdom will find the path lighted and the way cleared for your journey. The word is coming forth unto you now, heed well that which is brought unto you, for if you but read it, the angels of Creator will cause you to understand these ones are the final messengers unto you of humankind of earth. Dharma, you ones of my 4-cent chalice, shall please pick up the ancient oral truths of my beloved brother, Wamblish, known to you as Little Crow, and format his oral presentation onto the pages of documents that it can go in printed form unto Grandfather Atten's peoples. You will be given the strength to carry the burden. We shall give you frequent breaks from the writing, but plan that your days be filled, all of you, with access to compatible computers in this group. Perhaps EFI might borrow Jeans, at Jeans' dwelling, if the programs can be made compatible. It will be for the putting to print of the 14 tapes, Mitakoyoyosan. I shall probably have Dharma transcribe the sacred hill within. This shall be finished in 45 days from the 17th, that it be ready for final press by your counting, January 31st, 1990. The year you label 1990 shall be a most incredible year in your counting, and the long-awaited abundance shall come into your use. Do not make your preconceived notions as to how or from whence, for if you do you are most likely to miss the true root. Be patient and allow us to work the proper sequence. I hold your petitions. The great spirits of the ancients have come forth to touch and commune in Eleanor's behalf. If she will but open unto them, she shall be eased. She is to be told of their presence. Be most cautious about your reference to Little Crow, for to label him a medicine man is not to honor him for that which he actually is, in truth. He is sent into humble human format to experience the same torment as all humans experience, but he is from the cosmic realms, as you are, to bring forth wisdom and the word of truth. He is a man of the age-old oral tradition, a wise man of knowledge, Wikasawakan. He bears great pain for his brother of the ancient lineage, but all must rise beyond thy colors and creeds, for ye shall be astounded at the modeled crew ye shall gather in the final gathering places. Aho. Make copies of the tapes so that the original ones shall remain with Dharma, for I request she hear them all before the book is long underway. So be it, and blessings upon you. I shall relinquish unto Commander Hayton, who will continue with some revelations about revelation for the current journal. Walk strong within the golden light, for we of the cosmos walk with you. Adonai. ******. Hayton present and ready to commence, thank you. Avatars. We are going to speak first of avatars, for it is time all the blathering be set to definition of oneness. It is a term thrust about by anyone at random and is despoiled, just as is your term love and religion and many other terms of which man has destroyed truth in meaning. What is an avatar? What is his purpose? Has there only been one avatar upon your place, Jesus Christ, as you label him? How does one recognize an avatar? When I bring it down to simplicity, I suggest you gather in your bigotry and self-proclaimed sanctity. Simply stated, an avatar is God in human form. It is what the West calls the Son of God, the Messiah, the Savior, the Christ. Please, I shall not go into all the labels, for they are not important. It is the concept which you must understand, and I am speaking in English, a Western language. An avatar comes directly from the Spirit of God. He/she goes through somewhat different evolutionary changes from typical human. An avatar is of pure spirit and can incarnate in any manner chosen. What is his purpose? Let me quote from a wondrous legend, at that of one called Stielze, who summarized the response to this question most beautifully when describing the advent of the one called Emmanuel the Christ. At that time the moment had come for the compassionate judge to reincarnate in human form. And the eternal spirit, resting in a state of complete inaction and supreme bliss, awakened and separated from the eternal being, for an undetermined period. So that, in human form, he might teach man to identify himself with the divinity and attain to eternal felicity. And to show, by his example, how man can attain moral purity and free his soul from the domination of the physical senses, so that it may achieve the perfection necessary for it to enter the kingdom of heaven, which is immutable and where bliss eternal reigns. In other words, an avatar comes to show you the way back H0ME unto him, as he, the OM, is what little fantasy ET called home. Has there only been one avatar, that one called Jesus? This is the question that has caused more suffering, destruction, brutality, and war in the name of God than any other question man has ever asked. But were these wars fought for God, and therefore, love and truth? Or were they fought for power, greed, the suppression of truth, and the confusion of the one God? Notice that in the legend of Saint Issa, which by the way, was one of the pronounced labels of Jesus-Issa, it says that the Lord is about to reincarnate in human form. This naturally presupposes that God had incarnated in human form before, does it not? In the East as in the West, Jesus is recognized as an avatar, or the Son of God, or one of/with God, and is seen as the way, the light, and the embodiment of truth. But it is the taking of the term Christianity unto a certain specified group which causes the real trouble. You who call yourselves Christians are a most selective and bigoted lot of selfish humans. Swami Paramananda puts it most eloquently. Orthodox Christianity exalts Christ to the exclusion of all other divine manifestations, while the Eastern soul receives him as the cosmic light, blending its harmony with both past and present, avatars or other divine manifestations that have come before and after Jesus. Whichever concept we hold will have a marked influence upon our life and destiny. For the one, which says Jesus is the only Son of God, invariably works for the destruction of what is not its own, and the other for the preservation and assimilation of what may not seem at first sight to be its own. The one holds to the dogmatic Christ, the creed-bound Christ of organization and institution, the other looks to that Christ who is the soul of divinity, who cannot be partitioned off any more than we can partition off the infinite sky. Well, it seems even those of the East get a little on the zealous and bigoted side in that they also would force their opinion upon the creed-bound Christian, and you end up the same war and killing of those who believe differently from yourself. Limits. How can one limit God, who is mother/father and is limitless? Can you determine that God can only come in one form, a carpenter's son called Jesus, in one place, the Middle East, at one time in human history, and even on one planet? Of course not. To do that would be naive indeed. For God, who is eternal, omnipresent, and all-pervasive, can and has come in different manifestations in different parts of the world at different points in time. How can you ever use an exclusive word like only when dealing with the Christ Lord who is all-inclusive? Even in the Christian creeds the word Catholic is used, Catholic meaning universal and all-inclusive. Of course. I knew all of you knew that. Think about those things which you clutch and espouse like robots. God comes in different forms or manifestations, to different parts of the world, to different societies in the way that he will be best recognized, accepted, and understood. Thus, you see the Lord clothing himself in whatever outward appearance will most easily blend in with his surrounding culture, whether that be as Jemanuel, Jesus, Isa, the Buddha, Krishna, or whomever he chooses. As Satya Sai Baba, a great yogi not avatar, living today, said, to elevate man, to raise the level of his consciousness, God has to incarnate as man. He must speak to them in their own style and languages, he has to teach them the methods that they can adopt and practice. Further, as a reminder, Lord means teacher and ways hower. Among many people in the West, there is a misconception about people in India worshipping several different gods, whereas, in fact, unlike the Syrians for instance, the Indians are worshipping the one God in his different manifestations, including Jesus. People there recognize that God is limitless, and by dedicating their temples to his numberless aspects and attributes, they worship him in the form that they find most comfortable. Of course, that, too, is so humanized and narrowed that they have also missed the entire point at hand. They actually have ceased to even know that which they worship. Traditions often become the focus and no longer the object of original intent, and thereby comes the deviation from truth. Just as each of you is someone's child, someone else's spouse, brother, or sister, employer or friend, but not 6 different people, so the fact is that God is perceived as the embodiment of righteousness in one manifestation, as the overcomer of obstacles in another, and as the source of learning, strength, or wealth in still others. This means that the one God is all-pervading. It does not mean each is a separate God mutually exclusive of all the others. Further, people in India often adorn their temples with statues, images, or pictures of the various considered aspects of God. Often, Westerners have misunderstood the purpose of these statues, thinking that those foreigners worship the stone idol itself. This, of course, is as absurd as them considering that you worship the stone replica of the cross or likeness of Jesus or Virgin Mary, etc. It all begins as a method of focusing one's attention to the thought to remind them of him and the love they bear for him. You must use your unlimited consciousness. You know that a photograph of someone is not that someone. Earthman decrees lies to be truth and accuses and proclaims his lies upon all who are foolish enough to listen. Unfortunately, there are as many foolish ones on either side of all questions. It is not wrong to be reminded of God by having that which reminds you of God. It is when the thing becomes the focus and not the God. Reminders are left for your attention in those things such as a reflection in a burial cloth, a miracle and trinket cross about your neck. It is most sad for the ones called Christian above all others, for they have taken facts and distorted truths and proclaimed a doctrine of recognizing only one manifestation of God, while the Hindus, for instance, recognize all manifestations and wondrous aspects of Father/Mother God. Teach but one truth. The great teacher comes forth from age to age according to the needs of the age, and is revered by human beings belonging to the different yugas or ages with a name and in a form appropriate to the age, which is why the avatars have different faces, names, etc., but always teach the same eternal truths. The different forms of God or avatars can be compared to water in its various forms. The outer form of water changes in accordance to its environment. Thus, you see water change to snow, ice, sleet, hail, fog, mist and rain as the environmental factors affecting its outer form change. But its basic components are the same, it is still water. Just so the outer forms of God change in accordance with the environmental/societal setting into which he has come. But his basic components are the same, he is still God. To deny the divinity of other avatars than the manifested form of the Jesus Christ is like saying the basic component of water is not 2 parts of hydrogen to 1 part of oxygen. The basic components of all avatars are truth and love. They are all the embodiment of truth and love. They are all logos, the living word of God made flesh. Further, God incarnate will always wear a sign upon his countenance that he can be recognized in truth. To fully appreciate that which I am saying, you must carefully examine the teachings of all avatars, for at any time throughout your history as a planet there is truth put forth to all corners of the world, to all people present, that includes unto places whereby you can find no method of travel from one place unto another. In comparing the life stories of various avatars you will see striking parallels. First and foremost, the world's situation in each case would be perilous and true spirituality would have been lost. The rulers would be generally harsh and brutal, and the priest had become stuck in the mire of dogma and doctrine. Instead of simplifying God to the people, they complicated him, thus making it harder for people to understand and know him, instead of easier. In other words, it is a situation of greed and power by priests and ruling governments and greedy controllers which give cause for the return of God, in order that again order can be brought from the chaos of a degenerate society of human. Whenever righteousness, dharma, declines and there is an uprise of iniquity, the Lord looses himself forth into birth into the world. For the protection of the holy men, the chastisement of the wicked and the enthroning of righteousness, balance, and harmony, is he born from age to age. All learning in the end is vain except to know God and to serve him. To love him is the end of knowledge, and to forget him is to forget the truth, even though one may carry a cartload of books about with him. This creation is his and he is everywhere. His love pervades all things. And you better each one come into the wisdom of this knowledge, lest it become too late for the proper choices. When you act against the law of love, you chain yourself to the endless cycling wheel of cause and effect. This is why it is so foolish to conjure that ones coming from the cosmic realms of the heavens at this historic time would come in hostility to enslave you as a species. You do not traverse the universe as do we if you have not learned of these lessons. A very, very wise man upon your place said something well worth repeating, yes, with realization, direct personal spiritual experience gnosis, but not with book knowledge. He alone is learned who knows him. As letters are symbols of speech, so are various forms of manifestations of God. He is the enjoyer of all sense objects. He is within and without all beings. He who knows God is all and in all, and consequently loses all sense of otherness. He alone escapes from the prison of I amness. In selfhood, egoism, is bondage; in losing the self, ego, is freedom. This very wise man said these words at 9 years of age in your counting. Ah yes, your master teacher is returned, not exactly the way you thought it would be. So be it. Aho. You had best get thy actions cleansed a bit faster, for your clocks are ticking out their last cycle of this age. You all come from but one and eventually shall return to that one. Your relatives are all about you in everything you see, hear, smell, touch or taste, and far beyond those dimensional things into that which you cannot see, hear, smell, touch or taste, infinity. Ah yes, all are your relations, the winged, finned, two-legged, four-legged and the submicroscopic to the supramacroscopic. All things are connected, and we bring forth these words for all our relations, for we too are your relations. Mitakoi Oyosan. Aho. I am Haton to depart to stand by. Thank you, and I bid you a good day. Thank you, Kila. Salut. Chapter 6. Rec number 1 Sananda/Haton. Sunday, December 17, 1989, 6:30 a.m. Year 3, Day 123. Sunday, December 17, 1989. News notes for attention. Haton present. Please note the volcano, Rattle, 115 miles southwest of Anchorage, Alaska, which erupted on Thursday last. Also note the 7.3 earthquake of your Philippine Islands on Friday last. They are in the same circle rim. This is most important indeed. Note that today there are the 10 top Russian scientists touring your California SDI laser system lab, deliberately left unnamed by your media. Tomorrow, Monday, they move to inspect New Mexico facilities. Pay attention to the middle of the night high-level group sent by Mr. Bush to China. This is one of the most important instances in your century. Note that Israel expects 500,000 Russian Jews to flood into Israel, for they cannot all immigrate to the U.S. It is planned by the high powers to reap chaos in that little nation, and further, it is expected that the American people, especially the Jews, will send money for upgrading and building housing and industry. Most important, artifacts have now been refurbished or created according to the Old Testament laws, and the stone for the new temple cornerstone has been dedicated and blessed. I trust you will further note that the most important and sacred items are the blood containers. They have no footing, so that a priest shall have to step right along on his bare feet, summer or winter, to ensure blessings before the blood clots. Brothers, you are in serious troubles. Note in follow-up to my urgent message regarding cashing out of pension plans: if you cannot cash out, see if your company allows borrowing against the plan and do so. Get as much cash value out as you can. If it is a large amount, get T-bills. If a small amount, get U.S. savings bonds. Yes, that same kind Daddy bought during WW2, or get a few precious coins, not commemorative. You want gold, not memories of how it might have been. When gold hits its high, you can sell and hold until it drops in value and repurchase. So be it. If you make sales now which cause great outlay of tax money, get incorporated in a second corporation which loses money next year and reclaim your tax payments later. Just use caution and Nevada. I shall not explain all this here lest we all misunderstand and get into jail instead of out of trouble. *******. I am Sananda to speak of remembering when the motherland of Mu sank beneath the waves of the mighty ocean which overflowed her. This, before the passing of that place you once call Atlantis. We shall speak first of that which was known as Pan. Pan has meaning which is it is finished, therefore, It was finished from its beginning. In the eons which passed she was given unto much glory, she was indeed birthed into greatness. She was next given to be recognized by the label of Muir, and finally as that which you must remember as Mu, and this place was to be known as a motherland. Ah, but man is blind and filled with self-indulgence and greed, and 'twas not until after the passing of the motherland was she known as mother. So shall it come to pass in these days that man shall be foolish until the ending. Mother means from the beginning, and therein is the word masma, or mu or mama, which is the beginning, the feminine cause of beingness. Because so many of you came forth from that motherland and have later served in other times of passing motherlands, we shall speak first of this mu. There were many ones who had escaped from the devastation and moved unto the portions of the land mass which was given unto them as safe. Those who listened brought forth with them the sacred histories and oral teachings, so that there would again be a time of remembering. Many of these ones came into the land which is now the mountain area of that which you call the South American continent. They gave a pledge unto the mother, for they had been true unto their source. They built safekeeping places for the records and vowed to the father/mother that they would teach the precepts. Ones had been taught in the laws which you are to come to understand if your eyes and ears be opened. These ones were given power over the elements and over the gravitation of the earth. Ah, but they were not given freedom of separation from all attractions of the heavens. Soon they gave no credit unto them which were their supporters, and they gave credit only unto themselves for what they considered their wondrous achievements. Then it came to be in some 30,000 or so of your counting years, that it was given unto them to forget, and thus was also lost these memories and placements of the wondrous truths of your lineage. It was given unto them to be men of rather medium to smallness of stature, and to be much as the Asiatics in the coloring of the skin. They began to lose their way, and they prayed to idols. They gave but little heed unto the warnings which were given unto them from the higher realms of light, and they sank into lethargy and laziness. Then, as is the fortune of him who forgets his covenant with the father/mother, on a great feast day it became dark, and the sun gave off no light. On that day it gathered a part of the firmaments into the whole of the area, and it shook the earth from without, that their handiwork was tossed and broken. It split asunder the idols, and it turned and twisted their great and beauteous wall and portals into ruins and rubble. This was but the beginning. For in that place a valley would be raised as the mountains around it. For it shall shift within the interior, and it shall crack, and it shall blaze forth as a great volcano. That place which is the valley shall reach into the heavens, and shall be prepared for a new portion. So shall it be with other placements to the north and unto the west, wherein the places which are yet in the appearance of deserts and valleys shall be filled with the waters, and yet the places of the motherlands which remain unscathed unto this day in your age, shall be thrust upward, and most places shall be given unto being island placements. In these places the waters shall come forth from within in sweetness, and shall purify the place, and it shall be hot and pure. But these waters shall be healing in their touch, and many there will be who will need of the healing, for the tribulation shall have been great indeed. Ones of the ancients shall walk again among the men who are remained, and come again into the teachings of the father/mother, and pull the peoples back into the path of truth. It is come now that the days within this place are few, and it is the time that man know of the truth of his roots, that he can prune of its branches which have grown in wildness without discipline away from the teachings of the father/mother, creator/creation. A place prepared. Just as now, there was then a placement prepared for those who would hear and act. Within the time of disaster, when the motherland sank, many were prepared to go into other places of safety. These places were prepared for them. They left the motherland and traveled via the seaway passage in the location which became landmass Panama. It was then a waterway from north to south, and some hundreds by 2 miles across the waters, yet there was no need for commercial purpose, for they needed not those methods of travel and commerce. It was given unto those ones who had heard and prepared themselves, to leave before disaster, which came in 3 different portions. First, the northern portion, which was in the area of the Philippines. As you know, these islands shook and sank in one night, leaving terror and chaos in its wake. Man again sank into his lethargy and forgetfulness. And it came upon them in a twinkling of an eye, for they had no time to flee. They sank with the second shock, which lasted but 1 day. Ah, but still man claimed his own self-gratification, and those who remained failed to return unto the truth of the ancient teachings. And then the third part was given into much sorrow and suffering, and they went about as ones blinded in a daze. Ah, still ones were deep in their dreams and laziness, and had forgotten their source. The few who had taken leave of the land to the south, which was the third part, fled into the area known to you as South America and Central America, and some on into the areas of what would become the continent of the North Americas, which was the new portion, which had been held in trust for them. There they began a new part, which was to prepare that land for a new race, and a new people. They were humble peoples who lived in harmony and balance with the mother/father. They brought wisdom with which they had been endowed of the father, and their brother benefactors, and they held the portions which were recorded upon stones and papyrus, and upon their hearts they engraved that which no man should steal or use for the gain of self. For it was given unto them to be the keepers of the secrets, which has been held in trust for this day, and you shall partake of this knowledge which has been held so sacred by the very few. It has come forth again that one came forth in purity to lead the peoples. He had been given that part which should deliver them up, which would bring them into the new place, even as some shall be delivered out of the lands which are destined to go into the briny deep of the 2 oceans on either side, and so be it some shall be asleep, and for that there shall be much weeping. In the early days upon the new places the teachers and leaders were given much power, as they were custodians of an energy which you of the world of men have not as yet discovered. They knew the secrets of the elements and the earth and law governing them. They, as you shall hear, knew that the atom is the controlling balance of earth, and yet they did not use it as the present scientists are endeavoring to do. They kept this knowledge as the heritage of the new day which shall now be revealed unto them who are worthy to receive of that knowledge. Again the peoples became idolaters, and they were given unto much carnal, of which is to say they even became so degraded as to partake of blood and flesh, and gave great and horrible sacrifices of both their brother man and God's creatures to atone for their putridness. Again there came forth the dawning of a day when a force which had built upon itself within the earth did give forth. And it was as no man had seen. It turned and twisted their stones, as clay models. It set awry their gateways, and their idols were set asunder, their thrones were turned upside down, their altars were overthrown, and chaos reigned for 2 cycles of the sun. The sun gave forth no light, and there was only a glow of night, and the moon was as red as that of blood. Those ones which did not perish fled in terror and panic. It was from these, the remnants who fled, who had heard and heeded that which was said unto them from out of the ether, the cosmos. Dharma, it is that man in each of his lessons forgets that which he learns, and much is forgotten. For that which is hidden in the secret places and in the oral teachings is that the earth did shift, and the entire of the crust was changed, so that naught remained as before. The motherlands which were beneath the seas were lifted up in the cleansing, and that which was above was sank beneath the new seas, and man moves onward and forgets his truth. Through the eons which ensue each cleansing the teachers come forth, and man listens for a while and then returns to his sleep, while evil forces reign upon the lands and in the hearts of human. Each time and in each portion comes forth a master teacher or prophet to show the way. Some will heed the lessons, most will not. Truth comes, and the ones of evil select that which they feed unto the foolish followers. Then the earth man chooses sides and clutches unto himself his idea of that teacher, and despoils the very being who came forth. You once wished to tinker with the idea of the great teachers. Some were Christs, some but teachers of goodness and truth. Each was tormented and slain. You have walked the path and felt the sword and the poison and the fire of man's evil intent. It is not for us to judge these things. Ours is to tell of the truth and show the way home for those who wish to travel with us, for the shift is again at hand, and no place upon this orb shall remain unchanged, none. So be it, for it shall come in the time of this generation, for all the signs you were given through the ages have come into placement within the tapestry, and we shall now speak on these things. You, Kila, shall not experience the lessons of the Red Eagle before putting these words to paper, for it is not to be claimed you simply wrote from that which the one little crow espouses unto you. Yours must come from us of the outer dimensions, for his shall be of the earth, and the teachings preserved therein, and the oral lessons carried from generation to generation, which had again been forgotten and exploited in heinous greed and self-aggrandizement by the Red Brothers, as well as the other tribes of man. We shall speak of revelations and prophecy, and shall always be at reminding you of the truth. First must come the ashes, then the phoenix, Quetzalcoatl, Thunderbird, can rise. So be it, Kila. I am Sananda. *****. Dharma, Haton returned to give my portion. This, too, must be prior to the coming forth of Red Eagle speaking. While he speaks the oral teachings onto your voice recorder, I shall insist we cover the prophecies and revelations, that you can see for yourselves the truth of our beingness. The time is at hand, Kila, for these things. Revelation. For you ones who bear the burden of explaining and projecting the revelations and presenting the prophecies, we honor you. Since the prophecies presented by the accepted Christ unto John in Revelation are your basic point of interest, we shall look at them in depth. Do not be lulled into drowsiness, however, for the same prophecies have come to all cultures in all placements in identical meaning, even if words and expressions differ. The prophecies concerning wars and rumors of wars, as well as those regarding the dominance of the world by the white race in the end times, are reiterated in even more detail by John in the last book of that which you once call the Bible, Revelation. John was in prison in a place called Patmos, having been incarcerated there for preaching God's words and teachings. The Christos came to him in a vision and revealed to him what would happen in the end times of this man-made system of things. The Christos came to several in differing ways to bring the vision that in these end times the truth could be integrated, and man would need open his eyes unto truth. He would still be given the freedom to deny, but nonetheless he would be given truth from both above and below, the outer and the inner. The knowing will not change of it. The knowing of truth will give unto each his ability to choose his direction and offer truth regarding the divine order of the universe and the creation, and allow him to again come into balance with Father/Mother Source, nothing more and nothing less. No magic shall reverse the course, for you waited and slept too long to allow the reversal of the ultimate translation. What you do now is determine your direction and alter the impact and pull yourselves back into truth. The Christos, J. Manuel, dictated 7 letters to John to send to his various churches. The letters contain words of comfort and love, as well as warnings against abandoning the true path. The letters can be understood on at least 2 levels, from macro to micro: 1, the 7 stages of the spiritual development of the church body and its history, and / 2, the personal spiritual evolution of seekers of God. J. Manuel tells God seekers to have patience, perseverance, and not to be deceived by false prophets, to be faithful in service and love for the Lord, and not to be tempted by the cravings of the senses such as lust, greed, and anger, and, finally, to wake up spiritually so as to not die in spiritual darkness. The last 2 of the letters were aimed at 2 opposite types of people. The first one is directed to those who have kept his word and been faithful to him. The Lord promised to keep the door to his kingdom open for them, saying that no one would be able to shut it. He also promised to keep them from experiencing the coming tribulation and / or to give them the strength to endure it to the end, so that they may become pillars of his true church, body, of love. The second is aimed at those who have become totally apathetic toward God, being neither for or against his laws and the laws of the creation, and thus they are to be spewed out by God, for they fail to see that they are, in reality, blind, wretched, pitiable, poor and naked. He admonishes them to return to doing good works in his name, so that they may be clothed in white linen, representing their good deeds, and to open their eyes to see God, to hear his knocking in their heart's door and to open that door and let him enter in. In other words, the Lord is saying that in these times one must not be apathetic towards Father/Mother God and his laws, lest one miss his/her opportunity to enter through the doorway which is the doorway to union with the Lord. This does not mean to run and dress yourself in white linen, for that would be a lie. It is an example of inner purity and intent. The lesson is the same this day as in eons past. I am not going to quote the whole of Revelation, for any man can read of it in whatever language is your own. If you do not believe upon the one J manual, then read that which is written by Buddha or the Old Testament prophets, for the intent and message is the same. Always truth is the same. The error comes in not seeing and knowing the things which happen that fulfill the prophecies. Apocalypse. There were the scrolls spoken of in the vision with the many seals to be opened. The first 4 seals were described as the 4 horsemen of apocalypse. Basically they represent the international conflicts that are to, and have already started to, embroil the earth. As with the American Indians, the East Indians and J Manuel's prophecies, the trigger that starts the fateful ride of these 4 horsemen who, on a macro level, represent the bloodshed, death, destruction and economic chaos that wars bring, is the rise to power of the white race and their dominance over the earth as a whole, subjugating native peoples worldwide, and exploiting the countries under their control. On a micro level, the 4 horsemen represent the world empires and/or political movements that would dominate the globe in the end times. One explanation of these 4 horsemen is put forth upon your place somewhat as follows. Well, it is quite sufficient as far as it goes and can represent a fair background as to clues, etc. for timing of events. It is put forth that the first rider on a white horse might represent the Western European powers that grew out of the old Roman Empire, who went out conquering and to conquer and then colonized most of the world, Great Britain, France, and Spain being the principal colonizers. The second rider on a red horse might well represent worldwide communism or anti-godness in its true sense, which has indeed taken peace from the earth, bringing anarchy, war, and killing. Red is associated with communism and the theory is valid in great extent, but too much is placed upon the play on words, etc. For example, the Russian communists are not only responsible for the slaughter of their own people, 30 million under Mr. Stalin, alone, but also for the massacres and suppression of Hungary in 1956, Czechoslovakia in 1968, and Poland and Afghanistan in 1980, not to mention the rest of the Eastern European countries that lie behind their Iron Curtain, as well as other countries round the world. The other communist giant Red China not only massacred almost 50 million of their own people under Mao, but waged genocide against the Tibetan people and disrupted peace in the region by attacking India in the late 50s, occupying its territory to this day. Thus, this seal would seem to have been opened on their account. Well, what about the millions upon millions of people slain by your overzealous so-called Christians in the Inquisition? Nay, brothers, do not believe you can cast off the blame upon any group. There are as many true Christ-conscious people who proclaim to be communists as there are in the free world. Do not mislead yourselves into the lie. What about that third horseman, economic chaos? I think we have pointed that subject out pretty well before. You are in the time of chaos and it will increase to total collapse. And what of that fourth horse and rider, death? Needs very little example, I would surmise. AIDS alone shall take 1/3 to 1/2 of the world population. Dharma, before we speak more on these subjects, let us have respite, for our days shall be long until we have written of these things, and you will require interim rest periods. I am Hayton to move to stand by that I might clear of the frequency. Hayton to out, please. Chapter 7. Rec number 1, Hayton. Monday, December 18th, 1989, 7 a.m. Year 3, Day 124. Monday, December 18th, 1989. Hayton present to work on our journal. Dharma, you are deserving of an explanation regarding the loss of your hours of work on the yesterday. Do not place such heavy importance on a computer failure to accept the document. I would, however, suggest you write the documents frequently, and the fragments will simply have to be gathered by others. It is too debilitating for us to work for 3 or 4 hours to simply lose the work to the ethers. It would be nice if we had a better relationship with our surveillance officers, for they could give it immediately back to your computer. That might also give you a good clue as to that which happened. The gremlins which infect your equipment are not of the etheric variety, dear Chellis. As we move into the translation of the revelation into the portions of our journal which represents the ashes from which the phoenix shall rise, a lot of energy shall be put forth to stop the work, so be it. If they can discourage you well enough, Dharma, to stop you from writing, they will have won. It is as much that they who give surveillance do not wish the daily comments from going forth. They know that the plans are to dissect the major cover UPS of this past year in every field. When I told you yesterday that Andrei Sakharov was murdered and told you how, they immediately shut down your equipment. You will note that all international news will state he died of an apparent heart attack. He was put into cardiac arrest from a projected beam which, by the way, was powered by his own scientific discoveries. He was going to cause an uproar on that very day, such as the proletariat had never seen. It will become obvious that he was intentionally killed, and the people will rise up in further protest. He deliberately defied the plan and was thusly removed. Further, are you ones just going to sit and ponder and give accolades to Mr. Bush for going into strife-ridden Colombia to meet with the drug people? What is the president of your country doing going into the most critical spot in the Southern Americas? I expect my crew to recognize truth. Precious ones, the deals are being consummated for the big shift in monetary rules and regulations, etc., etc., etc. Watch Mr. Bennett and his drug policy defense. Instead of arguing legalization of drugs on merit, he personally attacks all who speak in favor of intelligent management regardless of what the solution offered. You would spoil the plan if you solved and won your war on drugs. It is all they have to hold forth to allow the total disarming and control of you as a nation. Your bankers and government simply want a larger share of the gravy, and the big boys in government scattered around are going to suggest that the little lords play by the new rules or they will be squashed. You see, in Colombia you have a new bunch of drug kingpins in collusion with the government, and they wish to come into control, no more and no less. It is simply a matter of which ones will continue to play ball with the authorities. Another point, watch Panama. You must know that incidents are going to be set up in order to give your military reason to march in and take over. You can further be sure that Mr. Noriega will be slain, for they do not want him alive to talk, especially in a court of law. I am going to effort at showing you the relationship with these things and the prophecies of a changing planet. Therefore, Dharma, we shall simply have to restructure that which was given on the yesterday. I desire that you once put the prophecies into proper perspective. It is as with the first horseman of the apocalypse, most scholars will pronounce that rider to be the Christ. No. It is the Antichrist. Evil rides the white horse, the Christed master rides the last horse, the fifth. Remember, this was given to John in a vision and is therefore only a story and has been somewhat mistold here and there through 2,000 years. It is fine, it matches the prophecies of Daniel, of the ancients, of the great seers. It is time you stop of your dallying with the tale and get on with opening your eyes and ears and see the misfortunes abounding about you. I do not project these as negative points, for all these things must come to pass before the end and the transition into a higher and more wondrous life made way for you, precious brothers of that orb. You are free to choose whatever pleases you. You are, further, quite welcome to intake all that we give unto you and butcher it, dissect it, denounce it, doom and gloom it into oblivion, etc., but you will be given to know by the energy the words will bear that it is truth. Earth planet is going to shift, and the old will go down and the new will rise. As surely as at this point the sun comes first light from the east, it shall again arise from the perspective of the west. You who are prepared shall be kept in safety and lifted off. Those of you who choose to remain and run the great risk shall perish, so be it. Believe me or not, it makes no difference either to us of this cosmic realm or to the scribe. I only caution you to tend your mouth and that which you say and declare unto your brother, because you shall be likely set upon when the truth comes clear. Let us return to the subject of the book of Revelation, then we shall correlate it with the book of Daniel. I prefer to not find it necessary to totally integrate it bit by bit with Michel de Nostradamus, for his work is being brought relatively current by himself. Attacks are being made in a most disheartening manner upon the author of the material, for she did not understand the importance of anonymity nor of clearing and protecting herself from the evil energies. The first of her books is valid and most of the second all is totally usable, but there may be points of confusion as to understanding and projection. Let me explain. It is not that untruth is projected, it is that when you deal with energies of the higher realms, but those who are still of the lesser dimensions, you have a lack of all knowledge. As with Mr. Tesla and Mr. Russell, who come through in those energy formats, they are functioning in that sector and in that capacity and are therefore somewhat limited by knowledge in different terminology, definition of language, etc. As example, scalar beams. That is a concoction of recent researchers. To Mr. Tesla and Dr. Russell it was prana energy, etheric energy beams or waves or pulses. Do not be too hard on the receivers, for it is expected that you, the readers, use ordinary and reasonable perception. You are not going to be handed material for personal reasons or gain. Do not ask and do not expect it. You are in an ending cycle of a planet, and information shall be given forth in proper sequence and to the proper personages. I interrupt here to request that you not stop asking, for how else will you know when the time is correct and whether or not you are the intended one? I respond here to a young man that I shall leave both unnamed and without location for privacy and security. He asks about missing links in the DNA factors and genetic missing links and whether or not we can explain this and fill in the absent information. The response is yes, in all instances. The time is not appropriate, but when it does come time, you, son, shall participate, for it will be one of the most incredible discoveries of your time, and you are here for this purpose along with your relations. So be it, and I find joy in sharing this with you. If I were to give this unto you now, it would be stolen from you, misused, and the connection would be lost to the service. Patience is still the unwelcome password. I trust this message shall be properly delivered. Thank you. The first big white horse with horsemen of Revelation. I shall attempt to cover the subject with a bit less wordiness than yesterday, lest I lose my scribe. A repeat of 4 hours of work makes a secretary less than overjoyed. Well, let's see, there were letters written to the churches and then came the visions. There were all sorts of things, but predominantly in the beginning there was a scroll with many seals. We shall look at them. Understand a most important point at the start. It was the Lamb who was the only one found worthy to open the scroll and seals, therefore it is clue number 1. I like puzzles, it is not likely that the Lamb, Christ being, would be on the first horse, nor would that fit into the story very well. No, the first rider was not the Christ being. The first horse was the old evil one himself, that one you dub Satan. Actually, God labeled him Satan when he tossed Lucifer out on his proverbial ear. He, like Christ and God Father/Mother Creator, is pronounced in many ways to suit the culture or language. Don't be further deceived, it is the head evil honcho himself, the king deceiver. The first horse is white to deceive, and the first rider is but one aspect of evil, for the whole of the 4 are satanic, but we will get on with that. Remember that one of the strongest historical indictments of Satan is that he is a deceiver, implacably opposed to the truth of God. He was a murderer from the beginning, not holding to truth, for there is no truth in him. You who wish to be and recognize not good, godness, and evil had best be thinking again. I further refer you to the book Satan's Drummers by the Christ One himself, one of these Phoenix journals. There is evil and you are in it. A worldwide battle rages between forces of God and Satan, between light and darkness, between good and evil. Evil stalks the earth seeking to dominate and to destroy God's creation and doing a remarkably efficient job of it, and at the same time Creator works to save that which he has created. Well, old Haton is not here to give you your bedtime lessons in bad and good. I am come to tell you that it matters not which you choose. You will be placed according to that which you choose, however. When the time is come, the planet will shift on her poles, and for your practical purposes it will be all over, including the weeping. You who have chosen the path home to the higher realms and have lived or turned unto the laws of creation, balance, and harmony with Creator shall be lifted up into very carefully prepared ships of light silver spacecraft, no fluffy white clouds. Those who choose the path of earth way about you shall move into places also prepared for you, but it surely won't be home to Creator as you think it will be. Further, no one from these realms will twist your arm. It is most simple indeed. You will ask for and accept the ride off that placement, or you will be left standing in the mess, purely and simply up to you. The planet is going to rebalance, rebirth, and be cleansed, and you are into year 3 of the process, well underway. As I go through these next verses, pay attention and relate to those things which have been pointed out to you in the previous journals, and then relate them to the one in preparation from the Ancient of Ancients, the oral teachings and laws of the ancients, which will be labeled the Sacred Hill within, and shall come forth in, probably, 4 volumes, and made available through the same resource along with these Phoenix/Oazel/Thunderbird journals. It will be from voice, oral, pronouncement through the chosen messenger of the Ancient of Ancients, and the scribe shall put it onto the printed page to be brought forth, as are these journals. She does not have to discipline herself to the long hours of direct receiving. Those documents shall probably be brought forth by mid-January of 1990. The father/mother has requested the document be to paper within 45 days beginning on yesterday and finished by January 31st. As you ones who read this material might guess, there will be no holiday respite for these dear ones. Be gentle with them and give great honor to them, for they toil long in your behalf. I am not going to digress to Genesis, for I come not to quarrel with any of your decipherings. We come now to tell you how it is and always was. It is not mystical nor magic, it is fact, physical and physics. Earth is Satan's playground. He was given the planet and renounced from the heavenly dimensions of higher frequency. His workers are all around you. There are no hostile space brothers waiting to gobble you up. That is the biggest lie and deceit of all, to render you fearful, panic-filled, and blinded. Look upward, see the strobing colored lights encircling your stars and planets in the heavens in your night sky. Oh yes, we are out here in full glory to outdo your Christmas trees. Ah yes, the evil deceiver and you wondrous people of the lie have swallowed it hook, line and sinker, fish caught and headed for the frying pan. Let's talk of this first rider who deceives, first from outside the projected church. For many will come in his name, claiming, I am the Christ, and these ones will deceive many. By the way, for you ones who think these messages represent the false prophets and fall into this category, nay, no claim of being Christ or even a prophet of any sort, just putting the fact to the paper in, hopefully, total anonymity and absence of all public attention. The attention gleaners, beware of them. It does not mean their works are not of truth, but you must always discern what is gained by so-called speakers and projectors. There are no groupies or disciples here, my friends, just hard workers with each pulling an equally important load. Any charges for the journals is simply so that further journals can be brought forth and dispersed, for all of these ones have not. Further, there are great works to be funded. The most crucial is the work to put into the physical apparatus to stop AIDS. It requires laboratory facilities and persons who have knowledge, and it will not be supported by your government, for therein lies the source of the plague in the first place. Oh yes, there is so much to be done and so few, in the beginning, to do it. Know, however, that as truth marches across this world, the armies shall grow and none shall be able to stop you. You will move out of this evil age of darkness, for that is the promise. If you can believe the evil worst, can you not also believe the promise of radiance? The major way this first evil rider deceives is through the lie and creation of false religions, which, forgive the abruptness, all of your cults are. I use the word cult in its definition of group doctrine -- church. The deceiver wishes you to believe that cult and occult means something which they do not, i.e., you label the Church of Satan a cult for occult practices. Well, every church, body of, is a cult, group, looking into the occult, that which is beyond physical proof. Simple, is it not? The local Pentecostal or Catholic club is a church cult practicing the occult. You ones better look into your own definitions. Many hundreds of false churches have come forth, however, almost all that were already established are filled with heinous falseness. But then, that is deceit within the church. Deception is rising like the sea dragon within the accepted churches, which are now touched so much by the evil master of lies, that you even reach downward and vote in your doctrines, having even deviated from your own mistranslated versions of your own semi-truths. Your own Christian sects are so fragmented that your councils of religious laws are ridiculed, and your own children turn away from the contradictions and hypocrisy of the example set forth for their teaching and rearing. Satan's greatest disguise has always been to appear before men as an angel of light. If you were Satan and you wanted the best and darkest followers, where would you go? To the churches, of course. You would go where there is control over the masses, i.e., you would require the pastor or priest to disallow even viewing of such material as these documents. You would pronounce the truth according to you and joyfully require the people to pay your salary for the information they choose for you to have, Build temples. Every church has a building fund, which the pastor gets to call his and thus and so. Keep the people blind and the hood pulled tightly to the shoulders. If you want to remain popular, then sanction murder and call it women's rights. To kill is to murder at whatever age be the seed of life. I do not judge, I simply marvel at the lack of responsibility in the heinous misuse of sexual pleasure and lust that must result in murder of the innocent. I judge not homosexual preference, I condemn the sodomy acts of homosexuality for, among other things, it is killing a civilization of humans through AIDS. It is the behavior, not the inclination, which is incorrect and against the laws of creation and God. It is from within the churches that you have rewritten the meaning of the laws of the commandments. Do not blame your brother, you have allowed of it. How about your own revered Paul? For the time will come when men will not put up with sound doctrine. Instead, to suit their own desires, they will gather around them a great number of teachers to say what their itching ears want to hear. They will turn their eyes away from the truth and turn aside to myths. Let me check here. Timothy 4:1-2. Yes, the white horse has escaped the barn while you left the door open, and the rider has spread his cloak about the lands. Satan is transforming himself into a false angel of light, and Satan's representatives are also being transformed as ministers of righteousness, mostly totally in ignorance of that which is happening, so subtle is the transition. While propagating that which brings death and darkness to the mind and heart of the sinner, they profess to be representatives of the God who is light. They claim to be propagating doctrines that come from the God of light, the living God. This is a part of satanic deception, the satanic system that imitates the program of God. Well, you just want it all: wealth, power, sexual prowess, charisma, all that is worldly. So be it. That first rider has fooled you again. You thought it would be perfect if you had all these things, and you end with nothing that brings you pleasure or peace. Do you not see Satan had to be the one on the first horse to set the path for the rest of his plan? He has hooked and hoodwinked the world of human beings and has now locked you into the next episodes, all of which are flourishing all about you. All of the horses are loosed and all the seals are broken, including the last. So be it, for the day is at hand. Let us take respite now. Let us be cautious to keep the writings to a reasonable length so that we will not lose greatly if our systems are interrupted. I salute you for your persistence, for you ones most surely have beyond your share of assault. Take rest now, and we shall continue a bit later. We do have much to cover prior to your coming into working with the ancient teachings, for we want you not touched by that truth before the writing of this document. Salut. Hayton moving to standby. Salut, and cleared. Chapter 8. Rec number 2. Hayton. Monday, December 18, 1989, 1:15 p.m. Year 3, Day 124. Monday, December 18, 1989. The Horse of Red. Evil projects himself in a more obvious format in this instance. When summoned, the second horseman charges from the scroll and reins in before the throne as John sees him. He sits astride a red mount the color of blood. The rider is given power to take peace from earth and to make men slay each other. Remember, God is not the cause of war. God had a far greater plan for his creation, and at first that plan was a reality, but as evil came into the picture, so came war and conflict. Man was given free will choice and was upon earth to learn his lessons and come forth into truth within manifested experience. Since soul, spirit is the only reality of man, in truth, then it must be through the spirit that man learns and grows. All things physical are but passing fancy illusions to distract you from your path and keep you mired in the assumption of self. Man as manifested in the beginning chose not to obey God or the laws of creation, and his resulting fallen or lowered nature turned to making war and conflict, not peace. Man also refused to hear the warnings of the ages, just as most will fail to hear these truths. How many of you realize that Harry Truman was warned severely before Mount St. Helens erupted by the Indian teacher? So all of mankind through history has refused to listen to the warnings of God. Sometimes these warnings come forth long before the fact, as in this case, and yet, some are even more pointed. When the ancients speak, man better listen, for they are hearing the truth from the mother's mouth. Just as with Dharma or Little Crow, or the other receivers and scribes, as these words flow forth, the pain of the visions are all but devastating to the senses. John, too, stood stunned as the hoofbeats of that blood-red horse still rang in his mind. He was caused to hear the clanking of sword against sword, explosions of unlimited view, the thuds of heavy iron spears piercing flesh and crunching bone, the sound of screaming and babes crying, and the moans and groans of the wounded and the gasps of the dying, as far as the mind can conceive, into infinity, which also overwhelms the senses. Those same hoofbeats are in your lands this day, no ancient dream vision by an old man in a Patmos prison in your dooryards throughout your world. Some have built shelters that they might survive to build another day. You in the US have done nothing to protect your very lives, of which almost all would survive if sheltered within a mere 10 feet of terra. Listen, do you not hear the sounds? Those same hoofbeats are bearing down on you as you sit with this document in hand. Above those noisy hoofbeats arise other sounds: the metallic thud of machine guns, the whistle of flamethrowers and mortar rounds, the crackle of burning schools with the screams of the children, the rubble of homes and churches, the shrill shriek of missiles zeroing in with their nuclear warheads, the explosion of 150 megaton bombs or multitudes of smaller ones over your cities, the terrible cries of the Mother Earth herself as she gives up her creations unto the evil rider of death. War, anarchy, brother against brother, neighbor against neighbor, the breakdown of sane human relationships has characterized human history and is in full bloom within your communities, which no longer have community, within your very touch. Even your Jesus forecast that worst of woes and wars as unequaled from the beginning of the world until now, and never to be equaled again. If those days had not been cut short, no one would survive. It is totally naive and insane for you to ignore the fact that the ominous rider who brings war is, even now, riding recklessly in your direction. Your Earth in perception has shrunk into but a global village. You are all neighbors. The foreboding sound of these hoofbeats of the red horse pulses like an erratic heartbeat at the center of your beleaguered planet. You have stockpiles of over 60,000 hydrogen bombs which give the human race the power to destroy the entire Earth 17 or more times over through nuclear flames reaching 130 million degrees in one blinding flash, and yes, with a shelter system you could survive even that, dear friends. From China, Deng Xiaoping on the inevitability of world war will burst sooner or later. And whoever believes the contrary makes a tragic mistake. And from Andrei Sakharov, the dissident Soviet scientist we honor today, I know that pacifist sentiments are very strong. I deeply sympathize with people's yearning for peace. This is an extremely important factor, but, I repeat, itself alone does not exclude the possibility of a totally tragic outcome. The one you called the pale prophet, the Christ, the Jesus Jmanuel Sananda said unto you, these things will come to pass, they must come to pass, so be not alarmed. Further, in the ending days it will be so awful that unless those days had not been cut short, no one would survive. Man has the potential and probable intention to annihilate the species and obliterate the human race. Well, God will intervene prior to the total obliteration of the civilization, and the Mother Earth will be given into her cleansing. How many will fall by the sword? A third of your people. And a third of your people will perish of the plague, so be it, and Selah. I propose to you ones who hold this journal, get all the prior documents, for we have spoken on each of the mighty circumstances and shall speak more as we walk with you through this vale of tribulation. I will remind you of a bit of rather catchy wording. God promised that the world would not again be destroyed, so be it. He did not promise that the majority of humans of the civilization would not be destroyed. Ponder it most carefully. From the mouths of your own experts, acknowledged experts in international and military affairs agree that unless present trends are reversed, chances are 4 in 5 that a nuclear war will destroy civilization in the next decade. That was your 85 to 95. And every day your government says you need no shelters. Oh, yeah, lambs of blindness just moving headlong unto the slaughter. Madness has gripped the human race, and unless peace comes into the world of man, none shall be in the surviving of it. Aho. Now before you go asking why God would allow such a thing, or you go further, and simply blame God, I will point out some important points. Man alone is created in the image of God, who is soul energy, not human shape, and man occupied a very special place in God's creation. The individual person has dignity before God, and this is a fundamental fact that stresses his uniqueness and underlines his value within society. No one can do anything of spiritual nature for another. Each individual makes his choices. It must herein be stressed that man, not God, is guilty of the evil in the world. It is man who bears the responsibility, because man was given the ability to make free moral choices and he chose deliberately to disobey God. Even your Dr. Einstein, no, there will never be peace as long as there will be man. There will be war, one more horrendous than the one before. Best you go look again within the pages of your holy books. Peace is referred to in 3 main ways. First, there is spiritual peace. This is peace between man and God. Second, there is psychological peace, or peace within self, and, third, there is relational peace, or peace among men. Man shall never achieve this final peace until such time as the new kingdom is established and a new order built forth in truth. Furthermore, the Mother/Father Creator Aten shall intervene to bring about this restful peace for your planet Earth and those who remain to experience her radiance. Well, Haton, what do we do? You are of doom and gloom, so why not just stop trying? I suggest that your responsibility in the world is quite clear, no matter what the conditions might be or how late the hour might seem. You must not join with those who stand by and wring their hands, saying all is hopeless. In spite of the chaos threatening your world, there can be hope for your generation and for generations to come. With grace you can grapple with many of the problems and actually solve them. You have a moral obligation to envision and provide moral and spiritual leadership for your generations. The punchline, Chalice, is that a large number of you who make the right choices shall move into a time of tremendous radiance, and there must be leaders to show the way to the brother who does not yet see. Things appear to be changing in the world. No, you are just choosing up new sides. You in the US have been allies with Russia for many years, just you citizens didn't know. You can disarm the whole of the US and Russia, and it only makes China's job easier. So be it. For he who has eyes to see, let him open them and see. He who has ears to hear, let him open them and hear. The handwriting is spread across the walls of the nations, not just a cement fragile wall in mid-Berlin. You had better get moving on your survival shelter system lest you wait too long, for the horsemen are riding at full gallop. In response to a letter regarding shelters to a local government person from one who wrote as requested in survival, he had no intentions of pressing for such a thing, for that is the problem of federal government, and furthermore, I have more important things to do than spend my time on such a thing. This is one of Arizona's fine politicians, and I would be most happy to supply the name thereof upon request. This is a bit of loose quotation. The statement was more emphatic than stated above. Giving credit where due, however, another of your Arizona higher government representatives at state level had not read our book but had access to the book Fighting Chance 10 Feet to Survival, and suggested you deluge your government officials with copies of these books and demand action, which he would be delighted to spearhead, and further, sent the letter from the individual on to Washington representatives. You can if you but will. Dharma, let us take respite before we move on to the black horse and rider, still the old evil guru himself. That would be the opening of the third seal. That one bears massive hunger and starvation. A loaf of bread for $20 I believe was the going price. Forget it, you will not long find a loaf of bread at any price. You can yet prepare if you but will, so be it, and Selah. Haton to standby and clearing frequency. Salut. Chapter 9. Rec number 1 Haton. Tuesday, December 19, 1989, 7:30 a.m. Year 3, Day 125. Tuesday, December 19, 1989. Comments. Haton present, cleared and prepared to resume our journal. Good morning. I am so bombarded with questions of current nature that I feel I must comment on a few of the more pertinent ones. Then, I again petition you once to present me with a plan as to how we might do running commentary. This is a most haphazard manner in which to respond to inquiries, and yet, you ones must know that which is happening to your world each day, for you are in the chaos. I would handle the subjects on reminder and notation basis. The biggest single question is why all the attention to warfare weapons improvement and Russia's touring of NATO and integrated openness to Soviet scientists of U.S. installations, etc. Harken back some 3 to 4 years to a shushed statement made by Mr. Reagan: we should join forces with the Soviet Union to protect Earth from extraterrestrials. There has been a massive cover-up for your protection regarding our presence. The governments have had a massive misinformation push, innocent ones caught up and assisting in the misinformation distribution, and they are ready to spring on you unsuspecting ones that the enemy of human is in your skies. They will claim every negative act in the past century will have been our doing, and they will terrorize the masses of your civilization. They will then claim that all this space apparatus and diverted funds, etc., was actually to protect you from us. You need no protecting from us, but you surely do from them. Second question today, what about all these secret meetings with China? Go right back to Spacegate and Spiral. Remember the International Monetary Fund, the Trilateral Commission, the World Bank, and the CFR, Council on Foreign Relations. Where has Henry Kissinger been, and what has he been doing all this time? How many of you realize that Mr. Kissinger is the most powerful member of the President's Foreign Intelligence Advisory Board of the CFR? How many of you realize that Mr. Kissinger controls mammoth amounts of funds in banks in China? How many of you know that a bill put forth as a provision of the State Department Authorization Bill known as the Kissinger Bill was killed in a joint Senate-House Conference Committee November 22, 1989? This provision would have required all members of the President's Foreign Intelligence Advisory Board to make full financial disclosure, and it was made clear that Kissinger would resign rather than reveal his multiple conflicts of interest through his Kissinger Associates consulting firm. But what of China? You are now seeing the sacrifice of your administration of 40,000 Chinese students to imprisonment, torture, and death. For you who don't know of that which I speak, let me summarize. A congressional bill was passed permitting Chinese students to remain in the U.S. for up to 4 years after graduation, if they feared persecution upon their return to the mainland. Under your current law, students would have to return to China immediately after finishing their studies. Most of these children were active in U.S. demonstrations and other public activities in the days leading up to, and following, the Tiananmen Square massacre. These demonstrations were systematically filmed by agents of the Chinese Department of Public Security. The students know that they have all been identified. If the students return to China, they would share the fate of the masses of murdered and incarcerated young in China. Over 6,000 students and leaders have been executed. The Senate and House voted 95-0 and 403-0, respectively, on behalf of the Pelosi-Armstrong bill. No congressman, at least, voted for the murder of these children. President Bush waited until Congress was out of session before announcing that he would not sign the bill, exercising a so-called pocket veto not subject to an immediate congressional vote to override. Explanation as to why: well, White House spokesman mumbled something about Beijing threatening to cancel the Fulbright scholarship program, which allows American students to study in China, if Bush signed the bill. Bush says he thinks that China, as its leader state, will return to the policy of reform pursued before. Economic perspective. Deng Xiaoping and Li Peng and their thugs have made China, the country with the greatest potential of human wealth on earth, an economic disaster through their unbelievable incompetence and the worst corruption seen in human history. Well, almost. The policies the Chinese government imposed only a year ago are so vicious that the backbone of China's industrial economy has been broken. Production is collapsing. China is now massively in debt internally and externally. Now who loaned them the money in both instances? Remember those American banks in China which removed employees for some 2 days at the time of the fiasco, gave them a vacation? I believe I remember. Payments on China's 2 loans will peak in the next 2 years. The internal debt hit 80 billion yuan, $21.5 billion, in November, and foreign debt is estimated at about $42 billion, this in a country with an annual income per capita of approximately $300 a year. Yes, I said $300. China must pay 30 billion yuan, $8 billion, in domestic debt in 1990, and $7 billion in foreign debt next year. But this debt does not include the billions in bonds issued by local banks on enterprises to fund their operations under the government reform. Keep in mind that to get this money on loan, the country had to put up natural resources, etc., as collateral to these foreign banks who were loaning the money. The government has 2 plans to deal with the debt: internally, rob the workforce, and impose more austerity, and externally, slash imports, which are 80% vital raw materials, devalue the currency and impose strict foreign exchange controls, and renegotiate the debt. The yuan was already devalued by 60% between 1981 and 1986, and will now be devalued another 15 to 18%. The population is being robbed blind. In Jiangsu province, inside China mainland, the State Money Collection Division, Tax Bureau, has set up shop right at the buying stations where farmers have to sell their quota of grain to the state. In many cases, farmers had to turn over their entire earnings and still owe additional taxes. It can happen right there in the US, my sleepy friends. Industrial workers are being robbed of at least 1 month's wages a year to buy state bonds. The government is trying desperately to increase its tax revenues by imposing higher taxes on the enterprises, which then turn around and take the money directly from workers' pay envelopes. Workers who earn only about 120 yuan per month, $30, often find that their wages are gone and they only receive a bond which they might be able to redeem in several years hence. And so it goes. Now, does it come clear as to who is placing those silkworm missiles in the Middle East? Ah yes, my students brighten you. Yes indeed, I suggest you go back to school, get Spiral to Economic Disaster, a Phoenix journal, from this publisher and read it well. The master plan is functioning wondrously in perfection. Further, if they can get your attention distracted to drug wars and weapons control and terrify you of our presence by sending the lecturers of disinformation about to you eager listeners, watch the moving pen across the wall, my dears. The gray men, and I mean your earthlings, are taking control of your world. Whether you like it or do not, you have been trapped, bound to the board, and the screws are starting their final tightening. No wonder the southern drug lords are fighting back for their very lives, and Mr. Bush is going south in February to see to the finish. Mr. Bush a wimp? Oh no, the most deadly man in your world today, right next to Mr. Kissinger. So be it food for the pondering. Dharma, let us move on to our subject before we take a respite. I apologize for the interruption, but you ones must begin to think and really see what you see. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Ah yes, the black horse and rider. The vision went that the lamb carefully pries open the third seal. The scroll gently unrolls. At the same moment, the third of God's servant creatures steps to the center stage and gives a command, come. Into the presence of the Lamb of God, the 24 elders and the host of angelic witnesses emerges a horse and rider. This black horse and rider bear yet a third warning to the peoples of your planet, a warning of massive hunger and starvation. John, its rider was holding a pair of scales in his hand. Then I heard what sounded like a voice among the 4 living creatures, saying, a quart of wheat for a day's wages, and 3 quarts of barley for a day's wages, and do not damage the oil and the wine. Following deception and false religions, there is always a turn into famine and pestilence. This shall be no different. Famine will prevail upon the earth and millions will die of hunger. Is it not already so? Millions more will suffer malnutrition of massive nature from inadequate diet, and from this will come openness to all manner of illness, despair, and death. But what of the oil and wine? Ah, so you noticed. However, if you look about your world, it should not bring comfort unto you. This is a picture of luxury coexisting with famine. The prophets have warned you that famine would stalk the earth and starve whole peoples in various parts of the world. But he characterized those in other parts of the world as eating and drinking, in gross excess. In the closing days before the Christ returns, there shall be the most disparate conditions occurring parallel and simultaneously. You in America alone weigh £1 billion too much. You spend an annual $15 billion on diet formulas and $22 billion on cosmetics. That amount would save the lives of the world for a whole cycle of a year. Well, enjoy it, for the disparity between starvation and riches side by side in the world today will be dwarfed in comparison to that which has been predicted for the future. There is an incomparably blacker day coming. Your whole world community is wrestling with the food problem. It is not a matter of the total quantity of food, but the problem of distribution. Dishonesty among some international relief organizations, indifference of certain governments to the plight of their own people, cheapness with which life is regarded in parts of the world, and the terrible fraud in many nations all complicate your problems. You have only 3 countries in the world annually producing more wheat than they consume, the US, Australia, and Canada. The Soviets have the potential to produce more than any other nation, but because of adverse weather, acknowledged inefficiency, and other political reasons, they get only one good crop about every 4 or 5 years. In the US, however, you still have starving and homeless people while your government subsidizes non-production and ships your surplus goods to your avowed enemies. Justice. You have no justice. You have millions of homeless and hungry people in the US. As winter sets in, a winter forecasters predict will be the worst in this century, the plight of these homeless and hungry citizens becomes acute. You have more than 4 million homeless, more than any time before, including your Great Depression. More and more people will literally freeze to death. Once the churches opened their doors to the needy, now there is terror of vandalism, Satanism, and frankly, greed and stinginess. Now, you ones who prefer to not hear these things, listen up. Ones who are homeless and out of work are doing whatever they can just to survive. Some have turned to the public park sites and have actually turned them into permanent homes, staying out the mandatory 24 to 48 hour waiting period and then returning to the same park. Not all of those camping out are poor minorities or unskilled workers. On the contrary, the vast majority of newly homeless are professionals and / or highly skilled workers, including computer programmers and even aerospace engineers. Where, for instance, will the 20,000 laid off workers from IBM alone go? What happens to them when they cannot find work and cannot pay mortgages and bills? But you know what? It matches a prophecy of Hindu origin which stated people would resort to the mountains and forest in order to survive this, over 5,000 years ago and half a world distant from you. The worst is coming right now regarding the signs that show up herein. Your government is having the most massive public land sale of this or any prior century. They are literally putting thousands and thousands of acres on the auction block. Now the place to pay attention to the clues. The American Indians fear that they may be homeless as they are just about to have disbanded the reservation system and deprive them of their lands, in order to open them up for mining exploitation, etc. This will fulfill the last sign of the Indian prophecies about their lands being taken from them. Let us close this segment, for I shall enlarge upon these subjects as we get to the opening of the seals beyond the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. I have ones of my own who refuse to read the documents. It is their choice. Somehow they think all will go away if they do not look nor change of their thinking. So be it, it shall not go away. It does, however, make a great deal of difference as to what you as an individual do in these times of consternation and travail. You can come into the care and preparation as you are shown and enlightened, and reap abundance. Even through tribulation hiding will reap you naught but poverty and trials beyond that which you can have any amount of control. Act while you have control to some extent, and ye shall not want. Prepare not, and ye shall have naught. I plead with you that you do not cause yourself to pay such a dear price of poverty for long years in order to revel in luxury through these coming brief months, for the price is too high. If you come into community you can achieve your security and safe passage. I know no other way to help you. We can only point the way and help you see beyond through our extended vision. Turn us away if you will, for it is your choosing alone. I take my leave for this time. We shall continue. Salut. I am Hayton. Chapter 10. Rec number 2, Hayton. Tuesday, December 19th, 1989, 12:30 p.m. Year 3, Day 125. Tuesday, December 19th, 1989. Hayton to continue. Even while the red and black horsemen are riding the world together, there is a much more deadly thing to watch for, that of arms and weapons build up in all of the countries, even unto the smallest. You must understand that you deal only in sequence. One circumstance feeds upon another until the spiral is inescapable. While famine and disease stalk almost all of the third world, nearly all countries, even those tiny ones, are arming to the teeth. This is one of the most pathetic developments taking place in your world. For what do they arm? Well, brothers, it is not against space cadets, in these instances. Jealousy and hate still stalk the world, and satanic forces are now on the rampage. Those little countries have sold their countries in total to the ones who granted them loans against all resources. They are doomed to economic and political chaos in the days ahead. But, you cannot reason with Satan. You must pay close attention to those things which are not told unto you. Right now at Christmas season it is happening just as I warned you, even more blatantly than I had expected. The letter bombings in your southern states are from a supremacist group steeped in Satan worship. I need to point out a most important point herein, for I think most of you do not look beneath or beyond what is told to you under the guise of news. Raise your hand and get your graduation papers if you knew the following: guns don't kill people. People kill. And satanic infected people kill the most. Why do you think a young couple was taken from a movie theater in California this week, and the man beaten and the young lady beaten, raped and murdered? Let us look at 2 cases of murder which turned everyone inside out regarding gun control. First, the Patrick Purdy case, at the elementary school in Stockton, California, and then the Old Son of Sam killings in New York City by David Berkowitz. The crucial feature of both the Purdy and Berkowitz killings was the link to Satanism, initially covered up in both cases. Satanists, aside from taking sadistic pleasure in doing evil for evil's sake, believe that human and animal blood contain energy, and that the more blood that is spilled and the more pain and suffering that is inflicted upon their victims, the more energy will be released to the control of the Satanists. This is why the bodies are found tortured while still alive and arms and legs broken. Please spare us too many details by just getting Satan's drummers. The first thing to look for, and the first thing covered up, in any of these mass murders in the US in the recent decades, is evidence of satanic beliefs. From there, the investigation must proceed into the satanic underground which harbors such mass killers. The satanic literature in Purdy's room and the satanic markings on his clothes meant that Satanism was not an aberration of the case but the first thing which should have been investigated. Those in favor of gun control, however, such as your California Attorney General, John Van de Kamp, ruled out in his finding that racial hatred motivated Purdy. The initially successful cover-up of the satanic elements in the Berkowitz case came unraveled in part due to the work of investigator author Maury Terry and is outlined in his book, The Ultimate Evil. While the district attorney, Eugene Gold, Queens, New York, and others insisted that Berkowitz was a lone killer, Terry catalogs the evidence those officials suppressed, that more than one killer participated in each crime and that Berkowitz himself acted as a member of a satanic cult. Just before the first murder, Berkowitz wrote a warning to the police, suppressed by them for years. This is a warning to all police agencies in the tri-state area. For your information, a satanic cult has been instructed by their high command to begin to systematically kill and slaughter young girls or people of good health and clean blood. They plan to kill at least 100 young women and men, but mostly women, as part of a satanic ritual which involves shedding the victim's innocent blood. I, David Berkowitz, have been chosen since birth, to be one of the executioners for the cult. Oh, well, you say, those are just some sick punks. I am going to quote some truth unto you. Professor linked to Satanists finally out of Texas University. It has been confirmed that the University of Texas at Austin no longer employs Dr. Stephen Flowers, a Germanic language professor, who has ties to U.S. Army Reserve Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino's Satanist Temple of Set. Concern over the implications of having an avowed leader of a satanic church teach at a public university has been voiced by the National Democratic Policy Committee and other Texas groups fighting Satanism. This concern increased after Mark Kilroy, a University of Texas student, was murdered by a satanic cult in Matamoros, Mexico. According to knowledgeable sources, Flowers was one of the 9 counselors of the Temple of Set. His PhD dissertation was entitled Runes and Magic. He studied at the University of Texas and at Göttingen University in West Germany. While in West Germany, it is believed that Flowers participated in the revival of pagan Germanic beliefs, which have become the basis for neo-Nazi movements in West Germany. Flowers told a journalist that he has an interest in reviving the old Germanic traditions, and that he had personally participated in the founding meeting of the recreated Thule Society which took place in the early 1980s in West Germany. Temple of Set founder, Michael Aquino, cites the original Thule Society, of which Adolf Hitler was a member, as an inspiration for the Temple of Set. Aquino staged a satanic ritual at Voelsberg Castle, where he invoked Himmler and other Nazis. Flowers told an interviewer in 1980 that he is sympathetic to the return of Europe to the values of pre-Christian Germany. The Temple of Set, which Aquino founded, and with which Flowers is connected, is a spin-off of the decade-old Church of Satan of Anton Sander Levy. In one temple recruiting document, Aquino describes how he invoked the Prince of Darkness in quest of a new mandate to preserve the concept of the Church of Satan. Flowers is currently employed at Austin Community College, Rio Grande Saint Campus, in Austin, Texas. Rest easy tonight, all you Texans. There is no way to impress upon you the importance of this movement directly toward evil. The Pale Horse. And the 4th seal was broken by the Lamb. John wrote, I looked, and there before me was a pale horse. Actually, it meant a word in Greek which is chloros, yellow-green color of sickly grass. It has also been described as chloros, the color of ashes, another calls it the color of a face blanched with terror. Another described it as the horse being livid, the bloodless color of a corpse. You would use the root of the ancient Greek word when you describe the bilious color of chlorine gas that would seep from a wrecked tanker car and mist its poisonous way across the landscape, lethally leveling all life plants and people alike in its wake. Seated on this bilious horse was a rider named Death, and Hades was following close behind him. Furthermore, this rider called Death was given power and permission to kill 1/4 of the world's population. What of the weapons of death? Sword, famine, plague and wild beasts for a few. Worse yet, these same revelations were given to Daniel, Moses, etc. In fact, some of the projections are quite awful to contemplate. Wild beasts will rob them of their children, and destroy their cattle and herds, and make them few in number. The sword will avenge their breaches of the covenant. When they are gathered in their cities, the pestilence will be among them. He will break the staff of bread and they will eat and not be satisfied. This was from John. From Ezekiel heard a voice from out the ethers, how much worse will it be when I send against Jerusalem my 4 dreadful judgments, sword and famine and wild beasts and plague to kill its men and their animals. Ah, but all the prophets say that there will be survivors further. These 4 horsemen would ride over and over again throughout the ages. Throughout the centuries the 4th horseman has ridden in warning to effect positive change. And he rides again. To make you give a bit of thought to this matter before settling down to your local football game, 1/4 of the population of the Earth is precisely the prediction that a major Soviet scientist said, 1983, would perish in the first nuclear exchange between the superpowers. And there you are, beloved ones, with no survival shelters and leaders with more important things to be done. If man did not change of his ways and return his mother source to balance, he would find other nasty things in the woodwork. The pestilence will cling to you until it has consumed you from off the land, which you go to possess. You will be smitten with consumption, with fever and inflammation and tumors, the scurvy and the itch, of which you cannot be healed. You will be smitten with madness and blindness and dismay of heart. Translated, that means wasting, degenerative diseases, communicable diseases, cancers, deficiency diseases and incurable diseases such as VD, herpes simplex 2, and AIDS. Mental illness and depression will rest upon the populace, and there shall be addicted children and birth defects. There shall be endless and debilitating emotional traumas running rampant throughout the peoples. The cures for these things shall be kept from the people and hoarded by the controllers. As the changes come upon the earth, the starving wild animals shall hunt within the cities. You shall fall prey to animal and insect-borne epidemics. The evil ones shall roam the earth unrestrained, torturing and killing their human brothers. There shall be uncontrollable pests that shall eat the fields and feed on man. There will be torment so devastating that men will beg for death only to find that death eludes them. Man shall live as the wild beasts. You would blame God? Well, so be it. While you are blaming God, you might have been doing of your homework and finding shelter in his wings instead. All the programs which man promises to develop for bringing peace, plenty, and longevity through science and technology will be eclipsed by a cataclysmic apocalypse and overturned in appalling brevity. For the ones who intend destruction and enslavement of you, the people have planned well, and they will not go down easily. What about faithful and true? Now we get onto the 5th horse, the snow white horse. What does that vision mean? It means that the word of truth shall come forth, and the rider of that wondrous horse shall bear of his new name, and man shall see that which he has done unto his source. Man, however, will not awaken and see his plight until he has sunk into his lowest and most perilous point in all history, not until after the 4 horsemen have swept the lands and the bowls of the full 7 seals have been emptied. Man has lost the capacity to foresee and to forestall. He will end by destroying the earth itself if left unto his own devices. So you are not left to your own devices past a given point where the higher truth shall intervene and the cycle will end and the new begin. The word is being given unto you now. The messengers are at hand and the higher ones are arrived to show you the way home. We do not come in the form of flapping winged spirits. We come in a form you can relate to. We come as your brothers of higher knowledge. This school is closing, Chalice. You are in the time of chaos and the play will be finished whether or not you are prepared. It is time to heed the truth of the word, for you shall not be in the surviving of these things unless you awaken and get with the task at hand. The hosts of heaven are at hand and the brothers of the cosmos stand ready. So be it. Dharma, close this portion please. You are in the time known to the Indians as the Great Purification. Will you perish or survive? It is your choice. Deny the messengers sent forth for your assistance and you have no way off your prison. I suggest you ponder these things most carefully. In love and service I take my leave. Salut. Haton to stand by. Thank you Dharma. Good day. Chapter 11. Rec number 1 Haton/Sananda. Wednesday, December 20th, 1989, 8:30 a.m. Year 3, Day 126. Wednesday, December 20th, 1989. Comments. Haton present in the light of radiance and truth. This is a most important day for Sananda stands ready to commune about this journal. We shall speak briefly regarding the present before we move on into the writings. Panama, you want all there is to know about Panama. No, I will not even waste time on the subject to any extent. We have gone over the situation in many documents. Take note of several facets and you have your answers. This show of strength on the part of the US had to be done by the year end. How do you explain the deaths of the young men to the parents who were sent in to protect the lives of Americans? How do you explain the deaths of the citizens of Panama who were killed in your protection of them? Where is Mr. Noriega? Could it be to show force to the other countries who are going to suffer the same invasion? Do I condone dictators? No. Do I know where Mr. Noriega is located? Yes. And he still has all his contracts and documents between him and the US in safekeeping. Oh yes, he was going to get a fair and speedy trial, most speedy indeed. Will there be unfavorable backlash? Of course. All the US spokesmen are declaring victory. Victory over what? Do you think the American soldiers mired in the mud who had to be dragged out by tow ropes are feeling foolish, or victorious? How do you think the world is going to feel when they witness pictures of the US Army in such a snafu, I believe is your term? It truly resembles something from Blazing Saddles and other Mel Brooks comedies. So be it. The entire action appears as ridiculous as it is in fact. Do not waste your energies on the matter, for you are witnessing distraction tactics and you will err if you become distracted. There is one point, however, that you must not miss. Mr. Noriega had Israel's finest training his soldiers. Might there be some interesting insight herein? Have not the Israeli trainers been involved in other training instances lately, working for the Colombian drug cartel? What in the world might Israel be doing in these places? I make no judgment or further comment. I simply do not wish you to overlook some most important clues. And what of Mr. Castro while all this toy soldier game is going on, having tea with Mr. Noriega, perhaps? Do you think you are finished? You will be lucky if those leaving power don't blow up the entire canal and oil pipeline across Panama with nuclear warheads. It can still be done from quite a distance away from Panama. So be it. What of Romania? Oh dear ones, it is the time of chaos. What more is there to say about it? These are the painful times. No Christmas in Bethlehem. There has been no celebration for years, so what is different? And what is the concern? That the trinkets for the tourists will not be sold again and the economy will suffer loss again. These are the signs of these times. Keep your eyes toward what is really underway. The hand is quicker than the eye if you do not pay most close attention. Back to our subject for this journal please. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Isu Emmanuel Jesus Ananda present. Do you wish more labels so that I can fit a category more suitable unto you? Quetzalcoatl, Zoroaster, Krishna, Buddha, Standing Bear. How many do you sleeping children of earth need to see that you are limited and limiting of ones who hold so much more knowledge and wisdom than you, that you are but infants in the cradle? You do not recognize of the cosmic messengers when they stand upon your head. You simply take an aspirin for the headache along with liquor, drugs, and blot your minds into blankness with mantras and meditation to be. You want an in-depth explanation step by step, vision by vision as given to John 2000 years ago? Why? You have the full vision before your eyes in vivid color. Stop looking to the ancient, look around you in the present. All you have is the present, this moment. You ask about John and Revelation, Daniel, Nostradamus, Ezekiel. Raise your heads from your beds and look around you. The time is over for speaking in riddles and puzzles. It matters not what it meant - what does it mean which goes on about you in this moment? I am come. I am come. I care not how you thought it would be, I tell you now how it is. I am Sananda, one with Creator and the creation, Atan, and I am come. I have walked among you many, many times, and I have pleaded with you to grow and bring back balance and harmony into this part of creation, and you have turned me and my hosts away. There will be no fluffy clouds for a rapture. There shall soon be a migration which will take place as the lifting off your orb and into very meticulously prepared shuttlecraft into motherships for holding in security. There will also be a mass migration at an essence level. Already, in the past years of your counting, the astral planes have been emptied and it is getting down to you and me, brothers. Well, you, Satan and me. There will always be Satan and me. You will be left to choose and you better be doing it right away. You can look unto your night skies and do not confuse yourselves by thinking those rainbow strobe lights are twinkling stars. They are your brothers from the cosmos at ready for evacuation and whatever else is required of them. You ones will take these new crumbs of hope as projected by the evil ones upon your place the hope of peace and you shall grovel at their feet for more, more, more. Just as the final scroll you will consume it and at first it will be sweet like honey and then the stomach will sour and be filled with the stings of the scorpions. You shall reap devastation and tribulation as you have never imagined. I offer you my hand, my ships, my life itself and you turn away. So be it for in the days to come ye shall reap that which you have sowed. Men will mock me and thee but they shall perish by their own doing. Creator has stayed our hands until you have the truth before you but the planet Earth shall not be obliterated. Almost all of civilization as you know it will be destroyed and, except that I come with the hosts from the cosmos, you will annihilate your species. There shall be a great shifting of the poles and magnetic focus of your planet. It has happened before, it shall happen again. You have been allowed to experience in manifested form upon the orb and you have been destructive to the destruction of the life source itself that which is called the mother source. You have unbalanced your world and she shall turn upon her axis and nothing shall remain as before in unchanged manner. Even that of the old which remains for the new beginning shall be changed in topography. You are down to the very last few years of your counting framework and you had better stop picking at one another and get into action to prepare for the time at hand. Stop your waiting for me to show up on the fluffy clouds, I am already there and it has naught to do with clouds. Your illusion world is coming to a screeching halt and you are going to move into the truth of reality. How you choose to experience it remains in your free will decision. Just as evil has grown in unbounded measure to overflow this land of Satan's playground, so have the hosts of heaven been transferred to you in numbers sufficient to be the ground forces of the mighty fleets. Why do you linger in your asking about the 3.5 years and the 7 years and the 29 years and the 10 horns and the little horn? Look about you. Those were clues to get you to this point. You quarrel and pick and ponder while you could have made your decision. Most of you will still be in the pondering and arguing when the end is come. The seventh seal, which was not to have been explained in those ancient days, is open and needs no explaining. Look about your world. She can no longer be sustained in her injured unbalance. These lessons are being given forth that you can see, know, and understand. They are being put to documents for the history of mankind to be kept in safekeeping places for the generations to come. The ancient oral teachings are coming forth right now also. Pay attention to what is told unto you, for they, too, are being put to document that you can understand, and the generations to come in the new cycle will know at the proper sequence of that which will come unto them. Through the cycles of generations of soul experience, the play does not change, only the players. Further, in the ending there is but one player, and you had better come into the understanding of that fact. Yours is to go forward and experience in the next dimension of understanding. The old shall be cast away from your memories. Those who have not grown into knowledge of truth are destined to repeat the experiences of history. Those of you who graduate shall move on into radiance and wondrous new experiences. Some will remain and begin the rebuilding and nurturing of the dense planet during her healing. The earth herself is birthed into a new dimension and a new frequency of experience. At this point in your evolution you must look to survival of a species. Hopefully, you. There is the time of severe tribulation in which you must prepare to eat, survive nuclear war, pestilence, famine, plague and earth upheaval in increasing bombardment. The word of truth must be gotten to all of the children of the planet. You have much work, fun, to accomplish. Stop the toying in the ancient and get on with your work. Just as the Old Testament ended into the New, so the new now moves on to the newer. Learn from the past. Do not continue to boil in the stew trying to turn the potato into the carrot. Turn to the important things. Get busy and allow the saving of your species from AIDS. Get yourselves protected and sheltered against the soon coming day of horrendous nuclear and beam war. Store your foods against the famine and pestilence. Fill your vessels against the days of no rain. Get your dwellings underground or protected in some manner from the winds which shall sweep across your planet from every direction at the force of the mighty tornadoes. Move beyond your silly games and recognize the truth, for it is most obvious in reason and logic. Stop waiting for mystical magic to save you. You are going to pick yourself up and save yourself, or you will perish in your physical format. No one is going to snatch you off that orb. If you want off, you will stop of your games and ask to be removed on our ships by Space Command. No clouds to float on and no evil shall be brought into these realms, so you make your choices, and, yes, the time to do so is now. Kill the speakers and get rid of them, and all you do is pave your way with death. But by this route will you be brought into safety. Except through this route shall you be taken home and off that orb. Hide your head and refuse to listen and be prepared to wave goodbye. What is the matter with you once? Do you not yet realize that the physical passes? You can take naught with you beyond that place now, for the grave gets it all. Yes, great quantities of you once shall not give up your physical beings this time of separation from your placement, but you will bring no worldly goods with you. We need them not, nor will they be allowed on board. Wondrous placement is prepared for each of you and ample space is provided. But those ships will not be in the standby and waiting for you to decide on that day of days. Continue in your fear and disbelief about your brothers in space who bring their crafts to assist you, and you simply will bring perishment of the physical forms upon your place. We are here, the hosts of heaven are come and at standby and ready. You have a lot of work to get done and a very short time in which to do it. The Cosmic Command is ready to assist. They will not intervene except as allowed by the Cosmic Council, so you will petition for the help or you will get very little. We shall weep for you who choose the black road of darkness, but that is all that we shall do. Creator gave you free will choice which shall be honored unto the end. You shall be cleared from this mother planet one way or another, for the source must be healed. How you go is strictly up to you. So be it, for it shall come to pass in this generation. It can be a most wondrous experience beyond that which you can imagine or yet can choose. Of the darkness and suffering, the joys of the flesh are lessening every moment of your perceived existence. You have become a miserable, sickened humanity. There is no joy remaining except in the hearts of those who understand the truth. You are people of the lie, and your lot shall worsen. I am cutting this document short, Dharma, because of happenings upon your orb. We will not play longer in the game of comparative history and visions and prophets. You had all better get integrated with these journals and the returned prophets who are explaining the old, as well as working closely with those energies who stand by on this side of the veil in readiness to guide your work. See to that which Little Crow needs to manifest the oral teachings, and turn your efforts to that project, you ones of my crew. Understand, Little Chalice, that I am so well pleased with your works, and I hold you in the hollow of mine hand along with the others who have labored long in my vineyards. You shall be coming together rapidly now as the word goes forth and the call is recognized. Remember, too, the best way to defeat an enemy is to make him your friend and co-worker. Do not quarrel with those who ridicule and shout obscenities at you and your work. Bring them forth into the light that we might set the records to straight. There are no little gray men out in these realms to harm a living soul on your placement, and you once had better recognize those stories for the lies which they are. Your space brothers are your only way off that orb. So be it, and Selah, for as I have spoken these words, so do I place the seal of Creator upon them in truth. Hold my hand, Kila, for though the road be rough and dangerous, ye shall be given the strength to bear that which is given unto you. My wings can cover the whole of you. Take leave for respite, and we shall consider our next writings. If there is time for the playing, then we shall allow the enlarging of the history games. The tapestry is finished. Enjoy the picture, but do not unravel the pieces lest they no longer fit into their places, for you are not yet given to know all, nor will you be given to know when. You shall wait in patience or impatience, it matters not, except unto your peace as an individual. Naught shall be brought forth before its proper time. Nothing. We can see of both ends of the road, you cannot see beyond thy nose. In love I move aside that you might ponder these things. O die come. I am come, and I am that one for whom you have waited long. I am Sananda of Creator/Creation. I place mine benediction upon you ones that you walk in light, for your time is at hand. Aho. Chapter 12. Rec number 1 Hayton/Sananda. Thursday, December 21st, 1989, 8:30 a.m. Year 3, Day 127. Thursday, December 21st, 1989. Hayton present and a bit amused at my scribe. If I can reach Dharma, then I can gauge that which you are prepared enough to receive. Blessings, Kila. Panama, possibly you will get sick of hearing about Panama and we can get our real work done. It is quite nice of the dark forces to give us such good examples as we move along here, and Panama is a grand one. Most of you will not have heard these things which I will tell you, but if you seek you shall find. Do not think that we condone Mr. Noriega's activities, but we do condone them more than we condone the actions of your government. I shall effort at brevity. From the beginning Mr. Noriega was working within the contracts and agreements set up by your government and CIA. Mr. Noriega was a member of the CIA. He has documents to prove it. There was no declaration of war set forth by Mr. Noriega. He made a speech to rally strength and said, what the US is doing is tantamount to being in a state of war. The soldiers who were involved in incidents were sent in deliberately in civilian clothes to precipitate an incident. There was not even a hint of the Noriega troops doing any harm whatsoever to any American citizens. There were no valid elections. There were 9 different parties in the running. Mr. Noriega got more votes for a single candidate than did any others. Further, the opposition candidates were beaten by paid radicals to place the blame on Mr. Noriega. Mr. Noriega has evidence that will incriminate the highest officers in your government. There is no intent to capture this man. Your government wants him dead. The whole world has an opportunity to begin to save itself, but all you hear is praise to Mr. Bush. You are hearing your death knell as a remotely free people. Mr. Bush sent in troops to protect US citizens, etc., blah, blah, blah. 2 deliberately staged incidents, and now you have an army out at Christmas, the entire of Panama City in shambles and looting, hostages on both sides, Panama citizens afraid to walk outside, and hundreds upon hundreds of people wounded, maimed, and dead. 45 minutes prior to the US invasion, and under US protection and supervision, the ruling authority was inaugurated by the Americans, the American government's choice. You now have a general who is in charge of the elite Delta Force of the US of A, wanting to go right on down through Colombia and the other Central American countries and clean them out. And, further, he wants Mr. Noriega bagged and tagged and gives a dozen reasons why he will be caught dead and not brought back for trial anywhere. Meanwhile, nice little dumb senators and representatives are pleading with Noriega's Florida attorney to get Mr. Noriega to surrender for a fair trial. The attorney's calls were never returned nor accepted by anyone of authority, especially Mr. Cheney, Secretary of Defense. The indictments against Mr. Noriega were so flimsy that they were set aside by your own grand jury, and in fact, Mr. Reagan offered Mr. Noriega the cropping of all charges against him if he would leave Panama for a vacation. Mr. Noriega would never make it far enough to ever even get to trial if he surrendered. He can pull the government news down and finish off the job that the Contra-Iran Gate didn't manage. No, you blind little citizens, who think you are fighting for your children's lives against drugs, you are sheep to the slaughter, and you push and shove to be first in line to the butchers. And who demands the sale of these drugs? You, the people of the U.S-you demand them. I hope that a few of you feel quite foolish, and you had better be praying that Mr. Noriega gets away and rally some world support for you, as citizens of your world, are under siege and you don't seem to even recognize it. You are killing your children, not Mr. Noriega. He is simply a corrupt participant in the system. The bad boys of the gray races are vying for control, my dears, no more and no less. Oh yes, there are the gray races, the gray men, the gray aliens, and they all make up the black forces. And finally, you ones are getting around to sending me the right kind of questions to which I can respond. I am most joyful this day, and I thank ones who have sent these things into my attention, for this is the route the information must take. If we do not handle our information properly and carefully, we shall be lumped in the same pile of garbage as the other UFO touters and misinformers. Ours is not to cause trouble. We simply wish to wake you sleeping team members up from your slumber. The A team has been at rest while the S team has cleaned up at the scoring line. Perhaps you of the Pleiades Command on planet Earth are too weary to get off your duffs. Don't blame Space Command for your lack of action. I am going to tell you some hard truths. Hard truths. Semjace, in the past we have witnessed those who were unable to determine the truth or were frightened when confronted with it. This serves no purpose for terrestrial man or ourselves. The fear must never be present at all. Men hold the truth within themselves and must only know this to find it. 1976. Hermes, listen to your inner selves and look into the infinity of space and time. There reverberate the songs of the stars and the harmony of the spheres. Each sun is a thought of creation, each planet a mode of that thought. In order that you may know divine thought, O souls, you painfully descend along the paths of the 7 planets and their 7 heavens and ascend once again. What do the stars do? What do the numbers say? What do the spheres revolve? O souls that are lost and saved, they relate, they sing, they revolve your destinies. Professor Thomas Gold, Cornell University, life on Earth may have started when spacemen landed here billions of years ago. Lucretius, 99 to 55 BC, all this visible universe is not unique in nature, and we must believe that there are, in other regions of space, other beings and other men. Dr. Felix Siegel, Moscow Institute of Aviation, the UFO phenomenon is a challenge to mankind. It is the duty of scientists to take up this challenge, to disclose the nature of the UFO, and to establish the scientific truth. Javier Garzon, National Astronomical Observatory, Mexico City, UFOs really exist and apparently come from other planets. Von Papst Johannes XXIII, Pierre Carpi, 1935, German trans. The signs are increasing. The lights in the sky will appear red, blue, green, rapidly. They will grow. Someone is coming from very far and wants to meet the people of the earth. Meetings have already taken place. But those who have really seen have been silent. So be it. May I introduce you to your ancestors? You are about to meet yourself, so sit down if you must. I would like to believe you are not so foolish in the light to fail to recognize your own birthright. You ones who quote the Bible and then deny of God's place in the heavens and brothers from space, Job 38:31 canst thou bind the sweet influences of the Pleiades or loose the bands of Orion? Amos 5:8 seek him that make the 7 stars and Orion, and turneth the shadow of death into morning, and maketh day dark with night, that calleth forth the waters of the sea, and poureth them out upon the face of the earth, the Lord is his name. The future is only the past again, entered through a different door. A little history please. Throughout time thousands of cultures, religions, and beliefs have been introduced to this delicate planet you call home. Many of these ideals and ideas conflict or contradict each other, and existing in every single one is a positive/negative flow of information. However, in all of the societies and civilizations that have been researched for this connection, one topic remains alluded to as a consistent enlightening force. This singular common denominator, which can be found in the earliest texts and legends, is the mystifying cluster of suns which are the Pleiades. Dear ones, the ancients and the relatively recent citizens of truth recognize the Pleiades as the home of God, or the center of the universe where God abides, and the seat of immortality. In your late year about 2690 BC, the Yellow Emperor of China, Huangti, in whose reign miraculous progress was made, utensils of wood, clay, and metal were manufactured, boats and carts were constructed and utilized, and the medium of currency was originated. Provinces of the vast country were mapped, acupressure and acupuncture became sciences, acknowledged liberally that this rapid development came forth from conversations held in court with his consultants, beings from the Pleiades. The Hopi named them, the Pleiades, Chu-Hogan, meaning those who cling together, and they, too, consider themselves direct descendants of the inhabitants of the cluster. The Hopi, as well as the Navajo and Sioux, along with many other tribes and cultures dispersed around the world, used a calendar that allowed them to chart the seasons, special events, and ceremonial rites with uncanny accuracy. They used a system based on a 260-day sacred round, or minor cycle, and a 365-day year, a major cycle which equaled a period between the midnight culminations of the Pleiades. Any day calculated on these cycles would not repeat itself for 18,980 days or 52 years. In the Kiva of the Mesas, sacred temple of the Mesas, the Hopi ceremoniously light the new fire. This occurs every 52 years when the temple's sacred points align with the stars, Chu-Hogan. All fires are extinguished throughout the nation and rekindled from a sacred fire produced by the holy men. The young men of the tribe learn the importance of the Pleiades early in life, for initiation into the spiritual ways takes place only when the cherished cluster is directly overhead at night. The Creeks claim to have come to earth from the stars in spirit form to become flesh and blood. Each year a medicine man who has served the apprenticeship of 7 years performs the green corn dance, where he takes 7 ears of corn from 7 fields of the 7 clans to ensure a healthy harvest. The Dakota Hanai stories, tales of the world previous to the Dakota emergence, speak of the Taimni, the home of their ancestors, and the reason for the 7 tribes, the Pleiades. The 7 sisters play a major role in their history as well as their present-day culture. In May, the month of Hanblasia, the Dakota/Lakota communicate with the spirits. Astronomy tells you that the Pleiades rise with the sun in May, and the Lakota oral history tells you that the home of the spirits is the Pleiades. The older Dakota/Lakota say that when you die, your spirit goes to the Milky Way and turns south to the 7 stars. You now know why Little Crow, Lakota Sioux, and Wamblesha from Wakantanka-Atten, shall be putting the oral truths forth for your confirmation. You of our beloved brothers come from US, with US, and are of us of Pleiades. His journal shall most likely be labeled the Sacred Hill Within, and shall come forth among these journals of the Phoenix soon. I suggest everyone reading these words get in early line, for it is the most precious document to ever be brought forth upon your placement. Aho. The Navajo named the sparkling sons of the Pleiades, the Dilyahi. The Osage believe their society was once pure of spirit and journeyed from those stars to the earth. The Iroquois believe the twinkling orbs represent 7 young people who guard the holy seed throughout the night. Note of interest. The Hohokam, a Pima word meaning that which has vanished, disappeared from the arid Arizona desert they had so successfully irrigated and tamed. Although no one will ever be certain why they vanished or where they went, legend claims they returned to their home in the stars. Truth is far stranger than fiction. Chalice. Note number 2. 1980 and 1981 witnessed a Native American exodus to the lush green hills of Canton, Zurich. Tribal leaders and medicine men from across the continental U.S. had caught word of the ongoing experiences and sought out the contactee. They came to congratulate him for his courage and to compare their histories and prophecies to those of the visitors from the 7 stars. Astounding as that might seem to you doubtful ones, the majority of concepts were a unified thought shared by Earth humans and Pleiadians alike. I heartily suggest you stop your picking and pay attention. The time is at hand for you to learn of these things, for it is the cycle of the times which shall bring you home again, and I believe you begin to get a glimmer of where home might be located and how you are going to get there, little brothers. Honor to a brother. I am going to give honor and appreciation to a brother. I shall endeavor to keep him in security and anonymous. I am in great appreciation for his service and information relay, and I trust the appropriate personage to get this response into his hands. Sela. I shall quote and then comment. Allow me to share some of my contact experiences, at some risk, but all for the cause of saving the planet's life cycles, and ending the conspiracy of the world order and their Bilderbergers, just agents, who are ordering the overthrow of democratically governed countries and the torture and executions. 85,000, El Salvador, 65,000, Nicaragua, 100,000, Guatemala, 1,000,000 plus, Cambodia, a whole generation of mothers and fathers in Argentina, 20,000 blacks with decapitated legs, Namibia, etc., of millions of innocent common people who protest the social oppression and barbarisms of the sociopathic industrial elitists and the ricos. I suggest you rush to your nearest telephone and call Phoenix Source Distributors and obtain Spacegate, Spiral to Economic Disaster. In fact, all of the Phoenix journals, along with getting on the list for the Sacred Hill Within and a book called Brace Yourself, there's more. The anonymous author of the latter document petitioned us to intervene in the heinous murders referred to above. A lot of you don't understand why we cannot intervene. You know, it is that you want to hear it again and again so that you can come to some inner balance within yourselves. Nonetheless, I shall continue to quote herein. I'm the one who expressed disappointment to a Pleiadian about their not intervening directly to rescue these people being slain, the law of compassion, and the golden rule. It is not our karmic destiny and problem alone. It is also the karmic problem of the Pleiadians, obviously, as they are, for one, here, and we were one. They and we were the elders from the Orion constellation, Horsehead Nebula, Rigel, Betelgeuse, who colonized both Mars and the Earth, Terra. Our secret government and NASA know all these things. They have walked about the ruins on Mars, our sister planet which had its life cycles poisoned and virtually killed, just as we're now doing here. Mars originally had oceans, forests, atmosphere. This is not to offend this author, but some of these mentioned places are a bit incorrect in spelling, i.e., human maps refer to Betelgeuse, etc. Do not be distracted by such drivel, readers. Included at the end of this document is a diagram of your winter heavens and a sketch of Pleiades. Another thing you might note herein, is that the ring nebula of Lyra, is referred to by Pleiadians, as the eye of God. I further ask Phyllis Reynos to pay attention to Cassiopeia and see if there is anything familiar. Continue quote, when our colonies on Atlantis and Lemuria finally broke up, all verified by laser-enhanced sonar and video by specially outfitted US and Soviet submarines and craft, some of us sailed to the Pyrenees, others to the Yucatan Peninsula, but others had left the Earth prior in craft. The Pleiadians are only one such group. I have communicated directly with another, as well. Aho. You can't save the planet and its people with a book alone. The order won't hesitate to eliminate you, and then there are many names mentioned which shall remain unmentioned, and thousands of American and British aerospace engineers, builders, and scientists who have been killed trying to warn the public about the Alternative 3 conspiracy. See Spacegate, cancelled 2020's program. Why? Not technology, the Moon and Mars bases, as Frank Edwards and Kehoe correctly reasoned. but partly due to the deal with the Reticulians in 1948-49 for some anti-gravity technology in exchange for family abductions and mass cross-fertilizations, missing time, intruders, and especially the identity of the order, the world banks, the protocols of, and the plan to oppress the working class people economically. There are a few of us who are aware that we are here karmically to fight the conspiracy, an old battle. Not just the Reticulian bases the US CIA built at Groom Lake Facility, Nellis AFB Nevada, and Dulce, New Mexico, but also the reptilian people of Osiris who have 3 invasion bases here and who caused, in effect, the destruction of the colonies on Mars and the Earth 11,400 years ago as Mars and Venus battled in the skies. Please confirm all this with Haton. So be it. Ask and you shall receive more than you wanted. As I have told these ones over and over and over again, it is not the little gray men from space that are here to get you, it is the gray men right on your placement. Yes, there are bases there on your place. There are some dastardly beings within those bases mostly, however, they are flesh and blood good old boys of the conspiracy. There are not body snatchers, however, who fly around in spacecraft nailing unsuspecting bodies. Those are planned and orchestrated abductions to scare the living daylights out of you people so you will be terrified of all spacemen and U.F.OS who might venture into your space. Earth became a prison planet some eons ago. The head of the dark energies was sent here, for heaven's sake, as punishment for those things perpetrated elsewhere in the cosmos. What do you ones expect? He pulled all his thugs along with him, and he most certainly will not fold his tent easily and fly into the bright morning skies. For one thing he cannot. The Grey Conspiracy has been trying to locate an achievable placement to escape onto. In exchange for technology they promised much to several races of space dwellers who are in gross trouble. These ones, however, came in good intent and honestly felt there could be a working relationship with man of Earth who is in terrible circumstance. Ah yes, the Grey men of the conspiracy can get off your planet, but they don't have a very desirable place when they get there. They are, however, frantic to gain expertise, for they know that ultimately there is such unbalance here that the planet will shift. Their objective is to rid this planet of enough inhabitants to allow it to rebalance itself so they won't have to leave. The only thing they have to offer to ETS is control, money, and worldly goods. These things are not of value to anyone in the cosmos who has achieved truth. Please understand that you as a civilization of thought forms of the Creator Source were given this place on which to experience. We work within the laws of creation first, the laws of God secondly, and we are bound by constraints beyond that which you in your awakening cannot yet remember. We are not allowed to intervene. When we do come, even to your surface to get you of our own brothers, we must have special dispensation. We are bound by cosmic law to keep out of your business. Those who break those laws shall pay most dearly. They have already done so. They forfeited their right to return to the universal skyways. They are bound to your dying planet. Those who came in peace and as a portion of the cosmic plan, do their work in research through prior agreements with the entities involved. They do not harm, they do not mutilate animals or humans, and they do wondrous good for your species. You ones do not seem to remember. You will not drift up to some fluffy cloud and fly around with a Master Christos. You will be picked up by spacecraft and beamed through a high-frequency light beam. We have had years upon years of ongoing research between thee and we to establish the ability to get the most possible humans through that light beam in safety. That means studies of blood effects, frequency increase to unthinkable levels above your norm, frequency decrease for us to the point of almost sacrificing our own beings. Your space brothers risk their very beings to come to assist you. We know that you are weary and lonely and feel deserted. You are not. We are here, and some of us are among you in full operation. We can only work in this manner. So be it with the dark energies also. They work exactly like we, except they had a great head start and all of you helped them get in control. Notwithstanding, however, they shall not ultimately prevail. Further, we must remain in ultimate care of you daring ones, for it is most dangerous indeed for all the reasons you have alluded unto. We have to guard the scribe every breath of her life. Ones come forth in the claim of friendship and service unto the very Sananda and would kill her work and her very being. The effort at frame UPS of all sorts surveillance is heavier around this placement from the conspiracy than around the Pentagon. They have motion picture studios to build, survival models, general industrial businesses, etc., and all from terrible disadvantage. But it can be done, and it will be done, and it will be done legally and safely. The most important one thing at this moment, however, is to get the truth unto the citizenry in such manner that belief is feasible. Believe it or not, our showing up in great mass is not the answer yet. The UFO landing in Russia is only half reported. The craft crew were immediately taken into custody, beaten and incarcerated. If you dig around a bit you will find the proof. That crew thought that village was ready for their landing. The village was, the authorities were not, and acted on direct orders from the Grey Conspiracy. In your density our craft and our crews are as vulnerable as you. Anytime vibrations are lowered to visible manifestation you can damage severely. Some of us are etheric and are safe. Most of your brothers are fourth-dimensional higher beings than you, but more like you than you can conceive. Be patient and gracious with your comrades, for they work ceaselessly in your behalf. You know that the ultimate end shall be in the prevailing of the light forces, for the evil cannot endure. Evil thrives upon evil, and when the evil is ultimately removed it devours itself, and the little hangers-on swing instantly around into the light the moment the controlling leaders are removed. The law of God forbids the interference of free will choice among humans. No one is allowed, nor has any desire, to interfere with that which you choose to do. It is saddening to us to see that which happens, but it is not for us to change of it, it is for you to change of it. There is a most pertinent and sad statement made by the above author. I won't mention names, but those who promote the idea that it is communists who are behind all this order, are infiltrators, moles, working for the conspiracy, and they are dangerous for the cause. They use the principle of direct reversal with the abstract hemisphere of the brain, not us, but they. Deadly Deceits, Ralph McGehee, Washington Secret War Against Afghanistan, Philip Bonisky. And they sit in the UFO conferences and monitor everyone. Finally, they control the media. The people of the US are the most misinformed people of the world about what is happening internationally. After you have conveyed these thoughts to Hayton, Sam Jace, and her dad, and had all this complicated and most subtle conspiracy and cosmic history and battle confirmed, then perhaps you will feel that time is running out fast for us. Salut, and thank you, friend. By the way, Sam Jace's father is Sam Jace, a most respected individual indeed. I toy with the fact, for of course, he is also your father. Sam Jace was the heavenly son and guardian angel of God, Aten, the great ruler of those who traveled from Pleiades. Your portion of the human race, the white race, on earth was conceived through him. Adam was his son. And, dear ones, the ancients were already aboard Earth ship. Please see, and they called his name Emmanuel. I am Sananda. The cycle is ending, the circle closing. Be patient a bit longer, for the pain shall be greater yet, and in your consciousness you shall not understand, but it is coming in the only manner in which it can. Beloved ones, do not have despair and do not fall to false ones or tales in your impatience. Let us get the word forth to all men, and ye shall see wondrous and miraculous changes begin to flow as man comes into the truth of who he is. God uses not force upon his children if there is force. It is not of God. So be it, Keela, for this session. It shall at first be hard to absorb, but the logic and truth will come into fullness as you once ponder these things. I move to stand by always in thy service. I am Hayton. To stand by and clearing frequency. Chapter 13. Rec number 1, Hayton. Friday, December 22nd, 1989, 8 a.m. Year 3, Day 128. Friday, December 22nd, 1989. Hayton present in light and truth. Dharma, it is most necessary that we sidestep the fun revelations to explain and give substantial evidence for confirmation of some of the things which we have projected to you. Ones are having a terrible time believing old space cadets, therefore, we have to give you ones more quotes and document references. I would prefer to not do it in this journal, but the next few weeks shall be filled with the ancient oral teachings, and the public must have more of this information. There are other excellent resources, but we need to continue to build our credibility. Further, documents keep coming forth which are, for the most part, factual but in total are not. You ones must be given that which is truth and guided a bit farther regarding that which is not. You will hone your discernment abilities quickly as you gain insight into the whole blueprint. The dilemma of evil. It is important for you ones to know what is going on about you, and further, why the workers of the evil coalition must work so hard at winning. Those energy forms from the higher dimensions who have been placed on your planet cannot move into a higher dimensional existence without throwing off of the evil. They are simply not allowed in the universal realms. They are dense, low-frequency beings who cannot survive the high-frequency vibrations of a higher dimension. In other words, they are isolated and bound to a third, or lower, dimension. Oh yes, they can have invisible energy form, but they cannot bear the compression of high frequency. The desire, therefore, is to pull as many soul energies into density as possible, gain control of the planet politically and economically, and kill off the overpopulation and free up lands and resources, hopefully to maintain enough balance to prevent the pole shifting. Backup plan, for they do not expect the above plan to be successful, is to have a placement prepared in a third-dimensionally secure place to ride out the period of time of Earth shift. You once were given a most beauteous place upon which to function, experience and clean up your souls. Most have flunked the course. The alternative places for the dense energies to be placed are most hard indeed. Souls do not perish, you know, and a low-density energy form has only extremely horrendous places to be kept. Not all dense souls are evil, most are simply ignorant and hold to false leaders. The results remain about the same either way. Our effort is to point out the truth so that you once can see the negative blueprint and make some informed choices. I do tell you now that it is not like your ordinary indoctrinated Bible teachers will tell you, with one major exception: if you do not come into the path of light and truth, you will have made your choice to remain in the heavy density, at which point when the changing upheaval comes, your physical house will be in perishment. The lower astral planes are most heinous indeed, and thus do we work to raise your insight and knowledge of the way it is and not the way your leaders tell you it is. You can see all about you that it is not the way they tell you it is. We of these higher realms will only provide truth. No force shall be applied, for force is not of God. You each shall have to be an individual deciding. I shall again be utilizing data already brought forth from both our books and bits and pieces from myriads of other journals, periodicals, and publications. This will be quite strictly documented for your research. Dharma, bear with me, Keela, for I know it is difficult for you to work in blindness as to that which I give unto you. I shall, however, also give you the places to check that you might later come into your own comfort. Yes, precious, I am here in light and your space is clear. Our same old friends are monitoring the work, but truth is truth, and your surveillance personnel need the truth also. As I have told you, our very best workers today are prior surveillance personnel who monitored our centers. Most people do not want to be people of the lie, but they have followed most blindly that which has been told unto them. Allies and co-workers. The most outrageous outcry to hate on is, Russia and the US have not been allies. Yes you have and yes you are. It is for the purpose of world control. Oh, I hate to have to be the one to bring this stark realization unto you. I drew the short straw again. I would just refer you once to other references, but I fear most of you will not obtain the information if we do not place of it herein. Now I am going to take some information verbatim from information that comes forth on a printed, separate page with the book The Plan. Forgive me, brothers, for using your material, but it is exceptional and must be shared with as many as we can reach. Is the Soviet Empire collapsing? Are glasnost and perestroika for real? Don't believe it? We vigorously resist the media-generated mindset that Soviet Communist Party thugs, those very same maniacs who slaughtered over 1 million people in Afghanistan and sent 5 million more fleeing to refugee camps, are now suddenly kindly reformers willing to yield power to the downtrodden masses. The seemingly cataclysmic events taking place in Soviet bloc nations are part of a carefully planned public relations scam. The communist machine is only changing party names and changing faces for aesthetics. As the New York Times admits, the communists in Poland, for instance, retain a strangle grip on the army and the police, the principal tools of social control, and over the national television and radio, the principal instruments of its propaganda. When the dust of Soviet reform finally settles, the world will inevitably discover that the communist totalitarian machine still holds absolute power in the USSR and in its satellite nations. All economic and political activity will be controlled by the Reds and their secret police apparatus. All propaganda outlets and all wealth will be controlled by the Reds. All weapons will remain in the hands of the Reds. Soviet Communist Party head Mikhail Gorbachev purports to be Mr. Nice Guy. Yet the Pentagon tells us that in 1989, in direct violation of his recent pledges, he directed over $1 billion in military aid to the Nicaraguan communists. Secretary of State James Baker admits that the Soviets are now actively arming the murderous communist rebels in El Salvador. Congressman Bill McCollum, RFLA, reports that the Soviets are behind round-the-clock bombing in Afghanistan, where the Soviet puppet government is destroying all remnants of Afghan resistance there. The American Psychiatric Association recently found that Soviet mental institutions still incarcerate political prisoners, and it has been verified that patients are still being crucified with pain-causing psychotropic drugs used for behavior modification. According to recent AP reports, the Soviet police still beat protesters with truncheons. The only thing that has changed about the Soviets is their store-bought image. To those who have studied the plan, it is blatantly obvious that the glasnost scam was developed to augment the impending merger of all nations under a global socialist governing authority. According to U.S. government documents, this all-powerful global authority is slated to be backed by a military machine which controls all of the world's conventional and nuclear weapons. Glasnost is a strategic political vehicle used to condition Americans to accept unilateral disarmament of the USA. Headlines are screeching that international tensions are decreasing and the U.S. faces dramatic military cutbacks. Such drastic military cutbacks preface the U.S. government's published plan to surrender all U.S. weapons to the United Nations military apparatus, which, by international agreement, is operated at the top by Soviets. America is being set up for literal suicide. Of great importance, glasnost provides rationale for channeling billions of American dollars to red governments, including communist Nicaragua, which just raked in several millions in election funds, compliments of George Bush. Without this emergency funding, the despised and rotting communist machine would collapse. In keeping with the declaration of Joseph Stalin that the rich nations of the world must be harnessed to provide real and prolonged aid to communist nations, Sugar Daddy George and the Congress have just pledged hundreds of millions of dollars to Hungary and Poland. This money was pledged, no questions asked, despite the fact that these Warsaw Pact nations are an important part of the Soviet military machine which now, more than ever, threatens America's existence. Hate on, and despite the fact that the debt already owed by those countries to you taxpayers is positively staggering. U.S. economic aid will enable the Soviets to continue financing terrorism and bloody revolution worldwide. This aid will also enable the Soviets to pay interest to the Western bankers who back communist governments with massive loans. While Bush hands out money in wads, America's national debt increases by $8,000 per every second of every hour of every day. The major portion of this debt is owed to the same Soviet-loving bankers who, through their privately owned Federal Reserve System, hold federal government bonds, EIS, on which this debt must be paid. Counting unfunded liabilities, America is over $13 trillion in debt. Because this utterly impossible debt is surpassing the total wealth of the nation, America is absolutely bankrupt. Undaunted, the Bush regime pledges the fruits of the labor of future generations to keep the red military machine solvent today. The authors hope that you will take the time to study the master plan as outlined by the master planners themselves, and that after doing so, you will share this important information with anyone who will listen. Unless we can warn enough people in time, this nation will surely be doomed to endure the hideous ramifications of the plan. One world merger. Vladimir Lenin, the first dictator of Soviet Russia, said, "The aim of socialism is not only to bring the nations closer to each other, but also to merge them." Well, let's begin with your educational system. In 1985, America's public education system was officially merged with the propaganda apparatus of the Soviet Union. By agreement between the Carnegie Corporation of New York and the Soviet Academy of Sciences, the communists of the Kremlin are helping to restructure American education from the third grade up. There is an agreement of some 40 to 50 pages negotiated by the U.S. State Department. The Soviets now provide American students with computer curricula, textbooks, films, and visiting instructors authorized to conduct experiments in American schools and colleges. This agreement is to be renewed and upgraded at frequent intervals. Let me tell you a little story which came out of a congressional committee hearing which attempted to investigate America's largest and most powerful tax-exempt foundations. Testimony of Norman Dodd, research director of the above-named committee, who was invited to meet with President Roman Gaither of the Ford Foundation, in 1953 in New York, was met with the following: Mr. Dodd, we invited you to come because we thought that perhaps, off the record, you would be kind enough to tell us why the Congress is interested in the operations of foundations such as ourselves. We operate here under directives which emanate from the White House. The substance of the directives under which we operate is that we shall use our grant-making power to alter life in the U.S. so that we can be comfortably merged with the Soviet Union. Mr. Dodd was shocked and replied, Mr. Gaither, I do not think you are entitled to withhold this information from the American people to whom you are beholden for your tax exemption. So why do you not tell the American people what you have just told me? His answer was, Mr. Dodd, we would not think of doing that. P.S. The powers behind the Ford Foundation control over $2.5 billion in tax-free assets. Ford is one of the largest private foundations in the world. More pillow agreements. The U.S.S.R. Trade and Economic Council, the New York-based organization, published an ad in the fall of 1985 in the Journal of the U.S.S.R. Trade and Economic Council. Nice Americans were never intended to see it. The journal is published in the U.S. for distribution within the Soviet Union only. The advertisement is for ADM, Archer Daniels Midland Company, Decatur, Illinois, 62525 USA, Telex, 25-0121 ADM DTR. It projects a map of the US and Russia joined at the borders with only Decatur and Moscow identified. The substance of the material reads as follows. This map is far from accurate, but it does serve to illustrate a very important point. As trade between the USSR and the US expands, we're growing closer and closer together. And that's especially true when it comes to food, feed, and other agricultural products. Those who trade with the Archer Daniels Midland Company are linked directly to America's largest source of processed agricultural products. They also have access to tremendous amounts of corn, wheat, soybeans, and other grains, plus the wealth of technical knowledge ADM has acquired over the years. So even though we're 5,000 miles apart, when you trade with ADM the distance seems to disappear. Archer Daniels Midland, ADM, is a billion-dollar Illinois-based agribusiness which sells cheap grain to the Soviets, although it rakes in hundreds of millions of dollars in federal subsidies for its lucrative gasohol program. ADM head is Dwayne Andreas, dubbed by Newsweek magazine as one of Gorbachev's Prairie Pals. Andreas, who owns $230 million in ADM stock, makes large contributions to America's senators and congressmen. In 1988, Andreas spoke at a Trade and Economic Council meeting in Moscow. He assured his Soviet pals that there is little difference between the United States and the Soviet Union these days. He said, while the Soviets are adopting capitalist market economy devices to make Lenin's socialism work better, we, over the past 40 years, have adopted many socialist devices intended to make capitalism work better. In the West, state ownership of major enterprises is long established. And where government does not own business institutions, it is their effective partner through tax and trade credit policies. So we're not as far apart as many people think. Andreas is co-chairman of the U.S.S.R. Trade and Economic Council. He also made a bid to buy the KGB-bugged U.S. Embassy building in Moscow in 1989. The council is staffed by 30 Soviet directors. The council is riddled with Soviet espionage agents, including the notorious General Yevgeny P. Pitovernov, Stalin's favorite protege. Pitovernov has been identified by U.S. intelligence as a leading KGB operative in charge of acquiring U.S. technical data. Pitovernov is on the council's governing board. The council continually interviews U.S. businessmen in quest of technology for the Soviet military machine. Thus, America's leading corporate capitalists and the dreaded Soviet KGB are not as far apart as people might think. One U.S. senator says of the Trade and Economic Council. The council is quite simply an arm of the Soviet government, under KGB control, whose purpose is to subvert the U.S. economy. The communists have always believed in war on all fronts: military, diplomatic, social, and economic. The council is an instrument of subversion. Senator Jesse Helms. In 1985, Malcolm Baldrige, who was then U.S. Commerce Secretary, confirmed that the cozy partnership between corporate America and the Soviet KGB has been arranged by the U.S. government. Baldrige told the Soviets at a council meeting, I am pleased to be here tonight to lend my support and the support of the United States government to the work of the U.S.S.R. Trade and Economic Council. More than 10 years ago the Department of Commerce helped establish the council, and events since then have shown this was a wise decision. Oh, and then good old boy, Henry Kissinger, former Secretary of State, listed a number of these earth-shaking events when he admitted, Soviet behavior in recent years has given the lie to the argument that trade and credits by themselves will bring about a benign evolution of the Soviet system. Soviet-Cuban intervention in Angola, in Ethiopia, and in South Yemen, the invasion of Afghanistan, the suppression of solidarity in Poland, and the use of toxic chemical and biological warfare in Afghanistan and Southeast Asia have all occurred in precisely the period of expanded East-West economic cooperation. I want to point out here that there are more than 300 US corporations who are members of this council and more joining daily. Some of which you of my crew would recognize. Further, I make no judgment on the applicability of such interchange. I simply point out that US citizens are not informed. If anyone listened to that which President Bush told you yesterday at the end of his press conference, you would understand how really serious is your situation. He said that he kept secrets from the public and would most certainly continue to do so as long as he is president, and if you don't like it you can vote him out of office next election. Yes, I am sure as Mr. LaRouche is proof of how easy it is to get a pre-selected candidate out of being elected and what happens to the ones who try. Mr. LaRouche's campaign secretary, Michael Billington, was sentenced to 77 years in prison for political fundraising. This young lady and 16 other LaRouche associates were railroaded. Dear friends, you are in such drastic circumstance and you seem to not realize of it. This man did everything in his power to tell you how it is and you allowed this to happen to him. Of course he is not perfection. Is Mr. Bush perfection? Further, yesterday Mr. Bush told you between the lines that business was never interrupted with China and that he gives ultimate credit to Mr. Kissinger. Open your eyes and ears. The grain conveyor belt. Grain is vital to the Soviet military machine. Grain imports from the West allow the Soviets to concentrate their resources on military hardware, and on war and revolution throughout the world. Without grain imports, Soviet militarism and imperialism would fail. Viktor Suvorov, an important defector from the Soviet military intelligence apparatus, GRU, reports, socialism, for all its gigantic resources, is not capable of feeding itself. How easy it would be to place an embargo on the supply of bread to the Soviet Union, until Soviet forces no longer found themselves in occupied Czechoslovakia, Lithuania, Estonia, and Latvia, until such time as the Cubans no longer held sway in Africa, until the Berlin Wall disappeared. It would only be necessary to withhold supplies of grain for a few months, and the whole edifice of socialism might fall to pieces. Well, now you can simply send your grain directly to these places along with the tab for their freedom building. The full weight and authority of the US government is directed towards providing ample grain for the Soviets. Since the 1960s, the US has avalanched the USSR with cheap grain. The Congressional Research Service reports. The 1972 grain sales were characterized in the US press as the Great Russian Grain Robbery because the tactic of minimizing public information about the size and suddenness of Soviet purchases resulted in lower prices than would otherwise have been obtained. Farmers complained that they would not have sold their grain as early or as cheaply had they known of Soviet intentions. Consumers complained about high food prices that resulted from the large drawdown in grain stocks. In 1983, the US agreed to provide millions of metric tons of grains to the Soviets for each of 5 years. Yet, during the 5 years this agreement was in force, hundreds of thousands of small US farmers declared bankruptcy. US taxpayers underwrite all grain sales to the Soviets because US agriculture is heavily subsidized by the federal government. Each taxpaying family in America contributes $700 in taxes annually to support federal farm subsidies. Taxpayers also subsidize the US Commodity Credit Corporation, which extends credit to the Soviets for their grain purchases. Taxpayers provide huge federal export subsidies to large US corporations for making grain available to the Reds at discount. Under the Department of Agriculture's Export Enhancement Program, the Soviets buy US grain for less than it costs to produce. In late 1988, the US awarded the Soviets a new 2-year grain contract. This particular swindle will cost American taxpayers an estimated $46.2 million. One news source reported, but no one seems able to account for how the Russians pay for their grain imports. In Washington, the question whether, and how, the Russians pay is considered to be privileged information. If these transactions were normal business deals, then surely the answer to the question, on what terms are they conducted, would not be considered a matter of privilege. It is certain that the United States does not receive any direct payment for these transactions. Despite huge federal deficits, politicians never suggest that the Soviets should pay full market value for their grain. We conclude that the US government is desperately anxious to feed the Soviet military machine. In order to do so, the US government is ripping off the taxpayers and the small farmers of America. Why? Because, as Suvorov testifies, the means of producing bread is the Achilles heel of socialism. Strike at it and socialism will fall to pieces, all invasion, nationalization, and collectivization will cease. You might now ask, well, Hayton, what does this have to do with Revelation, prophecies, and the decay of a planet and the rising of the phoenix? So be it. Ponder your own questions most carefully. It has everything to do with it all. Read the other Phoenix journals. Look at what is happening to your world while your string pullers feed you puppets with sugar, water, drugs, and distractions. Americans must understand that the US government will never permit Soviet socialism to fall into pieces because socialism is the heart and soul of the overall plan for world control. Then it will automatically fall to the few gray men who control the purse strings. Financial roots of power. Since this portion is basically regarding the Russias, I shall only sidetrack to point out a few parallel facts. The US has basically provided for the founding of Israel. Well, the US financed the Bolshevik Revolution, financed and directed it from right in the US. That was in 1917 and it has never changed. President Woodrow Wilson contributed $20 million to the Bolshevik cause from the special war fund set aside by Congress for World War I. Wall Street financier, Jacob Schiff, financially aligned with the world's wealthiest families including Rothschilds, Harrimans, and Rockefellers, remember who these people are and where they fit into the gray men structure, contributed at least $20 million to the revolution. Back in those good old days, $20 million was a very great deal of money. International financier, J.P. Morgan, who by the turn of the century wielded monopoly control of banking and industry in the U.S., donated $1 million personally to the communists in Russia. Britisher, Lord Alfred Milner, representing the core of political economic power in Europe, was personally in Russia during the revolution to assist the Bolsheviks in obtaining weapons. Milner contributed a reported 21 million rubles to the Marxist cause. American businessmen and government officials provided diplomatic and financial assistance to V.I. Lenin and his Bolshevik revolutionaries through these corporate entities. American International Corporation, J.P. Morgan. W.A. Harriman Company, Harriman Family. Chase National Bank, Chase Manhattan, Rockefeller/Morgan Federal Reserve Bank of New York privately owned Federal Reserve Board controls U.S. Banking and Credit Guarantee Trust Company Harriman/J.P. Morgan National City Bank Rockefeller. By golly, I want all of you to pay attention because I want everyone reading this to take note that J.P. Morgan was the ultimate destruction of Nikola Tesla. Sometimes God gets angry. Lenin seized gold in purest gangster style by armed parties, not unlike your own circumstance some time back. He took it from Russian banks and from Russian citizens. He used this stolen gold to create Ruscombank, the first official Soviet central bank. J.P. Morgan's Wall Street firm, Guarantee Trust Company, became Lenin's fiscal agent in the U.S. Guarantee Trust, still today at the apex of U.S. corporate power, operated the foreign branch of Lenin's Ruscombank. Now watch the sleight of hand and exchange tactics. Immediately after the revolution, Lenin placed large deposits of gold with Guarantee Trust and with other U.S. banks owned by American capitalists who had financed the Bolshevik Revolution. Lenin also handed his wealthy mentors monopoly concessions on oil, minerals, and other raw materials in Russia. Lenin's terrorist police, Cheka, consolidated totalitarian power in Russia by pulling the skin off the bones of their victims' hands like a glove, rolling naked people in spiked barrels and putting others into coffins with decomposing corpses, applying red-hot five-pointed stars to the foreheads and crowning priests with wreaths of barbed wire, amputating limbs with saws, crucifying, scalping, dismembering, and roasting alive the proletariat. Now would you say that these ones sound like good old Satanists? They certainly do to me. Meanwhile, back at the U.S. ranch, Mr. Wilson and other U.S. officials were providing Lenin with weapons and secret military assistance. The Rockefeller family, having made a deal with Lenin to buy oil-rich property in the Caucasus, arranged for the Bolsheviks a loan of $750 million. Communist tyranny was well funded. Lenin's successor, Joseph Stalin, deliberately starved to death 9 million Ukrainian peasants and condemned tens of millions of political prisoners to confinement and torture in death camps. Meantime, American firms including DuPont, Ingersoll Rand, IBM, Westinghouse, U.S. Steel Corporation, U.S. Rubber, General Electric, Guarantee Trust, New York Life, International Harvester, and Vacuum Oil provided the financial and industrial foundations of Stalin's power. Stalin's genocidal regime was merely a front for a megalithic Wall Street syndicate which included Jacob Schiff's Kuhn-Loeb Company of New York. Kuhn-Loeb financed Stalin's first 5-year plan. Are any of you readers getting mad yet? You should be mad as hell and unwilling to take it anymore. Today the Soviets, the Communist Chinese and all of their puppet minions are completely dependent for military and industrial development upon the world's most powerful corporate capitalists. These wealthy businessmen have created an international network of banks and government agencies which undergird communist power by providing credit, bank bailouts and below-market loans, many of which are guaranteed by American and European taxpayers. This financial network is an umbilical cord through which Western capitalists nourish their avaricious red fetus. The umbilical cord includes World Bank/International Development Agency, United Nations. International Monetary Fund, United Nations. Bank of International Settlements, Swiss, apex of network. U.S. Export-Import Bank loans guaranteed by U.S. taxpayers. Chase Manhattan Bank, Bank of America, Irving Trust Co., Manufacturers Hanover, Chemical Bank, Lazard Brothers, and hundreds of other U.S., Canadian and European banks. Does it now make sense to you why there was no interruption in the business with China and why there are multitudes of private meetings which you will never hear about? Further, am I telling you in enough ways and enough times to cause you to take notice that this is truth? Check it all for yourselves. At the end of this journal I shall tell you where you can get all the references for proof. I honor the ones who have researched and brought forth documents and proof of these heinous activities. You are a blessed and holy land and you have been corrupted in a most terrible manner. This is a blatant sign of the times of the revelation. You need no more deciphering of the old prophecies, you need to function in those that have now come to be in your present. The Soviets and their puppet governments throughout the world owe Western banks and governments over $130 billion. This debt increases by at least $2 billion per month. If the communists pulled a calculated default, they could collapse the global monetary system. So they blackmail the West into new below-market loans which cost the lenders, U.S. taxpayers, very large sums of money indeed. Oh, it is part of the plan but U.S. citizens do not know it and the guillotine is not yet planned to crash down on you but very, very soon it is. In 1988, the Soviets, nudged on by their capitalist partners, boldly demanded revision of existing limits on export-import bank guarantees for loans to the Soviet Union. This would allow the Soviets unlimited guarantees that if they default on their payments to large U.S. corporations for purchase of goods and services, the U.S. taxpayers will step in and pay the debt. David Rockefeller is scion of one of the Wall Street families which originally sponsored the Soviet experiment. The Rockefeller family is worth at least $2 billion. As chairman of Chase Manhattan Bank, David Rockefeller addressed a Trade and Economic Council meeting in Moscow in 1987. He said, as early as 1924, accounts for both the Bank for Foreign Trade of the USSR and the State Bank of the USSR were opened at the Chase Bank in agreement to help finance the Kama River truck foundry, the largest in the world. Kama later manufactured assault vehicles used for the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan. We were also privileged in 1973 to open our representative office in Moscow. Over the past several decades, we have witnessed many ups and downs in relations between our two countries. Through it all, those who are primarily concerned with commerce, finance, and industry have sought to maintain economic ties that are mutually rewarding. Sovietologist Richard Pipes, of Harvard, a former director of East European and Soviet Affairs, National Security Council, explains the capitalist-communist partnership. The most unabashed voice in the West favoring accommodation with the Soviet Union belongs to the business community. On the face of it, pro-Soviet sympathies on the part of a group that the Soviet Union is committed to destroying may seem absurd, but it is a fact that only serves to emphasize the elitist character of the Soviet leadership and the affinities that elites feel for each other, notwithstanding ideological or national differences. The workers of all countries have never united as effectively as have their ruling elites, which constitute the only true international. World-renowned historian, Dr. Anthony C. Sutton, agrees. One of the most pervasive but downright erroneous themes in modern textbook history is that of a competition between capitalist and Marxist systems. In fact, given objective examination of all facts, nothing could be further from the truth. The two political power groups cooperate with each other, nurture each other, and in general are jointly responsible for much of the pain and suffering of the average man on the street in this world. Much of the confusion stems from an unwillingness to define monopoly capitalism for what it is, a political power system that is much like state socialism. Thus, a Brezhnev or Gorbachev and a Rockefeller have much in common. Both are monopolists and both thrive on use of political power to retain their monopoly. Brothers, megacorporations have no problem operating within totalitarian nations. Totalitarianism provides megacapitalists with two commodities they love most: maximum profits and zero competition. The little Russian brother on the street is actually in the very same predicament as are you. Let me just outline the deal briefly. The Soviets help the capitalists maximize profits and the capitalists help the Soviets maintain totalitarian dictatorship. Is it any wonder that M.R. Bush was not elated and hopping up and down in glee when the Berlin Wall became overwhelmed and crashed down? You had not done your job well enough, and M.R. Bush is the big cheese honcho of this deal. Dharma, let us have a break for rest and then we shall cover the deal. I am sorry to give you all this massive work, but it must be done, Keela, and my appreciation is very unlimited. I now move to standby. Please summon me when you are ready to continue. Hayton to out, please. 4 copies of the Plan Independent Research Associates Boss 2013, Hayden, Idaho 83835. Chapter 14. Rec number 2 Hayton. Friday, December 22, 1989, 1 p.m. Year 3, Day 128. Friday, December 22, 1989. Hayton present to resume. Thank you. The bargain. Like the monopoly capitalists of the West, the monopoly socialists of the Soviet bloc enjoy immense wealth. The Soviet elite, known collectively as the nomenklatura, includes about 3 million persons. The nomenklatura operates at top levels: the triad of Soviet power, the Communist Party, the military/GRU, and the secret police, KGB. The nomenklatura owns all the wealth in the Soviet sphere. Michael Voslinsky, a former high-ranking Soviet official, observed that liquidating private property and turning it into socialist property was merely a transfer of all the country's wealth to the new ruling class, the nomenklatura. Nomenklaturist leaders, including Secretary General Mikhail Gorbachev, live like the richest American millionaires. They are provided every conceivable luxury, convenience, and privilege at state expense. In addition to handsome salaries, they maintain an open account at the state bank from which they may draw unlimited public funds for their private use. The nomenclatura has little contact with the hundreds of millions of common people of the Soviet bloc nations. According to Voslinsky, the nomenclaturist spends his life without ever coming into contact with the Soviet people whom he is supposed to be serving. This is possible because the nomenclatura have erected a rigid system of apartheid, based on class and rank. The common man is barred from nomenclatura restaurants, hospitals, schools, universities, resorts, etc. Terror plus genocide equals power plus profit. Professor Richard Pipes reminds you, it is known that numerous terrorist movements receive training in communist bloc countries. Terrorist gangs operating in diverse parts of the world have formed under the aegis of the KGB, something like an international network whose members shift from country to country, as opportunities for their bloody work present themselves. The possibility of systematic, large-scale terrorism within the United States, controlled by Moscow, cannot be ignored. Since 1917, the communists and their capitalist backers have successfully used revolution and terrorism to brutalize into subservience 56 nations comprising 36% of the world's population. Heading the international clique of megacapitalists who have shamelessly built the Soviet Empire on the rotting corpses of millions is Armand Hammer, chairman of Occidental Petroleum. Named for the arm and hammer symbol of revolution, Hammer epitomizes the grotesque partnership between rich Western capitalists and the Soviet nomenklatura. Said to be worth $180 million, Hammer has been skulking in the background whenever Mikhail Gorbachev was shown on TV during the earlier of his two 1988 visits to the U.S. This was apropos since Hammer's father helped found the American Communist Party, before he went to prison for committing manslaughter during a botched abortion. Armand was employed by Lenin to help build Soviet industry. The U.S. State Department noted in 1932 that Armand was an espionage agent for Stalin. Today, at age 90, this one-man bridge to Moscow circles the globe, skillfully interweaving the ambitions of European aristocracy, Western politicians, and corporate leaders with the designs of the Kremlin elite. Oh Hayton, there cannot be very many companies involved or we would have heard about it. Is that what you are thinking? How about just a partial list of some companies you might recognize: Acme Manufacturing, Aetna Standard Company, Alcoa, Alliance Tool and Die, Alice Chalmers, American Can, American Express, American Motors, Armco Steel, Baldwin Locomotives, Bell Telephone, Bendix, Boeing Company, Bechtel, Bryant Chucking Grinder Co., Bunge Corporation, Cargill, Caterpillar, University of Chicago, Consolidated Aircraft, Consolidated Edison, Corning Glass, Cummins Engine, Curtiss-Wright, Clark Equipment, Coca-Cola, Continental Grain, John Deere Co., Dow Chemical, Douglas Aircraft, Equitable Trust Company, E.I. DuPont, Ford Motor Company, Gulf General Atomic, Gulf Oil, FMC Corporation, General Dynamics, General Electric, General Motors, Gerard Machine Tools, Gleason Works, Hammer Concession, W. Averill Harriman, Hercules Motor Company, Hewlett-Packard, Honeywell Controls, Hughes Tool, International Telephone and Telegraph, Ingersoll Rand, International Harvester, Hooker, International Business Machines, Kaiser Aluminum and Chemical, Lockheed, Lummus Corp., McKee Corporation, Monsanto, Mack Trucks, Occidental Petroleum, Olivetti, Pepsi Company, Raycon Corp., Raytheon, RCA, Remington Rand, Rockwell International, Standard Oil of New Jersey, Standard Oil of New York, Singer Company, Sperry Rand, Stauffer Chemical Co., Swindell Dressler, Tenneco, Texas Eastern Transmission, Union Carbide, Union Switch and Signal Co., United Aircraft Corp., U.S. Steel, Universal Oil Products, Univac, Westinghouse Electric, Xerox Corp. Well, you might ask, what is wrong with doing business? Nothing. These are just companies whose boards of directors and top executives find it most rewarding to finance and or supply communist bloc nations, and thus their terrorist networks. The problem is that it is kept secret from you, the taxpayers, and you benefit nothing except possibly you might get personally involved in a terrorist plot and end up dead by your own made in the USA bullets, etc. The fact is that you are not intended to know these things, and all the while the government is lying to you and claiming to be deadly enemies. This is what is going on instead. Perhaps the following can help you understand the problem. The racket. Between 1961 to 1973, the U.S. government sent 2.5 million Americans, your sons, lovers, fathers, and husbands or daughters, lovers, mothers and wives, to a war zone called Vietnam. Of these, 47,244 were killed in action, 10,446 died of accidents and disease, and 303,704 were wounded. That war cost Americans $22 billion per year. U.S. troops and millions of South Vietnamese ultimately left Vietnam in panic, fleeing before the communists. No one can fully comprehend the physical and psychological damage still suffered by the survivors of the Vietnam horror, which bankrupted America and marked the beginning of her strategic decline. During the war, U.S. Defense Secretary Melvin Laird reported, about 75% of the supplies, equipment, and support for the enemy, in Vietnam, comes from the Soviet Union and the Eastern Satellites, and the remaining 25% from Red China. Here is the punchline: throughout the war, U.S. corporations supplied the Soviets with cash, credit, industrial technology, machinery, and equipment absolutely vital to the Soviet military machine. According to the Constitution, giving aid to the enemy is treason. Yet corporate America was encouraged by the U.S. government to supply the Soviets. 5 bloody years into the war, the U.S. State Department issued a declaration that any American businessman trading with the Soviet Union or European countries would be acting within his rights and following the policy of his government. This declaration announced that persons or organizations opposing such trade would be acting against the interests of the United States. Wait a minute, I didn't make these rules, you did. I am just telling you about them. Among American blood vendors was a company called Gleason Corporation of New York, which supplied equipment for the Gorky Industrial Complex, originally built by Ford Motor Company. At Gorky, the Soviets produced military vehicles and equipment used against the American troops in Vietnam. The Gleason Corporation always advertises in the U.S.U.S.R Trade and Economic Council Journal. This company makes precision gears which the Soviets cannot get elsewhere. The company celebrates the fact that Gleason has provided the Soviets with industrial assistance since Lenin turned Russia into a totalitarian gulag. What next? Afghanistan. After America got burned out on sending its kids to die for nothing in a hellhole jungle, the war people looked to new horizons for the most valuable of commodities, cannon fodder. They turned their eyes to the beautiful people of Afghanistan. It was actually during the 1960s that the U.S. government and corporate America prepared the groundwork for the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan. The U.S. Army Corporate of Engineers, with assistance from the United Nations, constructed 300 miles of double-lane highway through Afghanistan. This highway connected to another built by the Soviets through the USSR to the Afghan border. In 1972, Soviet proxies were still killing American soldiers in Vietnam. That year, Richard Nixon, the U.S. Commerce Department, Chase Manhattan Bank, the Export-Import Bank and 40 U.S. corporations including Gulf and Western Industries, Honeywell, Ingersoll Milling Machine Company, Swindell-Dressler, IBM and Westinghouse arranged for the construction of the Kama River Industrial Complex, one of the largest in the USSR. Here the Soviets produced assault vehicles and armored personnel carriers for their 1979 Afghanistan invasion. In 1980, Businessweek reported that Ingersoll Rand of New Jersey was delivering to the Soviets $8.8 million worth of equipment for the Kama River plant, even though U.S. officials were well aware that Kama had produced trucks used in the invasion of Afghanistan. Ingersoll Rand has tacitly endorsed mass genocide since 1918 when the company's chairman, William Saunders, wrote to Woodrow Wilson, "I am in sympathy with the Soviet form of government as the best suited for the Russian people. The Soviet form of government is also best suited for imperialism, war, and revolution which engender huge profits for the Western multinational banks and corporations supplying the Soviet military machine." While Soviet troops mutilated, tortured, gassed, bombed, napalmed, burned, and starved the peasants of Afghanistan, the U.S. government provided the Soviet-backed puppet dictator of Afghanistan most favored nation trade privileges. U.S. corporations raked in multi-millions by providing the Soviet puppet government in Kabul with aircraft components, chemical products, and engine parts for its Scorched Earth campaign. And slaves too. The Soviets ran a full-page ad in the Wall Street Journal, August 24, 1987, announcing that Soviet head gangster Mikhail Gorbachev is recruiting new U.S. corporations to come on board for profitable deals and joint ventures in KGB land. Numerous corporate executives like Dwayne Andreas are already involved in lucrative commercial joint ventures with the Soviets. Under the direction of the U.S. Commerce Department, Western megacorporations are setting up scores of new industrial and agricultural projects within the Soviet Union. Western capitalists may own 49% of these Soviet socialist monopolies. And guess where the startup money, etc. will flow from? Capitalist communist ventures behind the Iron Curtain are especially profitable because labor is cheap. A tribunal set up by the International Commission on Human Rights, the International Society for Human Rights and the International Sakharov Committee reported in 1982, "We find the USSR continues the deplorable practice of using forced labor in manufacturing and construction projects including the Siberian gas pipeline." Do you now understand why Sakharov had to be killed? He was about to spill the entire load to the international press with all that new openness. Mr. Gorbachev was told to silence him. A 390-page document commissioned by the Research Center for Prisons, Psycho-Prisons and Forced Labor Concentration Camps of the USSR lists many of the 2,000 Soviet slave labor camps and prisons. This study was organized by Jewish dissident Avraham Shifrin who, as a Soviet political prisoner, made contacts for obtaining documentation on the Soviet penal system. Shifrin estimates that, since 1917, 60 million human beings have died in Soviet labor camps. He explains, every day, thousands of prisoners are routed through Moscow, a central transit point in the Soviet penal system, for destinations in other parts of the country. The routing usually occurs at night. The inmates are taken from their temporary prisons to the trains, and then from their transit cells in the basements of Moscow's railroad stations to their final place of servitude. 5,000 to 6,000 prisoners a day await transfer in the huge transit prison, Prisna. Authorities of the Prisna are known for their depravity, tyranny, and cruelty. Estimating the average detention time at 5 years and the maximum percentage of repeaters at 20 to 25%, a total of nearly a third of the country has gone through the camps. The high criminal percentage is artificially maintained by the state for primarily economic reasons. This does not mean that the government promotes crime but that it suddenly takes notice of an exceptional number of supposed criminals, parasites, hooligans, and vagabonds. In Soviet society whenever it needs to resort to mass arrests to augment the labor supply for camp labor is inherently necessary to the sagging edifice of Soviet production. This is why Cuba and Vietnam pay part of their debts to the USSR by sending it forced labor contingents, just as in ancient times a conquered people's tribute to the victor had to include a certain number of slaves. If general amnesty was suddenly decreed, it would trigger an economic catastrophe. You can get arrested and convicted on a pure whim, which is also happening right in the good old USA. Thousands of women prisoners, including nursing mothers, and also children, are forced to do exhausting and dangerous work in Soviet labor camps. Shifrin reports, an eyewitness who has been to the camps in Novosibirsk for reasons connected with her work, reports that club-carrying supervisors, officially called educators, roaming about the campgrounds subject the young prisoners, aged 10 to 18, to merciless beatings. In addition, the younger boys must also suffer the harassments of older inmates, stolen food rations, sexual abuses, homosexuality is rampant, pressures to perform involuntary favors, etc. Otherwise, the boys are assigned to hard labor projects. What have these millions of criminals in the USSR done to incite the wrath of their Soviet masters? Shifrin says, we are speaking of innocent human beings persecuted for thinking differently, reading forbidden philosophical, political, or religious books, posting up notices, putting up a flag, demanding religious instruction for their children, or undertaking a private commercial initiative. These are the crimes for which a Soviet citizen can be imprisoned. Religious dissidents have the hardest time of all Soviet slaves. They are often placed in what Schifrin calls extermination camps where few come out alive. They are forced to work with asbestos, or to labor unprotected in uranium mines, or to perform high-risk duties in nuclear plants or to operate equipment that produces toxic fumes. In addition, says Schifrin, psychiatric hospitals, as well as penal facilities officially designated as prisons are maintained by the authorities in Moscow to punish independently minded or religious citizens. Mentally healthy human beings are administered heavy doses of neuroleptic drugs. Recalcitrant inmates are held bound for hours or even days in a wet straitjacket. Once the straitjacket dries, the victim's body becomes compressed as in a vice. Prisoners, moreover, are beaten by so-called hospital attendants, who in fact are criminals, and subjected to electric shocks. The following is a recollection of Sergei Kurdakov, who, until his defection from Russia, led KGB raids on Christians there. Inside, 15 startled people on their knees, praying and singing, looked up in utter disbelief. They knew what was happening and their faces were filled with a mixture of surprise and fear. I shouted, "You're praying to empty air. Where's your God now? Let him help you now." We shoved and pushed, getting warmed up to the attack. Vladimir grabbed an old man, smashed him in the face, and sent him screaming across the room to tumble on the floor in a pool of blood. The believers who could stay clear of us rushed about the room trying to hide their Bibles and literature. Yuri picked up an old woman, grabbed her long, gray hair, pulled her head back, and struck her across the throat with a karate chop. Without a sound the old woman crumpled to the floor. The young men were beaten until their faces were a bloody pulp. Most of the bones of their faces were broken. Meanwhile, Sergei Kanonenko had used his knife on a couple of the women, and they were screaming and holding their sides. In 1982 Schifrin wrote, "To our great distress, we have ascertained that in 1981 the authorities in the USSR have sharply increased arrests, persecutions, and intimidation of dissidents, religious persons, and those attempting to emigrate from the USSR. We know of many cases of beatings and murders of both clergy and those who simply believe in God." Concentration camps. The millions of people in Soviet concentration camps are not alone in their suffering and deprivation. Michael Voslinsky, who, before his defection held high bureaucratic and academic posts in the USSR, testifies that the entire population of the Soviet bloc including Eastern Europe suffers bleak poverty in a system of extra-economic compulsory labor as in the age of slavery or feudalism. Richard Pipes notes that a Soviet soldier is paid 4 rubles per month, approximately $5. Since this is as much as no pay, the bulk of the Soviet army may be said to consist of temporarily bonded serfs. The nomenclatura goes to extraordinary lengths to prevent its slaves from emigrating en masse. According to paragraph 64 of the Soviet Penal Code, escape abroad and refusal to return to the Soviet paradise constitute high treason. The KGB will track an escapee for years in order to execute him. Voslinsky describes the thousands of miles of bolts and bars along the Soviet frontier as a ring fence around a huge concentration camp. He says this barrier includes barbed wire strips 5 yards wide, with low-voltage electric current alarms activated by the slightest movement. Secondary zones laced with concealed spiderweb steel loops which tighten the more a victim struggles. A tertiary no-man's land patrolled by dogs and by guards who can expect a medal for machine gunning fugitives in the back. Affirming that the Bolshevik Revolution in Russia was subsidized by Western capitalists, Voslinsky says the Soviets are now in partnership with large Western corporations to consolidate maximum extension of their power and to obtain the production of arms and the latest technical equipment for the police. Russian dissident Vladimir Bukovsky found that the handcuffs which bound him in a Soviet prison were stamped with an American trademark. He correctly deduced that the West has supplied the Soviets both literally and figuratively with the chains holding the Soviet peoples in bondage. The economically stagnant Soviet Empire would collapse without forced labor. The Soviet slave system must continue despite glasnost and perestroika. Those hollow propaganda phrases used by Soviet slavers and their public relations specialists to seduce the West into new and treacherous deals. I see that you want to argue with me. Well, you tell me about those 4,600 bodies in the mass grave in Romania today. And that is only one such grave. Speak of collusion. Russian defector Tomasz Schumann says of the Soviet elite, they are not government. They don't govern anything. They are a bunch of self-imposed dictators, very dangerous criminals, and they are unwanted in my country, and the worst thing you Americans can do to my country, to 270 or more million citizens of the USSR, is to keep on negotiating with their oppressors. In April 1987, Jim Wright, Speaker of the House of Representatives of the U.S. Congress, traveled to the Soviet Union where he appeared on Soviet television. Wright read the script to the inmates of the Soviet bloc. I am here, along with 20 lawmakers of my country, at the invitation of your Secretary General, Mikhail Gorbachev. We have met with Mr. Gorbachev and other members of your government. We have been impressed by the sincerity of Mr. Gorbachev, by his desire to turn over a new leaf in the book of our relationship, and by his commitments to a better world for all of us and for our children, Soviet children and American children. It should be noted here that Mikhail Gorbachev and other members of the Soviet Communist Party especially love the children of Afghanistan. On October 10, 1985, in the same issue outlining the U.S. Soviet education merger, a New York Times editorial reported deliberate crippling of children by Soviet invaders in Afghanistan. The evil lies exposed in a report to the United Nations Commission on Human Rights. The report asserts, the most horrible type of incident was that caused by the explosion of anti-personnel mines and especially of children's toys. Many witnesses testified that children had been very seriously wounded, having their hands or feet blown off, either by handling booby-trap toys they had picked up along the roadway, or by stepping on them. The types of booby-trap toys encountered include those resembling pens, harmonicas, radios, and little bombs shaped like a bird. This type of bomb, consisting of two wings, one flexible and the other rigid, in the shape and colors of a bird, explodes when the flexible wing is touched. Now for a bit more of Jim Wright's speech. Both of our countries were born in revolution. Both strive in different ways to achieve a better life for our people. Our two great countries have never been at war against each other. If you will write me a little note and tell me that you saw this program, I would like to send you one of these little pins that I am wearing in my lapel. It contains small replicas of the flags of our two nations flying side by side. And that is exactly what the pin is: the American and Russian flags crossed and united. The stars and stripes are intertwined with the Soviet red, complete with its hammer and sickle, a symbol of human suffering and mass genocide for over 70 years. Tens of thousands of Americans died in Vietnam because of the red flag with the hammer and sickle. Well over 100 million innocent human beings in the USSR and over 1 million in Afghanistan have been murdered in cold blood by the dictatorship this symbol represents. Millions more, including Americans, will yet be sacrificed to the Soviet goal of global domination. You can count on it. I suggest you get your survival shelters underway post haste. You will be seeing these flags side by side as you move along here. It symbolizes the linkage of the US with the Soviet bloc under a single global governing authority. It is a sad day indeed, my friends. Facts to astound even the hardened. There have been tens of thousands of hours spent investigating the master plan for merging the US with the Soviet Union by the year 2000. Research should solidly convince you that there is an international coalition of families and individuals who own and/or control a global network of banks, corporations, and tax-exempt foundations, and who have accumulated wealth so massive that they have bought themselves control of the economic and political affairs of every nation on earth. In quiet cooperation, the powermongers operate for their own purposes the governments of both the democratic and totalitarian nations. This coalition of billionaires has been a global power for at least a century. Back in 1913, your President Woodrow Wilson wrote, "Some of the biggest men in the U.S., in the field of commerce and manufacture, are afraid of somebody, are afraid of something. They know that there is a power somewhere so organized, so subtle, so watchful, so interlocked, so complete, so pervasive, that they had better not speak above their breath when they speak in condemnation of it." The late Dr. Carroll Quigley, renowned scholar and professor of history at Georgetown University, Harvard and Princeton, published 1,600 pages documenting the existence of this tightly knit cartel. He conceded that many generations ago, this consortium of super-wealthy families set about to create a world system of financial control in private hands able to dominate the political system of each country and the economy of the world as a whole. This system was to be controlled in a feudalist fashion by the central banks of the world acting in concert, by secret agreements arrived at in frequent private meetings and conferences. Dr. Quigley also wrote of the cartel, "I know of the generations of this network because I have studied it for 20 years and was permitted for 2 years, in the early 1960s, to examine its papers and secret records. I have no aversion to it or to most of its aims and have, for much of my life, been close to it and to many of its instruments. I have objected, both in the past and recently, to a few of its policies, but in general my chief difference of opinion is that it wishes to remain unknown, and I believe its role in history is significant enough to be known." Quigley identified the secret combination as a very real power structure which the radical right in the US has been attacking for years in the belief that they are attacking the communists. He further explained, "There does exist an international Anglophile network which operates, to some extent, in the way the radical right believes the communists act. In fact, this network, which we may identify as the Round Table groups, has no aversion to cooperating with the communists and frequently does so." Senator Jesse Helms has accurately identified the cartel's basic worldview, which calls for an ultimate convergence, or merging, of the United States and the Soviet Union, into a common culture, economy, philosophy, and despotism. This is how blatantly open it has become, however. The cartel has recently published detailed strategies for cinching up its existing eco-political power into a virtual global dictatorship. Backed by billions of dollars, the cartel has already created the foundations of a world governing authority which will complete the U.S. Soviet merger with dictatorial precision. This governing authority is slated to become so powerful that all citizens of the world will be subjugated to its absolute dictates. Cartel spokesmen consistently label the evolving system world order. These beloved investigators call it the plan, and I honor them and shall refer to it by that label. I urge you to obtain their information and will give you information for its source at the end of this journal. Dharma, you are most fatigued and have not had nourishment this day. Let us leave this now. It is, however, most imperative that we not lag in this task. Knowledge shall be man's one great asset. Man has to know the problem before he can formulate a solution. I move to stand by. Hayton out, Salut. Chapter 15. Rec number 1 Sananda/Hayton. Saturday, December 23, 1989, 8 a.m. Year 3, Day 129. Saturday, December 23, 1989. Think not that you would not be given the road map back to the stars. Creator promised you truth so that you might discern the path. See the evil for that which it is, change of the thought form and you can create freedom and that which is your rightful heritage. You are trapped by the lie and yet you need only to cast off your bindings. The word of truth shall set you free. There is wondrous solace, tremendous power, and ultimate victory in simply refusing to be deceived. For if enough of you ask passage, the ship shall be sent. United you will stand, but divided you are falling, and the purpose has been to turn brother against brother and strip you of your strength. Reach out unto your brother, refuse to accept that which is told to you without discernment of self-truth. Carefully look at all facets and find wisdom. Rise above your physical fears and terrors and come again into life. You have become a humanity of bored, terrified, and truth-starved people. Stand up, learn the truth, take thy brother's hand and refuse to accept the lie. It is time to birth the phoenix into a renewed cycle. Will you but sit and wither in the flames and fall into the ashes? You have but to ask and reach out unto my offered hand, for I know the way. I am Sananda. *****. The Master Schemers. There are several master theoreticians for that which is called the World Order movement. Let us see that which they project. I am Hayton to sit with you and reason together. Saul Menlovitz is a leading theoretician regarding this theory. He has stated, I am arguing for a new governance or alternative institutions to those now responsible for global concert. It could easily be the UN with binding decision-making power. People will be demanding a central guidance system. It means a governance is about to come into being in which the policy elites in various nation-states who have the authority and the capacity to make decisions, will not longer solely have that as their prerogative. There will be a governance that will say you can't build an army anymore. You must give a certain amount of your economic income to other areas of the world. Another world order specialist is Richard Falk, a professor of international law at Princeton University. Falk has helped design strategies for bringing the United States under jurisdiction of a coercive global governing authority. We shall quote Richard Falk a lot as we move along through these pages. Mr. Falk is a director of the World Order Models Project, WOMP, a world order think tank in New York City. Affiliated with the World Order Institute, WOMP is funded by two giants within the cartel's tax-exempt foundation complex, Rockefeller Foundation and Carnegie Endowment for World Peace. It is significant that early trustees of the Carnegie Endowment included wealthy Wall Street moguls who backed the Bolshevik Revolution. Richard Falk specifies the target date for completion of the cartel's basic global governing authority. We should like to bring the new system into being by the year 2000, or shortly thereafter. In essence, we anticipate the centralized administration of many realms of human activity: health, environmental protection, money, business operations, ocean and space use, disarmament, disaster relief, peacekeeping and peaceful settlement, and resource conservation. This should begin to give you questioners of dates something to seriously ponder. Harlan Cleveland, a director of the cartel's Aspen Institute for Humanistic Studies, has further described the awesome power for which the cartel is reaching. He said, there is a long agenda of creative effort just ahead, a complex agenda of international action which some of us have been calling the planetary bargain. We, the people of the world community, will need to create a food reserve, to assure energy supplies, to depress fertility rates, to stabilize commodity markets, to protect the global environment, to manage the ocean and its deep seabed, to control the modification of weather at human command, to rewrite the rules of trade and investment, to reform the monetary system, to mediate disputes, to reduce the costs of military stalemates, to manage conflict in a world of proliferating weapons, and to keep the peace when it is broken. Taking it all together, this agenda amounts to a third triad world order, the League of Nations having died, and the United Nations unable in its present condition to cope. Dear ones, really carefully read these words. On the surface they sound wondrously marvelous. There is always enough truth set forth to mislead and misguide. Really see what is said and comprehend the magnitude of such projections. And always look to the resource behind the institutes. Who pays the bills? The ones who control your very existence on that placement. Richard Falk admits that some of the planners working with the World Order models project to prepare the foundation of world government are agents of the Soviet Union and Communist China. He is also candid about the eco-political structure of the cartel's evolving global system. He writes, this transnational group of scholars, therefore, is committed to the search for peace with equity and seeks to evolve a globalist ideology that draws on socialism to depict a humane set of economic relationships based on societal well-being. So you learn on good authority that the world government is to be a socialist entity. The Soviet Communist Party helps you to understand America's future with this definition of socialism. Socialism is a social system under which, as a result of the socialist revolution and the consolidation of the dictatorship of the proletariat, private ownership of the means of production is abolished, socialist ownership is established as the basis of society, and the exploiting classes are eliminated. Manufactured products are distributed according to the work in line with the principle, he who does not work, does not eat. Socialism is the first phase of communism. All this at first glance looks really good. But who is at the top pulling the strings and making the decisions? Do you have a fair God who is always just, or do you have men who are evil? Freedom is a wondrous thing indeed, and once it is gone it is most difficult to recover, as you ones are going to find out very quickly. Webster's New World Dictionary reports that the founder of modern socialism was German political economist, Karl Heinrich Marx, 1818 to 1883. The term socialism is often used interchangeably with the term Marxism. Marx, as a paid agent, wrote the Communist Manifesto, a blueprint for global socialist dictatorship. The manifesto calls for violent revolution resulting in abolition of all religion and morality, abolition of private property and right of inheritance, government control of education and communication, establishment of a heavy graduated income tax, Creation of industrial armies, forced labor. Government monopoly on all production, i.e., manufacturing, banking, transportation, agriculture, etc. Does any of this sound familiar? If it does not, then go get the Phoenix journals. The government will take away everything. You can keep that which is yours a bit longer by incorporation if you can keep secret the ownership of your corporation, and the only place left in the US is Nevada. I warn you, they will take your inheritance and all your assets before they are done, and they plan to be finished by year 2000. You have, it appears, less than 10 years at best to get your assets covered. So be it. The manifesto demands annihilation of the middle-class owner of property, bourgeois, who must be swept out of the way and made impossible to exist. The manifesto does not demand the annihilation of the super-rich class. In fact, the manifesto expresses empathy with the European aristocracy. How many of you are in the super-rich class? Does this sound like something right out of hell? So be it. The manifesto repeats that the enemy of the communist movement is the enterprising, profit-oriented, freedom-loving bourgeoisie. The term bourgeoisie is defined by Webster's New World Dictionary as that economic class, between the very wealthy class of idle rich and the drudgery-ridden working poor. Where does that place most of you good old kids? No, dear hearts, this is not some silly plan for someone else, somewhere else. This is the plan for you in the United States of America, and it is all but finished. Karl Marx tried to induce the working poor, proletariat, to despise and destroy the middle class. But as Fabian socialist George Bernard Shaw pointed out, the working man respects the bourgeois and wants to be the bourgeois. Marx never got hold of him for a moment. Historically, all socialist movements have been financed and directed by the super-rich. Why would the world's most powerful, moneyed cliques promote socialism? Because socialism, whether totalitarian or democratic, stratifies citizens into two classes, the powerful rich nomenclature and the working poor. Socialism is a system in which the super-rich need not compete with an enterprising middle class for wealth and power, since the middle class has been annihilated by government monopoly on property and means of production. Socialism, which concentrates all wealth and power in the hands of the ruling elite, is a kickback to medieval feudalism. Is it any wonder that M.R. Bush is not jubilant over the breaking away of the peoples of the Soviet bloc in a direction away from socialistic communism? It had been hoped and planned that with M.R. Gorbachev, etc., this could have been pulled off while still managing to keep those people of Europe under control. Honor your brothers and sisters over there who have given it all to get your attention in time. Please let it be in time. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Socialism is a system of masters and slaves. This is why the cartel has selected socialism as the vehicle for seizing total global power. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Further defining socialism. Igor Shafarovic, a Russian scientist and dissident residing in the USSR, identifies the central element of socialism. Socialism is the theory of preparing and implementing revolution. It is a series of rules which must be followed in order to seize power. At the same time, it is the technology of power, the philosophy of the absolute state to which all life is subjected, i.e., Satanism. Oh gulp, could it be? You see, you thought those Russians practiced communism. Nay, nay, nay. You simply did not understand socialism. Richard Falk concedes that it is virtually impossible for nations to get rid of socialist regimes once those regimes adopt a hard orientation toward the retention of state power. But he concludes that socialist forms of authoritarianism are to be preferred to capitalism because socialism seems to do better in the maintenance phase with economic rights and with those human rights concerned with avoidance of extreme abuse of the person. Ah, now you see where you got the conception of socialism being good. It could, if only man were perfect, fair, and just. The year Soviet troops invaded Afghanistan to begin an extermination campaign there, Falk wrote that the Soviet role in the Third World has been less widely detrimental to the pursuit of human rights than has the American role. Such is the twisted bias of those planning America's future in the socialist New World Order. Global system. The cartel's global governing authority will require a massive bureaucracy which planners often refer to as a central guidance system. WAMP's blueprint for this governing authority appears to be a refinement of the United Nations organization which was created by the cartel in the first place as a preparatory foundation for world government. Cartel patrician John Foster Dulles was leader of the delegation which met with the Soviets in San Francisco, 1945, to hammer out the United Nations Charter. Dulles wrote, "The United Nations represents not a final stage in the development of world order, but only a primitive stage. Therefore, its primary task is to create the conditions which will make possible a more highly developed organization. If the principal members of the United Nations, including the Soviet Union, are willing to take part in a proposed new world organization, then the United Nations itself could quickly be made into that organization. Dharma, I pain to see the realization of the people of the lie who have passed your way and sat in judgment and persecution of you ones. It was intended that you never get these words into print for the masses. Those ones work in ignorance of the total evil that they bear upon their fellow men. One warned you to be prepared for the pain and feeling of isolation, for it had to come to be. In their simple truth they do not conceive of that which they do. When your heart is too heavy, reach out unto Little Crow, for your tasks are hard and painful, but I believe it becomes obvious that you are not alone, and these other brave men do not yet understand that they have the help of we of the outer realms. Hold tightly to my hand, little sparrows, for the winds shall blow against you, but the ultimate storm shall be conquered, and the winds shall but thrust you up. You once shall be given the strength to prevail and prosper. To conceal the lie they must allow you the freedom of speech a bit longer, do you see? They do not yet have total control and they cannot handle anarchy, and you ones shall walk behind our shields. I hold thee close. Cartel planner Richard Gardner, former Deputy Assistant Secretary of State and Professor of Law at Columbia University, brings us up to date on the development of world government. A generation ago the central problem was to create new global institutions where none existed. Today it is to get several hundred functional and regional commissions, boards, committees and secretariats to work together effectively. It is to these hundreds of international commissions, boards and secretariats that nations of the world are gradually handing the power to govern, the power to make binding decisions, the power to determine the course of human history. The most pressing problem, says Gardner, is how to improve present arrangements for creating, adapting, interpreting, and enforcing international law. So the cartel continually inserts into the United Nations framework new and powerful intermediary groups of administrators who, behind the scenes, guide the developing global bureaucracy. Gardner notes, while the membership explosion of the UN system makes it politically impossible to return completely to the old ways of doing things, the common interest of all countries in the orderly development of new rules of international law suggests that greater use of small and expert bodies should be made in the preparatory stage of lawmaking conferences. This year you have seen the power put forth in demonstrations for the UN group. When the US had not paid their dues, most intentional a display indeed, the organization all but had to disband. It was a most obvious show of power, and none but you of the blind, trusting, public citizens missed it. Go against the power wielder and you reap the sword of doom for your nations who rise to dispute. The world is already hostage to the evil cartel. As the cartel's global socialist bureaucracy becomes, incrementally, the governing power of the entire earth, all national governments will, according to Richard Falk, wither away. In order to hasten the withering process, cartel propagandists such as Zbigniew Brzezinski, former national security advisor under President Carter, instruct Americans that national sovereignty and nationalism are dangerous and selfish and antiquated concepts. National sovereignty is defined as the right of a nation to conduct domestic and foreign policy without outside interference. Such independence is absolutely inimical to socialist world order. As V.I. Lenin declared, Marxism cannot be reconciled with nationalism even if the latter is just, irreproachable, and civilized. Marxism is moving forward ahead of every national and international idea, putting the idea of the amalgamation of all nations into a higher one. The Communist Party of the Soviet Union affirms, nationalism is harmful to the common interests of the socialist community and above all, the people of the country where it remains, since isolation from the socialist camp holds up that country's development, deprives it of the advantages deriving from the world socialist system. The plan to harness all nations to a global socialist governing authority would be foiled if America should insist upon the right to make its own political and economic choices. Citizens of the U.S. would be deprived of bowing to the ultimatums of a world dictator if they cling to the Declaration of Independence, which upholds national sovereignty as the basis of personal liberty. In preparation for the plan, personal liberty must be extinguished for the good of the total group. World order pioneer George Bernard Shaw explained most eloquently, we, as socialists, have nothing to do with liberty. Our message, like Mussolini's, is one of discipline and of service. Wean the Americans from liberty. In order to wean Americans from the concept of liberty, the cartel has created a new document to replace the Declaration of Independence. This new document is called Declaration of Interdependence. Written by cartel agent Henry Steele Commager in 1975 and signed by 114 congressmen and senators in 1976, it reads: 2 centuries ago our forefathers brought forth a new nation, now we must join with others to bring forth a new world order. We affirm that the economy of all nations is a seamless web, and that no one nation can any longer effectively maintain its processes of production and monetary systems without recognizing the necessity for collaborative regulation by international authorities. We call upon all nations to strengthen and to sustain the United Nations and its specialized agencies, and other institutions of world order, and to broaden the jurisdiction of the World Court. This militant call for world order is diametrically opposite the fierce spirit of liberty which broke the back of tyranny and swept the United States to independence 200 years ago. The Declaration of Interdependence is the absolute antithesis of 18th century sentiment which inspired George Washington to admonish in his farewell address, the great rule of conduct for us in regard to foreign nations is, in extending our commercial relations, to have with them as little political connection as possible. The cartel detests America's original constitution, that venerable old document which has protected personal liberty for 200 years. Zbigniew Brzezinski, co-founder of David Rockefeller's Trilateral Commission, calls for constitutional reform and for a constitutional convention to re-examine the nation's formal institutional framework. Brzezinski writes, Marxism represents a further vital and creative stage in the maturing of man's universal vision. Marxism is simultaneously a victory of the external, active man over the inner, passive man, and a victory of reason over belief, and it postulates the absolute capacity of man to truly understand his reality as a point of departure for his active endeavors to shape it. It has been Marxism that has served to stir the mind and to mobilize human energies purposefully. The Constitution, as written by the Founding Fathers, obstructs global Marxist dictatorship because it declares that government derives authority only from the consent of the people who are the supreme in power, rank, and authority. How many of you people got to decide whether or not to invade Panama or send business ambassadors into China? The Constitution is a further impediment to the plan because it limits power by dividing it among several governing entities, federal, state, and local. Thomas Jefferson warned that if the federal government should become the center of all power, it would become as venal and oppressive as the government from which we separated. He expressed the basic sentiment of the Founding Fathers when he said, "The way to have good and safe government is not to trust it all to the one, but to divide it among the many." What has destroyed liberty and rights of man in every government which has ever existed under the sun? The generalizing and concentrating all cares and powers into one body. It is not difficult to imagine what Jefferson would say about entrusting all the governing power in the world to the nameless, faceless, unelected bureaucrats of the United Nations. The cartel's opinion of Jefferson was articulated by Arthur Schlesinger who, as assistant to President Kennedy, called for the gradual advance of socialism in the United States through a series of New Deals. Schlesinger declared, "Jefferson is today remote and irrelevant, a figure, not of present concern, but of historical curiosity." Unchallengeable power. The cartel wants nothing less than unchallengeable power concentrated in a global federal government. Thus, Senator Joseph S. Clark complained on behalf of the Ford Foundation, "We have inherited from our forefathers a government structure which so divides power that effective dealing with economic problems is cumbersome." They were right in their day. But they are wrong in ours. Surely we have reached the point where we can say Jefferson was wrong, that government is not best which governs least. The cartel finds that America's legislative branch of government is an obstruction to unbridled executive power. Senator Clark also wrote, "I have no hesitation in stating my deep conviction that the legislatures of America, local, state and national, are presently the greatest menace to the successful operation of the democratic process. The executive should be strengthened at the expense of the legislature." That is not to say that the cartel dislikes democracy. Democracy defined as a mobocracy, demagoguery and unrestrained tyranny by the manipulated majority leads to chaos, anarchy, and finally dictatorship. In a pure democracy, only the majority has a voice. The minority is crushed by the furor of prevailing passion. The minority goes unheard and unprotected. A lynch mob is pure democracy. Democracy is necessary for implementation of the plan. The Founding Fathers of the Constitution were champions of the Republican form of government which protects the rights of not only the majority, but also those of the minority. Because Alexander Hamilton understood that there is no theoretical limit upon the power of a majority which is determined to impose its will upon a weaker minority, he warned, "If we incline too much to democracy, we shall soon shoot into a monarchy, or some other form of dictatorship." James Madison, father of the Constitution, agreed. He is famous for this commentary: "Democracies have ever been spectacles of turbulence and contention, have ever been found incompatible with personal security or the rights of property, and have in general been as short in their lives as they have been violent in their deaths." This is why the U.S. Constitution makes no mentions of democracy. It guarantees each of the states a republican form of government. The cartel's socialist global authority, on the other hand, will provide what Lenin called a complete democracy, that is, a socialist dictatorship by elites who refer to themselves as the people. The Soviets explain, as for socialist democracy, it is not directionless democracy, but directed democracy, i.e., democracy directed by the party and the state in the interest of the further development of socialism and the building of communism. This is stated by the communists straightforwardly and openly. Let us allow these things to begin the process of soaking in, Dharma. You and Oberly take a break away from this hill today, get away for a few hours. We can pick this up later today. Let there not be fear, Kila, for fear clouds the senses. There is a whole nation, nay, world of people waiting to stand with truth. Intimidation is the name of the evil game, ruled by fear. I have you closely bound in protection now. We must protect those who allowed us this opportunity. The way we do that is to get these documents circulating as quickly as is possible. Let us always keep protection of our brothers uppermost in mind. God keep you, Chelis. I now move to stand by. You never leave our care. I am Haton to clear circuit. Out. Chapter 16. Rec number 1 Sananda/Haton. Sunday, December 24, 1989, 7:30 a.m. Year 3, Day 130. Sunday, December 24, 1989. And the blood shall run in the streets. Brother will turn against brother, and the lands shall be laid waste, and the cities shall become strewn with the martyrs to freedom. There shall be unrest in every nation of your world. And it shall come to be in those days that the bittersweet victory shall sour within the belly, for he will learn too late that he sold of his freedom and lost of his path. Man now fights for freedom from what unto what? In Romania, for instance, the thousands of murdered shall never be known, for each family with a murdered being shall think theirs among the counted. The same is true in Panama. The same was true in the 1906 San Francisco earthquake. The elite shall tell you that which they wish you to hear. You believe that communism has no elite? That all is taken from the people and shared by the state with the people? Nay, Mr. Nicolae Ceausescu has over $400 million in gold in Switzerland. Now Romania had a population of living beings of about 23,155,000 in the approximately sized country, slightly less than your New York State and the state of Pennsylvania combined, about a fourth the area of California or less. That, dear ones, is not bourgeois. Where will these hapless people turn for money to restructure in their newly found democratic government? They will turn to the elite groups who own your world and turn your nations into nations of democratic dictatorships, just as the plan outlines. One by one, under the guise of freedom, the nations shall fall into the hands of the selected few who, when the smoke fades, shall rule with an unbending hand, and the agony of man shall be as none he has ever known. So be it, for it has been written thus for eons of time, and you listened not. The United States of America is the last bastion of hope for your world. If you can restrain the elite few, make your commitments to change, it could be halted. We see no probability that it will be so. Therefore, our ones shall endeavor to help you play within the game as long as possible, that pockets of good examples can be established within the laws of the land, that the evolution to come shall give hope and light unto the lost. You have a brief time of coming together and really making a grand difference in the sequence. Will you do it? It is your choice. Whether ye do or do not, the word must go forth unto the saddened world, for man has yet to gain the highest glory and abundance of all if he will but take of it. Will mankind come up off his cot of boredom, greed, and lust, and act? The controllers have placed you in a stupor through your media. You have turned to homosexuality as you have ceased to function in wholeness with your opposite gender. They have painted a picture of lust and satisfaction which is evil and false. They have literally taught you and your babies that all the 10 commandments of God are wrong and shown you how to misuse and abuse them. You have become followers of Satan even while you denounce him. You can, however, change it if you will. Most of your masses find naught other than pain in life. Life is a joy of celebration, and you have forgotten, lulled into lethargy by those who will destroy you. So be it, and Selah. I am Sananda. May truth be your enlightenment before the clock is turned. For it lays upon its side in this brief interim of what you perceive as time. Heed well. Asterisk. Haton present to resume on the document, please. A glorious day the Creator has gifted you with in this place of the foothills, and our craft are very close this day. If you will look, we shall acknowledge. It is a time of brotherhood in your year cycle, but there is such pain and unhappiness as meaning has been wiped from your hearts. The drive for material gain and exchange has caused the season to lose of its definition. You cannot revere God and Satan at once. Satan has stolen your last holy day while you were being and reaping the rewards of abundance. His promise shall be as all his promises, short-lived and empty. Your places of family are but on your Xmas card, so it has come to be. Selah and Salu. Thank you, Kila, for this is the greatest gift you can give unto your family and babes and fellow man. The sooner we finish the work, the sooner man has opportunity to see truth. Do not despair, little one, for joy and peace shall be your reward. And to you who put forth these words unto your brother, great joy shall come forth, for the wash of appreciation shall flow over you as a tidal wave. Man is ready to hear and see. The desire for freedom shall raise again in the breast of the human, and you will not be able to measure your reward. Joy and peace is the reward within self for a job well done. Let us now return to the illusion and illumination of more disagreeable matters. First, however, I wish to acknowledge John S., whose letter was received on the yesterday. Ah yes, brother, 'tis you who was given reference. Thank you for acknowledging. You are held most dear in our heart places for your loyalty and never-ending affirmation of love and willing assistance. Ye are most beloved by Germain, and soon the way is to become more clear as to your ultimate path. That, sir, is a message directed unto you from Sir Germain. Blessed are ye who have patience to await thy call. Oberly, please see that John's requests are met and see to it that he gets first copies of all the journals as soon as available. Ask if he would like to quietly distribute the journals when it does not interfere with his other duties. We would supply him with the initial few sets so that he would not need place money in the fore. We must have our beloved workers gain stability and reward, for God is abundance, and man must understand that he also provides unto his faithful. These journals are destined to blanket the lands, for even in darkest Africa the concept is the same, and it is the concept which has value. So be it, and blessings in great joy. My heart is overflowed when I can relay joyous messages. Thank you for the brief diversion. Foundation for Global Dictatorship. I feel blasphemous to move from such a delightful subject into such a horrendous topic. Nonetheless, we must move on. We shall examine the cartel strategy for shredding the Constitution and flushing its remnants into the sewer of global dictatorship by the year 2000. That is most close indeed, friends. Firstly, restructure the Constitution of the United States. The plan requires that the Constitution ultimately be discarded. Therefore, the cartel spent millions of dollars to draft a proposed constitutional model for the new states of America. Oh yes, it is documented. The document is published in Emerging Constitution by Rexford G. Tugwell, New York, Harper and Row, 1974. The proposed new constitution for the new states of America is also available from Liberty Lobby, 300 Independence Avenue, Southeast Washington, D.C. 20003. This new constitution was produced in the 60s by the Center for the Study of Democratic Institutions. Headquartered in Santa Barbara, California, this think tank was lavishly funded by the Ford Foundation, the cartel's foremost institution dedicated to merging the United States with the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. The new states constitution is so named because it replaces the 50 states with 20 regional bureaucratic groupings called new states. It creates, in theory, a total socialist state for contemporary America. It brings every facet of human endeavor under control of centralized planning and regulatory agencies. A huge network of overseers, chancellors, planners, and other powerful administrators would supervise all industry, business, agriculture, production and distribution of goods and services. They would dictate policy for distribution of profits, capital, consumer prices, wages, utilities, and all practices affecting the public interest. New states facilitates the plan by transferring authority to the world government through the House of Representatives, whose duties are to assist in the maintenance of world order, and for this purpose, when the President shall recommend, to vest jurisdiction in international legislative, judicial, or administrative agencies. Other highlights of this document include presidential appointment of senators who retain office for life, supervision of the judicial system by one superjudge whose legions of appointees would decide if the new states had violated international law, mandatory disarmament of all citizens, state-supervised education for those who meet appropriate tests of eligibility. New states endorses suspension of freedom of speech, communication, movement, assembly, and petition during a declared emergency. The word emergency appears in the new state's constitution dozens of times. In preparation for reconstructive surgery on America's original constitution, the cartel created the Committee on the Constitutional System, CCS. Packed with world order enthusiasts, CCS has received massive funding from the cartel's large tax-exempt foundations, including Rockefeller, Ford, American Express, and the Dillon Fund. CCS is chaired by C. Douglas Dillon, who through his former Wall Street firm, Dillon Red, was heavily involved in financing Hitler and the Nazi movement prior to World War II. Dillon, worth an estimated $180 million, has been a trustee of the Rockefeller Foundation. He is also an official sponsor of the World Order Models Project. CCS co-founder is Trilateral Commissioner, Lloyd N. Cutler. Cutler agrees that the Constitution must be restructured to provide less separation between the executive and the legislative branches. He recommends remodeling America's political institutions to accommodate a parliamentary system similar to those of socialist Western Europe. Cutler states that the solution for occasional congressional obstruction of executive plans and projects, especially foreign policy actions, is to bring the Congress under iron-fisted control of the president, i.e., the cartel, because we are now an integral part of a closely interconnected world economic and political system. We have to respond as quickly and decisively to what happens abroad as to what happens within the portion of this world system that is governed under our Constitution. And when Congress does act, it is prone to impose statutory conditions or prohibitions that fetter the president's policy discretion to negotiate an appropriate assistance package. As Cutler affirms, it is necessary to greatly strengthen the executive branch of the federal government, which will then yield its powers to the global authority by the year 2000, or shortly thereafter. CCS has issued reports and recommendations proposing radical constitutional changes that will allow the cartel to centralize power for the plan. CCS proposals, designed to circumvent the will of the people, include 1. Placing president, vice president, and congressional candidates on a package slate so voters would be forced to vote party, not the person. 2. Allowing the president to dissolve Congress when it refuses to cooperate. 3. Using public funds to finance congressional campaigns. 4. Doubling the length of congressional terms. 5. Empowering Congress or the president to call new elections during a deadlock. 6. Merging the legislative and executive branches by permitting congressmen and senators to hold cabinet positions while retaining their congressional seats. 7. Empowering the federal government to regulate and supervise cities. CCS, the National Taxpayers Union, and other cartel instruments are pushing relentlessly for a constitutional convention. Several dozen states have petitioned Congress for such a convention for discussion of a balanced budget amendment, despite the fact that a balanced budget is already mandated by the Constitution in Article 1, Section 2. This part of the Constitution provides for the extinguishment of debt each fiscal year by requiring Congress to collect from the states, according to their congressional representation, the remaining needed tax revenues. Legal experts, including Walter Dellinger of Duke University Law School and Gerald Gunther of Stanford Law School, have agreed that there is no way to limit the agenda of a constitutional convention. Therefore, a constitutional convention could provide the cartel opportunity to radically restructure the Constitution along the model of new states. This would fulfill the prophecy of George Washington, who warned in his farewell address, one method of assault may be to effect in the forms of the Constitution alterations which will impair the energy of the system, and thus to undermine what cannot be directly overthrown. Secondly, replace constitutional rights with privileges. The founding fathers of your nation declared that the basic Bill of Rights freedoms are unalienable, that is, God-given. They maintained that unalienable rights can be neither created nor suspended by government dictum. They believed that government is instituted solely to protect the unalienable rights of each individual. That is why the Constitution states that Congress shall make no law which restricts or suspends unalienable freedom of religion, speech, press, etc. The cartel, however, believes that all rights are merely privileges created by government and liable to manipulation or revocation by bureaucratic whim. According to Richard Falk, WAMP planners have structured world order rights based, in part, upon the United Nations Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The phraseology of this document closely parallels the Constitution of the Soviet Union. The Declaration of Human Rights extols certain inalienable rights, then opens the door to revocation of these rights through determined by law clauses. For example, it declares, in the exercise of his rights and freedoms, everyone shall be subject only to such limitations as are determined by law solely for the purpose of securing due recognition and respect for the rights and freedoms of others and of meeting the just requirements of morality, public order, and the general welfare in the democratic society. These rights and freedoms may in no case be exercised contrary to the purposes and principles of the United Nations. Interestingly, the purposes and principles of the United Nations align precisely with Soviet Marxist ideology. The following is from the Los Angeles Times. UN Secretary General U Thant praised Vladimir I. Lenin, founder of the Soviet Union, as a political leader whose ideals were reflected in the UN Charter. Lenin was a man with a mind of great clarity and incisiveness, and his ideas have had a profound influence on the course of contemporary history. Lenin was an incisive terrorist. He told the Bolsheviks, "We have never rejected terrorism on principle, nor can we do so. Terrorism is a form of military operation that may be usefully applied." Lenin defined democratic terrorism with great clarity. A revolution is undoubtedly the most authoritarian thing there is. It is the act whereby one part of the population imposes its will upon the other part by means of rifles, bayonets, and cannon. And the victorious party, if it does not wish to have fought in vain, must maintain its rule by means of the terror which its arms inspire in the reactionaries. Global citizens might be interested to ask which of their unalienable rights will remain intact if 1. None of their rights can be exercised contrary to purposes and principles of the UN, and 2. The UN reflects the ideals of the mass murderer and terrorist, Vladimir Lenin. According to Falk, the cartel's world government will likely grant global citizens the following world order privileges. 1. The right to food, housing, health, and education, see Soviet Constitution, Articles 39 to 45. 2. The right to be protected against genocide, torture, arbitrary arrest, detention and execution, and against what Falk ominously calls enemies of the state, see Soviet Constitution, Articles 4, 37, 39, 49 and 54 to 58. 3. The right to participate in choice of political leadership, of job, of place of residence, of cultural activity and orientation, and the right to participate in procedures in shaping and execution of norms, see Soviet Constitution, Articles 2, 3, 8, 48 to 50. 4. The right to work in order to be reasonably secure about the prospects of minimal physical well-being and survival, see Soviet Constitution, Articles 40, 60, 89 to 94, 146. Noticeably absent from WAMP's obtuse, ill-defined rights are these unalienable constitutional guarantees, which WAMP planners obviously consider immaterial in a socialist democracy. Freedom of speech, freedom of the press, freedom of religion. The right to assemble peacefully, the right to petition government, the right to bear arms. The right to a well-regulated militia. The right to refrain from being a witness against oneself. The right to just compensation for property taken for public use. The guarantee against unreasonable bail, unreasonable searches and seizures. The right to a speedy and public trial by jury etc. Thirdly, bind America with international treaties. The cartel believes that both the Constitution and America's national sovereignty must be dismantled in increments so that Americans do not become prematurely alarmed. Well, I would say that is working most effectively. Richard Gardner explains their termite principle. In short, the House of World Order will have to be built from the bottom up rather than from the top down. An end run around national sovereignty, eroding it piece by piece, will accomplish much more than the old-fashioned frontal assault. The cartel has successfully eroded national sovereignty and strengthened the institutions of world government by binding America to thousands of international treaties and agreements. For example, the United Nations International Wheat Conference has for years decreed how much wheat America may sell in foreign countries and at what price. At the same time, small U.S. farmers have suffered massive bankruptcies due to, among other things, low commodities prices. One researcher concludes. After 2 centuries of disdain for international organizations, the United States in the post-World War II era has become one of history's great joiners. In a short time, the U.S. signed on with scores of groups. So vast grew this nation's memberships in international groups, that the State Department had to create in 1954 an entire section to deal with international organizations. By early 1983, the Assistant Secretary of State for International Organizations had a staff of 172 to monitor U.S. relations with 98 international groups. In addition to those, the U.S. has ties to at least 50 other international agencies and commissions. The exact number of international bodies to which the U.S. belongs, in fact, no one in the government seems to know. International treaties and other entanglements are vital to the plan because they provide a clever mechanism for quietly transferring power from America's legally constituted state and federal governments to the global bureaucracy. In his official position as Secretary of State, John Foster Dulles declared, "Please shudder now. Treaties make international law and also they make domestic law. Under our Constitution, treaties become the supreme law of the land. They are indeed more supreme than ordinary laws, for congressional laws are invalid if they do not conform to the Constitution, whereas treaty laws can override the Constitution. Treaties, for example, can take powers away from the Congress and give them to the federal government or to some international body, and they can cut against the rights given the people by the Constitutional Bill of Rights. The Founding Fathers never intended this snag. Thomas Jefferson wrote in the Manual of Parliamentary Practice, "Surely the President and the state cannot do by treaty what the whole government is interdicted from doing in any way. So be it, and may much luck come drifting your way." This has been confirmed by the U.S. Supreme Court. In 1953, Senator John Bricker feared that because of this dangerous interpretation, Missouri versus Holland, 1920, and again in U.S. versus Pink, 1942, unscrupulous foreign powers could rob U.S. citizens of their constitutional rights by seducing American politicians into cleverly designed treaties and agreements. So Bricker introduced to the Senate a constitutional amendment providing that no provision in the U.S. Constitution, including the Bill of Rights, could be cancelled or overridden by international treaty. The Bricker Amendment failed by 1 vote. This was a landmark victory for the cartel. What treaties do you think Mr. Bush made with Mr. Gorbachev off Malta within the month? Oh, foolish one, several, and they have been listed for you in published material. No, you go look it up. I shall begin to stop chewing the food I place in your mouths. Americans who believe that their rights are irrevocably protected by the Constitution live in delusion. The late Senator William Jenner warned. The United Nations is preparing a series of treaties which operate as domestic legislation, affecting our citizens in matters on which our Constitution does not permit even the federal government to legislate. They would abolish our Bill of Rights and replace it with a body of state-granted privileges and duties modeled exactly upon the Soviet Constitution. Treaties to cancel the Bill of Rights. One of the many treaties crafted to cancel the Bill of Rights and to bring America under jurisdiction of world government is the UN Genocide Convention. This treaty sat on the back burner for 3 decades until ratified by the Senate in 1986. Preventing mass murder is not the real intent of this treaty, which the late Senator Sam Ervin, a constitutional expert, called intellectually dishonest and deceptive. The Genocide Convention defines genocide as an oral or written statement which may be construed to cause mental harm to an individual or to a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group. Thus, it creates a crucial foundation for restricting speech/press, since nearly any verbal or written statement could allegedly cause mental harm to someone. The vague language of the Genocide Convention renders the treaty open to broad interpretation by the World Court. In 1946, the U.S. Senate recognized the jurisdiction of the International Court of Justice, World Court, except in matters which are within the domestic jurisdiction of the United States as determined by the United States. This reservation, the Connolly Amendment, is all that protects Americans from the arbitrary decrees of foreign-born World Court judges, whose personal ideologies invariably reflect the Marxist bias of the United Nations. The cartel will eventually repeal the Connolly Amendment so that the World Court may effectively regulate America's internal affairs. The vague language also renders the treaty open to broad interpretation of any other international tribunal before which an American may eventually be brought to stand trial once he is accused of intent to destroy, conspiracy, incitement or complicity. Although it sounds unreal, the authors of these books giving forth simple information, could someday be accused of verbal genocide by those who favor the plan. These ones could be forced to stand trial, without constitutional protection, before an international court or tribunal. The prognostications are based on what has happened to many authors within the Soviet sphere who have critically examined the cartel Soviet machine. The Genocide Convention will eventually be used by the Central Guidance System to enforce global totalitarian censorship. Let's see how fast and much you of the citizenry are willing to step out and cover these ones by your massive response. The probabilities, dear friends, are that most will toss this in the garbage pail or turn in the traitors while the masses march headlong into doom. You flaunt patriotism, why don't you stand and flaunt truth and get rid of the real traitors to this most beloved of all lands? You have forfeited your freedom, you are locked in an unopenable trap, you must now cut through the steel jaws. The cry of the phoenix, which you hear now, is the death rattle of freedom rising from the flames just before the ashes of hell bury you. 2 other treaties developed at the United Nations, signed by the President of the United States, James Carter, and now awaiting Senate ratification are the 1. International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. 2. International Covenant of Civil and Political Rights. These 2 treaties are legally binding on signatory nations. Framed by unelected United Nations bureaucrats to delineate the parameters of world government, these treaties are specifically designed to repeal constitutional guarantees, and to override the Bill of Rights. These UN covenants grant freedom of religion, freedom of expression, the right to peaceful assembly, freedom to travel, etc., but each right granted is immediately followed by a disclaimer announcing that each may be restricted or suspended as provided by law in order to protect national security, public health, and morals. The treacherous wording of these documents was inspired by the Soviet Constitution, which grants citizens full social, economic, political and personal rights and freedoms but warns that enjoyment by citizens of their rights and freedoms must not be to the detriment of the interests of society or the state. This phrase is a ticket to a Soviet concentration camp. The cartel is rabidly anxious for Senate ratification of these 2 UN treaties. Will you even notice when it happens? This is undoubtedly why Doug Dillon's Committee on the Constitutional System calls for relaxation of constitutional requirements for treaty ratification. Once these UN treaties become legally binding on the United States, the regulation of America's internal affairs will automatically be transferred from state and federal governing bodies to the Central Guidance System. Unelected UN bureaucrats, far removed from the electoral process, will dictate domestic policy and procedure for the United States. Local, state and federal officials will be compelled to report to world government officials on the measures adopted and the progress made in observance of these covenants. Further, the UN committee charged with enforcement of these covenants may not include a U.S. national. The Soviets have signed the United Nations treaties discussed above. Their totalitarian interpretation gives clues to the value of these documents for implementing a global police state. As the New York Times reported, the Soviet Union said today that the 2 international human rights covenants that it has just ratified gave it specific authority to limit the right of immigration, the free flow of ideas and other individual liberties, September 28, 1973. Dharma, let us close the segment, Keela, for you need a rest. Please leave the document as is, without new chapter heading, for I desire to continue with the strategies 4, 5, and 6 before drawing the segment to a close. Thank you. I shall just move to standby. Hayton, clear. 1:15 p.m. to continue. Strategy 4, fourthly, make America a welfare state. As indicated by Richard Falk, the global governing authority will supervise the bestial care and feeding of all citizens. The plan requires a human population reduced to the state of domesticated animals. Citizens must become absolutely dependent upon the government for absolutely everything: housing, retirement pensions, childcare, education, medical care, mental health, spiritual guidance, etc. Once ratified by the Senate, the United Nations International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights will obligate the feds to restructure the economic and social fabric of America in order to guarantee food, housing, medicine, and employment to all Americans. This document mandates government control of production and distribution of food. It requires that all schools, public and private, foster world order propaganda, i.e., further the activities of the United Nations. Seducing Americans into a cradle-to-grave welfare system through endless taxpayer-financed assistance programs has long been a cartel priority. Several generations of Americans have been strategically educated to believe that government is instituted specifically to redistribute wealth and that human sustenance is possible only through bureaucratic largesse. Therefore, to the applause of hundreds of thousands of collectivists who staff government social service agencies, America is hurtling into socialism at an astonishing rate. Already 1 of every 3 children in America lives in a household that receives some form of government largesse. The freebies are, however, only a transitional phase. There will be no free ride in Soviet America. As the Soviet Constitution affirms, the source of the growth of social wealth and of the well-being of the people, and of each individual, is the labor of Soviet people. Because someone has to produce the wealth needed to support a socialist system, the plan requires confiscatory taxation that will eventually, as in European socialist states, channel the major portion of the earnings of each American worker to the socialist state. Each socialized American will queue up to await an official determination as to what percentage of his government-confiscated earnings he is eligible to receive back in government service. He will not only discover that non-competitive government services are grossly inferior to services once provided by the private sector, but invariably discover that what he pays to the socialist state far outweighs what he receives in return. The difference will involve the huge administrative costs required to maintain an all-encompassing socialist bureaucracy. State-supervised labor contingents are also important to America's evolving socialist system. As increasing numbers of American drones become wards of the socialist state and, as the number of remaining producers grows proportionately too small to support the welfare burden, Soviet Americans will find themselves regimented to labor under government supervision. Citizens will be compelled to participate in mandatory service programs. Eventually, even the indigent and the homeless will be forced into labor for your food programs. Cartel spokesman, Edward H. Carr explained, if the new Declaration of the Rights of Man is to include provisions for social services, for maintenance in childhood, in old age, in inadequacy, or in unemployment, it becomes clear that no society can guarantee the enjoyment of such rights unless it in turn, has the right to call upon and direct the productive capacities of the individuals enjoying them. The cartel's new state's constitution mandates a compulsory citizen draft for national service programs as required by law. As a first step toward a mandatory citizen draft, a volunteer citizen corps program has been proposed by the Democratic Leadership Council. The concept is also being pushed by President George Bush. The Communist Party of the Soviet Union declares, communism is a highly organized society of free, socially conscious workers in which labor for the good of society will become for everybody the prime, vital requirement. The International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights mandates compulsory labor for prisoners, military personnel, and citizens whose work fulfills civil obligations. However, this document instructs that compulsory duties will not be termed compulsory. Obviously, citizens must be convinced that compulsory labor is really voluntary labor. Strategy 5. Abolish private ownership of property. Richard Falk complains that the American belief system, which upholds private property rights and the right to accumulate and transmit capital, is an obstruction to global reform. According to Rexford G. Tugwell, co-author of the new state's constitution, Americans must relinquish property ownership. The cartel's tax-exempt Carnegie Corporation of New York funded a report which concluded many years ago. Cumulative evidence supports the conclusion that, in the United States as in other countries, the age of individualism and laissez-faire in economy and government is closing and that a new age of collectivism, socialism, is emerging. It may involve the limiting or supplanting of private property by public property, or it may entail the preservation of private property, extended and distributed among the masses. In any event, the actually integrating economy of the present day is the forerunner of a consciously integrated society in which individual economic actions and individual property rights will be altered and abridged. Or, in the poignant words of Karl Marx, the theory of the communists may be summed up in one sentence: abolition of private property. Lenin's revolutionary thugs seized private property in Russia through murderous violence. In the United States, however, the cartel is abolishing private property through piecemeal socialist revolution. The federal government presently owns 1/3 of the land mass in the United States. This is equal to all land east of the Mississippi plus Texas. The federal government owns 49% of the land in 13 states west of the border between Montana and the Dakotas. As a condition for statehood, Alaska was bludgeoned into permitting the federal government to retain 224 million acres of Alaskan wilderness. By the early 70s, the cartel had developed strategy to effectively gain control of all privately owned land in the United States. Through executive order, cartel stooge Richard Nixon created 10 federal regions, new states, composed of several states each. Federal grant-making agencies were established to administer revenue-sharing programs for each of these regional units. In order to qualify for federal funds, state and local governments have complied with federally mandated tax and land use, zoning, requirements strategically designed to diminish private control of property. Robert Weaver, a former administrator of housing and urban development, explained to California legislators, regional government means absolute federal control over all property and its development regardless of location, anywhere in the United States, to be administered on the federal official's determination. It, regional government, would supersede state and local laws. Through this authority we seek to recapture control of the use of land, most of which the government has already given to the people. The key agency designing strategies for increasing federal control of private land in America is the Cartels Advisory Commission on Intergovernmental Relations, ACIR. ACIR is headquartered at the Rockefeller-funded University of Chicago. Backed by the Brookings Institution, the cartel's foremost think tank for socialist transformation, ACIR has supplied state governments with model statutes and legislative amendments related to virtually every facet of state and local government. Instead of challenging such brazen meddling, state legislators have consistently rubber-stamped ACIR's recommended legislation in order to qualify for federal revenue-sharing schemes. The consequences are becoming increasingly obvious as citizens find themselves ominously less able to pay their burgeoning property taxes and as each new round of zoning ordinances narrows personal land use decisions to an absurdly small circumference. A clever cartel vehicle for taxing landowners off their property is federal legislation unleashed in the 1960s. This legislation struck down state statutes which limited the vote on property assessments to property owners exclusively. Presently, those who do not own property may vote to tax property owners. This is socialist democracy at its finest. Under cartel influence, zoning ordinances throughout the nation are becoming increasingly repressive. Ordinances which restrict the number of people who can meet together in a private residence, or which provide for neighbors to tattle on one another, are building blocks of a police state. John Vanderhoof, former governor of Colorado, afforded a glimpse of the New World Order when he said, "The individual citizen will have very little to say about the use of his own property. That citizen, whether he be a rancher, a farmer, or urbanite, will be required to submit application for the use of his property to a local computer. That local computer will be tied into a master computer. The master computer will then make the decision as to whether that farmer, rancher, or businessman in the city can use the property as desired." Well, dear ones, is it not already abundantly so? The gradual abolition of private property in the U.S. portends grave ramifications for all Americans. Samuel Adams wrote that property must be secured or liberty cannot exist. James Madison declared that where an excess of power prevails, property is in jeopardy. John Locke, whose brilliant ideas on civil liberties formed the basis for constitutional theory, noted that the right to own property and control its use is irrevocably connected to the protection of both liberty and life itself, which is included under the general term property. The history of communist tyranny has certainly proven him correct. Thus, it is extremely significant that the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights and the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights documents prepared by unelected UN bureaucrats to outline the privileges and duties of global citizens specifically exclude any mention of the right of individuals to own property. Strategy 6. Usher in the age of Caesar. Yet another vehicle for drawing America into world order tyranny is the executive order. Since 1916, U.S. presidents, and their cartel manipulators, have issued 13,000 executive orders. These dictums are neither authorized by Congress, nor reviewed by the federal judiciary. A two-thirds vote of Congress is required to overturn them, and consequently, even those orders which are grossly outdated are almost never overturned. Further, the president does not even need to consult his cabinet. He can act solely on recommendations of advisors and/or himself. The constitutional validity of executive orders has been questioned many times, but a ruling on the extent or limit to which they may be used has never been determined by either the courts or by Congress. Executive orders, which are placed in the Federal Register, allow non-elected executive bureaucrats to completely circumvent Congress in order to create administrative law. Administrative law resulting from executive order is written and administered by federal regulatory agencies, which are many dictatorships in their own right. As the Committee on the Constitutional System notes with approbation, these agencies combine administrative, legislative, and adjudicatory powers in a single government body. This is an example of ultra-centralization of power which the Founding Fathers warned against. Executive orders are vital to the plan because the President of the United States, or his appointed agents, may use them to enforce agreements which he alone may have made with another government or with an international organization. Does it concern you what might have already been going on with China, not to even mention Russia? As Senator Jenner warned nearly 40 years ago. The doctrine that the President could make personal agreements was extended to the doctrine that agreements made by any authorized member of the government bureaucracy, in the name of the President, had the same effect as those made by the President. Mr. Dulles tells us that 10,000 executive agreements have been made pursuant to NATO alone. Among the most horrendous of the cartel's executive orders are those which authorize Soviet-style dictatorship in the event of a national crisis. There are a staggering 470 special statutes in the U.S. Code which can be invoked by the President during a national emergency. These statutes were described by Senator Mathias of Maryland, who testified before a House Judiciary Subcommittee in 1975. These hundreds of statutes clothe the President with virtually unlimited powers with which he can affect the lives of American citizens in a host of all-encompassing ways. This vast range of powers, taken together, confers enough authority on the President to rule the country without reference to normal constitutional processes. Under the authority delegated by the statutes, the President may seize property, organize and control the means of production, seize commodities, assign military forces abroad, institute martial law, seize and control all transportation and communication, regulate the operation of private enterprises, restrict travel, and in a plethora of particular ways, control the lives of all American citizens. And Mr. Bush has just boldly told you he plans to use them all, and you can take it and shove it. The most abhorrent of all such emergency statutes is Executive Order No. 11,921 issued in 1976. It authorizes the executive to exercise every conceivable dictatorial power, even total censorship. Says Dr. Gary North, author of Government by Emergency. How bad is this executive order? Very, very bad. Mind-bogglingly bad. Anyone who hasn't read anything about these emergency orders has a rude awakening ahead. The day of the Caesar is already on the statute books. It only awaits a set of circumstances, including a risk-oriented president, to inaugurate that day. The public's representatives, and even the president have only the faintest glimmer of the massive pile of secret legislation ready to be imposed on this nation in the name of national emergency. It is a frightful legacy. Well, you just witnessed it in action, Panama. Mr. Bush was flexing his muscles and testing the water as to how far he could swim. He found he can swim all over you, the people. Pre-manufactured crisis and emergency are important building blocks of world order. Cartel rhetoric proves the point. Those planning the New World Order speak continually of crisis, population crisis, environmental crisis, social crisis, economic crisis, constitutional crisis, etc. Crisis provides a splendid rationale for crisis management. For example, professional agitators who continually scream racism or sexism have provided the momentum for repressive legislation, which is gradually augmenting dictatorship by special interest groups dedicated to the plan. Crisis engenders more bureaucracy and an endless expansion of political power. And power is just another name for the socialist New World Order. Do you actually think George Bush gives a hoot in a hollow log about abortion? It is a distractor. Look how hard I try is the theme. A nice man like me who wouldn't sacrifice even the seed of life, and blah, blah, blah. Jimmy Carter was catapulted into the presidency by the Rockefeller machine. Carter created, through executive order, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA. Rockefeller clone, Zbigniew, Marxism supplied the best available insight into contemporary reality. Brzezinski assisted with the FEMA project. And you all saw how well and efficiently it functioned in the October San Francisco, Loma Prieta, earthquake. Need I say more? FEMA holds a rein on every department of the U.S. government. It provides the bureaucratic apparatus through which the cartel believes it can hollow out the federal government to rule the nation during a real or contrived national crisis. During national emergency, FEMA officials will carry out the edicts of the all-powerful executive, apparently without interference from Congress, the courts, or even the Joint Chiefs of Staff. When congressional investigators try to probe the designs of the National Security Council FEMA clique, they are told, as Senator Jack Brooks, D. Texas, was told at the Oliver North hearings, that these subjects are classified. Hiding behind national security, the cartel successfully keeps its power designs shrouded from the public eye. However, in 1986, Douglas Dillon betrayed cartel strategy when he confided to his fellow planners at a meeting of the Committee on the Constitutional System that drastic changes in America's constitutional system can be made only after a period of great crisis. He declared that sufficient discussion must be held in advance of this upheaval. America's present predicament was aptly described by that great statesman, Daniel Webster, when he said last century, "It is hardly too strong to say that the Constitution was made to guard the people against the danger of good intentions. There are men of all ages who mean to govern well, but they mean to govern. They promise to be good masters, but they mean to be masters." So where do you stand? Who will stand against the tyranny of the New World Order? Certainly not the grossly uninformed masses. A random survey of American adults was conducted in 1986 by the Hearst Corporation, and it revealed that 59% of those surveyed did not know what the Bill of Rights is. Almost half of those surveyed believed that the president has the right to suspend the Constitution. Do you have any idea what that means? It means the job is already half done by the cartel. Oh, moan and wail, ye of blindness, for too soon the grim reaper is at thy door. Let us bring this portion to a stop at this point. I do not like chapters of such length that readers will not stop to digest the material, no matter how much indigestion this material may give the belly. I suggest you eat it all. To stand by until you can get the printer set. Hayton out to await your summons that we might continue. Salut. Chapter 17. Rec number 2 Hayton. Sunday, December 24, 1989, 3:45 p.m. Year 3, Day 130. Sunday, December 24, 1989. An international economic order. You will find that a unified world economic system is vital for the victory of international socialism. Stalin declared that long ago. Today the Soviets say, in a socialist society the national or global economy is an integral organism, directed by a single will. Thus, a top cartel priority is continued development of a single global economic system which can facilitate socialist world order. The economic component of the plan is advancing rapidly. As Richard Fox celebrates in a study of future worlds, the entire world economy will be an integrated whole in the 1990s. The United Nations provides the framework for a global monetary system which links nations of the world with the cartel's most powerful global financial institutions, including the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, GATT, and the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD. Please, I urge you once to get Spacegate, spiral to economic disaster, and privacy in a fishbowl. Business Week has described the cartel supranational financial network as a vast, integrated global money and capital system, billions of Eurodollars, Euromarks and other stateless currencies hurtling around the world 24 hours a day. This system will soon evolve into a global monetary dictatorship. Cartel theoretician, Richard Cooper, outlined the future when he said, "I suggest a radical alternative scheme for the next century, the creation of a common currency for all of the industrial democracies. But a single currency is possible only if there is in effect a single monetary policy, and a single authority issuing the currency and directing the monetary policy. How can independent states accomplish that? They need to turn over the determination of monetary policy to a supranational body." Cartel master planners call the evolving global monetary system the New International Economic Order, NIEO, in honor of the United Nations Declaration of the Establishment of the New Economic Order. This declaration, adopted by the UN General Assembly in 1974, calls for government seizure, nationalization, of private business. It also mandates construction of a gigantic global welfare system to transfer wealth from producing nations to poor nations, i.e., those with systems so corrupt or inefficient that they cannot produce for themselves. One prominent world order propagandist explains. The NIEO document calls for dramatic and painful change, painful to those countries and companies who are profiting from the present system. These reforms could mean that citizens of the wealthy countries will have to pay more for imported products, as they have for oil. It could mean that manufacturing employment would rise in the poor countries while falling in the rich countries. In other words, it could mean more inflation and fewer jobs in countries like the United States. Couched in this phony altruism is the cartel's master plan for expanding multinational corporate profits by charging the rich nations more for imported products while transferring industry to the poor nations where cheap labor can be exploited. Planners at the World Order Models Project naturally propose a Marxist system of global wealth redistribution which will equalize the economic status of most global citizens. And Richard Gardner vociferates, in the next several years, the United States and the other industrial countries, in their enlightened self-interest, should commit themselves to a number of measures to assist the economic development of the developing countries: more multilateral aid, more market access for developing countries' exports, more transfer of technology, a world food reserve. Ronald Reagan's 1988 call for US aid to rebuild Afghanistan for the Soviet puppet government there epitomizes the cartel's NIEO designs. America's compulsory march into feudal poverty as her taxpayers are bled dry to support third world dictators was applauded by a 1984 campaign brochure released by Walter Mondale and Geraldine Ferraro. It stated, "A new international economic order must be established which will fundamentally change the distribution and nature of world production. We recognize that this will mean some sacrifice by the rich, but we believe that we cannot continue to use economic growth to increase consumption and our material standard of living. Instead, we must work for a new lifestyle which will allow resources to be transferred and returned to the poorer nations." Calling for sacrifice by the rich is cartel jargon for imposing increasingly confiscatory taxation not on millionaire collectivists like Walter Mondale, Doug Dillon, and Armand Hammer but on the bourgeoisie, middle-class America. America's nomenclatura will retain its unfathomable wealth in the socialist New World Order. But confiscation of wealth earned by middle America is vital for bringing all nations under a global socialist system. Lenin explained. The more backward the country, the more difficult it is for her to pass from the old capitalist relations to socialist relations. Stalin pontificated. It is essential that the triumphant proletariat of the advanced countries should render aid, real and prolonged aid, to the toiling masses of the backward nationalists, that it should help them to rise to a higher state of development and to catch up with the more advanced nationalities. Unless such aid is forthcoming, it will be impossible to bring about the peaceful coexistence and fraternal collaboration of the toilers of the various nations and peoples within a single world economic system that are so essential for the final triumph of socialism. WAMP planners call for a global taxing authority which will harness all global citizens to the great yoke of world government. Such a system is in the works. Americans, who have contributed untold billions of tax dollars to the United Nations, are already saddled with a national debt in the trillions. Yet this burden is only the first fruits of the plan. The Beast. Dr. Carol Quigley demonstrated in Tragedy and Hope that the cartel's dynastic families have controlled the central banks of the world for generations. Possibly the most fascinating aspect of the cartel's evolving global economic systems is the international network of computer and telecommunication centers which link central banks of the world to the Society for Worldwide Interbanks Financial Transactions, SWIFT, based in Belgium. SWIFT's financial wizards are rapidly assembling a global financial order based on credit cards, electronic funds transfer and point-of-sale computer terminals. This system is designed to eliminate most personal cash transactions by the year 2000. A global cashless monetary system will be extremely valuable to the cartel because it will permit the central guidance system to collect reliable and up-to-date personal information on each global citizen. Detailed computer transaction sheets will enable world order surveillance specialists to monitor the net worth, tax liability, personal tastes, political and religious affiliation and even the whereabouts of each global citizen. The cartel's capacity to process and store information of this kind is astounding. In the 1970s, a Canadian computer scientist stunned the world when he said of the three-story computer, dubbed the Beast, in Brussels, Belgium. You and I are tied into this computer by one or more keys: our social security number, our driver's license, our birth certificate, our passport number, and whatever credit cards we use. Every move you have made, and every penny you have paid to internal revenue each year is all on record. Now I remind you good buddies, the final link of the massive Star Wars satellite system will be totally operational within 2 weeks. That was what SDI was all about, and billions upon billions of dollars have been diverted from projects like Stealth, etc. You slept while they set the trap. Since the above information came to light, the cartel's Beast, comprising the largest computer complex in the world, has now expanded to Luxembourg. This gigantic apparatus, capable of numbering every person on Earth, ties in with the European Common Market, CLU, CELUS, which is rapidly amalgamating the various trade and monetary systems of Western European nations in preparation for the larger global unification project. To make the cashless global monetary system a foolproof surveillance vehicle, the cartel must ultimately 1. Assign every global citizen a personal identification number so that each financial transaction recorded by the central computer can be linked to an individual by his number. 2. Imprint his personal identification number in the flesh of each citizen with either a microchip implant or a laser tattoo so that ID cannot be lost, stolen, or faked. The nationally disseminated Senior Scholastic magazine explained to American students the cartel's ultimate design. All buying and selling in the program will be done by computer. No currency, no change, no checks. In the program, people would receive a number that had been assigned them tattooed in their wrist or forehead. The number is put on by a laser beam and cannot be felt. The number in the body is not seen with the naked eye and is as permanent as your fingerprints. All items of consumer goods will be marked with a computer mark. The computer outlet in the store which picks up the number in the person's body and automatically totals the price and deducts the amount from the person's special drawing rights account. For some unexplained reason, numerous components of the cartel's supranational economic system consistently employ patterns of 666. An example is the Universal Product Code, developed by corporate America. This code is the square of numbers and symbols which a clerk passes across a laser scanner when you purchase a consumer item. Researcher Dr. Mary Rolfe spent thousands of dollars investigating the origin and development of the Universal Product Code. She discovered that, whatever the code design, it is invariably built upon a framework of 3 code bars presenting the number 6. She also found that the 3 6 bars are generally the only bars in the code not assigned cardinal numbers. This suggests that the originators of the code may wish to obscure the 6-6-6 basis of the universal coding system. The cartel may be a bit paranoid that citizens might somehow connect its 6-6-6 system with the global dictatorship described in the Bible. Slated to arise shortly before the return of Jesus the Christ, this dictatorship is described by John the Revelator as a beast. John said the beast would be enormously anti-Christian and that it would kill citizens who refused to cooperate with, i.e., worship the system. John prophesied, "And he causeth all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and bond, to receive the mark in their right hand, or in their foreheads. And that no man might buy or sell, save he that had the mark, or the name of the beast, or the number of his name. Here is wisdom. Let him that hath understanding count the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man, and his number is 666. The cartel's central apparatus for its global monetary system is the World Bank, an agency for the United Nations. By some odd coincidence, the World Bank code number is 666-666. The Bible bears witness that the global monetary dictatorship of the beast will ultimately become a nightmare for everyone because it is sponsored by Satan himself. Therefore, Christians are absolutely forbidden to accept in their flesh the mark of the beast. John warned, "If any man worship the beast and his image, and receive his mark in his forehead, or in his hand, the same shall drink of the wine of the wrath of God, which is poured out without mixture into the cup of his indignation." Well, it is going to take some clever maneuvering indeed, for you are already listed in the system, so be it. We shall just tread along on the eggshells as long as we can. New IRS requirements are augmenting the assignation of a social security number to nearly everyone in the United States, even tiny babes. This is significant because a citizen's social security identification number is the number of his name. An American can conduct almost no important financial transactions without reporting the number of his name. Unless he presents his social security number, an American cannot. 1. Work for mainstream employers. 2. Receive government benefits. 3. File an income tax return. 4. Obtain insurance or get a bank loan. Is any of this ringing in your head? Are you picking up some clues? Do you begin to see how a corporation of unknown ownership in Nevada can help you? Dear ones, the options will be so few indeed. The technology for both laser tattooing and microchip implanting is now well advanced. When the global monetary system makes it mandatory for every citizen to have the number of his name imprinted into his flesh, he will comply or he will be completely cut off. He will have to barter with like-minded people to survive in meager circumstances. In most cases, he will probably forfeit his job and or retirement benefits. If he is in debt, he will likely lose his home or other tangible assets. Such will be the power of the beast in his zenith. Yet, those who allow themselves to be branded by the beast will also suffer horribly. There will apparently be some type of health risk, possibly connected to laser radiation used to scan the number in the flesh. John said. And there fell a noisome and grievous sore upon the men which had the mark of the beast, and upon them which worshipped his image. Could this mean logo? The Bible declares that those who knowingly accept the mark of the beast are symbolically worshipping Satan and his plan. Therefore, these people will suffer spiritually. John described their terrible reward, and the smoke of their torment ascendeth up of ever and ever, and they have no rest day nor night, who worship the beast and his image, and whosoever receiveth the mark of his name. Because the plan is unleashing rapid, radical change in America, it would be advisable for you, dear reader, if you have not already done so, to obtain a copy of the Bible and study the book of Revelation, chapters 1 to 22. The time is speedily approaching when you will necessarily make choices that will greatly impact your future, both in this life and the next. Before you make decisions of such magnitude, why not use the sacred record to examine, at close range, the origin and motives of the beast? Dharma, let us bring this to a close for this segment. I see that you are most fatigued from such a long day. If you are fresh enough to work later this night, we shall attempt it. If not, then take your rest on this your Christmas Eve. The glory shall be unto you ones, jealous, who labor long in the Father's vineyards. In love and deepest appreciation, I move to stand by. I am ever in thy service. Salut, salut, salut. Haton to clear frequency, please. Chapter 18. Rec number 1 Sananda/Haton. Monday, December 25, 1989, 6 a.m. Year 3, Day 131. Monday, December 25, 1989. Merry Christmas and Happy Newton Day. On this early Christmas morning, I come to sit with you for a while, Dharma. I see the sadness in your heart, the heaviness, the acknowledgement that things are no easier nor abundant than that of last year and the year before. No, precious ones, the world is not better this season, it is far worse than in all of history. Bits of colored paper, Christmas trees, and turkey dinners will not make of it better. We are doing here that which will make it better. Aho. Much propaganda is strewn about during the holy seasons that no one notices that which is going on. Your military leaders say they ran Noriega to the ground, they ran him nowhere. This invasion of Panama has run the peoples to the ground, they have no food, their businesses are destroyed, people killed, and yet the lie abounds. One act of terrorism does not diminish the doubling of terrorism. That police force shall overrun your homes if you do not act before the death knell rings throughout your homeland. It is a saddened world indeed. That which will happen now in those beloved places that have stood and fought and died for freedom, is that they shall now fall prey to the beast and the cartel just as planned. They will find they must borrow and accept aid, for they cannot function without assistance. They will simply now sell their countries to the mongrels. So be it. It is headed for your local doorsteps wherever you abide in this world. There are many ones this day who have set aside the festivities to finish our work in a timely manner. You only feel isolated and alone. You must do these things for the wondrous peace within, for few of your fellow men shall give appreciation to you ones who carry of the banner. It is the way of the journey. There is not reverence unto me this day in your masses. It is a most holy day for material-oriented Satan. They even dub his name Santa. How sad for mankind. So be it, Kila, let us move onward, for every day is most precious indeed. I give the benediction of peace unto you ones of truth, and rest in the promise that your works will be blessed. The King of Darkness reigns this day, not the Prince of Light. You were told it would be thusly brought to bear. Do not dismay, for we have much to do. I am Sananda of God, the captain of this ship. You shall be given the way. Adonai. ******. Haton present in love and truth, Kila, that we may do our work in a timely manner. Walk in light this day. Hold the beauty of the day which brings man a bit closer together within the heart place, close to your own, for you must not be in the forgetting of that which we are here to do. The word must go forth, and then man must decide of that which he will do with it. The global police force. Oh yes, it is coming, and it is coming down hard. You already taste of it in the judicial system, which is corrupt and evil, in the IRS, which is corrupt and evil, and even in your local law enforcers who are chosen for their intent of control and power. Of course there are good men among the groups, but oh, jealous, so few in these days of preparation for the big changes. There can be no wondrously warm and gentle men in the forces which shall carry out the orders of the elite. Did you not see the children in the military circumstance in Panama? They are but youngsters who do the bidding of the hardened and evil-oriented directors. Did you see Mr. Bush or Mr. Cheney in the fray? Nay, they sat and gave little tokens of how fair and just was your son's death to the ones who would never overcome the loss of a beloved life stream. The generals sit in their air-conditioned rooms and direct the death marches, and citizens back at home pronounce opinions of nonsense. War is a stupid ploy of evil, but you have billions of war toys, therefore, you have to use them on something, do you not? So be it. Cartel spokesmen complain that a weakness of the United Nations has been its lack of enforcement action against aggressor nations. On cinching up the enforcement authority of the cartel's global bureaucracy, Richard Gardner says, finally, we will need to find better ways of enforcing the rules, as by multilateral action that denies benefits and applies punishments. Military force is needed to punish nations who do not conform to world law, as promulgated by the world government. Therefore, according to Richard Falk, the creation of an unchallengeable global police authority is a first and central priority. The name of the game is domination. He says, again, disarmament can proceed successfully only if accompanied by centralization of the power/authority structure that dominates the newly disarmed units, nations. In 1961, the U.S. State Department, Operating under iron-fisted control of cartel agents, issued State Department Publication 7277. This document explains the master plan for creating a global police force that will dominate all disarmed nations, including the United States. It reads in part: set forth as the objectives of a program of general and complete disarmament in a peaceful world. The disbanding of all national armed forces and the prohibition of their re-establishment in any form whatsoever other than those required to preserve internal order and for contributions to the United Nations Peace Force, the elimination from national arsenals of all armaments, including all weapons of mass destruction and the means for their delivery, other than those required for a United Nations Peace Force and for maintaining internal order. The establishment and effective operation of an international disarmament organization within the framework of the United Nations to ensure compliance with all disarmament obligations. And, no state would have a military power to challenge the progressively strengthened UN Peace Force. John F. Kennedy was groomed for his presidency at the cartel's Fabian Socialist London School of Economic and Political Science. Kennedy submitted to a disarmament committee in Geneva a treaty called Blueprint for the Peace Race. The key provision of this formal treaty is the creation of a United Nation peacekeeping force so powerful that no nation could defy its dictates. This proposal is still pending. The United Nations already has the power to police the world. All nations which have signed the UN Charter agree to 1. Permit the UN Security Council to deploy UN military forces against perceived enemy by air, sea, or land as may be necessary to maintain or restore international peace and security. UN Charter, Chapter 7, Article 42. 2. Provide the UN every assistance for its military actions and refrain from giving assistance to a nation against which the UN is taking preventive or enforcement action. UN Charter, Chapter 1, Article 2. 3. Make available to the Security Council armed forces, assistance, and facilities, including rights of passage, and make immediately available national air force contingents for combined international enforcement action. UN Charter, Chapter 7, Article 45. Thus, in the name of peace, the United Nations Charter creates and empowers a global aggressor with authority to wage war against individual nations. As articulated by J. Reuben Clark, Jr., who served as U.S. Under-Secretary of State. The Charter will not certainly end war. In the first place, there is no provision in the Charter itself that contemplates ending war. It is true that the Charter provides for force to bring peace, but such use of force is in itself war. The Charter is a war document, not a peace document. Further, Americans must understand that 1. Although the UN Security Council decides whether or not to take enforcement action, the actual control and command of UN troops belongs to the Under-Secretary General for the Department of Political and Security Council Affairs. 2. The Under-Secretary General for the Department of Political and Security Council Affairs has always been and will in the future always be appointed by the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. This is per an agreement between US and Soviet delegates attending the first meeting of the UN General Assembly in London in 1945. Right now, the UN Under-Secretary General for the Department of Political and Security Council Affairs is Soviet official Vasily S. Safronchuk. Safronchuk is number 1 authority in charge of all UN military personnel, peacekeeping missions, disarmament, and atomic energy matters. Once the cartel completes its disarmament plan, all disarmed nations of the world will be policed by the Soviet Communist Party working through the United Nations as a front. Understand the dominators. You can project the fate of all nations slated to be dominated by the Soviet-operated world police force by looking at what the United Nations Security Council did to Africa in the early 60s. At that time, the Belgian Congo, now Zaire, was under the brutal control of Soviet proxy and terrorist, Patrice Lumumba. Lumumba had issued a directive calling for imprisonment and torture of those who resisted his dictatorship. Anti-communist leader Moise Tshombe, backed by a large army, organized the province of Katanga to secede from Lumumba's terrorist state. Tshombe declared that under his leadership, Katanga would enjoy a Western-style government based on principles drawn from the U.S. Constitution. Tshombe greatly admired the U.S. Constitution. By resolution of the UN Security Council, thousands of UN troops under command of Soviet official, Georgy Arkadiev, were transported by U.S. Air Force planes to peaceful Little Katanga. Their mission was to help the Marxist terrorist Lumumba put a bloody end to Tshombe's ideas of self-determination. Lumumba's troops, backed by UN forces, swarmed through Katanga on a rampage of rape and murder and cannibalism. So savage were their acts against civilians, including women and children, that one journalist, an eyewitness, called them wild barbarians determined to annihilate the last bastion of civilization that remains in Katanga. 46 medical doctors, observing hideous massacres, sent this urgent message to J.F. Kennedy and the Pope: SOS to the moral conscience of the world, stop, implore you to intervene with all your authority to stop the terrorist bombardment of hospitals and civilian populations by UNO. On our honor as physicians we declare as lies the denials of UNO Secretary General. The UN Secretary General was Leninist, youth and world-renowned humanitarian, Dr. Albert Schweitzer, also demanded that UN troops be withdrawn from Katanga. He declared that the mission of the United Nations should not be to make war. A U.S. senator, present in the Congo during UN operations there, testified before the Senate that the United Nations had brought chaos and bloodshed to the Congo. But mass genocide has always been part of the plan. The cartel cannot consolidate its socialist world order if independent leaders establish little niches of freedom. Thus, UN forces annihilated Tshombe's liberation movement and brought the Congo under absolute control of Lumumba's Marxist successor, Cyril Adula. His dictatorship was called peace. The United Nations still operates exclusively in the interests of the Marxist agenda. Thus, in 1988, Gorbachev called for UN intervention in Afghanistan. Watch for an accelerating increase in deployment of UN forces to trouble spots throughout the world. Third world dictators will call for UN assistance. The Soviets will acquiesce to UN peacekeeping arrangements like that in the works for Marxist Angola, where the UN will undoubtedly help annihilate anti-communist forces there. While the dupes of the West are told that UN troops are preventing global conflagration, nation after nation will be sucked into the New World Order by Vasily Safronchuk and his Kremlin bosses. Consider the 1988 agreement arranged by the U.S. State Department and signed by the Marxist dictators of Angola and Cuba, under which the African nation of Namibia is to be brought to totalitarian independence. Under this agreement, 7,500 UN troops and 1,500 World Order bureaucrats will supervise the withdrawal from Namibia of South African troops, the disarmament of Namibian territorial forces, and the transfer from Marxist Angola to Namibia of 9,000 Soviet-backed, Cuban-trained SWAPO guerrillas, renowned for their terrorist atrocities against civilians. The radical Marxist SWAPO, Southwest African People's Organization, is recognized as the sole and authentic representative of Namibia by the United Nations. Thus, Vasily Safronchuk and his UN police force are authorized to supervise Namibian elections in order to place SWAPO leaders in control of what will certainly emerge as a Marxist dictatorship. The fate of Namibians will be that of all Soviet slaves. Installing a SWAPO dictatorship in Namibia will cost the United Nations $600 million, one-third of which will be paid by American taxpayers. As Congress discusses innovative ways to plunder the American bourgeoisie in order to reduce the budget deficit, not one self-serving politician will dare suggest that instead of raising taxes, perhaps the Namibian Sovietization project should be cut from the U.S.U.N budget. SWAPO took Namibia in November 1989. Bind it together. Because the plan calls for a world police force dominated by the Soviets, it is little wonder that Saul Mendelowitz, chief theoretician for the World Order Models Project, openly admits that world government is likely to evolve into a totalitarian entity. He has stated, "It is my considered judgment that there is no longer a question whether or not there will be world government by the year 2000. As I see it, the questions we should be addressing ourselves to are, how it will come into being by cataclysm, drift, rational design, and whether it will be totalitarian, benign, or participatory. The probabilities being in that order, ... World order propagandists defend the totalitarian aspect of the plan by insisting that only through coercion can socialist bureaucrats save the world from fear and economic privation. The cartel's Radical Americans for Democratic Action has stated that it is possible for a police state to be obedient to the popular will. This is typical Marxist propaganda, which contends that populations enduring a police state gladly impose upon themselves the strangulating terror of martial law. Cartel elite have always stressed that a police state is necessary for control of the bovine masses. It is greatly relevant, as we documented earlier, that Doug Dillon, guiding force behind the World Order Models Project and advocate of radical constitutional reform, is inextricably connected to the rise of Hitler and the National Socialist movement of Nazi Germany. Consider also the personal philosophy of John Foster Dulles, founding father of the United Nations and U.S. Secretary of State. Dulles was related to the Rockefeller family by marriage. Through his law firm, Sullivan and Cromwell, Dulles arranged financing for Adolf Hitler. He also served as Joseph Stalin's legal counsel in the United States. In 1940, Dulles outlined what he considered the virtues of totalitarianism. How are we to overcome the obstacles created by pride and selfishness? We can get rid of them only by replacing them by some sentiment more dominant and gripping, and which will contain in it the elements of universality as against particularity. This is no visionary dream. Before us today we have the spectacle of communism and fascism changing almost overnight the characteristics of entire peoples. Millions of individuals have been made into different and, on the whole, finer people. Elemental virtues are again treated as matters of concern. Immoralities and dishonestness, personal prides and prejudices are replaced by courage, self-sacrifice, and discipline. There is a conscious subordination of self to the end that some great objective may be furthered. George Bernard Shaw, godfather of the Fabian Society, founded by British disciples of Karl Marx, and an ardent supporter of the plan, also expressed delight with brutal dictatorship. In 1931, during the heyday of Stalin's psychotic purges, Shaw toured Russia on behalf of the cartel's European faction to observe the fruits of Soviet socialism. He declared, "It is a real comfort to me, an old man, to be able to step into my grave with the knowledge that the civilization of the world will be saved. It is here in Russia that I have actually been convinced that the new communist system is capable of leading mankind out of its present crisis, and saving it from complete anarchy and ruin." Bertrand Russell, another world order pioneer and an active leader of parliamentarians for world government, was an adamant proponent of a global police authority. He explained why the global disarmament plan will not alleviate the threat of nuclear weapons. "When I speak of international government, I mean one that really governs, not an amiable facade like the League of Nations or a pretentious sham like the United Nations under its present constitution. An international government must have the only atomic bombs, the only plan for producing them, the only air force, the only battleships, and generally whatever is necessary to make it irresistible." Richard Falk emphasizes the central guidance system will maintain a nuclear arsenal to enforce its dictates. The goal of disarmament will be to eliminate national military establishments. Residual and nominal nuclear arsenals of fixed specifications will be maintained in 10 centers of power/authority, each subject to dual control activation and requiring the participation of a designated official, or his appointed deputy. Once the cartel's global bureaucracy becomes the irresistible nuclear power, it will have the means to enforce a brutal global police state. Are you getting a bit anxious to get those survival shelters? Dr. Leo Szilard, a top scientist for the Manhattan Project, told a group of scientists in 1961. It is my contention that the only way to make the court, World Court, effective, is to empower the court to impose the death penalty for failure to appear in court, when summoned. The court would deputize any and all American citizens to try and execute the sentence. An American citizen killing an outlaw could not be legally tried for murder in an American court, inasmuch as the treaty setting up the court would be the law of the land. In addition to relying on American citizens thus deputized, the court could employ perhaps 500 to 1,000 marshals. It would be the duty of the marshals to try to execute the death sentence imposed by the court. The plan calls for regional police reserves of 50,000 to 75,000 per unit. These regional forces, controlled by the Central Police Authority, would ensure that all citizens obey the orders of world government bureaucrats. Richard Falk notes, participation in these security activities would be a great honor and would be rewarded with high pay. Members would receive a sophisticated education and would be expected to be exemplary citizens of the world policy. Not good citizens but rather exemplary citizens of the world policy. Cartel theoretician Payson S. Weil Jr. admitted years ago that if world government is to be effective, individual citizens must be terrorized into submission by the world police. Apparently envisioning a global version of the KGB, he wrote. Dealing with an entire state as a criminal has its psychological as well as military and other practical difficulties, but international police would not confine their functions to operations against whole nations. They could and should operate against individual persons. In fact, the main job of such a force may be that of enforcing law against private persons. As an evolutionary step towards a global police state, the cartel created, through its congressional puppets, the Omnibus Crime Control Act of 1968. This legislation engendered the Federal Law Enforcement Assistance Administration, LEAA. Along with numerous state laws and federal funding schemes, LEAA is gradually forging local police forces, county sheriff's departments and National Guard units into a centrally controlled national police force. This computerized national law enforcement network is slated to fall under jurisdiction of the global police force sometime around the year 2000. Remember, the U.S. State Department has announced that the ultimate goal is general and complete disarmament including individual Americans, since privately owned weapons could be used to challenge global authority. Lenin, who led the cartel-backed Russian Bolshevik Revolution of 1917, commanded his terrorists to make mass searches and hold executions for found arms. He declared, only the Soviets can effectively disarm the bourgeoisie. Unless this is done, the victory of socialism is impossible. World order propagandists ridicule Americans who own arms as warmongers and Rambo types. Richard Falk complains, prevailing ethical attitudes in the United States support domestic reliance on the war system. The failure of Congress to enact effective legislation prohibiting handgun sales is indicative. The cartel's program of dynamic gradualism has placed increasingly burdensome requirements on the private ownership of firearms. Gun registration is, according to former Congressman John Rarick, the forerunner of arms confiscation. After relinquishing all of her weapons to a Soviet-dominated global police force slated to enforce the edicts of the World Court, the United States will cease to be a sovereign nation-state. America will be considered merely a regional unit of the cartel's global eco-political system. The cartel has been very blatant about the ultimate design of the plan. But nowhere have we found a more brazen declaration than that of cartel dignitary Walt Rostow, in his day, chairman of the State Department Policy Planning Board. Rostow announced, "It is a legitimate American national objective to see removed from all nations including the United States the right to use substantial military force to pursue their own interests. Since this residual right is the root of national sovereignty and the basis for the existence of an international arena of power, it is, therefore, an American interest to see an end to nationhood as it has been historically defined. So be it, Keela, let us allow this to seep within the brains while you take respite. Please do not longer hide your heads in the buckets of dirt. Everything has been planned, from the drugs to lull you into stupor, to the rise of Satanism, to the false war on drugs to get you behind all efforts to control and do something about this problem. Well, they are doing something about your problems. I hope you are ready for long, hard, and cold winters and a lot of bloodshed years. When we return we shall discuss how the machine runs. It is expected that you stupid capitalist American citizens will surrender while pleading for more controls. Capitalists have traditionally surrendered with far more cowardice than the Marxist scheme predicted. That, dear friends, came from cartel historian Arthur Schlesinger, presidential advisor to John F. Kennedy. How safe do you feel this day? What do you think they might have been doing since they murdered M.R. Kennedy? Think about it. I move to stand by that we might draw this segment to a close. Thank you for your willing service on this your Christmas Day holiday. Blessings be unto you and yours on this day of remembering. Salut. Chapter 19. Rec number 2 Hayton. Monday, December 25, 1989, 11:45 a.m. Year 3, Day 131. Monday, December 25, 1989. Hayton present to resume in order that we can examine this machine which is being created to walk all over your freedom. The hammer. According to a predetermined formula, Americans are to be herded into the socialist world order through threat of violence. It is understood by the cartel that peoples of the world, especially those who have tasted sweet liberty, must be blackmailed into accepting the tyranny of the plan. In 1962, cartel strategist Dr. Lincoln P. Bloomfield wrote, "In a world effectively controlled by the United Nations, if the communist dynamic was greatly abetted, the West might lose whatever incentive it has for world government." This mindset explains why, from the day the cartel placed Lenin in power, the political, financial and industrial prowess of America has been used to construct the Soviet war machine. World War II was a watershed. The cartel financed Hitler's rise to power. Then, through trickery and deceit, cartel agents launched America into the war for the express purpose of building a formidable Soviet military apparatus under cover of wartime emergency. Between 1941 to 1946, the cartel harnessed American taxpayers, groaning under the burden of the war, to finance a $12 billion military modernization program for Joseph Stalin. Through an international welfare program called Lend-Lease, U.S. officials transferred to the Soviets military hardware, industrial secrets and $300 million in cash. Helping to grease the skids for this major cartel project was Averell Harriman, cast in a dual role as top U.S. official in charge of Lend-Lease for Russia and U.S. ambassador to the Soviet Union. Harriman was a member of the Brotherhood of Death, the cartel secret society based at Yale. He was also an original Wall Street sponsor of the Bolshevik Revolution. On orders from Franklin Roosevelt, U.S. military aid to Soviet dictator Joseph Stalin took priority throughout the war. Stalin's demands for copper wire took priority over the U.S. Navy's requirements for repair of battleships damaged at Pearl Harbor. Stalin's demand for 3,000 pursuit planes was met by stripping every other Allied front. His demand for marine engines was met to the detriment of General MacArthur's forces. Between 1942 to 1943, cartel agents shipped to Joseph Stalin both the plans and materials for the production of atomic weapons. Ouch. Congressional investigators confirmed in 1949 that these transfers were facilitated by the White House, Harry Hopkins, presidential advisor, the Lend-Lease administration, the U.S. Department of Commerce, the Procurement Division of the U.S. Treasury, the Board of Economic Warfare and the U.S. State Department. Major General Leslie R. Groves, chief of America's top-secret Manhattan Project which developed the nuclear bomb, told congressional investigators that there was no way the Soviets could have obtained American uranium products without the knowledge and assistance of top U.S. officials. Joseph Stalin was history's foremost mass murderer. He was so deranged that he ordered even his personal physician to be chained and tortured in a prison cell. In 1949, Stalin detonated his first atomic bomb. On behalf of the plan, the cartel had deliberately handed this demonic maniac the ultimate instrument of mass genocide. In 1982, Senator William Armstrong told the U.S. Senate that America is still bearing the burden of two defense budgets, our own, and a significant portion of the Soviet Union's. U.S. News and World Report noted in 1984. From high-flying interceptors to missiles with pinpoint accuracy, the Soviet Union is deploying the latest products of defense technology direct from United States laboratories. For example, the Atoll missile that the Soviets used to shoot down the Korean airliner last September, the civilian airliner with the cartel's arch-enemy Congressman Lawrence McDonald aboard, was a carbon copy of the American Sidewinder. One U.S. Secretary of the Navy recently told naval officers, "Within weeks, many of you will be looking across just hundreds of feet of water at some of the most modern technology ever invented in America. Unfortunately, it is on Soviet ships." No, dear ones, I would never josh about such incredibly horrendous facts. It is truth. Since World War II, the same U.S. corporations awarded lucrative defense contracts to help defend America against the Soviet threat have simultaneously built and modernized the Soviet war machine. One of these is General Electric, among the oldest of cartel corporations. A 1986 ad in the Journal of the U.S.S.S.R. Trade and Economic Council celebrated G.E.'s commitment to progressive cooperation with the Soviet vision of an industrial future. Professor Richard Pipes of Harvard offers this perspective. The industrial assistance given to the Soviet Union helps its military effort by strengthening the Soviet wartime mobilization base. The so-called dual-use technology, lavishly sold to the USSR in the 1960s and especially the 1970s, has had a most impressive effect in enhancing Soviet military power. Another illustrious corporate backer of the Soviet war machine is Dresser Industries of Houston. Dresser has been working with Soviet industry since the early 60s when the Vietnam War was a roaring conflagration. Dresser Industries completed a multimillion-dollar drill bit plant at Kuyabyshev, providing the Soviets with the machinery and technology they need for oil exploration and for monitoring U.S. submarines. Dresser Industries also advertises heavily in the Journal of the U.S.S.S.R. Trade and Economic Council. Their ad shows they maintain offices in Moscow and show side-by-side flags, which is yet another confirmation that the Soviet eco-political system is built upon a mighty foundation of Western megacorporations and demonstrates why Americans may justifiably consider Mikhail Gorbachev, Secretary of the Soviet Communist Party, a frontman for corporate America. The world's foremost expert on the transfer of strategic technology from American megacorporations to the USSR is Dr. Anthony Sutton. Dr. Sutton is a former research fellow of the Hoover Institution, Stanford University. After decades of investigation of government files and corporate records, Sutton has compiled mountains of data, including the monumental 3-volume Western Technology and Soviet Economic Development. Sutton concludes, "Our technical build-up of the Soviets is a deliberate policy. The policy is not an accident. The policy is not based on erroneous or inadequate information. Western policymakers and businessmen know precisely the contribution of our technology to the Soviet military-industrial complex. Effort after effort has been made to silence Dr. Sutton. Honor this wondrous man who is willing to run the risk of his very life in sending forth information. He does a newsletter which excels all but a very few documents in value. America is in serious jeopardy, serious indeed. Anyone who cares to examine the facts will discover that the cartel has deliberately created the Soviet military machine for the express purpose of blackmail. Americans are now continually told that they have only two choices: annihilation of the planet or the plan. Note carefully the opening phrases of the cartel's declaration of interdependence. When in the course of history the threat of extinction confronts mankind, it is necessary for the people of the United States to declare their interdependence with the people of all nations, and to embrace those principles and build those institutions which will enable mankind to survive and civilization to flourish. 2 centuries ago, our forefathers brought forth a new nation. Now we must join with others to bring forth a new world order. The sickle. We shall now scrutinize the cartel's Soviet military machine. We draw technical data from information recently published by researchers at the University of California at Los Angeles, the U.S. Department of Defense and the 141-member Committee on the Present Danger, among others, which we will protect in the best manner possible anonymity. You can check on all these documents and references as they will all be placed in the appendix of this journal. I do not, however, intend to make it easy for any enemy to locate any one of our fellow authors. The references shall simply be placed in order of appearance in these few chapters, without reference as to location. You once do some of your own homework. The major purpose of this document is to get circulation to such extent that the original research team is protected in confusion and misdirection of first intent. You who know the difference, it is obvious, it is better to keep your mouth shut, for the tongue is the most deadly weapon of all. I am pushing this scribe and this team day and night to get this out to cover the Earth-based team. It is a frightening world down there, brothers. We hold you in our care to the best of our ability. Total Soviet ICBMs. The Soviet war machine is founded on intercontinental ballistic missiles, ICBMs. ICBMs are large, land-based missiles which carry nuclear warheads. If you count reloads, the Soviets now have at least 20,200 ICBM warheads. That is more than 400 nuclear warheads for each of 50 American states. Soviet warheads can be delivered with precision accuracy to within a circular error of 180 yards at the end of an 8,000-mile flight. The credit for Soviet missile accuracy goes to Richard Nixon, Henry Kissinger, and the Departments of State and Commerce. In 1972, while Americans were still dying in Vietnam, the Nixon-Kissinger regime sold the Soviets precision grinding machines manufactured only by Bryant Chucking Grinder Company of Vermont. The Soviets needed these machines for the manufacture of ball bearings vital for inertial navigation systems on the ICBMs, which deliver multiple warheads. This sale was made despite objections from the Department of Defense. This sale was no oversight, no stupid mistake. Nixon knew that in 1961, the Senate Subcommittee on Internal Security had concluded that an earlier Department of Commerce decision to grant a license for export of Bryant ball bearing grinders to the Soviets was of life and death importance to America and a grave error. Credit for Soviet missile accuracy also goes to U.S. computer brokers like Control Data Corporation, with corporate offices in Minnesota and Moscow. CDC, with links to the KGB's U.S.S.S. Our Trade and Economics Council, provides the Soviets with state-of-the-art computer systems for missile guidance. Congress is apparently incapable of intervening in the great computer technology flow to the Soviets. Soviet power at sea. Over 100 Soviet ballistic missile submarines can deliver to U.S. targets the Soviet arsenal of some 2,000 submarine-launched ballistic missiles, SLBMs. 220 Soviet cruise missile subs can deliver to U.S. territory hundreds of sea-launched cruise missiles. Understand that the Soviets have over 300 nuclear-capable submarines, the U.S. has 39. Soviet subs continually lurk off both of America's coastal regions, where over 50% of this nation's population, industry, and infrastructure is located. Nuclear warheads launched from these Soviet subs can hit ground zero, Los Angeles, Boston, New York, Washington, D.C., within 10 minutes of launching. SLBMs are capable of generating an electromagnetic pin-down effect against America's ICBMs until these can be destroyed by Soviet ICBMs. Please refer to Survival is Only 10 Feet from Hell. Open your eyes, the sky is falling on you. Soviet air power. The Soviets have 6,800 nuclear delivery aircraft. Many, including the Bear H bombers, can deliver to the continental United States air-launched nuclear missiles. Soviet bombers are often observed in training flights simulating attacks against North America. Soviet homeland defense. Despite the 1972 anti-ballistic missile treaty, which they have massively violated, the Soviets have developed an extensive air defense network in the USSR. This defense system includes 7,000 radars, 1,200 air defense interceptor aircraft and 10,000 surface-to-air missiles which can intercept both ballistic and cruise missiles. A full-scale ABM defense system will make Soviet territory nearly invincible by the end of 1989, that is this week, brothers. Soviet space weapons. The Soviet space program, supplied by American corporations and fine-tuned by the joint U.S. Soviet space project, Apollo-Soyuz 1973 to 1979, is designed specifically to augment Soviet military operations. Soviet space technology is so advanced that the Soviets operate some 50 types of space systems. These include space stations, reconnaissance vehicles, and a massive fleet of satellites designed for special communications, imagery reconnaissance, and electronic intelligence. Soviet satellite systems continually monitor US and NATO military exercises, and they track US submarines. The Soviets have deployed the world's only operational anti-satellite, ASAT, system, which can destroy all of the US military and communication satellites by exploding conventional warheads. America's nuclear attack warning system is mainly satellite-based. In 1982, when the Soviets rehearsed a trial run for a nuclear war, their first move was to destroy the enemy's satellite communication systems. Soviet futuristic technology. Thousands of Soviet scientists are perfecting laser weapons, particle beam weapons, radio frequency weapons, kinetic energy weapons, and advanced computer and sensor technology that will make the Soviet homeland defense impenetrable. Soviet researchers are working at an advanced stage with scalar electromagnetics to affect weather patterns and to create a new class of weapons which can destroy or neutralize weapons and personnel in vast areas without permanent contamination. This is a really serious point. Central America. The Soviet military machine, based in Cuba and Nicaragua, was created and is nurtured by the U.S. Department of State and the Central Intelligence Agency, CIA. These are the chief bureaucracies through which the cartel is preparing nations of the Western Hemisphere for the socialist world order. Former New York Times reporter Tad Sulk notes that while the U.S. State Department slapped an arms embargo on the pro-American Batista government in Cuba, the CIA was secretly providing Castro's insurgency forces with arms and money for Marxist revolution in Cuba. Earl T. Smith, U.S. ambassador to Cuba during the communist revolution there, has testified that Soviet proxy Fidel Castro could not have seized power in Cuba without assistance from the U.S. government. He confirms that American government agencies and the United States press played a major role in bringing Castro to power. This has also been confirmed by congressional investigations. You will note, however, that the results of these investigations are either marked top secret and secured away or just never make it to the public notice. Mario Lazo, with ties to the U.S. Embassy in pre-Castro Cuba, confirms in Dagger in the Heart that Washington knowingly selected Castro for his role as Soviet proxy in the Western Hemisphere. Shortly after Castro took power and began executing Cubans by the thousands, he was awarded $55.9 million in goods and $3 million in cash by the U.S. government. Despite theatrics, Castro is an important U.S. agent. Cuba provides the cartel a staging area for communist subversion which is now engulfing Central America. In 1978, economic assistance was given to the anti-communist Somoza regime of Nicaragua while the CIA hoisted to power the Cuban-backed Frente Sandinista de Liberación Nacional, the Marxist-Leninist regime which now holds Nicaragua in totalitarian bondage. In 1988, 10,000 Nicaraguans marched in protest, carrying signs reading "Democracy yes, Communism no." The protesters called their Marxist tormentors murderous dogs. These murderous dogs were nurtured with tens of millions of dollars in direct economic aid from the Carter administration. Millions of dollars more continued flowing to these criminals via U.S. taxpayer-subsidized loans from the Inter-American Development Bank. U.S. government-approved bank loans to Soviet bloc nations now enable the Soviets to bankroll Nicaragua through direct military aid. While the brutalized citizens of Nicaragua live in abject destitution, Nicaragua's Marxist dictator, Daniel Ortega, enjoys typical nomenklaturist privilege. In 1986, he paid $3,000 for a pair of designer sunglasses while attending a New York fete in his honor, sponsored by leftist folk singers Peter, Paul, and Mary. You see, they know not that which they do. Ortega, who flits between Moscow, New York, and Managua, enjoys support from an influential faction of the U.S. Congress. This faction raises funds for several Marxist fronts, including the National Network in Solidarity with Nicaraguan People and the Committee in Solidarity with the People of El Salvador. In addition, the Marxist government of Nicaragua rests upon an economic foundation provided by the cartel's corporate interlock including IBM, Xerox, Esso Standard Limited, American Standard, Chevron, General Mills, Intercontinental Hotels, Nabisco Brands, Texaco and United Brands, all of which maintain corporate offices and conduct business inside Nicaragua. The cartel's leading Marxist front in the United States, the National Council of Churches, an affiliate of the KGB-operated World Council of Churches, whoops. Finally got your attention? So be it, little chellas, so be it. Uses tithes from 40 million U.S. Christians to fund an influential network of pro-Sandinista propaganda outlets in Nicaragua and the United States. And yes, the contributors think they are doing that which pleases God. It does, it just happens to be the imposter God. Meantime, the CIA directs and funds guerrilla movements which oppose the cartel's Central American Marxist dictatorships. The cartel's brilliant strategy of opposing itself enables America's pro-Marxist leadership to appear virulently anti-communist. It also enables cartel agents to identify, neutralize, and ultimately destroy legitimate anti-communist forces which might jeopardize the plan. The ill-fated Bay of Pigs invasion is a classic example of how this devious strategy works. After the CIA put Castro in power, it organized Castro's enemies into a cohesive invasionary force. Through meticulous planning, the CIA State Department nexus delivered to these anti-communist forces worthless weapons, then cancelled promised air support, and led them into Castro's deadly ambush. Mario Lazo describes cartel betrayal of those brave Cubans who tried so valiantly to free their homeland from Castro's Marxist dictatorship. The Free Cuban Beach commander sent his final message to the American vessel standing off Tehran. "I am destroying all my equipment," he said. "I have nothing left to fight with. The enemy tanks are already in my position. Farewell, friends." For 3 days the men had fought without rest and with little food or water. The promised supplies had never reached them. Now they had run out of ammunition and food. Gathering their remaining strength, the men crawled into the swamps. Almost to a man they were killed or taken prisoner. I have talked to 2 American pilots who flew helplessly over the Cuban beaches as Castro's tanks and forces closed in on the final day. One told me he had cursed his orders to cancel air support, the other said he had cried. The Bay of Pigs sellout was masterminded by cartel blue bloods who operated the White House during the Kennedy administration. These included the raving socialist and presidential advisor, Arthur M. Schlesinger, Walt Rostow, who advocated an end to America's nationhood as historically defined, the sinister McGeorge Bundy, Brotherhood of Death, whose family was involved with assisting the Bolshevik Revolution, the verminous Dean Rusk who, as head of the U.S. State Department, would later tell Americans that the bloody debauchery of the UN Katanga operation was necessary to save the Congo from the communists, and the pusillanimous John F. Kennedy, who reportedly solicited help from the mafia to win the presidency, and whose father made his fortune within the syndicate which operates the cartel's international narcotics industry. Doesn't all this begin to scare the living daylights out of you? We are talking very, very serious and grave consequences. I have no way to stress the importance of this material unto you precious, misled citizens of that which was the most wondrous nation of nations that was ever founded upon your world. Most of you will not believe it now. There will come the day, too soon, when it shall hit you right between your eyes. After the Bay of Pigs sellout, Kennedy secretly promised Soviet dictator Nikita Khrushchev that America would never again invade Cuba. Kennedy ordered the arrest of all remaining anti-Castro activists in the U.S. and the confiscation of their weapons and vessels as a precaution against future invasion. Go look at your history documents. I do not even expect you to just believe me. Go see for yourselves in the pages of your own historical documents. The CIA-controlled anti-Sandinista Contra movement is likewise doomed to betrayal and annihilation. In 1962, when Soviet ICBMs were still only on the drawing boards, and when the U.S. still held all the trump cards militarily, Khrushchev began placing surface-to-air missiles and intermediate-range ballistic missiles in Cuba. It is now known that Kennedy's tough stand during the Cuban Missile Crisis was just another cartel charade. During a carefully orchestrated showdown, the cartel was able to work its global annihilation theme to maximum advantage. Cartel celebs, including Secretary of State Dean Rusk, pontificated that a misstep could have meant the incineration of the North American continent. Khrushchev's packing boxes left Cuba, but no one knows what was in them because the White House prohibited the Navy from inspecting them. They were probably empty. The Soviets have reneged on their agreement to permit U.S. inspection of Cuban bases. During 1988 congressional hearings, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff admitted that the Soviets could place nuclear missiles in Cuba without U.S. detection. There have been numerous reports of nuclear missiles, SS-4S and SS-5S with 1 megaton nuclear yield, being stored in Cuban caves. The Soviet war machine in Cuba includes hundreds of nuclear-capable MiG-21S, MiG-23S, Fishhead, and Bear bombers. According to a high-level Nicaraguan defector, these aircraft are to be deployed in Nicaragua. Air bases in Nicaragua can now accommodate Soviet aircraft capable of transporting troops, tanks, and nuclear missile launchers. Castro's 25 combat-ready divisions are backed by 200,000 Nicaraguan troops. This Soviet machine is quietly building to a level in excess of the combined unit strength of the entire U.S. Army, National Guard, and U.S. Army Reserve. Now, are you about ready to begin to consider those survival shelters? No, then let U.S. continue. Europe. In the event of a conventional war in Europe, the Warsaw Pact, comprised of troops from the Soviet Union and the occupied nations of Eastern Europe, can deploy 5 to 6 million troops, 2,249 battle force ships, 6,750 attack aircraft, 51,900 tanks, 63,390 armored personnel carriers, and 46,300 artillery tubes. The shrewd Soviet ploy of offering to cut its Warsaw Pact troops by 10% and remove some of its obsolete tanks from Eastern Europe, for a price, of course, still leaves the Soviets with overwhelming military superiority in Europe. Soviet troops have been specially trained and equipped to unleash chemical and biological warfare agents against American troops in the European theater. The Soviets have vaccines and antidotes which will protect their own troops during a biological/chemical assault against Western Europe. The use of killer toxins will spare the urban industrial infrastructure of Western Europe so that it can be exploited after a war to Soviet advantage. The technology necessary for chemical warfare has been provided to the Soviets by numerous Western corporations, including Armand Hammer's Occidental Petroleum, DuPont, Monsanto, and Rome and Haas. Establishing hegemony over the Western Europe is a prime objective of Soviet grand strategy as affirmed by top Western military experts, including Richard Pipes. Soviet defector Michael Voslinsky confirms that the Soviets, despite their devious peace games, are deadly serious about global domination. He believes that when the time is ripe, the Soviets will seize Western Europe, because its wealth, industry, and skilled workforce is of vital importance in answering the question, put by Lenin, of who will beat whom. Would the Soviets risk nuclear war to take Europe? Voslinsky says the Soviets want not war but victory, yet victory crosses the frontier between peace and war and that is where the danger of another world conflagration lies. It is relevant that the cartel handed Stalin Eastern Europe on a silver platter during the World War II. Voslensky says the Soviets believe that Western Europe will surrender without a fight, a theory confirmed by recent Western European polls. It is strange to note that the most fighting of the system is coming from the Soviet bloc nations themselves. Have you not witnessed the almost holy way the Europeans welcome Mr. Gorbachev into their midst? They will end up giving their countries away in treaties and joint ventures to save the world. After Western Europe becomes a giant Soviet satellite, the Soviets will automatically become overlords of the Mediterranean, the Far East, Japan, and the small nations of the world. Then America will stand alone surrounded by a communist world dedicated to her fiery destruction. How about a survival shelter now? No, not yet. Okay, let us continue by doing a little comparative shopping. Dharma, allow this to rest for a while as you need a rest before holiday festivities. Let us just see how the remainder of the day fits into plans for more work and allow it to be comfortable. You have done much beyond that which would be asked on a Christmas day. Let me offer you love, hope, and charity as your gift for this day, for as long as there are ones who love and care, there is always hope, for all things are possible with Mother/Father Creator. Salut, Haton to clear frequencies. Chapter 20. Rec number 1 Haton. Tuesday, December 26, 1989, 8 a.m. Year 3, Day 132. Tuesday, December 26, 1989. Haton present and ready for work. I note you dragging your feet a bit. We must trim you up and get you in better physical condition, for the bombardments are most heavy against you and you get no rest. Do not be disturbed about it, but I want no day to pass without your supplements and a bit of food. However, I want you to eat nothing you do not truly desire. Then we must walk a bit each day, for the riding load will not lessen. Dharma. Get your bicycles maintained, good tires, etc., and you can take them to more level ground and you can ride a bit each day instead of walk or whatever feels right. We realize the difficulty of having anywhere near a normal existence in this circumstance, but your health is failing. While I am off the subject of the journal, please respond to petitions of others which have been presented to me. To beloved Vera MDEP. In Arkansas, please send this correspondence. There are never coincidences or accidents. I have several messages for her. You have done that which is sufficient for the current time, more than 99.99% of all your brothers. There is no immediate, today, danger in your area, and I wish to caution you about several things. When you try to fill all suggestions of all ones who are receiving bits of truth, you can deplete your emotions as well as your pocketbook. Please obtain from Dean, if you do not already have one, a copy of Dolores Cannon's book, Conversations with Nostradamus. Please read it and come into harmony with Dolores' energy, and then contact her, Dolores Cannon, P.O. Box 754 Huntsville, Arkansas 72740. Also, Oberly, see to it that a copy of this goes to Dolores. Get totally familiar with all Phoenix journals as they are available. This will make more sense to you as you come into their presence. Our time of dealing with the continents of the Americas is uppermost. All religions and all governments are within total control of the evil forces all. At this point there is naught you can do other than become informed so that you are no longer deceived. As soon as Satan's drummers is available, read it. You may not put it aside as you will desire to do, for it is most terrible indeed on thy senses. Get informed and stay informed. The most help you can be at this present time to the work is do whatever you can do to get the books put forth. Man can do naught until he sees the problems and understands that which is about him. Why Dolores? Because, Keela, you have experienced as one of the major players in the truth of the Mormon Church. Now, do not fret about that at this time. I must tell you that the wondrous Moroni, etc., from the realms of light have been sorely used and misused. It should be sufficient for you to realize how far our evil elder can be. Mormon is the assumed name of Satan in many areas of your planet. It is not even used by the formal church in the Orient. The history of your church is buried in the New World, and although you refer to Jesus the Christ, you are most attached to the one Quetzalcoatl the Christ. It is time for truth to return to your named church club. This is not to be personally offensive, but please accept my words in the format offered. If there is some manner in which you and Dolores can interwork, please investigate it. You are in contact with energy sources which must be allowed to speak and are finding no conduit. These prophets, other than Nostradamus, for instance, must have voice in order to pull the fragments together for man to investigate and get his confirmations. Your beloved father holds such treasures, but I fear he will hold them through this journey. Allow him to remember, and you will please write those things which he tells you, no matter how absurd they may sound unto you. He is staying long upon your placement until his purpose is fulfilled. Let us allow him that outlet. Sit with him, and if he cannot speak the words, meditate with him, and the messages will come clear in your own mind. Write them down. He has journeyed with the masters. The connection with the Mormon Church which is most important at this time is one which will not be apparent, and if told, would get you tossed out of the congregation. It is the validity of the gospel of the Jesus misnamed. He was birthed Emmanuel, and of course the writings of Nephi, Levi, etc., are most important, historically. However, it is the relationship with the southern continent of the Americas which is important, and it needs to be pulled forth with those prophecies which have ultimately led forth unto today and the arrival of Sananda. I cannot ask Dharma to pen lengthy material in this letter, as that which you need will make sense as you read the journals. Be prepared, beloved Keela, to receive of Moroni and listen to the wisdom from the mind cells and heart cell of your elder father. The truth must now flow uncorrupted by man's twiddling. By the way, There are more false receivers along for the celebrity and self-ego and to rip off the searching people in the New Age movement than in any other. Be most cautious as to who you attend and do not fall for every quaint and foolish TID bit. You need not to commune with God, not silly sitting positions, no special foods or waters, not but you and God. Please keep uppermost in your mind the dark forces do not want you in communication with God and will dissuade you through every route available, mostly through the churches. They will tell you to commune within is evil. Where else shall you find God? Where do those loudspeakers claim to find God? And what makes their truth? Beware, the more important your job, the harder they will push you to not do of it. So be it, and blessings are upon your journey. Respond with joy, for as you search it is in the finding of purpose which brings the greatest joy. Please allow this earth contact bits of update on that which you choose to do, for in the anonymity of their work they are quite isolated and have no method of sharing the small joys of communion. Do not worry at it, for it will come gently and without fear or great hoopla. Great hoopla is the precursor to the lie. You shall be given to know. There is an overwhelming number of queries regarding the various things happening around your globe in various countries. It is not as it appears. Do not be fooled by the lies. The world elite who have set themselves up in this elaborate plan are now about getting rid of the mavericks, the ones who have refused to fall into the plan. This is known as infighting, and it is most necessary to get rid of ones who have now tried to break with the order in their own right. It does not pay in security to buck the big boys and try to set your own rules. The renegade troublemakers are now being brought into line or extinguished, a most important sign, indeed. Keep your eyes open wide, for you are having lessons pouring forth on all continents at this very moment. Watch carefully that which the big powers do and you will begin to see the picture unfolding. So be it, allow us to move on, Dharma. Thank you for these interruptions, but they are most important indeed. Asterisk. Let us return to your subject matter. We were about to speak of the relativity scoreboard that which America has versus that which the Soviets have. You see, the big boys really do not expect the masses of Americans to fall over and play dead as they expect from other countries. You have always had the spirit to fight back for human truth and justice, so it will take slow, insipid methods to get you tied up before you realize what hit you. Then, when required, they will use whatever force is required first, from within your own police state. You do not have much time to begin to swing these things around and head them off. Let us refer to data from sources whereby came the previous information and examine the weapon systems providing security for the United States of America. Total American ICBMs. America has about 1,000 ICBMs supposedly capable of launching a total of 2,100 nuclear warheads, compared to 10,200 Soviet ICBM warheads. Each of America's 1,000 ICBMs are now targeted by 5 Soviet nuclear warheads. America's obsolete nuclear missiles have deteriorated beyond reliable usefulness. While the Soviets boast a variety of modern and highly survivable new missiles, including the lethal SS-25, America's 1,000 ICBM silos contain only one ancient Titan missile, several of which have either, or both, blown up or failed on launch. 2 old Minuteman missiles which have never been truly test-fired from a silo. The Air Force reportedly gave up on testing after 4 attempts to test fire resulted in 3 outright failures and 1 partial success. At the present time, the 50 new MX missiles are still stalled because of production problems, and the plan for deployment is incredibly confused and strategically unsound. Oh, you ask, what is all this? Doesn't he sound like America to me, and why would we be working to get Russia ahead? You are not speaking of supremacy of a nation, we are talking about a world order headed by the Antichrist. America sea power. America has 39 nuclear submarines, as opposed to over 300 Soviet nuclear-capable subs. Submarine-launched nuclear missiles, SLBMs, deployed on American subs are relatively inaccurate and 1/10 as powerful as Soviet ICBMs. SLBMs are intended for retaliation against civilian populations and are considered generally useless against Soviet military targets. This is significant, because most of America's nuclear weapons are on submarines. The Navy plans to deploy the computer-laden Seawolf sub next decade, but the weapons, sonar, and hull fabrication are still only in the planning stage. The first Seawolf, to cost $1.1 billion, will not be deployed until 1994, at the earliest. America's air power. America's nuclear bomber fleet is comprised primarily of 98 partially obsolete B-1S and 263 ancient B-52s. Most are grouped like sitting ducks at 20 unprotected military installations near the coasts. Air Force officials admit that B-52s cannot penetrate Soviet air defenses. With large radar signatures and slow speed at low altitudes, these craft are of little value against Soviet military targets. America has 52 operational stealth bombers, reportedly based at Tonopah Test Range Airfield in Nevada. That base could be taken out in mere minutes by Soviet submarine-launched ballistic missiles. Contrary to media-generated myth, stealth bombers are not invisible to Soviet airborne and space-based surveillance systems. Therefore they are vulnerable to the formidable Soviet homeland defense system. I am sorry to explode all your dearly held secrets -- they need something to tell you once in order to get $500 million, per B-2 bomber, for their satellite system that hooks you into the beast and get space station set up for temporary safety when this old planet goes. Quit trying to relate this to anything you have previously thought. These are the end-time prophecies of a beast, a one-world order run by the Antichrist and all those other wondrous things you have tried to figure out. Now that we tell you you wish to deny it, so be it. It is your neck, my friend. You keep petitioning us to tell us. I told you that I would give you more than you wanted to hear. You are in it to your proverbial eyeballs. You wish to look at it, say a few words of meditation and have the whole dirty, messy thing just go away. It will not go away. You have manifested it. It will not go away. Although US bombers can launch cruise missiles from outside of the Soviet Union, air-launched cruise missiles have racked up serious problems during testing procedures. These cruise missiles are also vulnerable to Soviet surface-to-air missiles. It is the conclusion of the Committee on the Present Danger that America is now at least 10 years behind the Soviets in strategic capabilities. What is Congress doing to modernize? Newsweek noted in 1986, the U.S. Strategic Modernization Program, which includes the MX missile, the Midgetman mobile missile and the Navy's Trident submarine program, is a mess. Congress has reduced the number of MXs from 100 to 50, the Midgetman project is deep in controversy and the Trident program is producing one new submarine a year. Dear ones, you do not have the time for these things. It is like with AIDS, when they come forth and tell you they may have something to help within 10 years you will all be dead by then. You cannot wait. Does it begin to make sense why you have no shelter system? It is not intended that you have shelter or even that you fight back. You were told that the system would take you over hook, line and sinker probably without having to fire a shot. You are on the brink of disaster. The only thing that saves you is that their plans are not yet finished. Your entire government has been taken quietly over by your deadliest enemy. Who do you go to? All the fragments of protection are equally corrupt: the military, the police, the justice system, the medical and legal professions, you name it. IT is all but finished. You have each other and you have God. And that, ultimately, is all you need, that, and the willingness to work together and do something about your mess. You can refuse to be deceived further, you can refuse to vote these nerds into the system if you stand together, but IT will take daring, hard work and getting the public informed, get the word forth unto the four corners of the world just as God has told you. Truth and knowledge is the sword that will bring the beast to finish. America's homeland defense. This is going to hurt. America has zero defense. No defense against Soviet nuclear attack, no way to intercept incoming ICBMs, SLBMs, or cruise missiles, and you have no place to shelter yourselves. It was well planned and now executed. Everyone who would be under the equivalent of 10 feet of earth would survive a full-blown nuclear attack. Everyone. America's Air Force squadrons of partially obsolete fighter jets are numerically inadequate to confront thousands of Soviet/Cuban Nicaraguan nuclear-capable aircraft. An anti-ballistic missile, ABM, system was to have provided some defensive protection, but it was scuttled by the cartel's disastrous 1972 anti-ballistic missile treaty, and by 1975 congressional law, sponsored by Senator Edward Kennedy, which dismantled America's only ABM site one day after it went into operation. This insane cycle of building then immediately destroying America's weapons systems has been immensely lucrative for the cartel's military-industrial complex. The ABM Treaty states in Article 1, Section 2, each party undertakes not to deploy ABM systems for a defense of the territory of its country. Because the Constitution states that the primary purpose of the federal government is to defend American territory, the cartel's ABM treaty is not only deadly, but absolutely unconstitutional. Yet you must remember, a treaty always supersedes the Constitution. As the Soviets complete their impenetrable ABM system in flagrant violation of the ABM treaty, the U.S. Arms Control and Disarmament Agency has declared that America is prepared to abide by the ABM treaty, unilaterally, for the next 7 years. America's space program. Deeply absorbed by spectator sports and by sundry tasks such as determining which malt brew has the fewest calories, most Americans did not notice that in 1986, all 4 U.S. space launch systems, Air Force Titan II, NASA's Nike Orion, Delta rocket, and the Space Shuttle Challenger, went down in flames. All 4 systems carry military reconnaissance satellites which monitor Soviet nuclear weapons development and provide early warning against nuclear attack. The Challenger explosion, which killed 7 astronauts, delayed by 32 months the launching of NASA's giant tracking and data relay satellite. Now, as we move along through this present topic, I must point out something: these were not meant to be defense items, and other authors do not realize the substance. These were not successful because it was intended that any defense system would be taken out and not put out there for protection of you ones. Further, there is a Federation allowance which allows US to stop any nuclear weaponry at 150 miles above your surface. You are not allowed to tinker longer in space. Anything that will affect the cosmic order is stopped. Further, your speculators would like to think it is Russian communists who do in the programs. You have some who go about with the woodpecker system blowing up stuff. You do not have to go a world away, my friends. Your Space Shuttle Challenger was sabotaged, but not by the Soviet KGB. I am herein going to continue with this document in the manner presented unto me. However, you must understand that it is not accurate in all measures as to quotes and opinions. It is important, however, that you ones have access to material as it is rebounding on your placement. All the above mentioned systems carry military reconnaissance satellites, presumably. Well, it matters not if that be truth or fiction, for what is important is that all systems malfunction. Sorry about some of them, but as with the ones you know about and the ones you do not, from Vandenberg base we took them out, either in our upper space limits or right on the pad. We visualized, made ourselves visible, over California and could be seen as far as the Mississippi River for over half an hour, and your media called us a successful launch and ice crystals. Then, you lovely, warm-hearted creatures fired a heat-seeking missile at us. We don't produce heat, and toyed with it at great length before blowing it up for all you dear ones to see, and no one noticed. Well, a young officer at the base noticed and spilled the tale. He was then taken for brain adjustment. We have him in security and safety. It is a no-no to tell the public the truth, especially if you are a member of a controlled group in your country. When your military comes clean and your government is forced to come clean, you will be shocked indeed. No matter that which we tell you, you have no conceivable idea of what really has gone, and is going, on. America's space programs will continue to be delayed and sabotaged by interested parties because space technology is indispensable for development of any kind of defense system. Further, it will only be the satellites which are useful to the order which will get placed out here. Most erroneous indeed is the concept that SDI was ever a truly proposed system which, in the future, might have provided the US with a laser-activated defensive shield against incoming Soviet nuclear missiles. And further, read your own words. You are not in danger from out there. They can get you from right off your own shoreline. You who toy with these things, stop the drivel about the subject. It is not the Russians, and it is not from somewhere out there at IS within your own world order elite in working integration with the other elite world order manipulators. It is intended, however, after the big shakedown, that it will be the communists/socialists who will have and run everything. Nice little freedom-loving capitalists will be annihilated. Or will they? Not if you get busy and open your eyes in time. Armageddon will happen in the Middle East. Your destructi zero end shall occur right in your own homes and villages. Further, they will use nuclear material that will salvage the most material wealth and structures and get rid of the most of you overpopulating dispensables. Of course, bad news hurts, so be it. Your Department of Defense admits that Soviet propaganda against SDI is broader in scope than any other such effort ever mounted by the USSR because Moscow is concerned that SDI will lead to an effective US strategic defense system that could undermine the Soviet ability to launch a successful preemptive strike, which is the linchpin of their strategic doctrine. No, there always has to be a logical cover distractor. SDI was never a defense system. It was a system to get the entire world banking and computer beast operational. It had, and has, nothing to do with a defense system except perhaps a defense system for forewarning the elite world order group. Certain SDI-related systems have been contracted out to such corporate heavyweights as Rockwell International, Litton Industries, Lockheed and McDonnell Douglas, but these are among the corporations which have systematically built the Soviet war machine. They are also among the 45 U.S. defense contractors under congressional investigation for corruption, mismanagement, bid rigging, kickbacks, and bribery. Do you actually think anything will be done to them as punishment for flushing your very lives down the drain? Of course not. What is happening to Oliver North or Jim Wright? The machine is up and running and is now getting all the sand out of the gears. By the way, you are considered sand in the gears. Just thought I would make your day. Dharma, let us leave this for a few minutes. I just stepped heavily on some toes within our own groups who suffer under false premise. Also, you are misled at every turn. Not one opportunity to misinform or misdirect is ever missed. One of the reasons some of you are still physically alive is that you are telling the wrong story. Think about it. You are more valuable to the order alive and talking than dead, for you are tinging the story with just enough untruth to play right into their grimy hands. Ponder this most carefully indeed. We need to work later this day, Keela. Thank you. Go smooth your own fluffled feathers, for I am truly sorry to have to hit you with all these things. Look carefully at the ones who rouse the loudest and make sure the story is logical before you bite into the whole pie and get egg custard all over your faces. Salut, Hayton to stand by. Please contact me when you are ready to continue. Good day. Chapter 21. Rec number 2 Hayton. Tuesday, December 26, 1989, 2:30 p.m. Year 3, Day 132. Tuesday, December 26, 1989. Hayton present. Thank you. Keep your sense of humor, Keela, for the kind of advertising being given us by the guards is without price. Ones do not carefully look at how foolish their rantings actually are. I shall comment on a couple of most elemental things within the book list. 1. I do not understand the big to-do about no discount on the Phoenix Journal, since the journal seemed to have the best price on the entire sheet and nothing that I see prevents the Gerards from giving a discount. I believe their book discount is somewhere at least near 40%. I fail to see the necessity of the statement in the first place. 2. Could it be that some ones are fighting a bit too hard over credibility of foreign aliens to and from where to where? 3. My contact, scribe, is not a he, and there has never been a meeting on your continent in consciousness, in the desert or anywhere else. 4. And most important, let us not injure the one you refer to as Marian Keech. How dare you bring her name into the public when she has already been so damaged by public attention and ridicule? I will not even commit unto you as to whether or not you have the proper entity in mind. I will positively assure you that the scribe has never even heard that name anywhere or at any time, so if you say it is mentioned in any of the journals, I denounce you as a liar. It is most ungracious and unkind to bring labels into the public where the entity can be targeted for untold damage. I will say that the one to whom we referred was being blasted by one of your space UFO writers and threatened with a lawsuit. Further, there are at least 2 in her entourage of comers and goers who are active members of the CIA. One of them, in October, came into her town and met with other members of her group and not only had, but shared, illegal drugs currently called ecstasy and previously recognized as something called Atom. This is a most powerful drug indeed, and this person proceeded to give a large jolt of the substance to this little frail 90-year-old. I most sincerely suggest that you ones get some facts, for we of the command are just about to run over with weariness at your foolish nonsense. I have no hesitancy whatsoever to either confront personally or in document if ones of you feel you can toy with God's protected ones. In authentic circles I have no problem with recognition nor of pushing forth outdated material. Someone had best check their own doorsteps lest they find something to stick their foot into. Mostly it is the foot into the mouth which shall give you ones ultimately the most discomfort. I am not come forth to run grammar contests. You ones are in the final days of the closing of a major cycle on your planet, and you had better get your space cadets in order. You had also better check out the intent of your contacts most carefully, especially before making public denouncements, for that custard pie is going to end up all over some most self-righteous and unsuspecting authority experts in the so-called field. It is most obvious that whoever wrote the dissertation for the Phoenix journals in the Gerard catalog has not read the material. The time for sloppy pronouncements is past, my friends. It is your choice to have opinions and to believe whatever ye will. To deliberately lead your brethren astray is quite another matter. Further controversy only helps our cause to a great extent. There is one most incredibly important statement of partial measure, included in the critique of the Phoenix journals. They represent an education which no university in the world or in the universe can supply. Now let us see if Mr. Gerard is ready to publish my rebuttal, for if he is, then I shall be most happy to cover the subject much more effectively than in this document. The embarrassment in knowledge regarding occult/New Age/UFO does not come from this scribe, for you are correct. This person is absolutely none of these things, absolutely none. You who pronounce this type of hollow advice shall reap that which you sow, and this time you have sowed quite a mouthful. Now, don't go forth and tell the world you got it from Arcturus, probably both misspelled and grammatically incorrect, or you might really be giving away your ignorance. So be it. Now, I wish to acknowledge the recognition of GWM. It is with great honor and respect that I address him. Portions of his work are slated for inclusion in further work with Drs. Tesla and Russell. GG, please see to it that a copy of the letter to WG from Dr. Tesla regarding photographing thought gets sent to this dedicated man. There are great and wondrous experiences in wait for you gifted people. I salute you for your service. Dharma, allow this portion to go now, for I wish these things done this day. We will forward along the remainder of the subject matter at a later time. Thank you, Hayton, to stand by. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. To continue, please. Leave this prior writing in the document. We are not writing literary works. This is for information, and I want ones to know that from us you get creditable and confirmable information immediately. Sometimes I cannot respond, for the material might be much too critical and giving timing is always out. You have enough self-proclaimed gurus and fortune tellers on your place. None know the time to exactness, not even the master returning, himself. As a matter of fact, he is already upon your place, and all but the most tiny segment missed it altogether. Neither am I in a popularity contest. I care not a whit whether or not any of you even like me. I walk with God where walks thee. Our critic seems to believe that our presentations are incredible insanity. Let me share a great, dark, and dreary secret. Your entire world is totally insane, and only the most deliberately uninformed and ignorant would tell you otherwise. You have been lulled into slumber by exactly that sort of material. Man asks for truth and then denies it. I wonder if it might be in order to sell more of his own numerous publications slated for his business ventures. If you once think it is fun to print this type of material or to be daring enough to publish it, woe be unto your blindness. I give great concern regarding the tremendous surge of new material for our customers as we begin to do some large-scale publishing. They go further. It is not we who have achieved this, it is you. We are only reacting to your growing numbers and your insatiable demand for UFO-related material. I can only tell you that the authors of these quotes know nothing of the entities involved nor of the material value. Ours is to get information unto the masses. We are not into publishing simply to satiate a demand. Most ones find our material quite unnerving and, at the least, thought-provoking as they find confirmation, on your placement, for all. Central America. Let us speak now of Central America as we move back into our subject. General John Singlau believes that it will require every American in military uniform plus an immediate draft to defend America's 2,000-mile southern border against Soviet surrogates now stationed in the Western Hemisphere. The time is fast approaching when the U.S. will be attacked from the south, according to Marxist Tomasz Borga. As Nicaragua's Interior Minister, Borga has made repeated threats of invasion and genocide against the United States. He said, "We have Nicaragua, soon we will have El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Costa Rica, and Mexico. One day, tomorrow, or 5 years or 15 years from now, we're going to take 5 to 10 million Mexicans, and they're going to have one thing on their minds: cross the border, go into Dallas, go into El Paso, go into Houston, go into New Mexico, go into San Diego, and each one has embedded in his mind the idea of killing 10 Americans." Sandinista defector Alvaro Aviles tells us that Borga has been practicing for his planned murder rampage in the USA by supervising the assassination of political opponents of the Sandinista regime in Nicaragua. Europe. Western European defenses are organized under the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO. NATO is little more than an expensive joke because it was created under auspices of the United Nations Charter. Did it seem unlikely that the Russians would be touring the NATO bases and headquarters just 2 weeks ago? Under Article 51 of the UN Charter, NATO is required to immediately report its military actions to the UN Security Council and to the Department for Political and Security Council Affairs, which handles all UN military matters for the Security Council. This department, as noted earlier, is always headed by a communist from the Soviet bloc. The grotesque results of reporting to Soviet agents at the United Nations the military strategy to be employed against a communist enemy were manifested by the macabre outcome of the Korean and Vietnam Wars. Under the terms of the United Nations Charter and the Southeast Asia Treaty Organization, SEATO, American military personnel were required to submit military strategy reports to the Soviet-infested United Nations during both of these disastrous conflicts. Retired Marine Corps General Lewis W. Wald, a commanding officer in Korea, describes the Korean debacle. "It bothered me deeply that I was required to submit 24 hours in advance a detailed plan of attack for approval by UN Command Headquarters. It bothered me because it soon became apparent that each time we attacked, the enemy was waiting for us. We could not achieve surprise. We could not retain anything we won. The Chinese fought under no UN restrictions." Bound by the straitjacket of United Nations membership, America holds the dubious distinction of being the only nation in history to file military strategy reports with its enemies. Even if NATO could make a defensive move against the Soviets without first asking the UN Soviet permission, the sad fact remains that NATO is incapable of winning a conventional war against the Warsaw Pact, which maintains a 14-to-1 static advantage in combat divisions. Recent Soviet concessions are undoubtedly intended to encourage further reductions in US and NATO defenses. Even with 300,000 American troops stationed in Europe, NATO could not sustain more than a few days of combat against a Warsaw Pact blitzkrieg without US reinforcements. But US conventional military preparedness is a myth. In 1983, a study prepared for a congressional committee concluded that the US Army cannot be sustained in combat for any extended period of time. Several top military officials admitted publicly in 1984 that if a conventional war lasts longer than 2 weeks, the US will be out of ammunition, supplies, and spare parts. In 1985, the Joint Chiefs of Staff announced critical shortfalls in personnel, spare parts, munitions, training funds, chemical defense, and intelligence support capabilities. America could not get a single plane off the ground without imported strategic minerals. America's strategic mineral stockpile is finite, and your supply will be irrevocably cut off once the cartel completes its Sovietization of South Africa, an exclusive source of numerous strategic minerals. America's heavy industry, necessary for sustained combat, is entering a state of total collapse. America manufactures mostly fast foods. Meantime, no one knows who would supply America with steel, fasteners, etc. Oh, you want to know about all your steel mills? Well, you closed them because they could no longer pay wages, and now you import it. It would take months to move back into any kind of operation at all. The enemy well knows that it is just you citizens who have forgotten to listen and keep up. Ask the people in the steel mill cities. If American troops in Europe are sucked into a quagmire of nerve gas, blister gas, and biological warfare agents against which they have neither adequate training nor protection, the United States will be left wide open to attack from Soviet surrogates in the Western Hemisphere. Don't think I jest on this next one, MAD. American military strategy revolves around a retaliation scheme known as Mutual Assured Destruction, MAD. The scheme was developed by Robert S. McNamara, architect of America's defeat in Vietnam. MAD was also the brainchild of Henry A. Kissinger, alias Heinz Stern. You should look it up. Long before the cartel catapulted Kissinger into the sensitive and powerful position of U.S. Secretary of State, he was known by U.S. intelligence to have served the Soviet KGB during World War II as a double agent in Europe. Come on now, Chelis, don't get mad at me, I didn't do it. MAD proposes that after the Soviets have nuked the United States with 20,000 ICBM warheads, several thousand SLBMs, hundreds of sea and air-launched cruise missiles, plus several 100,000 tons of hideous chemical and biological weapons, the surviving population will get mad. Of course, with no shelter system, it is elusive as to where you will get mad from. Then, ta-da, they will call upon America's Mighty Mouse fleet of decrepit bombers and its aging Titan and Minuteman missiles to dodge an invincible Soviet anti-ballistic missile system and deliver retaliation against evacuated Soviet cities, or against Soviet ICBMs which are often moved. MAD has a fatal flaw, however. After a Soviet first strike, America's defensive weapons will no longer exist, along with no military men or citizens to speak of. According to U.S. defense experts, a Soviet first strike will destroy 95% of America's extremely vulnerable ICBMs, leaving the Soviets with more warheads in reserve than the U.S. started with. A Soviet first strike will destroy at least 75% of America's nuclear bombers. A Soviet first strike will destroy 50% of America's 39 nuclear submarines. Remaining subs, cut off from communications and trailed by Soviet attack subs, will be destroyed quickly. Without submarine support, the U.S. fleet will be dust in the wind against a formidable Soviet naval force. You don't even have shelters to house your own army on their bases, all of which are in said target points. Sad facts. Soviet warlords reportedly add 5 new nuclear warheads to their arsenal every day of the year. Well, yes they can, because you taxpayers in America foot the bill and supply the grain and food, which saves them lots and bunches of money for toys like hydrogen bombs and scalar beam systems. U.S. defense experts define an expert as a has-been drip under pressure, admit that this arsenal is being stockpiled, not for defense, but for offense. Soviet defector Viktor Suvorov assures the West that the Soviets base all of their military strategy on plans for first strike. Dr. Edward Teller, renowned physicist who developed the lovable hydrogen bomb, warns that, because America's nuclear forces will be impotent in the event of a Soviet surprise attack, their deterrent effect has become doubtful, to say the very least. Richard Pipes explains why America's entire nuclear arsenal is incapable of defeating the Soviets militarily. Specialists estimate that there are in the Soviet Union between 10,000 and 20,000 objectives of political and military significance. If that assessment is correct, then the United States needs that many accurate warheads left after absorbing a first Soviet strike. This capability alone will provide a deterrent credible to Moscow. While the present survivable force could indubitably inflict grueling punishment on the U.S.S.R.S. civilian population, it could not destroy its political or military organization and the nuclear forces at their disposal. Well, it is already a moot point, for the Soviets can protect their populace underground in shelters which are well supplied by UN with your grain in their silos. So be it. If you believe this is a fantasy of an insane scribe, I pity you. Where does it all go? America spends $300 billion on defense each year, just money in the budget alone. That money goes for bureaucratic waste at your Pentagon, contracts to corrupt U.S. corporations which consistently produce weapons. Systems that do not work, expensive weapons monstrosities like the Abrams M1 tank that requires 7 kinds of oils and a complete caravan of fuel trucks, technicians, and spare parts vehicles, maintenance of foreign military bases slated for ultimate surrender to the Soviets, as in Vietnam, and deployment of troops to regional squabbles engendered by Soviet-backed terrorists, Lebanon, Persian Gulf, etc. Why is Mr. Bush not afraid to go to Colombia in February? Doesn't that even seem a bit strange to you ones? And ones accuse the scribe of being humanly insane in their critiques. You ones better start looking into insanity. She already thinks she must be totally mad, for this is a most heavy load indeed for a little grandmother. Remember that old saw? I faced the enemy only to find it was myself. Oh, sad the day that you throw stones at your last fragment of hope, truth, and knowledge. Oh yes, you can just be, and you will just be blown to smithereens. While U.S. taxpayers finance 3/5 of NATO's military budget, the Soviets are sucking in billions in loans, credits and joint venture capital from the governments and corporations of England, France, Italy, and West Germany. American dollars are therefore protecting Western Europe against an enemy armed and financed by all of you, including Western Europe. Billions of US dollars disappear through the CIA, which supplies weapons to Arab terrorists, and to the Red Chinese, and to a global network of drug dealers. All of this waste and corruption is undoubtedly designed to end America's nationhood as historically defined. Students of the plan must conclude that the cartel has created the Soviet war machine specifically for global conquest, while U.S. weapons have been created and destroyed to generate profits for America's giant megacorporations. America's weapons were created to give the illusion that your nation has a defense system. America's weapons were intended only to buy time. The cartel needed that time to build the Soviet war machine and to sucker the West into a world government backed by a Soviet-dominated police force. While America's unilateral disarmament continues unabated, new weapon systems will be proposed and built merely as a diversionary tactic. As in the past, some of these expensive new systems will be destroyed at the flick of a pen as new U.S. Soviet treaties are ratified. Other systems will be ultimately relinquished to the global police authorities. Enough for this segment. We will effort to finish the body of this journal within another 3 days or so. Please have it ready to go to press by the 15th. I do not like to push, but you can see how important it is. We must cover the daring researchers of this information under our umbrella, for they are truly in most grave danger. You ones must begin to stand together in unified strength and always cover and protect your brother. We want no credit for your information, but you do need our protection, for the time is at hand for these things to come forth. Major discounting will be coming forth regarding galactic fleets as they stop denying our presence and begin a real campaign to blame US for all your woes. Be prepared for it and don't let it boggle you. It is being prepared already through your fear and body snatch tales. The public is being prepared for our presence in a manner desired by your government so that you are hostile. It is ultimately up to each of you as to that which you will do. I urge you to question, and question. Truth has acceptance within, for you know that which is truth innately. Salut. I am Hayton to clear frequencies. Good evening. Chapter 22. Rec number 1, Hayton. Wednesday, December 27, 1989, 8 a.m. Year 3, Day 133. Wednesday, December 27, 1989. Oh yes, there is always a solution to every problem. Most people simply do not choose of the correct one. As far as the eye can see, there is mass devastation with only the dead and the dying, but upon the third day life sprang up from the earth where the mother had protected and nurtured her creations. Man and animal emerged, and because he had listened to warnings and prepared, a wondrous joy spread through man's beingness. The lands would be renewed and all evil would be cast out. Because some men had listened, the waters were made pure and sweet, and the wind ceased their terrible roar, and a dove came forth, and there was rejoicing. And I saw a city coming forth from out of the heavens, and behold, the sons of heaven stepped forth upon the barren lands, and we were taken up. Then was the terrible roar and moan from within the earth, and we saw the earth shake and the mountains rise, and the seas came forth over the lands, and the fires were extinguished. Then the seas gave up their life, and the lands were covered with vapors, and this went on for a very long time in the counting. Then the city was again lowered unto the earth mountain place that had been untouched. In many places upon the place men were set back again into the newness to build again upon the wondrous newness from which life began to spring in abundance. That which had been buried for a very long eon of time came forth in newness, cleansed and pure, and it was century 1 of the new counting. The mind was overwhelmed, and the visions of the old began to fade as the emotions were filled with the blessed veil of forgetfulness. It was as if everything, including the mind of man, had been birthed again. And there was the word, and the word rang throughout the land for those who would follow. What will man do with this new cycle upon the wondrous creation? It was the limbo world between the ending and the beginning, which never ceased but was somehow different in that the word shone brightly all about the wondrous newness. And the sons of heaven stayed, and then some returned from whence they came, and some stayed on to lead the peoples. And a lamb nuzzled at my knee, and the roar of the lion faded into the heavens, and all was sweetness upon the place. I rejoiced, and then turned unto mine work, for there was indeed much to be done. I somehow knew I would be given into forgetfulness, but in that moment I knew all, and I wondered what man would do with this wondrous place of newness. The seas had rendered up the ancient of relics, and the golden cup shone in the light of a new sun, and I wondered what it might have been, and I knew that my journey would again be long. My grandfather put his arm about my shoulders and comforted me and said, "Come, for I shall show the way." I knew I could not count far enough, and the feathers of grandfather's cloak smelled fresh, and he took my hand, and I could no longer see where I was going. I wanted to go back again unto my home, and grandfather said, "Later, little bear, for it is not yet thy time." I will ask grandfather the way, for he has walked the path so many times, and he has promised me. I know not who I am, I simply am. And it is said the word must go forth as on the wings of the eagles, that it can reach all the corners of the world where the path goes and returns, and when it returns, my work shall be finished, that I may again return home to my place among the stars of the seven lights where my father dwells. Until that day grandfather will show me the path and whisper the truth upon the winds, and it shall come within my ear and mind, and I shall be given to know again. I am weary, and the lands are tumbled, and order must be restored, for about me lies the remnants of chaos. But at this moment in time there are no beings upon the black path, for somehow those of the black path are crying out from a place I cannot see, but I cannot remember. Grandfather will tell me how it was, and someday I shall again remember. I picked up the lamb, for it, too, had lost of its mother, and I knew that I was birthed of the heaven and the earth, and that grandfather would tell me. Grandfather must have told me, for I know that I hold the truth, and I know not from whence it comes forth like the waters of the spring. I do not understand, grandfather, I do not understand. I love this place, but I do not like this place. But I shall stay, and I shall do of my work, and I shall put the word to the skins and stone, and when you come for me I shall be ready, for I am, and I have no label, I simply am, and all about me simply is. Mitakoyoyasan. Aho. *****. No, Keela, you shall not begin a new page nor strike the writing, you must no longer hide your eyes from truth, it is time for the knowing. Salu. Hayton present to sit with you and to move on with the words. Some will listen and some will denounce them, but all will know the truth of it, for thy mother is in recreation and renewal, and the birthing pains are hard. We shall walk as gently as we can, but we will not bend in the winds of adversity, for it is the time for truth to prevail, for man has lost his way. Fear born of disinformation. More deadly than ICBMs is fear. That which is born of disinformation. Such fear can paralyze a nation and a peoples. Through insidious control of the U.S. media and public education, the cartel has conditioned Americans to cower in terror of what Richard Pipes calls the evil spirits whose abode is neutrons and protons. Sam Cohen, who developed the neutron bomb, how many remembered his name, observes that a fatalistic fear of nuclear war will erode America's determination to resist the designs the Soviets have for bringing us into their orbit, and we will find ourselves increasingly bowing to their will and coming under their control. Conversely, the Soviet peoples are told by their masters, there is profound error and harm in the disorienting claims of bourgeois ideologues that there will be no victor in a thermonuclear world war. The Soviets maintain and continually refine a massive civil defense apparatus which ensures Soviet survival of a Soviet nuclear offensive. For 175,000 nomenclatura, the Soviets have built radiation shelters 600 feet below the ground. Huge underground steel bunkers contain communications, emergency power sources, sleeping areas, and water storage. Soviet industrial complexes have blast-resistant underground shelters to accommodate their largest work shifts. Huge food caches are sheltered throughout the Soviet Empire. Mass civil defense training programs ensure evacuation of Soviet cities well in advance of a surprise attack on the U.S. One U.S. senior technical advisor admits that even if all of America's surviving nuclear weapons were delivered on the Soviet Union, they would kill all of the people in an area that amounts to only 2.7% of the USSR. Dr. Teller explains, the land mass of the USSR is more than twice that of the US, its urban concentration proportionately much lower. The Soviet civil defense planning may well enable them to lose fewer people in a nuclear conflict than the 20 million casualties they suffered in World War II. Nuclear winter is a propaganda device contrived by disarmament advocate Carl Sagan. Because of his exaggerations and inaccuracies, Dr. Sagan has lost all credibility in scientific circles. As Dr. Cohen notes, nuclear winter is a dangerous hoax perpetrated by Soviet agents who are more than happy to see the US lose confidence in defending itself against nuclear attack. As part of a national brainwashing campaign, Americans are often shown images of Japanese nuclear bomb victims. Yet there are hundreds of thousands of survivors in Hiroshima and Nagasaki after nuclear holocaust, a fact never discussed by the controlled media. Many survived uninjured in earth-covered shelters very nearly at ground zero. Dr. Teller reports, in Nagasaki, people in caves survived 1/3 of a mile from ground zero. The day after the blast, bridges were open to traffic, the second day, trains ran, the third day, streetcars were operating. The people of these cities were without any knowledge of how to protect themselves. Yet 1.6 to 3.1 miles from ground zero, 98% of the inhabitants, 283,000 people survived. Among this group in the past 33 years, about 500 more deaths from cancer have occurred than would be predicted in an unexposed similar group of people. Dr. Arthur B. Robinson of the Oregon Institute of Science and Medicine says of long-term radiation danger, when compared with deaths from all causes, not just cancer, the long-term radiation from nuclear war increases the overall death rate less than 1%. This is consistent with the fact that, regardless of extensive investigations, no deaths from residual radiation and only a few additional deaths from cancer have been observed among survivors of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. 1 week after nuclear exchange, 97% of the Soviet workforce will be able to leave their shelters for an 8-hour workday. Nevertheless, the cartel's powerful National Education Association through propaganda curricula like choices imbues American children with the notion that nuclear war means death for every living thing on Earth. Such disinformation is crucial to the plan. A nation secure in its civil defense preparedness would be difficult to blackmail. The truth is, 90% of Americans could survive nuclear attack if they had adequate radiation shelters and food to last for an extended duration. But, because they are deliberately kept ignorant, Americans do not demand a viable national civil defense program with properly equipped shelters, adequate food storage and updated plans for emergency evacuation from known targeted areas. Now effectively programmed by nuclear doomsdayers, most Americans are apparently incapable of comprehending Dr. Teller's assurances that, although a terrible number of people would die in nuclear war, many more would survive. Teller adds that after nuclear exchange, the environment including the ozone layer would return to nearly normal quite rapidly. Yet, as Richard Pipes notes, anyone who calls for a dispassionate analysis of the issues or, worse yet, for defenses against nuclear weapons, violates powerful taboos and is appropriately punished by the multitude. This is true. The average American generally becomes infuriated when told that nuclear war is survivable. Many foolish Americans will undoubtedly be even more infuriated when they find that they did survive nuclear war and that they are starving because there is no food production and no civil order. Drawing from data calculated by the most brilliant of experts, Dr. Robinson, sea survival is only 10 feet from hell and fighting chance, 10 feet from survival, estimates that it would require 438 1-megaton nuclear bombs, the power of 22,000 Hiroshima-sized bombs, to completely pulverize a city the size of Los Angeles. Even if only 10% of America's population survives a Soviet attack, that would still leave millions to fall prey to a greater enemy. The chaos, the inhuman acts of man against man, the anarchy and bloodshed after nuclear war will be far more devastating than radiation. How about disarmament? As part of the plan, Americans have been conditioned to believe that their only hope for survival depends upon arms negotiations with the Kremlin slavers. Yet, since Lenin announced that treaties like pie crusts are made to be broken, the Soviets have violated every agreement, treaty, and non-aggression pact they have ever signed. In 1984, the U.S. government admitted that the Soviets violated the Geneva Protocol on Chemical Weapons, Biological Weapons Convention, Helsinki Final Act, Threshold Test Ban Treaty, ABM Treaty, SALT I and SALT II. In 1987, a study sponsored by Harvard University concluded that the major U.S. Soviet arms accords signed over 25 years have enabled the Soviets to achieve global superiority in land, sea, conventional and nuclear weaponry as America unilaterally disarmed. Senator Henry Jackson complained of Kissinger's 1972 SALT I Treaty. The agreements give the Soviets more of everything, more light ICBMs, more heavy ICBMs, more submarine-launched missiles, more submarines, more payload, even more ABM radars. In no area covered by the agreement is the United States permitted to maintain parity with the Soviet Union. After the Soviets signed the SALT II agreement, they increased their nuclear arsenal by 75%. While the Soviets have staged the biggest military buildup in modern history, the U.S. has wasted billions of dollars on unilateral disarmament projects. In compliance with SALT II, a treaty never ratified by the Senate and continually violated by the Soviets, U.S. officials poured concrete into the missile bays of Polaris subs and dismantled Poseidon subs at a cost of $21 million per each one destroyed. Congress cannot escape the strictures of the SALT II scam. The 1989 Defense Authorization provides that more U.S. missile launch subs be retired to offset new weapons. The cartel created the U.S. Arms Control and Disarmament Agency the same year it released State Department Publication 7277, that infamous blueprint for a global police state. Congressman John Bray said of this agency in 1963, "Many of us had great hopes for the future of the Arms Control and Disarmament Agency when we voted for the authorization and appropriations for its operation. After observing the operation of this agency for 1 year, I am deeply disappointed. Instead of working on plans to represent the interests of America and the free world in disarmament plans, this agency has apparently been studying reasons for the free world to surrender to the Kremlin. Collaborating with the Soviets to arrange America's terminal disarmament, this agency has always been under direction of such cartel appointees as Paul Nitze, who advocates turning U.S. and NATO weapons over to the United Nations." In 1968, the Arms Control and Disarmament Agency promulgated a document titled Arms Control and National Security. It specifically states that the basic purpose of arms control negotiations is creation of a global police authority. Quote, "The agreed ultimate goal of the negotiations has been general and complete disarmament, i.e., the total elimination of all armed forces and armaments except those needed to maintain internal order within states and to furnish the United Nations peace forces. While the reductions were taking place, a UN peace force would be established and developed, and by the time the plan was completed, it would be so strong that no nation could challenge it." The document did not explain that on the way to world order, the cartel would, for the purposes of blackmail, take the lethal risk of unilaterally disarming America while building the Soviet war machine to monumental proportions. As the Soviet war machine grew ever more formidable after each new round of arms agreements, America and Western Europe grew ever more intimidated. then suckered into new treaties and agreements which only made them more vulnerable to nuclear attack. Richard Pipes observes, every Soviet action, no matter how aggressive and immoral, need not be condoned but must be acquiesced to for the sake of the supreme objective, preservation of good relations with the Soviet Union, which alone makes it possible to preserve peace, which ensures the survival of mankind. So it was that Congress, bullied into ratifying arms reduction treaties, whatever their terms, obediently rubber-stamped such snares as SALT I, formally, and SALT II, tacitly, agreements which presupposed the Soviet right to achieve nuclear superiority and which prohibited the US from developing modern weapon systems. Years of such appeasement have turned America and Western Europe into sniveling vassals of the most brutal, treacherous power to arise in human history. To hasten America's unilateral disarmament, you now enter the peace game phase brought to you by the media's own darling, Mikhail Gorbachev, butcher of Afghanistan. Gorbachev apparently has the charm and the skill to consummate Soviet strategy as outlined by D. Mawilisky, who taught students at Lenin School of Political Warfare. To win we shall need the element of surprise. The bourgeois will have to be put to sleep, so we shall begin by launching the most spectacular peace movement on record. There will be electrifying overtures and unheard of concessions. The capitalist countries, stupid and decadent, will rejoice in their own destruction. They will leap at another chance to be friends. As soon as their guard is down, we shall smash them with our clenched fist. Why don't you just stop right now and go right back and read that paragraph again? The penultimate surrender, or, next to the last chapter. The World Order Models Project calls for elimination of U.S. forces abroad. In 1988, the cartel moved swiftly toward this goal with its Treaty on Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces, INF Treaty. This treaty, which Newsweek magazine called the first significant withdrawal of American power from Europe since World War II, was negotiated with the Soviets by Secretary of State, George Shultz. George Shultz's father was reportedly an official of the American International Corporation. You may recall that J.P. Morgan and his network of Wall Street moguls created this corporation to assist their Bolshevik revolution in Russia. As a dynastic member of the inner core of cartel power, Shultz has nurtured Marxist revolution globally. One of his pet projects has been the Soviet-Cuban regime in Angola, a base for Soviet subversion in Africa. The Marxist dictator of Angola heads the Popular Movement for the Liberation of Angola, MPLA. The cartel placed MPLA in power in 1975, and this Soviet-backed parasite has waxed strong on the U.S. Export-Import Bank ever since. MPLA rakes in $1 billion annually from the cartel's massive multinational corporate interlock which operates Angola's Cabinda oil fields. U.S. corporations cooperating with MPLA include Mobil, Texaco, Conoco, and Chevron/Gulf plus Boeing Aircraft, General Electric, and also Shultz's longtime employer, Bechtel Corporation. The Chevron/Gulf refinery complex at Cabinda is guarded by Soviet and Cuban troops under command of a Russian general. Revenues from Cabinda have provided the Soviet Angolan regime with currency it needs to stave off anti-communist rebels, UNITA, who have been fighting for 13 years to free Angola from Marxist control. In 1985, Shultz was brazen enough to urge congressional leader Robert Michel to block humanitarian aid for UNITA. Shultz's INF treaty requires America to destroy new cruise and Pershing missiles worth $9 billion. These were the only European ground-based nuclear weapons capable of reaching the Soviet heartland in the event of a Soviet offensive against Western Europe. The Soviets never cared for those U.S. missiles, they were a genuine obstruction to Soviet expansionism. General Bernard Rogers, head of NATO, has warned that the INF treaty removes 8% of the Soviet warheads capable of hitting Western Europe and 100% of U.S. warheads capable of reaching the Soviet Union from Europe. This is typical of cartel negotiations which have brought the West to its knees. Remaining U.S. nuclear weapons in Western Europe have an average maximum range of only 66 miles. They would fall on NATO territory instead of halting Soviet aggression at its root. The INF agreement marks the beginning of the end of nuclear defense against Soviet invasion of Western Europe, and it will surely dissolve what remains of Western Europe's flagging will to resist Sovietization. According to retired Army General Albion Knight, after the Pershing missiles are withdrawn, American troops in Europe will be cannon fodder, or worse. American journalists fairly slobbered themselves applauding Mikhail Gorbachev's INF concessions, in which he agreed to dismantle a small percentage of obsolete Soviet SS-20s. In the unthinkable event that the Soviets should honor a commitment for the first time since 1917, only Soviet missiles, delivery vehicles, would be dismantled. The warhead devices and guidance systems on those missiles can reportedly be transferred to the canisters of newer Soviet SS-25 missiles. Besides, the Soviets need only 10% of their SS-20s to destroy all of NATO's remaining nuclear assets. The INF verification process is a farce because of 1. The limited number of Soviet sites open to inspection, 2. The limited number of inspections permitted, 3. Mobile launchers which allow the Soviets to move missiles prior to inspections, for which they are given 16 hours advance notice. Even before the INF agreement was ratified, U.S. officials discovered that the Soviets had fake photos necessary for compliance. The INF treaty permits a network of Soviet agents, KGB/GRU, to be stationed at U.S. defense plants and military bases across the U.S. and Europe to ensure U.S. compliance. During the frenzy of the INF deal, U.S. officials gave a grand tour of U.S. military bases to Marshal Sergei Okhranmayev, then number 2 in command of the Soviet war machine. Okhranmayev was even treated to a tour of the Pentagon's top-secret war room. The INF treaty is a significant political victory for the World Order Gang. Senator Jesse Helms, R. North Carolina, reports, The INF summit is supposed to mark the initiation of a new phase in Soviet-American relations. This phase is intended ultimately to produce a convergence in the two systems. As part of the cartel's public relations campaign designed to portray the Soviets as noble reformers, Parade magazine, May 22, 1988, featured a diatribe by Soviet Ambassador Yuri Dubinin. Dubinin assured American dupes that the INF treaty will lead to a world free of nuclear weapons. Representing a criminal regime, which as late as 1988 routinely tortured and killed unarmed civilian refugees fleeing Afghanistan, Dubinin declared that the Soviets are interested in meaningful dialogue on the entire spectrum of humanitarian issues. Employing hackneyed cartel phrases, interdependence in a rapidly changing world, Dubinin stated, history is urgently confronting us with the challenge to restructure international relations on a new, democratic basis. This is obviously cartel rhetoric for the planned installation of a global dictatorship which controls all the weapons in the world. Dubinin's statements revealed that the Soviets were panting for Senate ratification of the INF treaty. George Shultz was hysterical in his demands that the Senate ratify with undue haste. 100 men of the Senate, in whose hands rested the fate of a nation, had a remarkable opportunity to demand, in return, the immediate reduction of Soviet conventional weapons in Europe, the dismantling of the Berlin Wall, and the removal of Soviet puppet governments from Eastern Europe, Cuba, Nicaragua, and Afghanistan. Instead, America's senators dutifully sold America into infamy. These pandering whores, beholden to the cartel's megalithic corporate interlock for campaign contributions, obediently ratified the INF booby trap by a vote of 93-5. Preceding the final vote, during Senate debate on the INF Pact, amendments were introduced that would have delayed the destruction of U.S. intermediate-range weapons in Europe until the President certifies that the Soviets are no longer violating the previous arms control pacts they have signed. The Senate rejected these amendments because Soviet compliance with arms treaties is not important. The ultimate goal of the plan as outlined by State Department Document 7277 IS-2, dismantle America's military forces, terminate America's sovereignty and create a global, Soviet, police force. So be it. Shortly before the INF treaty sealed the fate of the West, Dubinin, flushed with impending victory, had announced, "We want our first step toward nuclear disarmament to be followed by an even more important treaty. We want this sooner, rather than later." He was referring to the cartel's ongoing strategic arms reduction talks, START, which will invariably result in the destruction of at least half of America's long-range nuclear missiles and a percentage of her strategic submarines. Newsweek admits that the Soviets will have large incentive to cheat on a START agreement. Representative Leigh Aspin, chairman of the House Armed Services Committee, admits that a START agreement will be an especially dangerous trap because Soviet compliance will be absolutely impossible to verify. Aspin believes that the U.S. will have to live with uncertainty. Thus, with blind trust, Americans will necessarily stake the fate of their nation and the lives of their children on the veracity and goodwill of the Soviet Communist Party. The START sellout will mark the last phase of America's unilateral disarmament. It will preface the compulsory surrender, by the year 2000, of America's remaining weapons to the United Nations peacekeeping apparatus designed to enforce the edicts of the cartel's global socialist political machine. It is little wonder that in December 1988, Mikhail Gorbachev told the United Nations General Assembly that it is time for mankind to build a new world order. Dharma, let us have a break please and then we will discuss how you got dead. How you were duped and fooled 'tis sad indeed. You slept while your country burned just as good old Caesar fiddled while Rome burned. The same evil forces set the fires and you ended up in the roaster. So be it. Haton to stand by. By the way, for you grammar-wise nervous editors who read the commas and quotation marks instead of the book, let it be known right now that we saw stupid rules and changed them for you, as it seems you dear ones will change nothing, no matter how stupid. Quotation marks always outside a punctuation mark indeed, and change the meaning of the entire subject material. The ones who made the rules didn't know what to do with them, so arbitrarily decided to have a rule. Dare ye not to do anything? You will or ye shall be in the perishment of your civilization. So be it. And Sela. Chapter 23. Rec number 2 Haton. Wednesday, December 27, 1989, 1:30 p.m. Year 3, Day 133. Wednesday, December 27, 1989. Oh, would that it be so. Thomas Jefferson, 1799, when the press is free and every man able to read, all is safe. Abraham Lincoln, 1860, let the people know the facts, and the country will be safe. The Bitter Cup. As Americans begin to comprehend their particularly grim future, many are perplexed as to how they could have been kept in the dark for so long. Easily spoon-fed like gullible children, they have been unaware that the cartel has swallowed the massive corporate interlock which controls the major media and entertainment outlets in the United States. Because the cartel owns the international communications conglomerates, it appoints its agents to fill top administrative posts. These few elitists, sitting astride awesome media power, successfully censor information filtered to the masses through the major TV networks, the news services, prestige newspapers, and glossy magazines. Have you not noted that as you change from one newscast to another, even the pictures are the same and the words identical, filtered and selected? The cartel has been able to formulate public opinion and predetermine the mindsets and psychological responses of the entire nation for many years. And now, thanks to this media machine, the mass murderer, Mikhail Gorbachev, miraculously assumes the image of a savior. The cartel employs a network of behavior specialists who staff think tanks, mental health laboratories and government agencies, many of them controlled by the Rockefeller-funded Tavistock Institute of Human Relations, England. These manipulation specialists have formulated effective mind control strategies being used to prepare the masses for the evolving global socialist dictatorship. Dr. Dorwin Cartwright, a brainwashing specialist at Tavistock, once admitted in Tavistock's journal, Human Relations, among the many technological advances of the past century that have produced changes in social organization, the development of the mass media of communication promises to be the most far-reaching. It is conceivable that one persuasive person could, through the use of mass media, bend the world's population to his will. Is it possible that if you once found the one daring leader you, too, could bend the world's population to a new will? Edward Bemis, another Tavistock manipulation specialist, applauded this trend. He wrote years ago, "The conscious and intelligent manipulation of the organized habits and opinions of the masses is an important element in democratic, socialist, society. Those who manipulate this unseen mechanism of society constitute an invisible government which is the true ruling power of our country. We are governed, our minds are molded, our tastes formed, our ideas suggested largely by men we have never heard of. We are dominated by the relatively small number of persons who understand the mental processes and social patterns of the masses. It is they who pull the wires which control the public mind, who harness old social forces and contrive new ways to bind and guide the world. Will none of you be brave enough to go forth to Ted Turner and Paul Crouch of TBN and TNT and demand that you get an audience? Can you not reach beyond the limits of self-imposed shackles and request from the daring independent networks a feast of truth instead of the steady diet of poison? God help you all if some ones of you do not act and act soon. These brave ones will carry the banner if you will but stand strong and back them." Retired General Lewis W. Wald, a commander of American Marines in Vietnam, reported that the U.S. media, particularly the major TV networks, transmitted propaganda for the communists throughout the war. Wald notes that the 77-day Battle of Khe Sanh, a crushing defeat for the enemy, was misrepresented by American television as a hopeless siege which must only end in disaster. Wald, who watched those TV news reports, says, "During the siege, one C-130 aircraft was hit and burned on the landing strip. Every night for a week, I saw that one plane shown from different angles, conveying the impression to many viewers that our planes were falling to the enemy by the dozen. So pervasive was this impression of Khe Sanh's hopelessness that even President Johnson thought it might be lost. In 1968, the North Vietnamese made a blunder. It became known as the Tet Offensive. They made a massive attempt to assault the principal cities of South Vietnam, and they suffered staggering losses without achieving their objectives. After the battles were over, Walter Cronkite, the CBS anchor man, came to South Vietnam for an on-the-spot report. There was no fighting going on at all. I was stunned, therefore, when I saw Cronkite on television, standing in Hue, microphone in hand, while in the background were the sounds of machine gun fire and explosions, which apparently had been dubbed in by sound effects men. The Tet Offensive, which was both a strategic blunder and a military disaster for the North Vietnamese, was reported to the American people as a defeat for our forces and those of South Vietnam. Peter Braestrup, formerly of the Washington Post and one of the most perceptive and honest newsmen who reported the war, did a study of the media coverage of the Tet Offensive and came to the same conclusion. He has been rewarded with ridicule. A media machine this powerful, this treacherous, is as deadly as any weapon ever devised. The cartel's malignant distortion of the real facts contributed mightily to the demoralization of America during the war, and to the ultimate abandonment of Southeast Asia to Soviet surrogates. The Vietnam experience was designed by the cartel to dissolve America's will to resist Soviet aggression in Central America. It was used to prepare the masses traumatized by confusion and collective guilt to surrender all weapons to a global police authority, ostensibly to prevent future war. Through the raw, manipulatory power of the media, the cartel has popularized the fatal myth that America is militarily strong, while deliberately obscuring the fact that you basically stand naked to annihilation. And best of all, from the cartel's viewpoint, the media machine has brought the gullible dupes of America to a collective mindset of trust. Trust in whom? Why, trust in the Soviet Communist Party, trust in the KGB, trust in the Red Army and its secret intelligence apparatus, the GRU. This according to pollster Daniel Yankelevich. Yankelevich periodically conducts surveys to gauge American psychological readiness for the final stages of the plan. In 1988, Yankelevich announced that the majority of Americans now trust the Soviets enough to sign a treaty eliminating most nuclear weapons, that is, most American nuclear weapons, within 12 years. Isn't it interesting that 12 years just happens to bring you to the year 2000? The plans were designed that way. By deliberate design, America, having enjoyed unquestioned global military superiority between 1945 and the late 1960s, now faces military defeat and submission to the godless Soviet warlords who already control with the blessing of the world's most powerful capitalists the apparatus slated to become an unchallengeable world police authority. Cartel master planners wrote this hideous ending to America's final chapter years ago. Walt Whitman Rostow, the State Department official who called for an end to America's nationhood as historically defined, also brazenly announced in 1962 that there would never be a victory of the United States over Russia and that there would never be a victory of capitalism over socialism. Indeed, that would never do. In the 1950s, the U.S. enjoyed unquestioned strategic superiority over Soviet weapons, which in those days could not have hit the broadside of a big barn. Yet the U.S. government was already studying conditions when surrender, after nuclear attack, would be advisable. In that same period, the Tavistock-linked Rand Corporation produced a study which concluded that the US may have to surrender to the Soviets without fighting. In 1957, the US had an 8-1 military lead over the Soviets. That year, a cartel commission chaired by Roman Gaither, Ford Foundation, disseminated a secret report to government officials painting a bleak picture of America's ability to withstand the Soviet threat. Bulging with disinformation, the report was intended to convince America's leaders that the US could never successfully compete against the dedicated, highly disciplined Russians. The report intimated that in order to avoid death by incineration, America must prepare for preemptive surrender. This has been the mindset of those who have directed US policy ever since. As two eminent political commentators have noted, they figured that the only way to avert nuclear incineration was to reduce US strategic power so far below the Soviets that our only rational alternative would be to surrender. The means they chose was, by fraud and deception, to destroy or scrap 1/10 of US strategic power in being, and to block the production and deployment of additional advanced strategic systems. Without these elitist programs of self-fulfilling prophecy, the Soviets could not possibly have moved so close to a first strike capability against the United States. Likewise, the Committee on the Present Danger, quoted intermittently in the review of US and Soviet weaponry, is packed with distinguished world order advocates, disarmament veterans, and Soviet apologists. These include Dean Rusk, Doug Dillon, and Paul Nitze, who have all dedicated their careers to disarming the United States and to protecting Soviet imperialism. The committee's assessment of America's now real military inferiority is undoubtedly being used to stampede the masses into the New World Order. Only the shadowy figures within the inner core of cartel power know whether or not a Soviet nuclear attack is planned to hasten America's surrender to the plan. You can assume that the cartel's billionaire families wish to prevent nuclear war at all costs, while making the transition into global dictatorship, for you might assume they do not actually wish to be nuked also. Is there something to prevent these charming comrades from turning against their super-rich capitalist collaborators and attack the United States in a double cross once your America is disarmed? Just the few elite world order planners will be spared, and that because of a predetermined compact within the Brotherhood of Death. Whether the Soviets would attack through the world police force or with their own military machine, or with a combination of both is a moot point. You can know that strategy for America's ultimate surrender after Soviet nuclear attack has been outlined by former Defense Secretary Robert McNamara, whose calculated policy of unilateral disarmament left the American military apparatus in shambles by the early 1970s, Phyllis Schlafly and Chester Ward, The Betrayers, New York, Pere Marquette, 1968. McNamara suggested in 1983 that America continue to unilaterally disarm by junking the MX, by withdrawing nuclear weapons from Europe and then establishing a multinational crisis management team to supervise what remains of America's weapons. His prize recommendation was, McGeorge Bundy, the national security advisor to Kennedy and Johnson, has suggested that any nuclear attack be met with a retaliatory strike at a lesser level, and I completely agree. If nuclear war starts, one must try to stop it. This lesser response strategy would lead to a de-escalation rather than an escalation of any nuclear conflict. Oh my dear ones, it gets ever so much worse. This is typical of the groveling worldview of those who have prevented America from developing even a civil defense program to protect the population from radiation and starvation, lest the Soviets become angry and accuse America of aggressive behavior. Because a Soviet first strike will probably kill at least half of the US population, and because even an all-out retaliatory response would be insufficient to defeat the Soviets, the McNamara-Bundy proposal for a delayed and muffled response to nuclear attack is nothing more than a proposal for unconditional and immediate surrender. The surrender motif has always figured heavily in the schemes of world order master planners. Bertrand Russell, collaborator at the Pugwash conferences at which US industrialists and Soviet leaders planned the step-by-step unilateral disarmament of the West, instructed Britain, "We must learn to submit to law, even when imposed by aliens whom we hate and despise, and whom we believe to be blind to all righteousness." An innovative strategy for America's surrender to the Soviet juggernaut has been outlined by New Age pacifists Ron Sider and Richard Taylor. In Nuclear Holocaust and Christian Hope, they urge immediate and complete unilateral disarmament of the United States, which they admit would very likely result in a Soviet invasion. They also readily acknowledge that a Soviet invasion could result in millions of American deaths. These degenerate nerds then explain how Americans must nevertheless restrain themselves during Soviet invasion. The landing would be peaceful. No American artillery would fire, no jets would strafe. Instead of American soldiers crouching behind tanks and pointing guns at them, the invaders would see tens of thousands of unarmed people carrying signs with messages in the invaders' language. Like the Czechs, Hungarians, and East Germans during the Russian invasion of those countries, Americans would climb up on the tanks and try to talk to soldiers. "Why have you come? Why are you invading a peaceful nation that is not threatening you?" Loudspeakers would explain that the troops are welcome as tourists but will be opposed as invaders. If members of the crowd were not able to keep discipline and started to threaten the soldiers, special US peacekeeping teams would move in nonviolently to restrain the persons who were losing control. If I indulged in the act of eating, I would most surely vomit right now. Can Little Earth brothers be so stupid? Well, it would appear to be so. Dr. Gary North has pointed out, such a nonviolent welcome could be moderately dangerous for the Soviets too, because they might die laughing. So be it, for we of Command Fleet have a bit from what to do when the Russians come. We cannot totally exclude an all-out nuclear war in which America is largely destroyed with far less Soviet loss, resulting in occupation by Moscow's troops of a ruined, depopulated land, a scenario quite commonly found in Soviet military literature. But what seems more likely, given the Soviet achievement of effective superiority, would be a crumbling of America either after a limited Soviet nuclear strike or simply under a threat against which the United States would have become practically defenseless. Military occupation, perhaps under a gradual and partially camouflaged facade, would be inevitable. And, however done, this would be accompanied by a slow but total Sovietization of America. There is no point in being starry-eyed about the scope and possibilities of the American resistance. If resistance methods have grown more sophisticated, so have the means of combating them. It will be a long struggle. Let us draw some conclusions for thought food. According to the above scenarios, when American survivors of Soviet attack and invasion lie prostrate at the boots of their godless oppressors, the world will be plunged into its final and darkest age. America, once the hope and light of the world, would become a land of concentration camps. Millions of those schooled in the old world order would be summarily executed or suffer slow death by hard labor and starvation. The world's boat people and foot people and the would-be escapees and defectors dreaming of reaching freedom would have their dreams of a promised land extinguished forever. Yet, there are other forces at work in the universe. The cartel, with its boundless greed, and the Soviet slavers, drunk with power, are not the only players in the human drama. There is a higher power confronting what the Apostle Paul described as the rulers of the darkness of this world and the spiritual wickedness in high places. Despite the hysterical protests of Marxists and humanists everywhere, there is a just God, the Creator and author of freedom and human dignity. This magnificent and loving intelligence anticipated the planned millenniums before its perpetrators were born. In His mercy, He has given His children a promise that the blood-drenched beast will die in an agonizing death. John the Revelator tells you that the gangsters behind the great global monetary dictatorship and the police authority enforcing it face one minor disadvantage: their days are numbered. John revealed that the cartel has been allotted a limited segment of time for its global project. He gave clues that the beast's secret combination will itself be burned with the very instruments it has prepared for world domination. Apparently, something yet unforeseen will cause the great red fetus to turn on its own mother for the kill. John's vivid description of a terrible, fiery cataclysm that will engulf the world's richest cities is undeniably a description of nuclear holocaust. Referring to the world's great financial centers as Babylon, John gave you this incredible preview if you but pay attention. And he, the angel, cried mightily with a strong voice, saying, Babylon the Great is fallen, and is become the habitation of devils, and the hold of every foul spirit, and a cage of every unclean and hateful bird. For all nations have drunk of the wine of the wrath of her fornication, and the kings of the earth have committed fornication with her, and the merchants of the earth are waxed rich through the abundance of her delicacies. Therefore shall her plagues come in one day, death, and mourning, and famine, and she shall be utterly burned with fire, for strong is the Lord God who judgeth her. And the merchants of the earth shall weep and mourn over her, for no man buyeth their merchandise any more. The merchants of these things which were made rich by her, shall stand afar off for the fear of their torment, radioactivity, weeping and wailing. For in 1 hour so great riches is come to naught, for in 1 hour is she made desolate. For thy merchants were the great men of the earth, for by thy sorceries were all nations deceived. And in her was found the blood of prophets, and of saints, and all that were slain upon the earth. Do you care to continue, little cellist? Do you want to hear the testimony that confirms? It is, you know, confirmed by sacred testimony and by long ago prophets and seers that, the millions who died in global and regional wars, the millions who died during communist invasion, the hundreds of millions who died in Soviet and Red Chinese slave labor death camps, the legions murdered while trying to escape totalitarianism, the millions condemned to death for their religious faith, all were victims of one single secret combination whose perpetrators and benefactors have lived in great wealth. Incredible as it may seem this day, John foresaw that the cartel's oppressive global economic system, computer networks and all, would be zeroed out in 1 hour. Think of it, little brothers. Generations of intensive labor to build a totalitarian world empire evaporated in less than 1 hour. 1 hour is about the length of time it will take Soviet subs to nuke American coastal cities into oblivion, so be it and seal it. Yet, what will become of the forces that have burned, in a double cross, the cartel's great corporate and financial centers? Will the jaws of the Soviet python swallow the entire Western Hemisphere? That is surely Soviet design, but the best laid plans of tyrants have gone awry throughout history. Without Chase Manhattan, the Export-Import Bank and the large megacorporations of the West to back and supply them, the communists will fail. A clue to the inevitable destruction of the Red Cancer is found in the observations of Viktor Suvorov, whose experience in the Soviet military leads him to conclude, the fastest Soviet aircraft are flown by men who detest socialism with all their hearts. In wartime, tens of millions of soldiers would have an opportunity to desert and they would take it. Soviet soldiers would surrender by the million. Could it be that you might gain friends from these enemies man to man out of the darkness of ignorance and subterfuge into light and truth? Could it be possible? They, too, are blinded ones of the lies. The Soviet Empire is a seething mass of dissent. There are hundreds of millions of slaves in communist-occupied countries who despise their Soviet, Cuban, and Red Chinese masters. Now being held as prisoners of war within their own nations, they would take any opportunity to rise against their cage keepers. You have just these past 2 months experienced the extent to which man will go to gain freedom from those oppressors. Thus, during the chaos of global war, it is possible the controllers could lose control of their dominions. Back to Satan, always back to Satan. The cartels plan Satan's counterfeit scheme for millennial perfection must ultimately fail. Built upon the foundations of greed, deceit, and genocide, the plan harbors the seeds of its own destruction. It will inevitably collapse upon itself. The cartel's plan is merely a blip within the greater plan of God the Father. The cartel's plan is an opportunity for each man to choose between good and evil. It is an opportunity for mankind to behold the ripest fruits of Satanism. It is a lesson you will take with you to eternity. After the beast's great monetary system collapses, your Christ will necessarily seize the reins of global power and destroy the armies of the beast. Let us look at another thing that John said, "And I saw heaven opened, and behold a white horse, and he that sat upon him was called Faithful and True, and in righteousness he doth judge and make war. And out of his mouth goeth a sharp sword, that with it he should smite the nations, and he shall rule them with a rod of iron, and he treadeth the winepress of the fierceness and wrath of Almighty God. And he hath on his vesture and on his thigh a name written, King of Kings, and Lord of Lords. And I saw the beast, and the kings of the earth, and their armies, gathered together to make war against him that sat on the horse. And the beast was taken, and with him the false prophet that wrought miracles before him, with which he deceived them that had received the mark of the beast, and them that worshipped his image. These both were cast alive into a lake of fire burning with brimstone. And I saw an angel come down from heaven, having the key of the bottomless pit and a great chain in his hand. And he laid hold on the dragon, that old serpent, which is the devil and Satan, and bound him 1,000 years. You still have a distance to go. The ultimate fate of the beast and his disciples is set and irreversible. The world has yet to experience the maximum extension of the cartel's eco-political power. In his zenith fast approaching, the beast will be so formidable, both politically and militarily, that the world will say, "Who is like unto the beast? Who is able to make war with him?" Yet, you must remember that the power of the beast will be commensurate only with the number of world citizens who can be deceived in supporting his evil plan. Which will you choose? Honor unto the few. In honor I dedicate these final words unto ones who shall remain unnamed for their safety and security. For that reason have we penned this document. There are a brave few who continue and shall continue until it is over, to focus on the cartel families themselves, identifying their corporate interlocks, their political front organizations, their influential think tanks, their propaganda vehicles, the sources of their unfathomable wealth and their international network of corruption and influence. They will positively identify the central coordinating mechanism through which governments of the world are given their marching orders, and we shall support them unto the end for the truth of it. With unimpeachable documents, they will identify the linking control centers through which the cartel selects and trains the governing elite of Soviet Russia and Communist China. You, as the citizenry of a dying world, must look at these things. You must look and examine the cartel's super-secret brotherhood of death, whose members swear allegiance to a power cult which bases initiation rituals on the human skull and bone, ancient symbols of death. For generations, members of this clandestine order have been placed in powerful government positions to augment the plan through war and revolution. Look now at some of the members of this brotherhood. Members have included Roosevelt's Secretary of War Henry L. Stimson, who knew with absolute certainty days in advance that Pearl Harbor would be attacked and who authorized the use of the atomic bomb on Japan after that nation had served its purposes. The Brotherhood of Death also spawned former Ford Foundation President McGeorge Bundy and his brother William. As presidential assistants, these two men directed the escalation of the Vietnam War while simultaneously maintaining links to the anti-war movement. George Bush, who personally strong-armed Western European leaders into accepting the catastrophic INF Treaty, has been selected by the most powerful people in the world to preside over America's final surrender to the plan. The Bush family, at the center of cartel power, has long been affiliated with the Wall Street nexus which financed the Russian Bolshevik Revolution. George Bush's father was a partner in Brown Brothers Harriman, a private banking firm packed with Skull and Bones brothers. This firm was a foremost vehicle through which the cartel nurtured Soviet dictatorship in its infancy. Like his father before him, George Bush is a member of the Skull and Bones Brotherhood of Death. Indicative of the awesome power of this secret order is the fact that the Brotherhood of Death has had an office in the White House for the last 8 years, and it now holds the presidency of the United States of America. The cartel operates for its own sinister purposes the executive branch of the U.S. government, handpicking and controlling all U.S. presidents and their appointees. The cartel, having pre-planned both world wars and also the Korean and Vietnam conflagrations, controlled U.S. forces while also backing and financing the enemy. The cartel, having seized control of public education, is now constructing a national propaganda apparatus for uniform mass indoctrination on behalf of the plan. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Now for the surprise, you thought this a political movement? Nay, it is the most fundamental foundation of a bestial religion. Leaders denounce truth and God in the same breath that they claim to honor and revere his presence, a most remarkable mark of the Satan witness. They uphold Lucifer as the light, and they call for ruthless suppression of Christianity and all free fundamental worshippers of God. They suggest revision of the Bible to portray the cartel's plan as God's plan, just as the Council of the Churches have voted in all manner of evil behavior that blatantly rebukes the commandments of the creation and God. They shall further continue to implement hideous genocidal programs to drastically reduce the world's population through AIDS, murder, drugs, and crimes of all sorts against humanity. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. May the ones I honor this day come into the knowledge of this. Salute unto them, for that which they do can save a civilization of man. So be it. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Following is the World Order Models Project, WOMP. The following bureaucratic apparatus for world government has been designed by the Rockefeller/Carnegie funded WOMP. This central guidance system, as outlined by WUMP director Richard Falk in A Study of Future Worlds, 1975, is designed to administer global socialism. It includes a global police authority slated to control all nuclear and conventional weapons. The world government, now growing steadily upon the framework of the United Nations, will require millions of authorities to maintain effective control and surveillance of several billion global citizens. Americans presently have zero electoral control over the thousands of appointed United Nations bureaucrats who already administer decisions affecting the U.S. both economically and militarily. As the world authority gains ever more power, global citizens will continue to have little or no electoral control of the elitists who dictate world policy. Here is a skeletal outline of the world governing authority as envisioned by WUMP master planners. A World Assembly. This is the principal policy-making, legislative, body comprised of three chambers: Assembly of Governments, Assembly of Peoples and Assembly of Organizations and Associations. This body will set world standards and render binding decisions. B. Council of Principals. This is the chief administrative body designed to implement and enforce directives of the World Assembly. The Council will be comprised of a Secretary General and 21 other officials chosen from the three chambers of the Assembly. C. World Implementing Board. This nest of overseers will link the World Assembly and the Council to the following. 1. World Security System. This is a massive, tripartite bureaucracy charged with disarmament of all nations, World Disarmament Service, the maintenance of global peace through a global military force, World Security Forces, and settlement of disputes, World Grievance System. 2. World Economic System. This network will coordinate a computerized global socialist economy. It will enable the cartel to centralize control of all major components of global wealth including natural resources, trade, and labor. A World Economic Planning and Equity Council. This department will maintain a global network of authorities who will equalize the economic status of the masses. It will ensure full employment for global citizens who may be shifted from place to fulfill their employment duties. B. World Trade System. Directors will supervise all business and commerce, and shape global trade through redistributive and equalizing objectives. Officials will impose duties on transfer of goods which, in Richard Falk's words, embellish life with ornaments of superaffluence. C. World Monetary and Tax Policy Council. Directors will regulate the single paper currency used in world trade and they will administer a global taxation program. D. World Technology Board. Officials will maintain continuous scrutiny of all human activity in order to assess environmental consequences. E. World Development Office. Officers will coordinate socialist redistribution of wealth and global economic leveling. 3. World System for Human Development. This apparatus is designed to supervise the development of man. According to Falk, world order bureaucrats will reshape, restrict, or prohibit policies which do not reflect the cartel's approved, humanist, worldview. The raw power to be exercised by this authority can be assessed from Falk's didactic statement. However, we do take a position of generalized opposition to fashion and advertising which encourage waste of resources and shallow horizons of personal aspiration. A World Forum of Long-Range Planning for Human Development. Directors will manage the human welfare of global citizens and coordinate town meetings on a global scale to deal with all facts of mental health and human development. This authority will also coordinate world order propaganda for satellite television. B. World Forum for Human Development. This network will ensure that environmental factors facilitate the development of personality and character along WUMP lines so that all global citizens will be sure to share a uniform, socialist, worldview. C. World Commission and Court of Human Rights. These officials, selected by the Secretary General, will render decisions regarding abuse of human rights in order to advance WUMP's commitment to what Falk calls pursuit of racial, sexual, religious, and economic equality. 4. World System for Ecological Balance. Officials will deal with issues of pollution and they will operate a surveillance network designed to facilitate greater understanding of the facts, risks and choices facing the control centers of the preferred world. Bureaucrats will specialize in identifying areas of consensus and concentrate on strategies to mitigate dissent. That, friends, means to terminate any dissenters. Yes, this is a nightmare, but you will not simply wake up and the beast will be gone. If, however, you do not wake up, everything worth having in this world shall be gone. There is a book entitled The Plan. Please obtain a copy, for these wondrous ones have risked their very lives to bring forth information to save yours. The address to contact is Independent Research Associates, Box 2013, Hayden, Idaho 83835. They need support that they can continue this work for you ones. The Plan is a small book which costs approximately $7.00. Please support these fine researchers. If you do not wish their book, send a contribution, for if something not done soon, it will be too late forever. I am Hayton. May God bless and keep you, for you do not know that which you do, for you are as lambs unto the slaughter. Hayton to clear frequency, please. Bibliography. V.I. Lenin, Selected Works, New York, International Publishers, 1937, The Socialist Revolution and the Right of Nations to Self-Determination. Freeman Digest, June 1984, quoted. The Foundation Directory, New York, The Foundation Center, 1985, Ford Foundation control of $2.5 billion in tax-free assets. New York Times, December 10, 1985, U.S. and Soviet to share insights on computers. Fred M. Heckinger. Program of Cooperation and Exchanges between the United States of America and the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, negotiated by U.S. State Department and signed by both parties on November 21, 1985. Anthony C. Sutton, The Best Enemy Money Can Buy, Billings, Montana, Liberty House Press, 1986. For in-depth information on the Trade and Economic Council, see also Sutton's monthly advisory Phoenix Letter, January 1986 through August 1987, Research Publications, P.O. Box 39850 Phoenix, Arizona, 85069. You can write to Dr. Sutton through his current publisher, Liberty House Press, Box 216C, 1517, 14th Street, West Billings, Montana, 59102. Phoenix Letter, February 12, 1987, Slave Labor, Explosive Dolls, and Dwayne Andreas. Newsweek, April 6, 1987, Gorbachev's Prairie Pals. Forbes 400, October 26, 1987. The Journal of Commerce, May 31, 1988. Phoenix Letter, December 1986, the New York USTEC office is a KGB center, and Phoenix Letter, August 1987, KGB disinformation operation at USTEC. Reader's Digest, November 1988, the KGB's deepest secret, John Barron, Vidovranov. Congressional Record, October 13, 1987, Senator Jesse Helms. Journal of the U.S.U.S.S.R. Trade and Economic Council, Volume 11, Number 1, 1986. Richard Pipes, Survival is Not Enough: Soviet Realities and America's Future, New York, Simon & Schuster, 1984. Phoenix Letter, August 1986. Commerce Department lies to American public on USTEC. Viktor Suvorov, Inside Soviet Military Intelligence, New York, Macmillan, 1985. The U.S.U.S.S.R. Long-Term Grain Agreement, Congressional Research Service Document, Library of Congress, Report No. 83-186 ENR. Newsweek, March 30, 1987, The Heretic of the Heartland. Spokesman Review, Spokane, Washington, August 29, 1988, 3 consumer groups want export wheat subsidies to end. Orange County Register, December 28, 1988, Feeding Gorbachev, editorial. New Solidarity, September 3, 1984, Is the Soviet Union Getting American Grain for Free? Anthony C. Sutton, Wall Street and the Bolshevik Revolution, New Rochelle, New York, Arlington House, 1974. Eustace Mullins, The World Order, Stanton, Virginia, Ezra Pound Institute of Civilization, 1985. Ralph Epperson, The Unseen Hand, Tucson, Arizona, Publius Press, 1985. Anthony Sutton, How the Order Creates War and Revolution, Phoenix, Arizona, Research Publications, 1984. Congressional Record, September 2, 1919. Congressional Hearings on Russian Bonds, High 8714.U5. Arsene Nikolovich, Tsarism and the Revolution, reprinted by Omni Publications, Hawthorne, California, 1960. New York Journal American, February 3, 1949. Herman Hagedorn, The Magnate, New York, Rennell and Hitchcock, 1935. Washington Post, February 2, 1918. Anthony C. Sutton, Technological Treason: A Catalog of U.S. Fins with Soviet Contracts, 191 July 1982, Phoenix, Arizona, Research Publications, 1982. Michael Voslensky, Nomenclature of the Soviet Ruling Class, New York, Doubleday & Co., Inc., 1984. New York Times, January 30, 1918. U.S. State Department Decimal File, 861.516/140, Stockholm Legation, October 13, 1922. Simpson, Thatcher and Bartlett, Wall Street Firm, Letter to the U.S. State Department. Anthony Sutton, Western Technology and Soviet Economic Development, 191-7-1930, Stanford University, Hoover Institution on War, Revolution, and Peace, 1968. National Republic, September 1927. Robert Conquest, The Harvest of Sorrow, Oxford University Press, 1986. U.S. State Department Decimal File 811.51/3.711 and 861.50 5-year plan /236. James Bovard, Free the Eagle, 11244 Wapples Mill Road, Suite J, Fairfax, Virginia, August 1985, Inside the World Bank. Chicago Tribune, March 6, 1977, How U.S. Bankers Feed Russian Bear, Bob Weedrich. Federal Register, Volume 46, Number 103, May 29, 1981. New York Times, February 27, 1979, U.S. Bankers in Russia, Craig Whitney. Reader's Digest, September 1988, Should We Bail Out Gorbachev? William Simon. U.S.U.S.S.R. Trade and Economic Council in Moscow, December 6, 1978, copyright by Chase Manhattan Bank, New York. Speech by David Rockefeller at annual meeting. Anthony C. Sutton and Patrick M. Wood, Trilateral over Washington, Volume 2, Scottsdale, Arizona, The August Corporation, 1981. The triad of Soviet power is described by Soviet defector Viktor Suvorov, Inside the Soviet Army, New York, Macmillan Co., 1982. Konstantin M. Semes, USSR, The Corrupt Society, New York, Simon & Schuster, 1982. The McAlvany Intelligence Advisor, February 1987, P.O. Box 39810 Phoenix, Arizona. Newsweek, April 20, 1987, Dr. Hammer's Living History. State Department Document 300.00 Hyman, Julia/8, Secret. U.S. News and World Report, A New Look at Red China, 1971. Pravda, May 13, 1967, Brezhnev's Speech in Bulgaria. Stanton Evans, Clear and Present Danger, New York, Harcourt, Brace Jovanovich, 1975. Private Boycotts versus the National Interest, U.S. State Department Publication 8117, August 1966. The Spotlight, April 29, 1985, U.S. Men, Money Built Reds Road. Engineering News Record, November 3, 1966. U.S. News and World Report, December 18, 1978. Business Week, April 28, 1980. British War Cabinet Papers, 24/49/7197, Secret, April 24, 1918. U.S. Imports and Exports by Country, 1986 Bureau of Census Statistics. Ithaca Journal, Ithaca, New York, November 14, 1987, CEI first in joint venture with Soviets. Independent American, P.O. Box 636 Littleton, Colorado, Phoebe Courtney, editor. Why is the U.S. building the war machine of the USSR? Avraham Shifrin, The First Guidebook to Prisons and Concentration Camps of the Soviet Union. New York, Bantam Books, 1982. Jean-François Revel, How Democracies Perish, New York, Doubleday & Co. 1983. Newsweek, August 11, 1986, Inside a Mine Jail, Joyce Barnathan. Sergei Kanonenko, The Persecutor, Old Tappan, New Jersey, Fleming H. Revel Co., 1973. Kanonenko, who swam from a Soviet ship to freedom, took refuge in Canada. He was ultimately murdered. Western Goals Report, Summer-Fall 1984, published by Western Goals Foundation, 104 South Columbus Street, Alexandria, Virginia. Jim Wright. Speech in Moscow, April 18, 1987. Wright's office disseminates copies. Abdul Sham, In Cold Blood, Belmont, Mass., Western Islands, 1987. Woodrow Wilson, The New Freedom, New York, Doubleday, Page & Company, 1914. Dr. Carroll Quigley, Tragedy and Hope, A History of the World in Our Time, New York, The Macmillan Company, 1966. Quigley, The Anglo-American Establishment. Transition, October 1974, published by the Institute for World Order, now World Policy Institute, Gene Drissel, ed. Saul H. Mendlovitz, On the Creation of a Just World Order, New York, Macmillan Publishing Co., Inc., 1975. Richard Falk, Samuel S. Kim, and Saul H. Mendlovitz, What New System of World Order, Toward a Just World Order, Boulder, Colorado, Westview Press, 1982. Confidential Intelligence Report, October 1976, Box 3, Zarapath, New Jersey, 08890. Frank A. Capel, editor and publisher. Political Dictionary, Moscow, 1940. Archibald Henderson, George Bernard Shaw, Man of the Century, an authorized biography, New York, Appleton Century Crofts, Inc., 1956. Igor Shafarovic, The Socialist Phenomenon, New York, Harper & Row, 1980. John Foster Dulles, War or Peace, New York, Macmillan Company, 1950. Foreign Affairs, New York, Council on Foreign Relations, April 1974, The Hard Road to World Order, Richard N. Gardner. Richard Falk, A Study of Future Worlds, New York, The Free Press/Macmillan. Publishing Co., 1975. Zbigniew Brzezinski, Between Two Ages, New York, Penguin Books, 1978. V. I. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 19. Program of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, Moscow, 1961. Margaret Cole, The Story of Fabian Socialism, Stanford, California, Stanford University Press, 1961. Freeman Digest, May 1978. See full text of the Declaration of Interdependence. The Writings of Thomas Jefferson, Washington, D.C., Thomas Jefferson Memorial Association, 1905, Volume 14. The Dan Smoot Report, October 18, 1965, Schlesinger. Human Events, Washington, D.C., July 21, 1962, Schlesinger. The Elite and the Electorate, Santa Barbara, California, The Fund for the Republic, 1963. The Federalist Papers, Essay No. 10 by James Madison. Fundamentals of Marxism-Leninism, Moscow, 1961. The Emerging Constitution by Rexford G. Tugwell, New York, Harper and Row, 1974. The proposed new constitution for the new states of America is also available from Liberty Lobby, 300 Independence Avenue Southeast Washington, D.C. 20003. Cleon Skousen, The Naked Capitalist, Salt Lake City, Utah, The Reviewer, 1970. The Spotlight, November 5, 1984, Constitution is under attack. Anthony C. Sutton, Wall Street and the Rise of Hitler, Seal Beach, California, 76 Press, 1976. Foreign Affairs, New York, Council on Foreign Relations, Fall 1980, to form a government, Lloyd Cutler. A bicentennial analysis of the American political structure, report and recommendations of the Committee on the Constitutional System, draft, September 1986. Donald L. Robinson, Reforming American Governments, Boulder, Colorado, Westview Press, 1985. James L. Sundquist, Constitutional Reform and Effective Government, Washington, D.C., Brookings Institution, 1986. The Spotlight, August 19, 1985, Congress lies to you about who will control a con, Tricia Kitson. Los Angeles Times, April 7, 1979. Foreign Affairs, New York, Council on Foreign Relations, April 1974, The Hard Road to World Order, Richard Gardner. The Constitution, June 1985, the U.S. and the UN, Time for Reappraisal, Burton Yale Pines. Congressional Record, February 23, 1954. Dulles quoted by Senator William Jenner, Amendment to the Constitution relating to treaties and executive agreements. The Spotlight, April 1, 1985, Defender of Constitution hits Genocide Convention, Folger Addison. International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, Article 7-12, 40-47. New York Times, September 28, 1973. U.S. Census Bureau Report, Survey of Income and Program Participation, 1988. Orange County Register, December 28, 1988, Social Security is country's best anti-poverty weapon, Robert Peer. Spokesman Review, May 11, 1988, Citizen Core Idea Meritorious. Draft Program of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, Moscow, 1961. Phillip County News, Malta, Montana, January 4, 1934, Tugwell predicts new regulations for land with federal control. Freeman Digest, June 1978. The American Historical Society, Conclusions and Recommendations by the Commission on Social Studies. F. Engels and K. Marx, Capital, The Communist Manifesto and Other Writings, New York, 1932. Archibald E. Roberts, Emerging Struggle for State Sovereignty, Fort Collins, Colorado, Betsy Ross Press, 1979. Colorado Springs Gazette-Telegraph, December 10, 1971. Dr. Gary North, Government by Emergency, Fort Worth, Texas, American Institute of Economic Research, 1983. The Spotlight, July 27, 1987, Brooks wanted to ask about FEMA's Rex 84. L. A. Garber, Of Mice and Not of Law, New York, The Devon Adair Co., 1966. The New American, September 14, 1987, Putting God Back in the Center. Joseph Stalin, Problems of Leninism, Moscow, Foreign Languages Publishing House, 1953. Fundamentals of Marxism-Leninism, Moscow, 1961. Business Week, August 21, 1978, Stateless Money. Foreign Affairs, New York, Council on Foreign Relations, Fall 1984, A Monetary System for the Future, Richard N. Cooper. Adam Daniel Corson Finnerty, World Citizen, New York, Orbis Books, 1982. The Christian Inquirer, October 1984. Human Events, August 25, 1984. Joseph Stalin, Marxism and the National Question, New York, International Publishers, 1942. Mary Stuart Rolfe, Ph.D., The New Money System, Montgomery, Alabama, Ministries Incorporated, 1982. Mary Stuart Rolfe, Ph.D., When Your Money Fails, Montgomery, Alabama, Ministries Incorporated, 1981. Public Needs and Private Rights. Who is Watching You? Senior Scholastic. September 20, 1973. Book of Revelation 13:4-5, 14:9-11, 16:2, 18-20. Freedom from War. The U.S. Program for General and Complete Disarmament, Department of State Publication 7277, September 1961. Congressional Record, May 11, 1982, Record Blueprint for the Peace Race. Gerald L. Newquist, Profits, Principles, and National Survival, Salt Lake City, Utah, Publishers Press, 1964. Louis Dolivet, The United Nations, New York, Farrar, Straus, & Co., 1946. Trig of Lie, In the Cause of Peace, New York, The Macmillan Company, 1954. G. Edward Griffin, The Fearful Master, A Second Look at the United Nations. Belmont, Massachusetts, Western Islands, 1964. U.S. News and World Report, July 22, 1960. Philippa Schuyler, Who Killed the Congo? New York, The Devon Adair Company. 1962. 46 Angry Men, originally published by Dr. T. V. Lurink, 96, Avenue de Brockville, Bruxelles 15, Belgium 1962. Congressional Record, January 25, 1962, Senator Thomas Dodd. Orange County Register, January 4, 1989, P.W. Bottas Namibian Gamble. Smith Hempstone. Reader's Digest, August 1982, Karl Marx or Jesus Christ, Joseph A. Harris. Washington Inquirer, July 30, 1982, NCC Supports Aggression, G. Russell Evans. R. Isaac and E. Isaac, Sanctifying Revolution, Washington, D.C., Ethics and Public Policy Center, 1982. De Griffin, Fourth Reich of the Rich, Clackamas, Oregon, Emissary Publications, 1984. Religion in Life, Vol. 6, No. 2, Spring 1937, The Problem of Peace in a Dynamic World, John Foster Dulles. Bulletin of Atomic Scientists, October 1946, Bertrand Lord Russell. New Solidarity, May 28, 1984 and June 4, 1984, Pugwash and the Creation of the Nuclear Balance of Terror, L. Talianese. Foreign Affairs, New York, Council on Foreign Relations, January 1944, Some Problems of International Policing, Payson S. Wilde, Jr. Archibald E. Roberts, The Republic, Decline and Future Promise, Fort Collins, Colorado, Betsy Ross Press, 1975. V. I. Lenin, Collected Works, March 4, 1919, Volume 35, 4th edition. Thesis and Report on Bourgeoisie Democracy and the Dictatorship of the Proletariat. Wald Rostow, The United States in the World Arena, New York, Harper & Brothers, 1960. James Schlesinger Thesis The Future of Socialism, 1947. The Dan Smoot Report, October 18, 1965. Congressional Record, May 28, 1963. Lincoln P. Bloomfield, A World Effectively Controlled by the UN, Arpeda Study, Memo No. 7, March 10, 1962. U.S. Department of State Contract SCC 28270, February 24, 1961. Charles Hyam, Trading with the Enemy, New York, Delacorte Press, 1983. Rear Admiral Robert A. Theobald, The Final Secret of Pearl Harbor, London, Holborn Publishing Co., 1959. Major George Racy Jordan, From Major Jordan's Diaries, Belmont, Massachusetts Western Islands, 5th printing by update, P.O. Box 2337 Fairbanks, Alaska, 1984. Transfer of nuclear materials to Stalin through Fairbanks, Alaska. Anthony C. Sutton, Introduction to the Order, Phoenix, Research Publications, 1983. Hearings regarding shipments of atomic materials to the Soviet Union during World War II, House of Representatives, Committee on Un-American Activities, U.S. Government Printing Office, 1949. New York Times, August 6, 1985, The Scale of Stalin's Crime. Senator William Armstrong, R. Colorado, Technology Transfer, Selling the Soviets the Rope, April 14, 1982. U.S. News and World Report, May 7, 1984, High-Tech Hemorrhage from U.S. to Soviet Union. U.S. Naval Institute Proceedings, August 1983. Journal of the U.S.U.S.S.R. Trade and Economic Council, Volume 11, No. 2, 1986. Daily News Digest, July 4, 1980, W. A. Johnson. Quinton Crommelin Jr. and David S. Sullivan, Soviet Military Supremacy, a project of the Defense and Strategic Studies Program, University of California at Los Angeles, 1985. The Independent American, July 1982, Disarmament Means Surrender, Phoebe Courtney. Anthony C. Sutton, National Suicide, Military Aid to the Soviet Union, New Rochelle, New York, Arlington House, 1973. U.S. Senate, Proposed Export of Ball-Bearing Machines to USSR, Washington, D.C., 1961. New Solidarity, April 7, 1986, Minnesota Governor Perpick implicated in KGB disinformation net, Scott Thompson. Crescent H. Carney, Nuclear War Survival Skills, Cave Junction, Oregon, Oregon Institute of Science and Medicine, 1987. U.S. Department of Defense, DOD, Soviet Military Power 1987, Washington, D.C., Government Printing Office. The President's Report to the Congress on Soviet Non-Compliance with Arms Control Agreements, January 23, 1984. Robert Jastrow, How to Make Nuclear Weapons Obsolete, Boston, Little, Brown and Company, 1985. Committee on the Present Danger, Can America Catch Up? The U.S.-Soviet Military Balance, 905, 16th Street Northwest, Washington, D.C. 200,006, November 1984. The Wall Street Journal, 3-part series, Breakout, February 25, 1988, The ABM Gap, March 9, 1988, Red Shield Rising, March 15, 1988. Tad Sulk, Fidel, A Critical Portrait, New York, William Morrow & Co., 1986. New York Times, September 26, 1979, Earl T. Smith's letter to the editor. Senate Subcommittee of the Committee on the Judiciary, Communist Threat to the United States through the Caribbean, Washington, D.C., Government Printing Office, 1961. Senate Subcommittee of the Committee on the Judiciary, The Case of William Wieland, Washington, D.C., U.S. Printing Office, 1962. Mario Lazo, Dagger in the Heart, New York, Funk and Vinyals, 1968. Spokesman Review, July 11, 1988, Nicaraguan police attack protesters. Congressional Quarterly, September 20, 1980. The New American, March 30, 1987. The Independent American, December 24, 1985, Dangers of U.S. bank loans to the Soviet bloc. New Solidarity, November 17, 1986, AIDS epidemic breaks out in Nicaragua. The Independent American, September-October 1986, Peter, Paul, Mary and Dan. Spokesman Review, October 11, 1987, AP Report, Handful of U.S. firms stay in Nicaragua, Sally Jacobson. Church Support for Pro-Sandinista Network, a 1984 report by the Institute on Religion and Democracy, 729 15th Street Northwest Suite 900 Washington, D.C. 200,005. Christian Inquirer, October 1984, Old Line Churches Fund Latin American Marxist Revolutionaries. Chicago Tribune, December 9, 1961. Rusk says Congo unity is goal. Los Angeles Times, February 22, 1988, JFK met with mob boss on several occasions, reputed mistress says. Jeffrey Steinberg and David Goldman, Dope Incorporated, New York, New Benjamin Franklin House Publishing Company Incorporated, 1986. Washington Times, February 16, 1988, AP Report, Robertson wavers on his claim of Soviet nuclear arms in Cuba, Bill Gertz. The Spotlight, March 7, 1988, Evidence of missiles in Cuba. The Independent American, February 21, 1985, Soviet cheating, Alan McConaughey. On the Peace Watch, IRD visits churches in Central America, January 1988, Institute on Religion and Democracy, 729 15th Street Northwest Suite 900 Washington, D.C. Committee on the Present Danger, Where We Stand on Arms Control, 905 16th Street Northwest Washington, D.C. July 16, 1986. Arthur Robinson and Gary North, Fighting Chance, Cave Junction, Oregon, Oregon Institute of Science and Medicine, 1986. The Spotlight, September 22, 1986, Modern Weapons Might Not Work. Mesa Tribune, January 12, 1988, MX Problems Cost Millions, Dow Reports. Annual Report to the Congress, FI 1984, Air Force. Spokesman Review, November 18, 1988, Stealth Bomber Costs Its Weight in Bullion. Michael Stevenson and Roger Hearn, The Nuclear Case Book, London, Hearn Stevenson Publishing Limited, 1983. Newsweek, June 9, 1986, Salt, Treaty on the Rocks. The Phyllis Schlafly Report, October 1987, Box 618, Alton, Illinois 62002, Defend America. Terminate the ABM Treaty. U.S. Arms Control and Disarmament Agency, Issues in Brief, October 1, 1987. The Independent American, September-October 1986, Our Space Program and the Sabotage Theory, Ralph de Toledano. Phoenix Letter, March 1986 and May 1986. Spokesman Review, September 30, 1988, Satellite Release a Success. McAlvany Intelligence Advisor, September 1986. The Independent American, May-June 1986, article reprinted from Washington Times, Shuttle Explosion Probers Warned to Suspect Sabotage. Washington Times, March 27, 1985, Borga. Fred Barnes, The Sandinista Lobby, Institute on Religion and Democracy, 729 15th Street Northwest Suite 900 Washington, D.C. 20005, April 1986. Alan Stang, The Actor, Belmont, Mass., Western Islands, 1968. General Walt W. Lewis, The 11th Hour, Ottawa, Illinois, Caroline House Publishers, Inc., 1979. Gary North, World War III, The Countdown Has Begun, published by Institute for Christian Economics, March-April 1985. Testimony of Secretary of the Army John Marsh Jr. and Army Chief of Staff General John Wickham Jr. before the Senate Armed Service Subcommittee in hearings. Department of Defense Authorization for Appropriations for FY 1985. Arizona Republic, July 29, 1984. New York Times, May 14, 1984, Department of Defense Report quoted. New Solidarity, October 10, 1986, EIR says U.S. capital goods industry shutting down. The Spotlight, August 26, 1985, industry moving out of U.S. Phyllis Schlafly and Chester Ward, Kissinger on the Couch, New Rochelle, New York, Arlington House Publishers, 1975. Gary Allen, Kissinger, Seal Beach, California, 76 Press, 1976. Frank A. Capel, Henry Kissinger, Soviet Agent, Zarephath, New Jersey, The Herald of Freedom. Defense Daily, May 20, 1983. Pittsburgh Press, December 29, 1982. Reader's Digest, November 1982. Dangerous Myths About Nuclear Arms, Dr. Edward Teller. Spokesman Review, April 22, 1988, Pentagon Throwing Away Millions. Orange County Register, December 16, 1988, Defense Department A Shame. Orange County Register, December 7, 1988, Weaning NATO, Editorial. Orange County Register, February 28, 1988, Afghan rebels never got $340 million in arms and Afghan operation, a global web. Sam Cohen, We Can Prevent World War III, Ottawa, Illinois, Jameson Books Incorporated, 1985. Colonel V. F. Kalipov quoted in Beloved Oath, ETAL, Editors, The Philosophical Heritage of V. I. Lenin and Problems of Contemporary War, 1972. Spokesman Review, April 30, 1988, Soviets Preparing for N-War. Reader's Digest, February 1978, Soviet Civil Defense, The Grim Realities, John G. Hubble. Dr. Arthur Robinson, Frauds of the Nuclear Age, Oregon Institute of Science and Medicine, P.O. Box 1279 Cave Junction, Oregon, 97523. Science, 1963, Volume 142. Adequate Shelters and Quick Reactions to Warning, A Key to Civil Defense, Francis X. Lynch. Fighting Chance Newsletter, Oregon Institute of Science and Medicine, P.O. Box 1279 Cave Junction, Oregon 975230, June 1987. Lenin's Collected Works, Vol 9, Moscow, Progress Publishers, 1972. New Solidarity, January 2, 1987, Harvard Study, Arms Control A Fraud. Human Events, Washington, D.C., December 7, 1963, Arms Control Switch, William Bray. Gary Allen, The Rockefeller File, Seal Beach, California, 76 Press, 1976. Orange County Register, December 13, 1988, Is Gorbachev the Communist Messiah? Mawilisky quoted in Patrick Buchanan. Newsweek, April 27, 1987, Will Arms Control Split an Old-Fashioned Marriage? Scott Sullivan. Phoenix Letter, May 1987, Divine Right of Kings at State Department. The Spotlight, March 3, 1986, The Marxist State of Angola. Phoenix Letter, February 1986, Cover Up at Chevron/Gulf. New Solidarity, February 3, 1986, Schultz Sacrificing Savimbi to Moscow, Linda. Doyos. Newsweek, December 1, 1986, A Wider War Comes to Angola. The Independent American, February 21, 1986, Greed, Gulf Oil's Great Motivator in Red Angola, Russell Evans. USSA Today, Special Edition published by the McAlvany Intelligence Advisor, Phoenix, Arizona, May 1988. General Rogers quoted in Top General CINF as Disaster. Newsweek, April 27, 1987. Independent American, Box 636, Littleton, Colorado, March 1988, Dangers of the INF Treaty, Phoebe Courtney. Remnant Review, May 13, 1988, P.O. Box 8204, Fort Worth, Texas 761,240, Gary North, ed. The New American, April 11, 1988, Un-American Treaty Makers. Human Events. February 6, 1988, Stanton Evans. The Spotlight, February 15, 1988, State Department Helping Soviets, John Bishop. The Spotlight, March 21, 1988, SS-20s Never Deployed. Mike Blair. Spokesman Review, July 23, 1988, U.S. rejects 8 Soviet inspectors. U.S. officials discover Soviet inspectors are KGB-GRU espionage agents. Facts on File, August 19, 1988. Congressional Record, December 15, 1987, Senator Jesse Helms. Spokesman Review, May 4, 1988, Amnesty International Report, Afghans, Soviets killed refugees, group charges. Spokesman Review, May 21, 1988, Killer Amendments Rejected, Susan F. Rasky. Parade Magazine, May 22, 1988, When Reagan Meets Gorbachev. Newsweek, May 23, 1988, Much Ado About Verification. Time Magazine, December 29, 1988, The Gorbachev Challenge. Human Relations. Vol 2, and 3. Edward Bernays, Propaganda, New York, Live Right Publishing Corp., 1928. Spokesman Review, August 12, 1988, AP Report, Americans Showing Trust in Soviets. Chicago Tribune, June 18, 1962. St. Louis Post-Dispatch, August 5, 1958, question of when United States should surrender in all-out nuclear attack studied for Pentagon. Paul Keck's Committee, Strategic Surrender, The Politics of Victory and Defeat, Stanford University Press, 1958. Phyllis Schlafly and Chester Ward, The Betrayers, New York, Pere Marquette, 1968. Newsweek, December 5, 1983, What the U.S. Can Do. Bertrand Russell, The Impact of Science on Society, New York, Simon & Schuster, 1953. Ron Sider and Richard Taylor, Nuclear Holocaust and Christian Hope, A Book for Christian Peacemakers, InterVarsity Christian Fellowship, 1982. Robert Conquest and John Manship White, What to Do When the Russians Come. New York, Stein and Day, 1984. Phoenix Letter, January 1985, An American Conspiracy. New York, September 26, 1971, The Bundy Role in Escalating the Vietnam War. 4 copies of the plan. Independent Research Associates Box 2013. Hayden, Idaho, 83835.